Rayn awoke to find himself transformed into his childhood idol, Megatron. With this newfound identity, he resolved to become the new leader of Cybertron. The formidable allies Thundercracker, Skywarp, Soundwave, Shockwave, Devastator, Starscream, Blackout, and Bonecrusher would all serve as his support in vanquishing the Autobots. As he contemplated his circumstances, he was startled to discover a familiar crimson robot lying nearby. It was none other than the expendable character from the first season of Transformers who had met his demise early on. In his hand, he clutched a crystal emanating a purple aura, the Dark Energon. In that moment of silence, Rayn's mind swirled with confusion. Gradually, he accepted the reality that he had traversed into another realm. This was the typical narrative of a transmigration often depicted in novels, likely a consequence of his late-night writing session. Panic surged within him. What should he do? What could he do? Despair threatened to consume him. Remain calm, he admonished himself. In times of excitement, it is imperative to maintain composure. Consider this a welcoming gift upon your return home, remarked Starscream, standing nearby. At the mention of this, Rayn surveyed his surroundings and realized that the plot was unfolding. Megatron would soon utilize the Dark Energon to reignite the spark of the fallen character, testing its effects. Optimus Prime and his comrades would subsequently detect the revived life signal and arrive via a land bridge, leading to a confrontation that would ultimately obliterate the largest Energon deposit, a significant loss. Determined to alter this fate, Rayn embraced his role as Megatron's favorite character and recognized the potential within the Decepticon ranks, which were steadily declining. He recalled that, by the conclusion of the story, Megatron's elite personnel were alarmingly few and far between. I shall change this tragic ending, starting now, he resolved. Clutching the Dark Energon, which had saved Megatron twice throughout the series, he felt a surge of excitement. This would be his first step towards leading the Decepticons to greatness. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, my lord. I fear that frequent exposure to Dark Energon may have adverse effects on you, Starscream cautioned, observing Megatron's deep contemplation and the way he aimed the Dark Energon at his spark chamber. Ignoring Starscream's warnings, Rayn inserted the Dark Energon into his spark chamber. Starscream was taken aback. Was Megatron truly willing to use himself as a test subject? Had he forgotten about the potential consequences? Just moments ago, he had intended to use Starscream for experimentation. Suddenly, Megatron let out a primal roar, surrounded by swirling purple mist, radiating an overwhelming aura that rendered Starscream visibly intimidated. Rayn experienced the Dark Energon coursing through him, a colossal power suffusing every corner of his being. An unprecedented sensation. He began to digest the energy, striving to steady his thoughts. The narrative had commenced, and he could leverage his foresight to strategize. Having previously studied Sun Tzu's art of war, Rayn understood the essence of leadership. A commander must possess wisdom, integrity in rewards and punishments, compassion for subordinates, bravery, decisiveness, and strict discipline. For now, he was merely an ordinary individual with Megatron's form. He recognized the need to capitalize on his knowledge of the plot to expand his influence. As for Starscream, he deemed him utterly unworthy of any significant role. He needed someone with leadership capabilities, unwavering loyalty, and formidable strength to serve him. Rayn reflected on the stories he had once cherished, which now felt distant, akin to returning knowledge to teachers upon graduating middle school. He recalled that Megatron would soon endeavor to resurrect an army of undead using the Dark Energon, only to be thwarted by Optimus Prime and Ratchet. Subsequently, Megatron would set his sights on Cybertron, intending to hurl a substantial amount of Dark Energon onto the planet, reanimating the fallen as his undead legion. Unfortunately, the Autobots would intervene, leading to his failure and nearly resulting in his own demise. Starscream, in his ambition, sought to rise to power, yet how could he accomplish what Megatron had failed to do? He possessed no semblance of leadership dignity. Employing him as a subordinate would be tantamount to self-destruction. But there was one crucial task ahead: awakening Thundercracker, a student of Megatron. Akin to how Optimus Prime had mentored Bumblebee, Thundercracker was renowned for both strength and reputation. Yes, he shall do, Rayn concluded. Starscream, I have a pivotal mission for you, one that only you can fulfill. My lord, your humble servant stands ready to obey your command, Starscream replied. Though uncertain of Megatron's current state, he understood the necessity of obedience, for his ambitions were not yet ripe for exposure. My student, Thundercracker, is on this planet. I need you to locate him, accompanied by Soundwave, and awaken him. He shall be a vital asset in our struggle against the Autobots. Thundercracker, how could he have forgotten this powerful warrior who had already arrived on Earth long ago? Yet, if Megatron remembered this, What had he been doing for the past 3 years? No matter, the key point was that Thundercracker would return. Would he still be relegated to the role of a subordinate? Starscream, I know what you were thinking. Rest assured, after all these years of your faithful service, I shall not neglect any loyal follower. Should you succeed in this task, I will reward you with a piece of dark energon to significantly enhance your combat prowess. Thank you, my lord. However, I would prefer to forego the energon. Simply serving by your side brings me immense satisfaction, Starscream replied, wary of the potential risks associated with the dark energon. What if it rendered him incapacitated? How could he then aspire to lead the Decepticons? Then make haste. Remember to assemble a larger team to excavate the energon mine thoroughly. I await your favorable report. And one final matter. Should Optimus Prime and his allies discover your presence, prioritize the completion of your mission. You are well aware of the consequences should I receive any unfortunate news. As you command, my master. So many tasks lay ahead. Starscream mused to himself, yet he promptly gathered additional personnel and set off with Soundwave to seek out Thundercracker. Chapter 2. The Contemplation of Rayn. Take this, Autobots, remains back with you. I will have use for it. Rayn commanded the surrounding Decepticon soldiers. Subsequently, he returned to his warship, leisurely wandering about, familiarizing himself with the vessel he had only observed through the television screen during his childhood. It was truly magnificent. As Rayn meandered aimlessly, his thoughts drifted far beyond, reflecting on his arrival in this both familiar and foreign world. Now as the leader of the Decepticons, he felt a profound sense of uncertainty about the future. The primary reason for the Decepticons' failure in the original narrative stemmed from poor decisions made by the leadership. As the saying goes, elevating the inept to significant positions will inevitably lead to the team's downfall. This was proven true, as the loss of Shockwave due to Starscream's miscalculations transformed Silas into a zombie, resulting in the release of Black Widow from her stasis pod and a loss of nearly half of their forces, including all mechanical insects. He recalled how Shockwave had been manipulated, leaving him unable to relocate many delicate instruments. Such arrogance and disloyalty were of no use to him. Had it not been for the lack of capable leadership, he would never have been appointed as a subordinate. He remembered when Black Widow arrived. She quickly ascended to the position of second in command, yet her loyalty was questionable. The best candidate at present seemed to be Thunderclash. As a pupil of Megatron, he possessed both prestige and loyalty, making him the most suitable choice for the role of deputy. Based on his understanding of the narrative, leading the Decepticons to greatness appeared to be a straightforward task. Promote capable and loyal individuals while avoiding significant blunders, thus ensuring a bright future. What remained paramount was his perspective on this world. While he admired Megatron's charismatic leadership, it did not imply a disdain for the Autobots. After all, he was once human, now transformed into Megatron. This internal conflict left him torn, lost in contemplation. One does not learn such matters in school. It is a matter of personal choice. As Blur once remarked, life is fundamentally a game. At this moment, it felt akin to a game, depending entirely on the choices he would make. Suddenly, Rayn recalled a passage he had encountered while scrolling through Douyin that night, reflecting on the final chapter of the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty, the last unified dynasty established by the Han people in Chinese history, was marked by innumerable flaws and inherent weaknesses, yet simultaneously boasted countless glories and steadfastness. In the affairs of the Ming Dynasty, the author described the rise and fall of the Ming Dynasty over its 276 years. From the restoration during the Hongwu era to the flourishing of the Yongle period, the prosperity of the Renzong and Xuanzong reigns, the catastrophic event at Tumu Fortress, the revitalization during the Hongji era, and the gradual decline during the Wanli period, culminating in the helplessness and lament of the late Chongzhen. Like all feudal dynasties, the Ming Dynasty was destined to meet its demise. While one might find themselves immersed in the grand narratives of the rise and fall of empires and the lives of emperors and generals, pondering how the author might articulate the conclusion of this dynasty, they are instead presented with the tale of Su Xiaka. This narrative reveals that all pursuits of fame, enduring legacies, and monumental achievements pale in comparison to a singular truth. The essence of life lies in embracing it in the manner one cherishes most. Upon reflecting on this, Rayn felt an enlightening clarity wash over him. Indeed, in the tapestry of his previous existence, he was merely an ordinary individual. Whether laboring through summer jobs, burning the midnight oil to pen novels, or attending school, he had always believed that the joy of living was paramount. Conversations with his parents after work filled his days with a sense of fulfillment and happiness. Here, he resolved to cultivate his own joy, to forge a path toward his personal aspirations, and perhaps, in time, discover a way back home. With this resolve, Rayn chose to lead the Decepticons against the Autobots. Aspiring to be a leader guided solely by the compass of his own heart, he pondered the extraordinary artifacts present in the original narrative. The Primus. By harnessing its innate energy, one could clone several identical versions of oneself. Imagine if he could replicate Soundwave. Would that not render him invincible? His musings were grounded in the understanding that cloning oneself may be impractical, yet Soundwave was different. His prowess in combat and reconnaissance was commendable, and he possessed the ability to activate terrestrial bridges, coupled with unwavering loyalty. Should this endeavor succeed, it would be nothing short of perfection. Thus, he awaited the return of Starscream and Soundwave, tasked with locating the fallen Decepticon warship, stripping it of its treasures, and ensuring its utter destruction. At this thought, Rayn couldn't help but marvel at his own ingenuity. He was indeed a genius. Moreover, he contemplated fostering an alliance with the human faction led by Silas, enlisting their assistance against the Autobots. After all, Silas and his mech task force had successfully crafted an Optimus Prime from the remains of Deadlock, proving formidable in battle. As for Starscream, given the chance to covertly undermine Megatron, he would not hesitate. Such a rogue could not be allowed to remain. Yet his presence brought a modicum of excitement to Rayn's otherwise mundane existence. Furthermore, he envisioned utilizing the space bridge to emit a substantial energy signal to locate Shockwave, the brilliant scientist, in hopes that he could replicate the Primus technology to produce numerous sound waves and shock waves. This would be nothing short of exquisite. Activating the space bridge seemed a tad complicated. Once Soundwave and the others returned, the immediate task would be to locate the downed Decepticon warship, clone several Soundwaves, and extract all its treasures. Thus, the plan was set, allowing Rayn to truly savor the experience of inhabiting this new form, in order to restore Megatron's combat prowess. After all, he is the champion of the Kaon combat arena. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. It is merely a matter of unlocking his potential. Chapter 3. The Awakening of Thundercracker. At this moment, Starscream and Soundwave had arrived near the location where Thundercracker lay dormant in the original narrative. During the war, numerous Energon entities were concealed on this desolate planet. Lord Megatron had dispatched the mightiest warriors from Cybertron solely to safeguard it, and now they slumber here, awaiting the call to awaken. Starscream was astonished that Megatron still recalled this matter. Even he had forgotten it. Had he remembered, he would have long since eradicated the Autobots. You say you cannot locate his signal? How is that possible? I am certain he is nearby. Increase the power of your sensors. Starscream was convinced that Thundercracker was in the vicinity and instructed Soundwave to broaden the search radius. There. We have pinpointed Thundercracker's exact location. Upon discovering Thundercracker's whereabouts, Starscream and Soundwave immediately transformed into aircraft to proceed to the site. However, unbeknownst to them, the Energon entity they carried to activate Thundercracker had already revealed their position. Due to the fact that Rayn did not resurrect the undead army as depicted in the original story, the plot took a different turn. The Autobots had only just met the three protagonists. They detected the Energon entity moving. If it were not for them, it could only be the Decepticons. At that moment, Arcee, Bumblebee, and the others returned to the base with Jack, Raph, and Miko. They had just been safeguarding the protagonist's safety and were now back. This is fantastic. Can we do it again? That was exhilarating. Oh, pardon me, look at my scatterbrained self. Upon seeing everyone return, Optimus Prime organized the next steps. Autobots, prepare for departure. Stay here. Ratchet, come with me. Arcee, we need to move outside communication range for a while. You will be in charge here. I say, you are the largest. You should take the lead, Miko remarked. Well, he never picks me. Optimus, I do not mean to disrespect you, but being a bodyguard is different from taking care of children, and Ratchet has not been on a mission since the war, Arcee retorted. Arcee, although my pistons may be rusty, I am not deaf. At this moment, it appears to be merely a reconnaissance mission. Why do I sense there is more to your words? Much has transpired in the past 24 hours, and we must remain adaptable. Ratchet, activate the land bridge. Thus, Optimus Prime set off with Ratchet. In truth, Optimus had arranged everything quite well, as Arcee was deeply saddened after losing her partner and with another comrade lost. The entire team felt the weight of sorrow. Yet, such emotions could not be carried onto the battlefield. Thus, what Arcee truly requires at this moment is composure. Very well. Leader, what shall we undertake? I shall patrol. Optimus has instructed us to remain here until it is your turn to command. Bumblebee, accompany me. Divider, you shall take command here. So what shall we do? Perhaps we could engage in a musical practice. However, we are not a band. Why must you be so pedantic? Raffi, do you play an instrument? Well, I dabble with a keyboard. I can create music on the computer. Splendid. Jack, I can only manage a harmonica or something of the sort. Do I appear to you as a country music enthusiast? You could just jump around and shout a bit. Divider, you shall play the drums. Let us delve into some heavy metal rock. Look, we have formed a band. You must learn the song quickly. Start with a simple melody. Your fists, your face. Thus, Mechi commenced strumming the guitar. Meanwhile, Red Spider and Soundwave arrived at the location of Tidal Wave's slumber, working in unison to extract Tidal Wave's stasis pod. Excellent. Soundwave, hand it over to me. Soundwave produced a box containing a power core, and Red Spider placed the power core into the recess of the stasis pod. The power core was activated, and a blue light flashed. On the other side, Optimus and Ratchet also approached the vicinity, with Ratchet noting that the mobile power core signal had ceased. You have noticed it has stopped. Remain here and await my command. Very well. Take care. Tidal Wave has awakened. Arise, warrior. Lord Megatron requires your service. Under Lord Megatron's leadership, we shall eradicate the Autobots, restore Cybertron, and seize dominion over the universe. Red Spider spoke thus because he knew Megatron would undoubtedly rely on Tidal Wave, who was a staunch ally of Megatron. I, Tidal Wave, shall forever serve Lord Megatron. Since he requires my assistance, I shall exert every ounce of my strength. Where's Lord Megatron? At this moment, Lord Megatron awaits our return aboard the warship. He has summoned us here to awaken you and herald your return to the Decepticons. Very well, let us return now, obeying Lord Megatron's command to vanquish the Autobots and achieve the greatness of the Decepticons. Just as they prepare to depart, Optimus arrived at the scene. Long time no see. Tidal Wave. Optimus, it has been since the Battle of Ticknell that I last beheld you. Megatron commanded that I eliminate you. That was a long time ago. Though I say this, I must still carry out my master's orders. Do you believe this war is still worth fighting? So many of our kin have perished. So many worlds have been devastated. The war between Autobots and Decepticons should have concluded long ago. In the midst of tumult, the mighty Tianshan declared that a new era had dawned, a new world awaited, and urged the Autobots to join him in bringing an end to the conflict. I shall never ally myself with the Autobots, he proclaimed before launching an assault on Optimus Prime. Initially, Optimus had intended to recruit Tianshan into his ranks, but faced with the sudden onslaught, he had no choice but to defend himself. In the original narrative, Optimus had previously sought the allegiance of Tianshan and his brother, the formidable Hygiene, both of whom were renowned for their loyalty and strength. As the battle ensued, Ratchet, who had been observing from a distance, disregarded the unwritten rules of combat and called for reinforcements. Witnessing the clash between Tianshan and Optimus, the Decepticon Red Spider transformed into a jet and fled to join Soundwave. Chapter 4. PUA Optimus Prime. Red Spider had indeed encountered Optimus Prime. Megatron's foresight was unparalleled. Soundwave meticulously document this battle. Observe how Tianshan, under my command, triumphs over Optimus Prime, thereby enhancing his own prestige, which will surely earn him accolades from Megatron, Red Spider mused, brimming with misplaced confidence. With Arcee and Bumblebee dispatched on patrol, the communications panel within the base received a distress signal requesting assistance. It promptly relayed the message to Arcee and Bumblebee, urging them to report their coordinates for a terrestrial bridge to be activated, enabling them to return and aid Optimus and Ratchet. Upon receiving the panel's communique, Arcee and Bumblebee swiftly disengaged from their vehicle forms and reported their locations. The panel then activated the terrestrial bridge, facilitating their return to the base. What is the situation? Arcee inquired, hopeful that Optimus had encountered the Decepticons responsible for the death of their comrade, Flyover Mountain, thus allowing her to exact vengeance herself. Optimus and Ratchet are engaged in battle with Tianshan. We must provide immediate support, the panel detailed. Understood. Initiate the terrestrial bridge, Arcee commanded. Jack, Raffi, Mechi, you will oversee operations here. Bumblebee, panel, we depart at once. Leave it to us. Meiji replied affirmatively. As the terrestrial bridge activated, Arcee, Bumblebee, and the panel promptly set forth for the battlefield. Meanwhile, the clash between Optimus and Tiantian raged fiercely, with Tiantian's stature nearly matching that of Optimus, granting him an initial advantage. However, Optimus's prowess was formidable, and the combat was intensely matched. Ratchet, observing the duel of these titans, hesitated to intervene, knowing Tiantian had yet to unlock his vehicle form, rendering him incapable of transforming into an aircraft for aerial assault. At that moment, the terrestrial bridge opened, and Arcee, Bumblebee, and the panel arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the relentless struggle between Optimus and Tiantian, they immediately plunged into the fray. As the Red Spider observed the battle from the precipice, witnessing the arrival of such a multitude, a wave of panic engulfed him. What audacious Autobots have come in such numbers? Are they not bullying the innocent? The Red Spider understood that Megatron held a profound regard for Tidal Wave. Should any misfortune befall him, Megatron would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon him, rendering him bedridden. What course of action could he take? Even with Soundwave's assistance, victory was not guaranteed. A solution must be found. Suddenly, inspiration struck the Red Spider. Soundwave swiftly pinpointed Megatron's coordinates and activated the land bridge. We must act quickly. Tidal Wave must not encounter any mishap, lest we face Megatron's fury, a tempest we cannot withstand. After initiating the land bridge, he hastened to join the fray, buying time. I shall go ahead. With that, the Red Spider transformed into an aircraft and soared towards the battlefield, launching several rockets at Arcee, Bumblebee, and the barricade to impede the Autobots' advance. Cleverly, the Red Spider relied on his aerial prowess, ensuring his safety while simultaneously obstructing the Autobots. Meanwhile, Soundwave was busy establishing Megatron's location and activating the land bridge. Ever since Rayn had transmogrified into Megatron, he had been meandering through the Decepticon warship, familiarizing himself with its layout, eventually arriving at the launch platform. Now was the time to acclimate himself to this formidable form. He needed to embody Megatron more convincingly. He raised his right hand, equipped with a specialized remote firing cannon, which could also transform into a melee combat blade, a perfect duality. It appeared that the transformation of the Transformers was akin to the familiar act of clenching a fist. Transformers were also living beings, albeit constructed of metal and possessing larger physiques. After mastering the operations of the close combat blade and long-range weaponry, Rayn transformed into a fighter jet, beginning to soar freely through the skies. So, this was the sensation of flight. Quite exhilarating. Gradually, he adapted to aerial navigation, for it was essential to ensure his survival in future confrontations. Although he could command powerful allies like Tidal Wave in battle, he must be prepared to intervene if the situation demanded it. Once acclimated to flying, Rayn returned to the launch platform of the warship. At that moment, the land bridge unexpectedly activated before him. The only individual capable of initiating the land bridge within the Decepticon ranks was Soundwave. It seemed there was trouble on the Red Spider's end. It was time to investigate. Tidal Wave must not falter. The Decepticon ranks were dreadfully lacking in elite personnel. Decepticon warriors, follow me. With that, Rayn transformed into a fighter jet and led the contingent of lesser soldiers towards Tidal Wave's location. As the land bridge activated, those engaged in combat paused their skirmishes. Megatron soared from the land bridge, reverting to his original form as he positioned himself amidst the fierce clash between Optimus Prime and Shockwave. It's been a long time, Prime. How I have missed you. He spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, Megatron, you have returned, Optimus replied, acknowledging his adversary. Shockwave, my master, you have come back, exclaimed Shockwave with a sense of loyalty. At last, Lord Megatron, you have arrived, added Starscream, who along with Shockwave and Soundwave, gathered behind Megatron. Flanked by a contingent of Decepticon soldiers facing off against Optimus, Arcee, Bumblebee, Ratchet, and Ironhide. Optimus, after all these years apart, must we resort to a fight to the death upon our reunion? Rayn interjected, addressing Optimus. The present circumstances are not what either of us envisioned. The ravages of war have cost us our home, and we desire no further loss of territory or friends. This situation is indeed not what I wish to witness. Had you supported my rise to leadership, we might have avoided such bloodshed and destruction. I could have forged a new Cybertron. Yet it all lies in ruins because of your decisions, Rayn lamented, subtly attempting to manipulate Optimus, implying that some accountability should rest upon himself. Optimus, do not be swayed by him. They're responsible for the death of Erizor, and we must avenge her, Arcee retorted, charging towards Megatron, only to be intercepted by Bumblebee and Ironhide. Rayn regarded Arcee, the Autobot he once held in high esteem, without contesting her words. Optimus, ponder this. Perhaps we might yet collaborate to restore Cybertron, he suggested. Decepticons, retreat. What? The Autobots are here. Why not annihilate them at once? Starscream questioned, perplexed. Follow orders. Retreat, Megatron commanded. Understood, my lord. Starscream responded obediently. Chapter 5. Rayn's strategic decision Soundwave. Activate the land bridge. As the land bridge activated, Rayn, accompanied by Shockwave and others, sped back to the Decepticon command center. Lord Megatron, I fail to comprehend why we did not seize the opportunity to eliminate all Autobots present, Starscream queried. Confusion etched on his face. Indeed, Master, such an opportunity is rare. Shockwave echoed, equally puzzled. In response to their inquiries, Rayn maintained his composure, stating, eradicating the Autobots is not an insurmountable task. Should we possess sufficient strength, their demise would be as effortless as crushing ants. However, the time is not ripe. Optimus and the others cannot perish just yet, as this is part of a larger strategy. You need not delve into specifics. Rayn's words left the others speechless, their minds racing with unspoken doubts. You have a plan yet conceal it from us, forbidding any questions, truly perplexing. However, upon hearing the commendation from Rayn regarding their performance, both Red Spider and Soundwave felt a surge of delight within. Red Spider, Soundwave, you have both excelled remarkably in the face of an all-out Autobot assault. Not only were you able to skillfully maneuver, but you also devised astute strategic decisions worthy of praise, Rayn continued. Furthermore, in recognition of your contributions, I have decided to bestow upon you, Red Spider, a fragment of Dark Energon. As he spoke, Rayn produced a shard of Dark Energon and handed it to Red Spider. Thank you, my lord, Red Spider exclaimed as he accepted the crystal. However, the question of whether to utilize it was secondary. Possessing such a reward was a different matter altogether. After working here for so many years, he had never been honored before. Well, make good use of this power to enhance your strength. It will render you more formidable, Rayn said with a smile. Of course, he was jesting. No matter how much Red Spider attempted to improve, his combat prowess remained rather lacking. Red Spider, your primary responsibility henceforth will be the extraction of energon from mines, and you must heed the commands of Thundercracker. Should any tasks arise, I shall assign them to you. This is all a test of your capabilities. As you command, Lord Megatron, Red Spider replied, feeling quite dissatisfied with Thundercracker's assignment. After all, he had been a leader, and now he was suddenly relegated to overseeing mining operations, deprived even of opportunities to cause mischief. Yet, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Before you assume this new role, I have an important task for you, Rayn announced. Your loyal servant is ever ready to heed your command. Red Spider quickly pledged his loyalty. I need you to lead a unit of Decepticon warriors through the space bridge to the planet Cybertron. Upon arrival, you are to carry a high-output energy pulse emitter and fire the energy pulse to attract the attention of a certain individual. A certain individual? Who is it? Red Spider inquired, his face filled with skepticism. It is Shockwave. What? But isn't he already dead? Red Spider exclaimed in astonishment. He is not dead. He resides on the planet Cybertron. Very well. I understand, my lord, Red Spider replied, though his heart was heavy with shock and doubt. He had no choice but to comply with the order. In the original narrative, Red Spider, due to his overreaching ambition as a leader, caused the navigation antenna of the star cruising system aboard the Decepticon warship to become damaged, rendering them incapable of determining Cybertron's location. However, Rayn's intervention averted this issue. Moreover, the space bridge remained intact. It is worth noting that constructing the space bridge was an exceedingly arduous endeavor, both technologically and resource-wise. Rayn's actions saved the Decepticons a considerable amount of resources. Initially, Rayn intended to prioritize locating the crashed Decepticon warship to find the protoform for cloning Soundwave. Yet, after some contemplation, he considered retrieving Shockwave beforehand to unravel the protoform technology, thus maximizing their benefits. The confidence that Rayn possesses stems from Shockwave's solitary prowess. On the planet Cybertron, he has cultivated a formidable beast. One must ponder who among the Autobots and Decepticons, aside from Shockwave, could achieve such a feat? Should Shockwave decode the technology of the original beings, or even directly clone them, he would command an inexhaustible legion of soldiers, rendering him invincible among the Decepticons. Tremor, your capabilities and intellect are exceptional. I shall promote you to my deputy commander. In my absence, I entrust you with all matters, Rayn stated with solemnity. Upon hearing this, Tremor's eyes sparkled with surprise, yet he swiftly regained his composure. I am grateful for your trust, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Tremor replied resolutely. Additionally, there's another matter. You have yet to acquire your vehicle form, Soundwave. Ensure you locate a suitable vehicle for him. Rayn's expression turned grave as he looked at Tremor. Once you attain your vehicle form, I require you to lead Soundwave in concealing the space bridge on the far side of the moon. Furthermore, make contact with Skyquake and invite him to join our ranks in the Decepticons. As his brother, he will surely acquiesce. I hold great admiration for the bond you two share. Do you understand? Tremor promptly responded, Understood, my lord. I shall accomplish the task. Subsequently, Soundwave, utilizing a powerful search engine, identified an exceptional fighter jet at a military base in the United States. With a low hum, the ground bridge gradually unfolded. Tremor agilely traversed the ground bridge, akin to a shooting star, arriving swiftly before the fighter jet. His eyes shimmered with a pale blue radiance, reminiscent of piercing beams, instantly penetrating the jet's sturdy exterior to extract critical data. After thorough scanning, Tremor successfully mastered the ability to transform into the fighter jet. Ecstatic yet not overwhelmed by joy, he seized the moment. Before the guards could react, Tremor rapidly crossed back through the ground bridge and returned to the Decepticon command center. At that moment, Starscream had already ordered the soldiers to prepare the high-powered energy pulse launcher, and everything proceeded methodically according to the predetermined plan. They were acutely aware that this action would cause a tremendous uproar, potentially altering the entire course of the battle. Soon after, Tremor, Soundwave, and Starscream led an elite squadron of Decepticons without hesitation onto the ground bridge. Their objective was clear: to head towards the space bridge and take a significant step towards realizing their grand plan. Upon reaching the space bridge, Soundwave adeptly activated it, guiding Starscream and the other Decepticon warriors smoothly onto their journey to Cybertron. However, their ambitions did not cease there. Utilizing his exquisite operational skills, Soundwave skillfully maneuvered the space bridge, directing it towards the far side of the moon. Consequently, tracking the location of the space bridge became exceedingly challenging for the Autobots. As of now, the initial phase of Rayn's meticulously crafted plan had reached its culmination, and all that remained was to await the exhilarating tidings that Starscream would bring forth. Chapter 6. The Gathering of the Autobots. Optimus Prime, Arcee, Bumblebee, Sideswipe, and Ratchet finally returned to their base. However, apart from Optimus, who believed that Megatron had undergone a transformation, the others remained perplexed and skeptical about his recent statements. They found it inconceivable that Megatron would utter such words, as he was, in their eyes, the principal architect behind the war between the Decepticons and Autobots. Yet, Optimus held a distinctly different perspective. He was acutely aware of the profound bond he once shared with Megatron, having traversed countless trials and tribulations together. They had weathered many storms side by side. Although they had now embarked on divergent paths, deep within Optimus's heart, there lingered a flicker of hope for Megatron. Moreover, during the recent fierce battle, Megatron had ample opportunity to obliterate them. Had he chosen to strike, with the aid of Thundercracker, Starscream, Soundwave, and numerous Decepticon warriors, they might not have faced total annihilation. But the casualties would have been severe. Strangely, Megatron ultimately opted to forego this golden opportunity and refrain from taking action, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. For this reason, Optimus resolved to speak on Megatron's behalf. Regarding Megatron's words today, I believe we should not hastily place our trust in him, as it may very well be a trap. However, we must also refrain from outright dismissing his claims. Despite the many transgressions he has committed against Cybertron, I assert that every being deserves a chance at redemption. Perhaps he has indeed changed, and I think we should afford him that opportunity. Upon hearing Optimus's remarks, Arcee and the others fell into contemplation. They recognized that Optimus, renowned for his sense of justice and bravery, might possess valid reasons for his willingness to believe in Megatron's potential transformation. After a moment of silence, Bumblebee buzzed in with a fervent response, conveying, "Optimus, I understand your compassion and your inclination to offer others a chance for repentance. However, Megatron has ruthlessly slaughtered many of our brethren. Can we truly take his words at face value? This individual is cunning and malevolent, with a history steeped in heinous deeds that have led to the suffering of countless innocents. We must not let our guard down in the presence of such a villain, nor should we be swayed by his eloquent deceptions. Only by remaining vigilant and resolute in our opposition can we safeguard the peace of the universe and honor the spirits of those we have lost." Indeed, Optimus, Sideswipe concurred. Megatron's litany of crimes is extensive. How can we so readily place our trust in him? He may very well be concocting another nefarious scheme. In response to his comrade's doubts, Optimus smiled wryly and shook his head. "I understand your concerns, but at times, trust can be a formidable force. We cannot judge a being solely based on past impressions. Perhaps Megatron has genuinely come to recognize his misdeeds and seeks redemption." The words of Optimus Prime resonate with unwavering determination and conviction, prompting others to reflect deeply. After all, they are warriors fighting to protect Cybertron, and any opportunity that may lead to peace deserves serious consideration. Finally, Arcee broke the silence. "Very well, Optimus. Since you are so insistent, we shall observe for a time. The passage of time will reveal all truths. Regardless of the outcome, I will hunt down the Decepticon who harmed Flyover Mountain and confront him personally." Thus, a consensus was reached among the group, although doubts lingered in their hearts. They decided to grant Megatron an opportunity to demonstrate whether he could truly relinquish his past and embark on a righteous path. "Recently, my workload has been overwhelming, leaving little time for writing. This is the revised version. In my view, Optimus Prime embodies a charismatic leader, much like the words he spoke upon joining the Allspark in the finale, which I greatly admire. I find Arcee's character portrayal quite commendable. If any esteemed readers have suggestions, your comments are always welcome. Lastly, I apologize for the hiatus in updates. Chapter 7. Cybertron as Starscream led a contingent of Decepticon warriors across the space bridge to the planet of Cybertron. The bridge connecting the two worlds gradually closed. Once a flourishing planet, Cybertron now lay in ruins, a haunting testament to its former glory. An endless expanse of desolation unfolded before their eyes, as if narrating the passage of time and the merciless nature of war. Everywhere they looked, remnants of Transformers lay scattered, some incomplete, others shattered, quietly resting upon the earth like slumbering giants. These fragments bore witness to countless fierce battles and acts of valor, each shard etched with the harsh realities and helplessness of war. Surveying the surroundings, dilapidated structures teetered precariously, with the splendor of yesteryears reduced to mere illusions. Amidst the crumbling walls, echoes of laughter from days gone by seemed to linger, yet now only silence reigned. These scenes perpetually remind individuals that war begets only destruction and suffering. Confronted with such devastation, the group was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. They mourned the obliteration of their homeland, while feeling lost and powerless about the future. Yet, perhaps within this wasteland lies the germination of new hope and strength. With steadfast belief and resolute forward motion, it is conceivable that one day, Cybertron may once again flourish. Now, they must utilize the high-powered energy pulse emitter they carry to attract a certain individual. It is truly lamentable to witness Cybertron in such a state. Starscream gazed at the devastation before him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Megatron intends to use this device to lure Soundwave. Was he not already dead? How could he possibly know that Soundwave is still alive? Was he not reduced to ashes in the explosion of the space bridge years ago? Now that he has returned, how shall he confront him?" Upon arriving here, Red Spider lamented the fact that he truly wished to avoid facing Shockwave. The mere thought was a source of exasperation. Moreover, the turmoil within him was already tumultuous. With the arrival of the earthquake, his standing had plummeted to the menial task of overseeing the extraction of super-energy entities, an utter affront to his proud spirit. This was nothing short of preposterous. After all, I am the esteemed Commander Red Spider. He inwardly cursed. How could I endure such treatment? I am in dire need of distinguished achievements, desperate to regain Shockwave's favor and respect. Thus, Red Spider's gaze grew ever more resolute. He made a firm decision to seize this opportunity, to showcase his prowess in full splendor, compelling all to regard him anew. At this moment, if he intended to utilize the high-power energy pulse launcher to entice Shockwave, where should he choose to make his stand? Ah, the renowned Carlin Combat Arena, the very place where Megatron's fame was born. With this thought, Red Spider promptly established contact with Soundwave. Soundwave, initiate the space bridge immediately, targeting the Carlin Combat Arena. As Soundwave successfully activated the space bridge, the group arrived at their destination without incident. Red Spider swiftly issued commands to his subordinates, instructing them to urgently set up the high-power energy pulse launcher within the arena. These subordinates, agile and well-trained, adeptly maneuvered various devices and tools, positioning the colossal and intricate energy pulse launchers in suitable locations, meticulously calibrating and connecting them. Once all preparations were complete, Red Spider issued another command: activate the high-power energy pulse launcher at once. A deep rumble echoed as the formidable Shockwave surged forth, cascading into the sky like an unstoppable torrent. This Shockwave possessed immense power and destructive capacity, effortlessly penetrating any obstacle and causing significant repercussions. After a sustained half-hour of powerful energy pulses, Red Spider suddenly noticed a tank hurtling towards them from the distance. Upon closer inspection, a surge of intense dissatisfaction and jealousy welled within him. It was none other than Shockwave, the very being Megatron had long sought. Alas, with his arrival, was there still a place for me, Red Spider, within the Decepticon ranks? Red Spider sighed inwardly. The arrival of Earthquake had already stripped him of his former status, relegating him to the extraction of super-energy mines. Now, with Shockwave's return, it seemed his position within the Decepticons would be further jeopardized. He would be relegated to the fringes of the Decepticon command structure. Reflecting on his years of loyal service to the Decepticons, rewarded only with a meager fragment of dark super energy, Red Spider felt an overwhelming chill of disillusionment. He felt that his efforts had gone unrewarded while newcomers effortlessly ascended to greater power and status. At a time when the Decepticons most needed leadership, everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him, the Red Spider, yet now it had all unraveled into this disarray. This sense of injustice bred resentment within him, and his loyalty to the Decepticons began to waver. Were Rayn to discern the thoughts of the Red Spider, he would undoubtedly confront him with fervor. Chapter 8. The return of Shockwave. Just as the Red Spider was lost in myriad thoughts, Shockwave stepped before him. Red Spider, you are here. Indeed, Lord Megatron specifically instructed us to employ this high-powered energy pulse emitter to draw your attention. He knew you would detect it. Lord Megatron, let us escort you back to the Decepticons. The Red Spider, regaining his composure, spoke with feigned cordiality, though his eyes betrayed his discontent, clearly unwelcoming of Shockwave's arrival. After all, Shockwave's return meant a further diminishment of his own standing. Yet, he was powerless to act against it. This was Megatron's command, and he understood that failing to bring Shockwave back would spell disaster for him. With this in mind, the Red Spider messaged Soundwave. Soundwave, we have located Shockwave. Initiate the space bridge connection immediately. We must return. He then turned to Shockwave, saying, Lord Megatron is awaiting you. Let us hasten back. Very well, let us proceed. Accompanied by a radiant glow, Soundwave activated the ground bridge. Shortly thereafter, a cadre led by Megatron swiftly traversed the space bridge, returning to the main control room of the Decepticon warship. Upon their arrival, the Red Spider eagerly approached, exclaiming with excitement, Lord Megatron, I have fulfilled your expectations and successfully brought Shockwave back to you. Rayn glanced at the triumphant Red Spider, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips, before shifting his gaze to the recently returned Shockwave. Welcome back, Shockwave. Rayn could hardly contain his joy, speaking with palpable enthusiasm. After all, the return of the Decepticons' most formidable scientist signified the commencement of a meticulously planned series of operations. At that moment, Shockwave began to report the current status in detail. Lord Megatron, since my arrival on Cybertron, I have not only successfully repaired the damages sustained in the past, but have also established my own laboratory. Furthermore, I have been diligently developing a special model of hunter designed specifically for combating the Autobots. Upon hearing this, Rayn's eyes brightened with intrigue. He is acutely aware that these so-called hunters are formidable beings created through cloning technology by Shockwave. Shockwave, you have performed exceptionally well. You have truly lived up to my trust and expectations. I am fully aware of your past experiences on Cybertron. One can only blame that detestable Starscream. For his selfish pursuits, left you stranded on this planet, left to fend for yourself. But rest assured, all of this is his fault. Oh no, he is coming for me. Nowadays, Starscream has been appointed as the commander of the Energon mining operations. Should the need arise, you may issue direct orders to him. I believe that after this lesson, he will cherish the opportunity to atone for his mistakes. Should he dare err again, do not hesitate to report it to me. Furthermore, if I happen to be absent from the base, Thundercracker currently serves as my adjutant, and you may also bring your concerns to him. You will cherish this opportunity. 1 to you, Starscream. Gazing meaningfully at Starscream. Yes, Lord Megatron, I will cherish it. Starscream nodded submissively, filled with trepidation. At this moment, Thundercracker stepped forward, patting his chest confidently. Lord Megatron, I understand. Shockwave, I believe I should explain to you about that, explosion. Starscream cautiously began. Silence, Starscream. Do not seek excuses for your failures. Return to your post and oversee the Energon mining operations. Rayn declared sternly, his eyes brimming with authority. Glaring at Starscream, yes, Lord Megatron. Starscream, intimidated by Rayn's demeanor, trembled slightly and dared not utter another word, hastily fleeing the scene. He bolted away. Rayn was indifferent to Starscream's fragile feelings. Whether he left the Decepticons or sought refuge with the Autobots, Rayn did not care. After all, Starscream was merely a jester, coming around to amuse him. A hint of disdain graced his smile. Once Starscream departed, Rayn was finally able to execute his previously audacious plans. Chapter 9. Rayn's arrangements after Starscream's escape. Rayn began orchestrating the others. He first turned to Shockwave and said with unwavering resolve, Shockwave, from this moment forward, you shall serve as the chief scientist of the Decepticons. You arrived in haste, but do not fret. Provide Soundwave with the coordinates of your research facility on Cybertron, and then lead a team of Decepticons to transport your instruments and equipment to our laboratory. I eagerly await the unveiling of your Autobot hunters. Very well, Lord Megatron. Shockwave replied without hesitation. He promptly supplied Soundwave with the coordinates of his research facility. As Soundwave activated the space bridge, Shockwave led a team of Decepticons through it, embarking on the task of transportation. Meanwhile, Rayn did not remain idle. He turned his head and said, Thunder, I recall that a Decepticon spacecraft once crashed on this planet. It was rumored to house a weapon capable of immobilizing enemies. Could you kindly investigate the warship records to see if there are any pertinent entries? Alas, that was all he could remember. After all, so many years have passed. Yes, Lord Megatron, I shall look into it immediately. Thunder promptly complied and immersed himself in the task of searching the warship archives. He was acutely aware that such a weapon could hold significant importance for the Decepticons. If it could be located and harnessed, it would undoubtedly bolster their combat capabilities. Once Rayn had delegated their tasks, he turned to the center of the command room, gazing out at the stars and the vastness of space, lost in thought. If memory serves, the original entity should be within. This time, I can finally fulfill my desire to clone Soundwave. That wretched red spider from the original story squandered such a magnificent opportunity. It is truly despicable. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Rayn's mind. What if I could utilize the original entity to clone Optimus Prime? Would the matrix of leadership also be replicated? His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembling. Simultaneously, he envisioned cloning Arcee to keep for himself. This was Rayn's most fervent desire, as he had always harbored an intense longing for both Arcee and Black Widow. Previously, Rayn had pondered the possibility of obtaining Arcee without causing a rift with Optimus Prime. What a conundrum it was. Could he not simply abandon this notion? Surely one jesting. It was merely a slight whim of mine, and since I have come this far, if it cannot be realized, it will become an eternal regret. The thought alone is agonizing. Ultimately, as events unfolded, when Optimus Prime resolved to eradicate Megatron, he became cold and ruthless, unbound by emotions, unleashing his full potential, further augmented by the Starsaber and the Primal Upgrade, rendering him astonishingly formidable. The Matrix itself was imbued with the wisdom of generations of leaders. Now, with such an opportunity before him, Perhaps he could not only attain Arcee, but also seize the Matrix as a fortuitous bonus. With this thought, Rayn couldn't help but break into a cunning smile. Just as he envisioned a promising future within reach, an incongruous voice interrupted. Lord Megatron, I have discovered that it was long ago that the Decepticon transport ship, the Pioneer, made an emergency landing on Earth. It contained the experimental weapon known as the lock-on staff, transported by the Pioneer. Thunder, you have done well. Where did the crash occur? That is precisely what I am reporting. I scoured all available databases, including those of Red Spider, yet found no records. I am certain Red Spider neglected to document it. What use is that inept Red Spider? Summon him at once. You incompetent fool. Yes, Lord Megatron. Thunder replied, promptly initiating contact with Red Spider. At that moment, Red Spider found himself in an unoccupied chamber. Cursed be this predicament. Why, after all these years, have I labored both diligently and with great effort? Why must I be treated in such a manner? The Red Spider seethes with the fury within. Alas, I find myself devoid of any standing now. He has been relegated to commanding the mining operations, deprived even of the chance to vie for power. First came the tremors, followed by the shockwaves. When will end? Megatron places his utmost trust in Thunderwing, while Shockwave concocts a plan to unleash an Autobot hunter. How abominable. How can I possibly endure this? You treacherous fiend. Oh, what am I to do? Megatron, why do you not meet your demise? Just as the Red Spider's composure began to unravel, Thunderwing's voice crackled through the communication channel. Red Spider, respond if you hear me. Yes, I am here. What is it, Thunderwing? Lord Megatron summons you back. Understood, I shall arrive forthwith. I hope Megatron has recognized my significance. The Red Spider hastened toward the command center, his mind racing with thoughts of what he might have done wrong, pondering why he had been forsaken by Megatron. Upon reaching the command center, he discovered Megatron seated there, his expression stern and unyielding. Lord Megatron, do you require my assistance? The Red Spider inquired cautiously. Megatron cast a glance at him before stating, Red Spider, do you comprehend the magnitude of your error? The Red Spider's heart clenched. Yet he feigned calmness as he replied, Lord Megatron, I do not grasp your meaning. Please elucidate. Megatron scoffed. Oh, you do not know? Allow me to enlighten you. During your tenure as Deputy Commander, your negligence resulted in our loss of the crucial weapon-locking staff aboard the Ark. Panic surged within the Red Spider at Megatron's words, but he maintained his facade of composure. It was my oversight, my lord, yet I do recall its precise location. Upon hearing this, Megatron commanded, Red Spider, lead a team of Decepticons to search for the Arkansas. Once located, contact me directly. Without waiting for the Red Spider's response, Megatron continued, I hope you will seize this opportunity with utmost seriousness. I have always been aware of your ambitions, and I recognize your capabilities. Thus, I have allowed you to start from the ground up to refine your character, so I can entrust you with greater responsibilities later. Do you understand? Thank you, my lord. I shall cherish this opportunity. Megatron is aware of my ambitions. He has always known, indeed. I keep you around because your animated expressions are truly delightful. Then hasten. Do not disappoint me. Yes, Lord Megatron. With that, the Red Spider promptly assembled a team of Decepticons, relaying coordinates to Soundwave, and activated the ground bridge to proceed to the crash site of the Arkansas, Chapter 10. Rumble's bug friends as Megatron orchestrated the Decepticons' fervent efforts. The Autobot faction faced impending turmoil. The Divider and Bumblebee embarked on a mission to locate the detected energy signals, traversing the frigid expanse of the Arctic. The temperature plummeted, and relentless snowstorm winds assailed them. The Divider, wielding a detection radar, sought the source of the signal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Are we there yet? No, not yet, but I believe it should be just beyond this mountain. With that, the two continued their ascent up the snowy peak until they arrived at a precipice. Without hesitation, they leapt forward, gliding down towards the base of the snow-covered mountain. I cannot comprehend this. The readings exceed the limit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At long last, they discovered the source of the signal, a Cybertronian spacecraft encased in ice. After exerting considerable effort, the Divider and Bumblebee successfully extracted the spacecraft and transported it back to their base, unaware that it housed the deadly devourer insects, which could spell their doom. By the time they returned to the base, night had fallen. The Divider and Bumblebee placed the spacecraft, containing the devourer insects, into the thawing chamber, setting the temperature high before departing. I told you I'm fine, ambulance. The only way to ensure your safety is to follow the standard thawing procedure, divider. You must understand that prolonged exposure to low temperatures can lead to permanent system damage. Ambulance, do you have any new findings regarding what we discovered? Not yet. The spacecraft cannot be opened while frozen. Meanwhile, the spacecraft containing the devourer insects slowly melted, surrounding the area with water from the melted snow. Irregular sounds emanated from within, reminiscent of metal being corroded. The devourer insects were awakening. Suddenly, a small hole ruptured in one side of the spacecraft, and a foot of a devourer insect protruded. Danger was imminent. The ambulance set the coordinates and activated the land bridge. Arcee and I decided to venture out to see if we could uncover any clues regarding the spacecraft's origin. That is, provided your sensors remain functional. Remember, when your core temperature drops to blue, system failure is no longer a possibility. It is imminent. Suddenly, the Divider and Bumblebee returned with the protagonists, Jack, Mickey, and Rafi. Your saviors have arrived. Did you miss us? Ugh, why aren't they at school? It's Saturday. We're on break, spending time with you. I had planned on carpooling. What's wrong, Arcee? I'm sorry, Jack. I have a mission. No time to accompany you. That's unfortunate. The weather is splendid today. Don't you feel guilty leaving me here? I want to go too. We are heading to the Arctic for an exploration mission. I think I shall stay here. To the Arctic? I have always wanted to see snow. I would love to take you along, Rafi, but the conditions there are far too harsh, even for Autobots. As they prepared to set off, Optimus Prime turned back momentarily. However, I believe I can bring you back, Snowball, he remarked. Oh, how delightful. Thus, the two embarked on their journey. Transmission complete. Just as the ambulance was about to shut down the land bridge, the control panel erupted with electric sparks, accompanied by several minor explosions. This occurrence typically results from the contact between live wires and neutral lines, producing a sound akin to a rupture along with golden sparks. The land bridge was damaged. What shall we indulge in today? A buzzing sound filled the air. How about a video game competition to see whose score reigns supreme? Clearly, the excited group was engaged in a spirited discussion about their plans for the day. Bumblebee, come here quickly. I'll head over first, said Rafi, waving his hand as he prepared to grasp the nearby game controller, only to discover that it was already in Meichi's hands, ready to challenge Jack. Prepare to be my subordinate. Ah, no thanks. I'm not particularly fond of this, Rafi replied. Oh, are you afraid of losing? Afraid of being bested by a girl? Meichi taunted. Bring it on. Don't hold back. Hey, Rafi, would you like to assist me in dealing with Meichi? It was evident that Jack possessed a high emotional intelligence. No, I have other matters to attend to, Rafi said, somewhat despondently, before taking a stroll. Meanwhile, on the other side, you cannot boss us around just because the leader is away. I need assistance. The land bridge is malfunctioning. Buzzing filled the air as Optimus Prime and Arcee were teleported, leaving Rafi concerned about how to bring them back. Come, dismantle these quickly, Rafi instructed, as he navigated through the base, braving the snowstorm. The temperature continued to plummet, and he felt an urgent need to return to the base. At that moment, a metallic clang resonated as a rod fell to the ground. Rafi, go take a look. What a large screw, Rafi exclaimed as he picked it up. The iron bug will be online shortly. Suddenly, the sound of scuttling reached his ears, and a small sphere rolled past him. Is anyone there? Your friend, the iron bug, is about to go online. Just then, a loud crash echoed from behind, causing Rafi to step back and stumble. A charming iron bug appeared before him. Gazing intently, startled by its sudden presence, Rafi fell back. But as the iron bug approached without hostility, he began to find it endearing. Where did you come from? The iron bug remained silent, inching closer, captivating Rafi with its adorable demeanor. The Autobots never mentioned they had pets. Which daring creature would dare to keep such a thing? Not a human, I assure you. I just bought a pot. Care play ball? The iron bug playfully jumped around Lafayette, bringing him immense joy. Go on, good child. Keep it up, Lafayette exclaimed as he tossed a large screw far away, which the iron bug promptly scurried over to devour. No, you mustn't eat that. You could choke, Lafayette cautioned, startled by the sudden turn of events. After finishing its meal, the iron bug bounded back to Lafayette's side, nuzzling against his pant leg like a playful puppy. Seeing that it was unharmed, Lafayette's worry subsided, although he was blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Consequently, Lafayette made his way toward the Autobot base's center, eager to introduce his new friend, with the iron bug bouncing alongside him. Bring the ambulance and Bumblebee and just keep quiet, Grimlock, he called out. Chapter 11. The Bug Crisis. All right, let us go. You've lost again, Jack exclaimed excitedly. As he prepared to dance in celebration, the base suddenly plunged into darkness, flickering ominously. "What is happening?" Jack questioned. "Our game records are gone," exclaimed Mickey, rising and tossing the game controller onto the sofa. "But I just won. This is so boring." Meanwhile, the ambulance was busy repairing the integrated circuit board controlling the land bridge, sparks flying everywhere. Upon extracting a circuit board, he noticed 3 distinct circular bite marks. "We are definitely in trouble. But what could cause this?" Just then, the lights in the base flickered again. "Here we go again. It might be a wiring issue. Let us hope it's not a transformer malfunction." "Look what I found!" Someone shouted. "We're busy here." Before the ambulance could finish, he spotted the iron bug nestled in Lafayette's arms. "By Cybertron, what on earth are you bringing in? This creature could cost us our lives." In that moment, he realized the circular notches on the circuit board and the multitude of malfunctions around the base stem from this very creature. "Iron bug! No! No! No!" The ambulance, Bumblebee, and Grimlock instinctively recoiled, weapons drawn. Hey! Hey! Jack and Mickey hurried to intervene. "What's going on?" "Iron bug! Iron bug! What is an iron bug?" "The iron bug in your hands is the most perilous pest from Cybertron. Think of the scarabs from the Mummy or ancient flying piranhas." "You're joking, right?" Jack, Mickey, and Lafayette clearly found it hard to believe. "You are all so big and it's so tiny. You have no idea how terrifying this little creature can be. It won't harm anyone." Clearly, at this moment, Raffi had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Just as he finished caressing it, the Iron Eater stirred. Upon perceiving the active metal before it, it became instantly exhilarated, opening its massive jaws and charging towards the group. The Partition and Bumblebee swiftly opened fire. Yet the Iron Eater's reflexes were remarkably swift, and in mere moments, it was upon Bumblebee. It began gnawing at his feet, and when Bumblebee seized it with his hand, the creature bit down and immediately started to consume his forearm, prompting Bumblebee to swat it away with his other hand. One could almost feel the pain. Raffi, the first to react, witnessing the Iron Eater's advance, swiftly grabbed the nearest weapon and relentlessly struck the creature, pummeling it into submission. As it turned out, he indeed posed no threat to anyone. "Is this why Iron Eaters vanish then?" "Steady, my muscular friend. Goodness, I never anticipated this." Raffi, still somewhat shaken, hurriedly approached Bumblebee to apologize. "I am so sorry." Bumblebee buzz buzz buzz. "Is he gravely injured?" "Fear not. It's merely a superficial wound. A knockout. This is a potentially fatal injury." "Now do you believe me?" These Iron Eaters are singularly focused on devouring all metal, particularly living metal. Having subdued it, we should be safe now, correct? "No. As long as there is an Iron Eater in sight, there can never be just one. I believe I understand how they infiltrated." The medic then led everyone to the room where the space capsule had been thawed. "This is a trap of Iron Eaters." A dreadful Iron Eater trap. Perhaps the original plan was to launch them into space, yet they inadvertently fell into the frigid Arctic, entering a state of dormancy until we thawed them. Now they are awake, ready for a feast. How many might there be? Thousands. The power system failures and the land bridge malfunctions have clearly indicated that they have already spread. Optimus Prime and Arcee were investigating the icy Arctic when, suddenly, the Autobot insignia on Optimus' right arm illuminated with a blue light, signaling him. I've just realized it also functions as a sensor. "Arcee, what is your status?" "The sensor is activated. We must call for a transport before we freeze." Optimus called the base, noting that the core temperature had dropped into the blue zone, preparing to activate the land bridge. However, the communication system was filled with static. "Iron Eaters, they cannot hear you now. Urgent call to Optimus. Do you read me? We have a situation here." The Iron Eaters had infiltrated the communication system, and if we did not expel them immediately, these creatures could consume the entire base. "I suggest we make our escape." The Partition began to retreat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Now is not the time for us to retreat. If we cannot restore the operation of the land bridge immediately, Optimus Prime and Arcee will perish from the cold. Optimus Prime truly is on the brink of freezing to death. They will die. Griddle, you never flee. Mikey, you have not witnessed how these creatures devour the Autobots. But I have. They will tear you apart from the inside out. They feast first on the smallest, most oil-rich components, strips of welds, fragments of circuitry, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Not even optical devices. Let's lend a hand. We are not made of metal. Indeed, the Iron Eaters cannot harm us. Typically, your flesh and blood, in my view, is your greatest flaw. However, Under these extreme circumstances, it appears to be an advantage. Very well, let us proceed. We shall form groups, providing one-on-one protection for you while you repair the land bridge, and I will keep watch. Then let us go and confront those creatures. Griddle and Bumblebee exchanged a glance. Oh my. Reluctantly, this is the only course of action we have for now. Chapter 12. Near annihilation. Meanwhile, far in the Arctic, Optimus Prime and Arcee were trudging through the harsh winds, contending with the severe climate. Optimus called out to the base, "Can you hear me?" Just as he was attempting to communicate with the base, Arcee suddenly collapsed into the snow, prompting Optimus to rush to her side and help her up. "Are you sure we shouldn't drive back? I've heard the weather in the temperate regions is delightful. The nearest temperate region is still too far for us. The journey would expend too much energy hastening our freezing before the medic arrives to rescue us. I believe it would be prudent for us to seek a sheltered location to maintain our body heat." With that, the two began their search for refuge. "I can't believe I get to be your bodyguard. This is so cool. Raffi was the one who found the first one here, right?" As Griddle finished speaking, the lights suddenly went out. "Ah, was it you calling just now?" "I didn't call, perhaps. Let us discuss this later, all right?" With that, they continued onward. Arriving at another corridor, Griddle scanned the surroundings, anxious about the sudden appearance of the Iron Eaters, while above them, one of the creatures stealthily passed. "This cursed atmosphere is terrifying. Relax, Griddle. As long as you stay focused, we will be fine." Just then, Griddle fired 3 shots at the ceiling. Immediately crouching down with his hands over his head, it was evident the Iron Eater had frightened the Transformers. "Ah, don't bite me. Please don't bite me." The dangling cables ensnared Griddle. "All right, this is quite an eye-opener. Don't bite me." "Griddle, it's all right. Those are just a bunch of cables." "Ah, yes, cables, cables." Griddle finally began to relax. At that moment, a swarm of Iron Eaters descended like rain, and as Griddle realized what was happening, he shouted help. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Do these creatures ever cease their incessant chatter? With that, the two continued onward, arriving at a ventilation shaft where the mesh cover had been gnawed away by the ravenous Iron Eaters, leaving a gaping hole. The Bumblebee pried off the mesh cover, while Raph, wielding a crowbar, attempted to ascend, yet found nothing. Suddenly, the sound of Iron Eaters' footsteps echoed from behind. They turned to see the noise growing ever nearer, as swarms of Iron Eaters crawled out from the crevice of a manhole, charging towards Bumblebee. Startled, Bumblebee immediately opened fire. "How are things on your end?" "I've repaired the damaged conductor and rerouted the central power conduit, but the land bridge still 1T connect to the electricity. Damn it," the ambulance exclaimed, slamming a fist into the ground. At that moment, the ominous sound of Iron Eaters approached, a chilling echo ingrained in the very essence of Cybertronians. Jack gazed toward the source of the sound, discovering a mass of Iron Eaters congregating. Upon spotting the ambulance, the Iron Eaters surged towards it as if possessed by madness. "Ambulance, don't come over here." "Ah." Jack was taken aback by the sudden spectacle. "They can fly. You never mentioned they could fly." "Ambulance. Don't dwell on that now. I'm dying." The ambulance was overwhelmed, rendered defenseless as an unending swarm of Iron Eaters descended upon it. And Jack found himself unable to keep up. "Oh, just looking at it is painful." Jack grabbed the fire extinguisher. "Your solution, Shockwave, is quite logical." Jack hastily retrieved the fire extinguisher next to him, spraying it towards the ambulance. The Iron Eaters gnawing at the ambulance were frozen in place, tumbling to the ground, allowing the ambulance a momentary respite. It must be a dry ice extinguisher. Alas, Arcee would have been devoured had she not gone to the Arctic. However, countless Iron Eaters continued to swarm in the air, while the Barrier and Bumblebee, having sustained injuries, returned to the base center. "Ambulance, lend me a hand. Pass me the first aid kit, If only I had known not to return." The Iron Eaters surged towards the Barrier and Bumblebee, who quickly opened fire, while the Barrier switched to his massive hammer, striking at the Iron Eaters. "Take this." Iron Eaters, indeed. I've never heard such a peculiar request. Just after the Barrier struck, he glanced at the hammer, then at his other hand, only to discover Iron Eaters feasting upon it. In an instant, both were knocked to the ground, struggling desperately. Jack, Mickey, and Raph rushed over to assist. Chapter 13. The Insect Crisis Averted in the Arctic. Optimus Prime and Arcee found shelter and were resting. "Arcee, wake up." Just doze off for a moment. The longer we remain alert, the greater our chances of rescue. Any suggestions?" "Oh, let's play a game. Guess who stirred up trouble at the base again? You would never guess the issues at hand could simply stem from mechanical malfunction. I suspect the fault lies with the partition. Consider it. Communication failures, perhaps a power outage. Or that clumsy giant inadvertently pressing a switch. Remember when we first arrived on Earth? He would always collide with those high-voltage lines. Who could have anticipated such a sight? Arcee spoke this with a gentle demeanor. Indeed, several cables of the partition were severed. Yet it was entirely the fault of the Iron Eater. While the partition may appear somewhat oversized for this world, its intrinsic strength is boundless. Therefore, we must not judge its capabilities by its exterior. The answers have all been muddled. Within the base, Jack and others are fervently exterminating the Iron Eaters, with their corpses strewn across the ground. Oh no, have we taken them all out? Just as Jack finished speaking, the incessant sound of the Iron Eaters gnawing on metal echoed around them. Not even close, these are merely the vanguard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Good heavens. The other creatures are aware of our presence. If we become their feast, Optimus Prime and Arcee shall never return. We must expedite the restoration of the land bridge. This will also allow us to relocate the Iron Eaters to another area. Let us send them back to the Arctic. I know they fear the cold. A splendid idea. Let us tackle it all at once. Considering the mass of the Iron Eaters, sub-zero temperatures should effectively freeze them instantly. Let me ponder this. If the land bridge cannot be activated, it must be due to a leak in the conduit of the super energy body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not an inch forward. I refuse to continue. I shall go immediately. Alas, had we not sustained such injuries, we could have already repaired the land bridge. Where's that place? How do we effect the repairs? After inquiring about the land bridge's repair methods, Jack and the others set off to locate the leaking conduit of the super energy body. Countless Iron Eaters were making their way toward the center of the base along the route. Remember, it's all right. We are not made of metal. Although Jack and his companions are not metallic, the dense swarm of Iron Eaters still instills a sense of dread. We are nearly there. Come on. We must hasten. With that, Jack and the others immediately began the repairs. Meanwhile, the ambulance, the partition, and Bumblebee lay in repose within the base. Once we can restart the land bridge, should we first evacuate these little crawlers or retrieve Optimus and the others? Bringing Optimus Prime and Arcee back would be tantamount to entrapment. If we fetch them first, the Iron Eaters will have no reason to depart. We currently need bait. Where might we find such bait? The Iron Eaters have already devoured everything edible. While the group engaged in conversation, Jack and the others had successfully welded the transport conduit of the super energy body, before many had the chance to rejoice. The Iron Eater suddenly rushed feverishly towards the heart of the base. They were ready to feast. Jack and his companions hurried towards the interior of the base. Meanwhile, ambulance, Sideswipe, and Bumblebee beheld countless Iron Eaters converging in the skies, a wave of despair washing over them. I truly never anticipated that after battling the Decepticons for so many years, enduring gunfire, being struck, and even bombed, I would meet my end in such a manner. Arcee, perhaps this is not the conclusion we envisioned. Yet if this indeed marks our final chapter, if we must face such disintegration of spirit. With that, the two clasped hands, seemingly resigned to accept this cruel jest of fate. It is my honor to fight alongside you, Optimus. They exchanged a glance, words unspoken. Countless Iron Eaters gathered in the air above the base, and Jack and his group arrived just in time. Ambulance, the system is functional again. Quickly, start it up. Hurry. Ambulance immediately rose to activate, but upon doing so, it collapsed weakly. As Optimus and Arcee witnessed the land bridge materialize before them, they prepared to return to the base. Finally arrived, nearly frozen to death. The panels within the base saw the Iron Eaters poised to feast and stood resolutely. Bait, is it? Are you prepared for the main course? If you have the guts, come at me. Confirming that he had drawn the attention of all the Iron Eaters. Sideswipe hobbled toward the land bridge. Down! Ambulance urged Bumblebee to crouch, as the entire swarm of Iron Eaters surged towards the land bridge. Sideswipe, pursued by the Iron Eaters, ran desperately forward, finally leaping ahead and reaching the Arctic. Optimus and Arcee stumbled on their path to the land bridge, witnessing Sideswipe limping toward them, beset by some Iron Eaters gnawing at his body, with countless more swarming behind. Get down! Get down! Sideswipe exclaimed before collapsing in the snow, and the airborne Iron Eaters, spotting fresh prey, swooped in. Without hesitation, Optimus shielded Arcee behind him, and just as the Iron Eaters neared, The Arctic's frigid temperatures swiftly encased them in ice. The Iron Eaters fell like hailstones, accumulating into a small mound behind the two. Returning to their senses, they saw Sideswipe brushing off the frozen Iron Eaters. Optimus, I did not raise you in vain. I wished to arrive sooner, but chaos reigned at home. Thus, the group retreated to the base. Inside, Arcee and Bumblebee rested on their beds, while the others sat nearby, Jack, Mickey, and Raph observing the data on the computer. So heartwarming. Please report on the biocircuit status. The index is rising. Excellent. Listen, Raph, keep a close watch on Bumblebee's pulse monitor. Mickey, check Sideswipe's interface connections. All is well. Very stable. Perhaps it is time for you to take a respite, my old friend. Today, you have saved numerous lives. It is merely my duty. Fortunately, this incident occurred on a Saturday. What a stroke of luck. Our human companions, though diminutive, possess remarkable resilience. As soon as Optimus Prime finished speaking, a piercing scream from Mika was heard. Is it a shatter? It's a spider. Where has it gone? Oh no, was that Mika's cry just now? Chapter 14. The Ark. Upon receiving the command from Soundwave, Tarantulas promptly made his way to the mining sector under his jurisdiction, leading a team of Decepticons equipped with drilling apparatus. They traversed the land bridge activated by sound waves to reach the crash site of the Ark, directing his subordinates to commence their tasks. The wreckage of the Ark lay beneath their feet. They needed to bore an entrance immediately. Speed was of the essence. Though Megatron instructed him to report back as soon as he located the Ark, it was evident how much Megatron valued this locking staff. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the workplace, Tarantulas knew precisely how to curry Megatron's favor. Finding it himself and presenting it directly would be the most prudent course of action. Thus, even if he did not find it, he would be well informed about the situation, enabling him to provide a comprehensive report when Megatron inquired. Otherwise, being caught unawares would be disastrous. After issuing his orders, Tarantulas' subordinates immediately set to work with the drilling equipment. Meanwhile, Tarantulas' thoughts soared far beyond the present moment. Megatron claims to understand my ambitions, yet I have been exceedingly discreet. How could he possibly know? Oh, I almost forgot about Soundwave surveillance. He must be monitoring my every move. Soundwave, I can reveal all your secrets. However, Megatron has not eliminated me. It seems he recognizes my worth. I still have an opportunity to atone for my misdeeds, and I must seize it. Just wait, Megatron. Thank you for the reminder. I shall remain vigilant. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. Tarantulas, we have successfully drilled the passageway. Well done. One day, you shall all refer to me as Lord Tarantulas. Follow me as we descend to search for the locking staff. Be meticulous. I conducted a thorough search here many years ago and found nothing. Where could it possibly be? As Tarantulas wandered through the ship, he unknowingly arrived at the control room of the Arkansas. I can check the cargo manifest, but this vessel's systems have lain dormant for years. The Autobots will detect its energy signature. It would be prudent to conduct a preliminary search. With the Autobots all but annihilated, who would even care? With this thought, Tarantulas decided to take a moment's rest. As time slipped away, his subordinates returned to report. Commander Tarantulas, we have searched every corner of the ship and found no sign of the locking staff. What? That is impossible. Wait, the Ark was severed in midair back then. The locking staff is likely to be among the other half, which explains why it was not discovered initially. To avoid detection by the Autobots, I refrained from rebooting the system to check the cargo hold. Alas, I must have forgotten, as recent events have been overwhelming, leaving me fatigued. I recall that the other segment of the spaceship is located a few kilometers to the north, accessible through a stone arch. The locking staff must undoubtedly be aboard the other segment of the spaceship. Follow me. Immediately, Starscream led his subordinates away from the site, heading towards the other segment of the Arkansas. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Yes, this is the place. You all, hurry inside and search for the locking staff. As his subordinates entered the Ark, Starscream remained outside, waiting to be informed once the locking staff was found, so he could report back to Megatron. After a few minutes, Commander Starscream, we have located the locking staff. Excellent. Moreover, we have discovered something even more intriguing. Oh, do not keep me in suspense. What is it? It is the Primus. What? Well done. Haha, grand achievement. Starscream promptly contacted Megatron. My lord, we have found the locking staff. And I have also uncovered something even more fascinating. Well done, Starscream. As for the intriguing find you mentioned, it must be the Primus. Ah, what? My lord, how did you know? There is a traitor. Terminate the transaction. What a vengeful spirit. Ha ha. Starscream, you need only to understand that within the Decepticons, there is nothing I am unaware of, should I wish to know. You must strive diligently. I have faith in you. Rayn spoke, intending to intimidate Starscream. Just wait and give you a good scare. At your command, my eternal master. Chapter 15, My Beloved Wave. Rayn concluded his communication with Starscream and immediately began to make arrangements. Soundwave, activate the land bridge based on Starscream's location and accompany me. Thundercracker, you will command here. At your command, my lord. Soundwave, using the coordinates provided by Starscream, activated the land bridge, and Rayn proceeded towards it, with Soundwave closely following. How splendid. I shall finally clone Soundwave, and with the locking staff acquired, these two artifacts hold great significance for my future development. Soon, Rayn arrived at the crash site of the Ark, where he saw Starscream and his subordinates awaiting his arrival. My lord, here is the locking staff you sought. Starscream obsequiously presented the locking staff, bowing his head. Indeed, you have not disappointed. Very well, lead me to the Primus laboratory. Rayn declared, holding the locking staff. With this, defeating the Autobots will be an effortless task. At your command, Lord Megatron. Starscream immediately ordered. Lead the way. Yes, Commander Starscream. A group of individuals entered the Voyager, making their way toward the laboratory. Soon, they arrived at the chamber housing the primordial entities, which contained 5 specimens. There are a total of 5. Let me contemplate the arrangement. One will be kept in reserve for potential mass production after Shockwave's tasks are complete. This technology, if utilized effectively, could be revolutionary. I shall attempt to clone Optimus Prime to see if I can replicate the Allspark. Of course, this cannot be rushed. I will inquire whether Shockwave deems it feasible. Additionally, I will clone Arcee and preserve her. Cloning 2 Soundwaves should suffice for now. In the original narrative, they were perpetually ambushed. Thus, Soundwave must remain vigilant. Moreover, future searches for the mechanical insect army will undoubtedly be expedited, though I shall wait until the Black Widow is secured. Otherwise, should she control the mechanical insects, I would face dire consequences. Red Spider, your moment to shine has arrived. Examine the operating system of the primordial entities. I have great need of your skills. The Decepticons possess considerable talent, and while Red Spider has his merits, he pales in comparison. At your service, Lord Megatron. Red Spider approached the operating system of the primordial entities, activating it to begin his analysis. Let's see. These are binary connection transfers and submolecular infusion. These equations are quite straightforward. Very well. After a period of operation, he returned to Rayn. My lord, I have comprehensively understood the system. The primordial entities are ready for immediate deployment. Well done, Red Spider. My lord, in the past, I was overly naive, but I have now come to understand my place. My life's purpose is to serve you. It is my honor to do so. This fellow is indeed a talent. I almost believed your pretense. No wonder so many enjoy flattery. It truly brings comfort to the heart. Then proceed to clone 2 Soundwaves. What? Soundwave? Are you jesting? With 3 cameras observing. How can one live like this? Is there a problem? No, none at all. I shall attend to it at once. Red Spider promptly set up the controls at the workstation and soon completed the configuration. My lord, I am ready, but I require 2 vials of Soundwave's blood. It contains his genetic code, which is essential for cloning. Oh, when will these hardships come to an end? Very well. Red Spider retrieved the extractor from the laboratory and handed it to Soundwave, who swiftly complied, extracting blood with efficiency, filling 2 vials in no time. Now that everything is in place, after installing the vials, Red Spider initiated the cloning process. With a burst of sparks and lightning, 2 successfully cloned Soundwaves emerged. Rayn was overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing the outcome. Red Spider, you have performed splendidly. Next, arrange for personnel to transport all useful items back to the warship. The primal entity should be moved to the laboratory of Shockwave. Exercise utmost caution during the transfer. You can manage the other items as you see fit, and once completed, ensure the complete destruction of the system aboard the Vanguard. Afterward, return to rest. Understood, my lord. Thank you for your concern. Shockwave, activate the land bridge. We are returning. Once the land bridge was operational, Rayn, accompanied by his 3 Soundwaves and the targeting staff, returned to the warship having achieved a bountiful haul. Chapter 16. Riding the skies soon. Rayn arrived at the command center with his 3 cherished Soundwaves. Thunderclash gazed at the trio, a look of surprise gracing his features. How did we suddenly acquire 2 more? There is nothing remarkable about it. This primal entity signifies our Decepticon's path to prosperity. Rayn declared with pride. Indeed, my lord. I was remiss, Thunderclash replied respectfully. Soundwave. I have a vague recollection that beneath the surface of this planet lies an army of mechanical insects lying dormant. Your task is to locate their position. But do not awaken them until I issue the command, Rayn instructed. The Soundwaves nodded in acknowledgement. What? There are still mechanical insects slumbering here? Thunderclash exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. This occurred long ago, Rayn responded nonchalantly, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Recognizing Rayn's disinterest in discussing the matter, Thunderclash chose to remain silent. Pondering to himself, I too am curious. I cannot fathom the origin of these mechanical insects. This Earth is indeed a place steeped in mystery. Rayn then handed the targeting staff to Thunderclash. Please arrange for its secure storage. By the way, how is Shockwave faring? He has already led the team there and should conclude shortly. Very well. Once he has completed his tasks, instruct him to await me in the laboratory. I have matters to discuss with him. Yes, my lord. With that, Rayn turned away, presenting his back to the others. Shockwave led his subordinates through the space bridge to the laboratory he had established on Cybertron. This is my laboratory. You may begin relocating the items within to our facility. Understood, boss. The minions commenced their work, carefully transporting various experimental apparatus and samples, anxious not to damage anything of significance. The space bridge remains open. With resources at our disposal, we could be indulgent. The minions were startled by the imposing creature being nurtured at the center of Shockwave's laboratory. What is this? This is a gift I present to Lord Megatron. It was created for the purpose of hunting Autobots. Exercise extreme caution during its transport. Understood. The minions began transferring the sophisticated instruments, experimental data, and the nurturing dishes for the laboratory to the Decepticons' facility. After the completion of the move, Shockwave instructed the minions to tidy up the laboratory. At that moment, the voice of Thundercracker resonated through the communication system. Shockwave, are you finished? I'm currently organizing things. Is there something you need? Lord Megatron is looking for you. He requests that you wait for him in the laboratory. Understood. After Thundercracker concluded the communication with Shockwave, he approached Starscream and said, My lord, Shockwave has returned. Yes, I heard. You shall lead the way. With that, Starscream proceeded towards Shockwave's laboratory. Finally, I can behold the creation of Skyfire. Though the plot has advanced prematurely, it is not yet fully completed. Soon, Starscream arrived at Shockwave's laboratory and beheld Skyfire, still nestled within the petri dish, a rather impressive sight. Lord Megatron, this is the result of my cloning of the massive Decepticon, derived from the Cybertronian nucleic acid extracted from the remains of the colossal Decepticon. Well done, Shockwave. You have not disappointed me. I came here specifically to witness your research achievements. Of course, there is a matter of greater significance. By the way, we discovered the progenitor within the wreckage of the Arcee. Can you replicate this technology? The progenitor. I am familiar with it. It is a product of Cybertron's golden age. Exceedingly rare. However, with our current resources, replication is unattainable. What are we lacking? The creation of the progenitor requires a synthetic metal substance, known as carterium. Once programmed, it can utilize the injected genetic codes for cloning. This bears some resemblance to the massive Decepticon I cloned, but the resource data for the progenitor is vastly different. One is akin to crafting a master key, while the other is merely a singular key, and the materials for the master key are currently unavailable. Oh, what a pity. Shockwave, do you believe that if we clone Optimus Prime, the matrix of leadership within him could be replicated? The matrix is already fused with Optimus Prime. Its essence flows through his being and will be recorded within the genetic code. The progenitor could theoretically clone it, which follows a logical premise. However, the immense energy contained within the matrix cannot be replicated. The progenitor can only clone the vessel and ordinary energon. Moreover, the matrix chooses its own leader. Our cloning would primarily serve for research purposes. With your assurance, I feel at ease. As for its energy and its choice, that is of no consequence. I have my methods. You may return to your tasks. Shortly, Black Arachnia will transport the remaining progenitor. Keep a close watch on it. I have great plans. After Starscream departed the laboratory, he had received the news he sought. Elegant Chapter 17. The Jack emerges, shining time flows backward, and the years swiftly pass. All right, the work is complete. Can we now race on the dunes? The partition is no longer needed, right? Mechi, it took me an entire week to clean up all the sand last time. However, there's a monster truck rally in the city. Optimus, there is a signal emitted on a restricted frequency band. According to my analysis, this signal originates from a spacecraft in our solar system, serving as an identification beacon for Autobots. The con artist is back. There are other Autobots in space. When Cybertron was destroyed, we scattered across different star systems. But it is not out of the question that the Decepticons might also fabricate a beacon to act as bait. Unknown spacecraft, this is Autobot Omega-1 Outpost. Please identify yourself. The welcome message from the Decepticons was far more enthusiastic than this. Jax, you Decepticon Bane, what brings you all the way here? Is that you, Partition? Your defenses are too tight. This planet is crawling with Decepticons. How long until you can assist us? Probably tomorrow. I'm already hurrying as fast as I can. Another Autobot has arrived. This is so cool. Jax, I have long admired him, but I have never seen him. Can you confirm if that is his voice? In this narrative, the con artist is renowned for his achievements, and Optimus greatly respects him, demonstrating his humility. That 1,000th% is indeed Jax himself. Optimus, we will send you the coordinates. Safe travels, my brother. When we meet again, I will arrange a welcome party for you. After ending the communication, Arcee inquired about Partition. Who is this brother of yours? Haha, we have a long-standing friendship. We belong to the same unit, the Thunder Rescue Team. The Decepticons would not wish for him to join us. Jax, what brings you all the way here? Partition, is that you? Your defenses are too tight. This planet is teeming with Decepticons. Soundwave will play back the intercepted information, and on his display, whoever is speaking will be fully revealed. The power of Soundwave is thus demonstrated. Well, it is time to have some fun with the Autobots. Thunderquake, summon the Master of Many Faces. Soundwave, shortly, you will disguise the Master of Many Faces as Jax. I have a task to assign to him. Understood, my lord. Soundwave nodded. Ever since 3 clones of Soundwave were created, they quickly located the position of the mechanical insects. Rayn ordered to hold their positions. Just kidding. If Black Widow arrives, taking control of the mechanical insects would mean losing both the lady and the soldiers. This hidden threat must be dealt with. Subsequently, Rayn began assigning tasks. Clone 1 was primarily tasked with monitoring the interior of the battleship to prevent Autobots from wandering in. Clone Soundwave, I'm keeping an eye on you as well. In the original work, Arcee and Bumblebee entered here and mentally connected with Megatron, who lay on the sickbed. I remember Partition also wandered in before, and with a charge, he caused the battleship's power system to collapse. And the 3 protagonists have also wandered through. Clone 2 was mainly responsible for listening in on the Autobots. As for the original, if there are no pressing matters, then rest. I am quite lenient. Are we truly human? Oh, the essence of our existence. Soon, the Master of Many Faces arrived, and with a swift and fierce maneuver, he transformed himself into a Jack. Master of Many Faces, I have a significant task for you. My lord, the Master of Many Faces is at your service. When the Jack approaches the designated landing zone tomorrow, I will arrange for personnel to bring it down. You shall lead a squad of Decepticons, and, with a capture device in hand, invite the Jack to stay for a couple of days as our guest. As you command, my lord. The Master of Many Faces replied with resignation. The Master of Many Faces thought, so my infiltration into the enemy ranks and transformation into the Jack serves what purpose? Rayn, how festive. I do enjoy this. Seeing you will indeed bring me joy when assigning tasks, won't it? Lord Megatron, I do not comprehend. Why not seize this opportunity to infiltrate the Autobots and extract the location of their base? Thundercracker queried in confusion. Well asked, Thundercracker, Megatron replied. However, you must understand, with the bond between the Partition and the Jack, no matter how flawless the disguise may be, it cannot deceive those who share a life-and-death camaraderie. Thus, it is better to invite him over and, after a few days, release him unharmed, sowing seeds of doubt among them. Megatron elucidated. Jack, I hope this invitation is genuine. While they will eventually dismiss their doubts, this is the most prudent course of action, Megatron stated confidently. Rayn's lack of amusement is truly tedious. My lord, I understand. The Jack is nearing the landing zone. Is he coming as a guest? Perhaps he will choose to stay. However, he must find someone to accompany him. The land bridge is ready to activate. What? Before the medic could finish, the land bridge malfunctioned abruptly, prompting the medic to strike it with a fist. You can hit me, but dare to challenge the Insecticon. And why can't you simply tap me? Must you strike me? I must admit, I'm at a loss. Curse that Insecticon. Since the last incident, the system has been malfunctioning. Will Jack land on the other side of the Earth and then be teleported here? Optimus, we cannot risk exposing the location of our base, in case the Decepticons are tracking the Jackass vessel. Buddy, I've never seen you this excited. Oh, you will surely fall in love with the Jack. We are like brothers. Tonight we shall throw a party in his honor. Splendid. Just then, 5 red dots suddenly appeared on the Jack's spacecraft coordinates. Look, there are fighters rapidly approaching the Jack. Trouble. Adorable partition. Activate the land bridge. We cannot miss the spectacle. I will prepare the medical bay. Huh, save whom? The Decepticons? This is the Jack. With that, the partition proceeded through the land bridge alongside Arcee and Bumblebee. Chapter 18 Old Chien. As the Jack arrived at the landing zone aboard his spacecraft, an alarm suddenly blared. Turning around, he discovered that the land bridge had opened, and 6 Decepticon fighter jets surged forth. These formidable aircraft swiftly approached his vessel, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Despite the Jack's exceptional piloting skills, he found it nearly impossible to evade the enemy's overwhelming firepower. With all his might, he maneuvered the ship in an effort to dodge the onslaught. However, ultimately, his craft was struck, billowing thick black smoke. With the ship now out of control, he was forced to make an emergency landing on an expanse of open ground. Trapped within the wreckage, the Jack remained undeterred as the Decepticons swiftly closed in. He maintained his composure, patiently biding his time. As the Decepticons drew near, he utilized the cover of the dense smoke emitted by his ship to conceal himself. Drawing upon years of combat experience, he discerned the Decepticons' positions through sound and fired with precision. The crack of a gunshot rang out, and 1 Decepticon soldier fell. Emerging from the wreckage, the Jack confronted the Decepticons, his eyes brimming with resolve. If you wish to interfere with my affairs, you shall need to exert considerably more effort. Rest assured, Rayn, everything is prepared. We only await your arrival, he declared, signaling the imminent onset of a fierce battle. The Decepticons unleashed a hail of gunfire, while the Jack deftly evaded the bullets. At that moment, the land bridge opened once more, revealing the faceless one wielding a targeting staff. The Jack was momentarily taken aback, for the figure before him bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, as if he were gazing upon a doppelganger. What? This revelation struck the Jack with the realization of the Decepticons' nefarious scheme. Just then, the minions commenced their assault, a torrent of fire directed towards him, employing serpentine movements. The Jack skillfully dodged and advanced toward the minions, evidently intent on dispatching them before confronting the faceless one. However, a distant Decepticon activated the targeting staff, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy beams toward the Jack. Having just evaded the minions' gunfire, the Jack found himself caught off guard as an energy beam struck the ground where he had landed. He promptly sidestepped, yet the beam persisted, sweeping across the area, and he was immobilized. Damn it, you ambushed me. You think you can play this game? You lack the strength to face me head-on. What is this nonsense? The Jack mentally berated his adversaries while attempting to break free from his bindings, but to no avail. You wretched coward, I am truly impressed. The faceless one approached the Jack's side. Lord Megatron invites you to visit us. Your presence is most welcome. Is that so? Well, I truly appreciate it. Death sentence. The land bridge has been activated. I observe the Soundwaves. The faceless one instructed the minions to move the Jacks into the interrogation room of the Decepticon warship. The mission was accomplished. The lockdown staff proved to be quite effective. After the faceless one and his companions departed, the land bridge was opened. The barrier, Arcee, and Bumblebee arrived at the crash site of the Jacks, yet found no one there. The traces at the scene indicated a fierce battle had taken place. It seems you arrived too late, the Jacks remarked. Chapter 19, Old Jack. I missed you dearly. Lord Megatron. The Jacks have been detained in the interrogation room. Well done, replied Megatron. Rayn ordered the Jacks to be imprisoned, and with the power of the lockdown staff, escape became impossible. Rayn, the barrier, your favorite is with me. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, Medic saw the 3 return from the barrier, looking dejected. What happened? Whereas the Jacks. I'm not sure. The only thing here is the wreckage of the Jack's ship, and nothing else. Just like me, after finishing the land bridge, a group of us, striking a heroic pose, came to lend support, only to find no one here. They'd already been captured. Old Jack will be fine. After all, he's the Jack's. Just then, a detector signaled that his signal had vanished, indicating a high probability that the Jacks have been captured by the Decepticons. We still have a chance to rescue him. Medic consoled the barrier. I understand your feelings. Rest assured, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we will do everything in our power to save the Jacks. Old Jack, you must be all right. As time passed, the Autobots, having entrusted Agent Fulbright, continuously monitored the Decepticon warship, yet were powerless and found nothing. The barrier's spirits sank to an all-time low, remaining gloomy throughout the day. Arcee recalled the encounters of Bumblebee and the barrier, forcing herself to appear resilient, swallowing her grievances, and silently vowing to unearth the perpetrator responsible for their demise and seek vengeance. During this time, Medic successfully calibrated the operation system of the land bridge, believing that had it not malfunctioned, the Jacks would not have been captured by the Decepticons. Just when everyone thought hope was lost, the base's system detected a life signal from the Autobots at the crash site of the Jacks. The land bridge opened, and the group saw the Jacks, who had been missing for several days, staggering towards them as if emerging from a fierce battle. Upon seeing Old Jack, the barrier rushed towards him, lifting him high into the air. Old Jack, you're safe. This is wonderful. Be gentle, buddy. The group then returned to the base. Old Jack, I was truly worried about you these past few days. I always believed in you. After all, you are the Jacks. Pray, recount the events of that time. How did you manage to escape so valiantly from the battleship teeming with Decepticons? How should I respond to such an inquiry? Should I reveal that I was ambushed by a counterfeit, taken aboard the battleship, and then stood as still as a statue for days on end, deprived of any energon, nearly starving, while that imposter circled around me incessantly, rendering me unable to even blink? They did not interrogate me. They simply left me there, only to move me again. And upon releasing my restraints, I felt utterly drained, aching and famished, my dignity utterly shattered. In the expectant gaze of the partition, Jax had no choice but to muster his courage. At that moment, I was engaged in combat with the Decepticons, yet astonishingly, one of them resembled me perfectly. This doppelganger ambushed me from behind, wielding a scepter capable of immobilizing me. Had it not been for him, I would have dispatched them all by the time you arrived. What? A Decepticon identical to you, wielding a scepter that can lock you down? How treacherous of the Decepticons. Indeed, their equipment vastly surpasses ours. But why did they not issue orders to install that imposter? A counterfeit is a counterfeit. Such actions are devoid of purpose. Rest assured, vengeance shall be mine, and I shall render you as motionless as a statue in due time. Indeed. And then, how did you manage to escape? Jax, might you refrain from asking? If it were truly as you imagine, I would have already divulged it myself. We shall discuss this matter later. I have missed you, old friend. Old Jack, we are all eager to hear. Later. By the way, Partition, I have been here for quite some time. Would you be so kind as to introduce me? Come, Old Jack, meet my other good friend, Mikey. She may be small, but she possesses great spirit. Greetings. Partition can be quite a handful. Are you able to keep an eye on her? I shall do my best. Yet trouble seems to find its way to us. I believe she and I shall get along splendidly. Optimus Prime, it is an honor to meet you. Likewise, Soldier, you have traveled a great distance. Your efforts are commendable. Do you have any reports to present? Indeed, I do. The current Decepticon forces, both in terms of personnel and weaponry, far exceed our own, and we must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, I find their strategic decisions utterly inscrutable. They truly have too much time on their hands, leaving me in such a position. Shockwave, indeed, is quite illogical. We may be outnumbered, yet we are formidable. We have suffered losses, yet we continue to grow stronger. We warmly welcome a new comrade to our ranks. It is my honor. Just as Jax declined, Partition erupted in jubilation. Alas, there is no turning back now. The two began tossing a heavy ball, while Mikey strummed her guitar in a festive celebration. At that time, we lost communication, faced energy shortages, and were surrounded by Decepticons. Do you know how Jax managed to cope? How'd he do it? Tell them. I hurled my last grenade into the main heat exchanger, causing a spectacular explosion. How exhilarating. Indeed, the debris still clings to my back. It is no wonder your back is rather substantial. Buzzing. This battle has become the hallmark of my prowess. A single grenade did the trick. Ah, how I relish explosions. Allow me to recount the Battle of Dakman Pass. At that time, our Thunder Rescue team found ourselves ensnared between the Decepticon patrol and the smelting pit, with the Decepticons unleashing their full might. I engaged the enemy and triumphed over them. Ultimately, I utilized them as stepping stones, forging a path for our entire team to traverse the smelting pit. Alas, if only the barrier had not departed from the Thunder Rescue team, we could have fought side by side. Such complexities. Following that, we indulged in a night of revelry. Ambulance, what a nightmare. Now that you have joined our ranks, you may choose a vehicle form. Allow me to offer some suggestions. Regarding this barrier, my spaceship has been repaired, and I wish to explore what lies beyond in the cosmos. The cosmos holds many wonders. Wait, are you leaving? Why? The old trickster seeks to reunite with former comrades. Some Autobots remain unchanged. Jax, this will always be your safe haven. The old trickster does not linger long, yet he always returns. Barrier and Jax exchanged knowing glances and fist bumps as the land bridge activated, leading everyone to bid farewell at Jack's spaceship. The ship accommodates too. Even with your sizable frame, Barrier, who knows what we might discover? Perhaps old comrades. Barrier hesitated, yearning to accompany the old trickster in search of former allies, but reluctant to part from his current family. Ah, it sounds enticing, old trickster, but I shall remain here, with them, and with her, Mickey. If anything were to happen to my old buddy, I would hold you accountable. I shall look after him. Now, say cheese. Mickey captured a commemorative photograph of Barrier and Jax before the latter departed. Chapter 20. Silas with Jax gone. Everything seemed to revert to the past. Optimus. Is Fuller, what brings you here? What else? The Decepticons. I have finally tracked them down, but just at the crucial moment, our aircraft was shot down. Rayn, look, a large round black pot is coming our way. Another setback. Their objective is to seize the dynamic nuclear generator. What is Arcee? It is a dynamic nuclear energy generation system, abbreviated as Dynamic Core. As Fuller spoke, he displayed an image of the Dynamic Core. This is a prototype energy system that I was meant to transport to the coastal region. The absurdity of the ambulance is beyond comprehension. What necessity does Megatron have to seize such rudimentary technology? I suspect they aim to construct an archaic yet colossal weapon of mass destruction. If this contraption were to be melted down, the ensuing radiation would contaminate all surrounding areas. Did Ratchet just mention where Fowler is currently located? I find myself ensnared. Optimus, I implore you to activate the land bridge and expedite the nuclear core to its destination before the Decepticons can abscond with it. Optimus, I fear the land bridge may not be capable of transmitting such an unstable device. Should an incident occur during transit, the radiation you previously referenced could disseminate via the land bridge, potentially contaminating an entire nation or even the world. Do you possess any ingenious solutions? Optimus, we shall handle it personally. Optimus and his companions arrived at Fowler's crash site, prepared a container, and placed the nuclear core within, ultimately transporting it in Optimus's transformed vehicle form, with Fowler eagerly positioned in the driver's seat. Fowler, witness my prowess. No need to operate it, Fowler. Leave the driving to me. The journey is indeed lengthy. Autobots, let us commence. Upon uttering this, Optimus set forth towards their destination, flanked by Bumblebee in the barricade. While Arcee concealed herself within the container, Ratchet announced, I have locked onto your coordinates. Barring any unforeseen events, you should arrive at your destination by sunset. At that moment, an exceedingly dilapidated vintage car obstructed Optimus's path, prompting Fowler to incessantly honk the horn. Blair, 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 damn it, move aside. The vintage car finally yielded. I ask you, Fowler, was such urgency truly necessary? Do not pretend to be a civilized driver. To be frank, when behind the wheel, even the most placid temperament can become irate at times. Just then, Silas observed the convoy from a helicopter. They are transporting goods using an unarmed civilian truck. Deploying ground forces. Fowler, yes, indeed, unarmed. Do you know? You have rendered me an immense service. It is my honor to assist. Naturally, had you and the Decepticons been engaged in battle on your own planet, I would have required no assistance from you. Are you implying that prior to our arrival, this world was devoid of malevolence? Well, one might say that malevolence takes different forms. How about some music? You strike me as one who enjoys country melodies. Damn those pesky little rascals. Suddenly, Fowler caught a glimpse of the helicopter in the rearview mirror. There's the Decepticon who previously attacked me. What was his name? Frenzy? Rumble? Or perhaps Air Raid? Keep an eye on your rearview mirror. The ground forces of the mech team are closing in, surrounding the barricade. I cannot resort to fists. It feels somewhat constraining, Chief. Maintain the vehicle form, unless absolutely necessary. 5 vehicles from the Mecha Special Operations Team gradually surrounded the partition. A large battalion of Decepticons. An ambulance? Why have I not detected it? They must be employing some form of cloaking technology. The remaining vehicles were advancing towards Optimus Prime, and one drew alongside Fowler, opening its sunroof as a soldier emerged, weapon raised. Pull over. This cannot be a jest. Our attackers are not Decepticons, but humans. Jack and Raph, humans. Meg, enough. Engaging the Autobots is like a sparrow attempting to challenge a boulder. Mr. Silas, instruct them to pull over. Optimus Prime charged directly into the adjacent vehicle. What manner of individuals are these? Autobots maintain vehicle form, employing minimal force, and disarm them. The Mecha Special Operations vehicles continuously attempted to overtake Optimus Prime, yet were repelled by Bumblebee. Those drivers do not resemble civilians. At this moment, Fowler felt nauseous. Can I open the window? As Fowler leaned out, he witnessed members of the Mecha Special Operations team sabotaging the connection between the containers. Quickly turn right. With a swift maneuver, Optimus Prime sent a vehicle tumbling down the cliff, yet the person who had just leaped onto the vehicle remained. Fowler had no choice but to exit, slowly climbing back. Taking down the individual. You had better divulge what I wish to know. In an unexpected turn, the soldier was flung out, prompting Fowler to return to his seat just as the radio crackled to life. I hope you treat the nuclear core with more courtesy than you would captive. I am Agent William Fowler. Who are you? I am Silas, but what is more pertinent for you to understand is that we are the Mecha Special Operations Team. I warn you, we must acquire the nuclear core, even at any cost. Is that so? Then might I inquire how much you intend to sell it for? Who said we plan to sell it? Agent Fowler. Fowler's demeanor shifted dramatically. A new era is on the horizon. A large-scale war is inevitable, and only the side equipped with the latest technology stands a chance of victory. At that moment, a vehicle approached behind the container, and a soldier emerged from the sunroof, firing 3 shots, pressing a button to breach the lock of the container. Fowler observed as the soldier prepared to leap inside. So, Silas, do you believe your equipment is sufficiently advanced? Arcee made her entrance, colliding with the soldier poised to jump, then followed the convoy. This is certainly not a civilian fleet. Farewell. Fowler, do not underestimate this individual named Silas. Before Megatron incited war and devastated Cybertron, he harbored ideals akin to his. Ambulance, Optimus Prime. Initiate Phase 2 of the plan. 5 miles south from here lies the designated rendezvous point. 5 miles south from here lies the designated rendezvous point. Chapter 21. A bountiful harvest for Rayn. At long last, Rayn has found you. Thunderquake, assemble a squad of Decepticons to intercept the Autobots, and instruct the Faceless One to locate Shockwave. Prepare 2 devices for the cloning of the primordial beings, and bring the targeting staff along. As you command, my lord. Thunderquake promptly organized a contingent of Decepticon soldiers to traverse the land bridge towards the Autobots' location for the interception, while also reaching out to the Faceless One to gather the items requested by Rayn. Optimus Prime and his team surged ahead, with the Mecha Special Operations Unit closely in pursuit. That is our destination. Autobots, maintain your formation. With that, the Autobots dashed off the road into the train tunnel, racing alongside the train, with the Mecha Special Operations Unit's vehicles hot on their heels. In the last compartment, they gradually decelerated, transforming back into their Autobot forms, and opened fire at the tunnel ceiling. The falling debris effectively sealed off the tunnel, allowing them to evade the relentless pursuit of the Mecha Special Operations Unit. The group commenced the second phase of their plan. Bumblebee and the compartment transformed, then took a few running steps before leaping onto the top of the train car. Lying down, Bumblebee politely tapped on the car's roof. The escorting soldier opened the car, only to be greeted by Bumblebee's courteous wave. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime's car transformed and folded, while Arcee handed over a box containing the nuclear device to the compartment, which was then passed to Bumblebee, ultimately placed inside the train car. Thus, the second phase of the plan was accomplished. Upon exiting the tunnel, the Autobots continued back onto the road, separating from the train to confuse the Mecha Special Operations Unit. A tactical blunder from Silas. There was but one escape route left. At that moment, Decepticon soldiers soared alongside Silas's aircraft, overtaking him. What kind of soldiers are these? So sluggish. Fuller, aerial support, who are you assisting? Ambulance, Optimus Prime, you have company now. The Decepticon soldiers targeted Optimus Prime and his team in midair, then opened fire upon them. Silas's forces fired upon their own. Optimus Prime and his team swiftly maneuvered to evade, just as a container plummeted down. Commander, the nuclear device. The container exploded into fragments. Commander, I detected no radiation. The nuclear device has not been destroyed. Indeed, thank heavens. Optimus Prime and his team pressed forward, while the Decepticon soldiers surpassed them, transforming out of vehicle mode and blocking the path ahead. Fuller, it seems that if we are to overcome this challenge, we must withdraw our cover and revert to our true Autobot forms. Upon hearing this, the team immediately disengaged from vehicle mode. Optimus Prime attended to Fuller, transforming noticeably slower than before. Meanwhile, Silas circled above, and Optimus placed Fuller on a hilltop. Just then, the land bridge activated, and Rayn stepped out alongside the Faceless One. The compartment was taken aback upon seeing the Faceless One. Old trickster, as astonishment swept through the few present. Rayn seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage with a locking staff in his hand. Even though Optimus Prime and his companions attempted to evade, the open surroundings offered no sanctuary. Optimus, Bumblebee, Arcee, and the barricade found themselves cornered, rendered immobile and vulnerable to their assailant. Optimus! Fuller urgently called out to them. But alas, Optimus could not respond. Rayn approached Fuller and with a swift motion, sent him flying. Is that how you show courtesy, Fuller? It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. Living technology stood before them, but it would eventually belong to them. Rayn then turned his attention to the helicopter circling above. Since you enjoy the spectacle, dream well, Silas, he declared, raising his right hand to fire several rounds at the helicopter's tail. Silas, alarmed, hastily attempted to flee. But to no avail. Struck, he was forced to make an emergency landing. Silas, the importance of seatbelts cannot be overstated, Rayn mused. Once Silas and his minions disembarked from the helicopter, they swiftly concealed themselves within the surrounding environment. We must find a secure location to hide, Silas urged. Understood, Commander. I will ensure your safety, replied the minion. They moved cautiously, striving to make as little noise as possible to avoid detection by the enemy. Silas has lost his taste for spectator sport. Rayn then issued a series of commands. Render the Autobots unconscious. Understood, Commander, the minion promptly complied. Next, Rayn instructed the Faceless to extract blood samples from Optimus and Arcee, then relieve the Autobots of their locked status, before contacting Soundwave to activate the land bridge leading to Shockwave's laboratory. Soundwave, you truly are the epitome of efficiency. All right, retreat, Rayn commanded, leading the Decepticons through the land bridge towards Shockwave's laboratory. Why not just eliminate the Autobots, my lord? A curious minion inquired. Rest assured, my lord has his reasons. We simply need to follow orders, another minion explained. Thus, Rayn proceeded to the land bridge, and the Decepticons filed in, departing the battlefield. Silas is indeed a mysterious character. Fuller marveled at the unfolding events. My goodness, he murmured to himself, hastily retrieving his phone to call for an ambulance. Hello, ambulance? There has been an emergency. Please respond swiftly, Fuller implored. What happened? The ambulance operator inquired, astonished. Fuller succinctly described the recent occurrences. I'm on my way, the ambulance operator assured him. After hanging up, Fuller gazed anxiously at the unconscious forms of Optimus and the other Autobots, his heart heavy with concern. After a while, the ambulance arrived at the scene, shocked to see the injured Autobots scattered across the ground. What on earth happened? The ambulance inquired. The Decepticons showed up, and then 2 more individuals ambushed them, explained Fowler. Let us take them back to the base for treatment, the ambulance replied. Thus, the ambulance carefully transported Optimus Prime and the other Autobots back to the base for medical attention. Chapter 22. Back at the base upon bringing Optimus and the others to the base, the ambulance immediately began assessing their physical conditions, while Jack and his companions waited anxiously nearby. When the ambulance let out a sigh of relief, the tension in Jack and the others began to dissipate. After all, they were quite startled when the ambulance had dragged them back one by one. Ambulance, how are Arcee and the others? Jack asked. They're fine. They merely lost consciousness temporarily. Everything else is intact, and they should wake up shortly, the ambulance reassured him. By the way, what exactly happened? Mickey inquired. Yes. Why do they all faint? Raffi echoed. It is certain that the Decepticons are responsible, but only Fowler can provide us with the specifics, the ambulance stated. We had just completed the second phase of the plan when the Decepticons attacked, forcing us to the edge of a cliff. Optimus had no choice but to confront them, and that was when the land bridge activated. I overheard the panel mention that the leader was Megatron, and the one beside him seemed to be called Knockout, Fowler explained. Megatron. He actually made a move, the ambulance exclaimed. Knockout. Is that the name for the Jack? Mickey interjected. Only the panel would refer to him that way. I recall Jack mentioning that the Decepticons had once disguised themselves as him. It appears that this is the case, the ambulance concluded. But why would the Decepticons do this? Raffi questioned. I have no idea. Logically, the Decepticons' actions suggest they intended to infiltrate as spies, yet they did not proceed with this plan. The ambulance replied. They must have realized it was futile since they cannot deceive the panel, Mickey asserted. Let us discuss this later. What happened next, Fowler? Fowler, finally. It's my turn to speak. Where was I? Oh, right. As soon as Megatron emerged, he immediately immobilized Optimus and the others with his staff. And he did not spare me either. When I regained my senses, I saw Optimus and the others lying on the ground. Even Silas's helicopter had been shot down. It felt as if he would slap any passing dog. Mickey couldn't help but laugh. Haha, then why did Megatron do that in the end? Isn't he your enemy? Jack asked. I don't know either. For him, there were evidently better options available, yet he chose to act irrationally, the ambulance replied. The panel member exclaimed. Mickey, panel, you finally awakened. Optimus Prime and his companions gradually regained consciousness. Medic, how are you all feeling now? Bulkhead, when I see that imposter again, I will shatter him into pieces. Arcee, we are in the base. I am still alive. Optimus Prime, it seems that Megatron has not claimed our lives. Bumblebee, BZB, hey, guess for yourself. Optimus Prime, let us set aside Megatron's true intentions for now. But the circumstances we have encountered indicate that our adversary's manpower and weaponry have significantly improved compared to the past. Every forthcoming mission demands our utmost caution, preferably conducted without any casualties. BZZ. Clearly, the defeat in this battle weighed heavily on everyone present. They had narrowly escaped total annihilation. Ratchet, Bumblebee. Seeing Bumblebee in distress pained Ratchet as well. Jack, sensing the somber atmosphere, quickly shifted the topic. What do you all think Megatron's purpose was this time? Arcee, who knows? Was it a show of force? A mockery? He certainly succeeded. Optimus Prime. Defeat is sometimes unavoidable. That is precisely why we must grow stronger. So our spirits are not crushed by adversity. Megatron must have his motives, and we cannot yet discern them. We must remain calm and scrutinize the Decepticons' future actions. Chapter 23. The plan in motion. Rayn, accompanied by his subordinates, traversed the land bridge to Shockwave's laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, Rayn promptly instructed Shockwave to commence the cloning of Optimus Prime and Arcee. Meanwhile, the locking staff remained tightly gripped in Rayn's hand, as he understood the weapon's significance. After all, this tool was exceptionally effective. Honestly, with this in hand, who would foolishly engage in direct confrontation? It is far more prudent to play the cunning strategist, is it not? Once Shockwave completed the program compilation, he carefully affixed the vials containing the blood of Optimus Prime and Arcee onto the extractor. With a surge of electricity, the original bodies began to stir. Before long, Optimus Prime and Arcee were successfully cloned. Splendid. Both Energy Core and Arcee are mine. Rayn swiftly aimed the pre-activated locking staff at them. The newly conscious clones barely had time to react before being ensnared. You sly one, Rayn instructed. This Autobot will be of great use to me. Confine her securely and ensure her proper accommodation. His subordinates sprang into action, with two of them tasked to secure the Autobot and provide for her safety. Subsequently, Rayn directed the remaining personnel to place the cloned Optimus Prime onto the experimental platform. The efficiency of the little soldier is indeed remarkable. After Optimus Prime was placed on the experimental table, Rayn addressed Shockwave. Shockwave, the Energon cube only manifests when the host returns to the Matrix, thereby selecting a new leader. I require you to facilitate his departure without pain. Do you understand? Cloned Optimus Prime. Surely you jest. Understood, my lord. I shall ensure the original is none the wiser. This potion will induce a gradual slumber in the user, leading to a painless demise, and it acts swiftly. Rayn replied, Excellent, let us commence. Cloned Optimus Prime. Megatron, I swear. What are you doing? Shockwave administered the potion into the cloned body. However, as the cloned Optimus was immobilized, it could not even blink. Rayn felt slightly uncomfortable and decided to step forward to gently close the eyes of the cloned Optimus. Rayn, I'm truly a good person. Cloned Optimus Prime. I am utterly bewildered. I thought you were up to something else. Time passed, and Rayn began to feel drowsy. At that moment, the chest of the cloned Optimus opened. However, the Energon Cube did not emit the sacred light as depicted in the original narrative. And since the spark of the cloned body had extinguished, it radiated no illumination whatsoever. Rayn mused as expected. Rayn, very well. Next I only need to obtain that key. As for how to persuade it to choose me as the leader, that is simple. Shockwave, you shall keep the Energon Cube for now. You may study it, but do not cause any damage, as I will require it later. Understood, my lord. After Rayn finished speaking, he departed, making his way towards Arcee. Soon, he arrived at her place of confinement, where her hands were bound by chains, and being immobilized, she was unable to speak. Rayn approached her, admiring his handiwork. His heart filled with delight. I have finally acquired a collectible akin to the video version, and is brand new, freshly minted. The Autobots truly need to polish up. My version is rather splendid. Rayn grasped Arcee's chin and said, Rest assured, I shall soon bring your old acquaintance. Small Black Widow now. Let us await the unfolding of events. I am quite eager, haha. Elegant Chapter 24. Defeating the Deadfire with the incident involving the core reactor concluded. Rayn found a moment to admire his grand collectible. Meanwhile, the Decepticons and Autobots remained relatively tranquil during this period. Mickey, however, was retained after school. Today, Mickey languished at her desk, feeling despondent. At that moment, she noticed a car outside the window playing music parked by the roadside, and a daring thought blossomed in her mind. She glanced at the teacher, who was engrossed in reading the Jasper Daily, and a mischievous smile crossed her face. She stealthily slipped out of the classroom and dashed towards the divider vehicle with remarkable speed. I adore this song, exclaimed Meichi, her joy evident as she danced about. The divider remarked, Meichi, aren't you supposed to be working on a history report? Did class end early? I believe it did. Meichi replied, Oh no, the teacher is coming, and he seems rather displeased. We must flee. Meichi. Although the divider was somewhat exasperated, it activated and sped towards the base. As time passed, the two were nearing their destination, with the divider advising Meichi, I am your bodyguard, not your truancy vehicle. You cannot skip class like this. What if your parents find out? Have you forgotten they are in Tokyo? You needn't worry about the Guardians. I have frightened them enough. Meichi responded. Listen, Meichi, if you fail to graduate from high school, it means you won't be able to attend that place. What's it called? Oh yes, university. The two continued their conversation as they returned to the base, showing no signs of stopping. University, Meichi corrected. Your speech resembles that of my parents, the divider noted. But aren't your parents Japanese? Indeed, though the language may differ, the fundamental truths remain the same. We all wish for your well-being. Hoping you will enter university rather than prison, the divider added. Jack, what's wrong? Listen, Meichi, before I became a warrior, I was a laborer and a builder. I could construct as well as destroy, and that is all there is to it. I enjoy destruction. I want to be like you. Meichi exclaimed. Why would you want to be like me? Wouldn't it be better to be a doctor like an ambulance? Ambulance. I have detected a new super-energy pulse emanating from a country called Greece from an ancient city. It must be quite old. Are we headed to Greece? A mission awaits. Perfect. The ancient city will provide material for Meichi's history report. The sky darkened ominously, with thunder rumbling and lightning illuminating the night as the Decepticon warship materialized. Red Spider, you should have arrived by now. Knockout. I do not enjoy the feeling of waiting. Knockout. The journey was long. Red Spider. My wheels are still tingling. Red Spider. Indeed, you are cut from the same cloth as them. Knockout. What do you mean by that? Red Spider. I truly do not understand why a self-respecting Decepticon would choose a vehicle form like yours when they could fly. Knockout. I take pride in my appearance with those steel wire tires. Now, why the rush to summon us back? What has happened? Red Spider. Megatron has been swayed by the words of a scoundrel and has recently viewed me with suspicion. No matter how well I perform my tasks, he remains indifferent. The purpose of summoning you back is to inject fresh blood into the Decepticons. We must not allow Megatron to falter any longer. Sonic-Wave 1. Understood? I hear you. Knockdown. Goodness, this lad seeks power. It seems he hasn't been faring well lately. Knockdown. Regarding this matter, my assistant might be of assistance. Red Spider. I summon all of you. Where are the others? Knockdown. At that time, we were tracking new energy entity pulses. They will arrive once the investigation of Deadfire is complete. The partition arrived at the designated coordinates via the land bridge. We have arrived. Meichi. Splendid. After Meichi alighted, the partition resumed its true form, and the two proceeded toward their destination. Meichi, let us engage in some amusement here. Partition. I shall search for the energy entity. You can conduct your historical report investigation. After stating this, the partition advanced in the direction indicated by the radar. Meichi, are you jesting? That's not very considerate. Just as the partition took a few steps, the frequency detected by the radar suddenly intensified. The signal was robust. This was indeed an archaeological site. Meichi, wow. I have encountered this before. The scanner indicates that a vein has already been unearthed, yet they remain unaware. At that moment, the partition suddenly spotted a mural in the distance, depicting a character holding a golden orb. Wow, that is an artifact from Cybertron. Chapter 25. Energy Entity Collector. The two approached the mural to observe it. Partition. Why would the ancient Greeks depict an energy entity collector? Meichi, do you know what that circular object is? You are quite astute. As Meichi spoke, she took out her flip phone and began photographing the mural. Deadfire. In truth, you are rather dim-witted. Deadfire mocked from a high platform behind them. Indeed, one must admit, Deadfire and Knockdown are quite handsome. Partition. Deadfire. Deadfire. Ha! Miss me? I yearn for you to the point of irritation. Meichi, do you know this fellow? We have had some past grievances. Deadfire. You even have a pet. Can she play frisbee? As Deadfire spoke, he hurled a cylindrical structure, as tall as he, towards Meichi. Greek government. I still need this. Do not damage the artifacts. Following this, Meichi, Meichi, is this what you call frisbee? The partition quickly shielded Meichi. Meichi, duck. Suddenly, Deadfire charged at him, seizing him and propelling forward, just as they were about to land steadily. Deadfire leveraged his position and hurled the partition toward the mural. The mural shattered into fragments. Historical relic. The partition slowly rose from the ruins. Deadfire, oh. I hope that painting was not of great significance. After uttering this, Deadfire transformed into vehicle form and departed toward the headquarters, while the partition gradually stood from the debris. Years later, Deadfire. In truth, I could have killed you that day, partition. Alas, I excel in destruction. Meichi, with me here, you need not worry. I have captured a photograph of that painting. As Meichi spoke, she showcased the image on her phone to the somewhat disheartened partition. The two returned to the base and imported the image onto the display screen within. Indeed, who could discern anything on that small screen? Optimus Prime. This is indeed a super energy collector, a formidable tool crafted by the ancients, capable of harvesting any source of super energy. Rafi, did the gods of ancient Greece know about the Autobots? The gods of ancient Greece governed super energy. Optimus Prime, no. They would employ specific artistic forms of particular eras to conceal information. This mural may indicate the location of the collector, hidden somewhere on this planet. Jack, Optimus. If the collector can draw super energy from any source, and you all possess it, Optimus Prime, in the hands of the Decepticons, the collector would become a devastating weapon. Meichi joyfully exclaimed, see, you ruined that painting. Arcee, Meichi is correct. Without that mural, how would the Decepticons locate the collector? Rafi, you could search online. Use keywords like Greek deities and golden spheres to find images. They should be in the museum. Arcee, isn't that you? Question, what do you do for a living? Rafi, a professional face slapper for 20 years. Arcee, is that really it? Optimus Prime immediately decided. Contact Agent Fuller. I am Agent William Fuller, currently undergoing intensive training and will not return until Tuesday. Ambulance. I detest conversing with machines. Optimus Prime, without Agent Fuller's assistance, we can only safeguard the collector for now. Jack. Wow. Safeguarding sounds like stealing from the museum. Rafi. That sounds a bit illegal. Jack. Please remove the bit. Optimus Prime. I do not wish to violate human laws. If the Decepticons learn of the Collector's location, they will stop at nothing to obtain it. We must act discreetly. Once the Decepticons arrive, it will be more than just illegal. Jack, all right. Forgive my boldness, but acting discreetly seems somewhat contradictory for a giant robot. The museum is a public place with guards and cameras. Mechi, no problem. We are small and can sneak in, plus we are not government secrets. Petition, Mechi, I believe this is not a wise idea. Optimus Prime, yet it may be our best option. The longer we deliberate, the more time we give the Decepticons. Thus, Optimus Prime began to formulate a plan, preparing for action. Chapter 26. My golden sphere. As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and sleep eluded them. Optimus Prime led the Autobots to transform into vehicles and arrived outside the museum, on guard against any Decepticon presence. Optimus stationed himself at the museum's entrance, while Arcee, Bumblebee, and the Petition dispersed. Optimus Prime, Autobots, take your positions. Arcee, position to the west. Buzzing sound. Barrier, position to the south. Optimus Prime, remain vigilant. Once I confirm the surroundings are secure, I will contact the base. Jack, Mickey, Raph, I will monitor your every move. Once you acquire the energy collector, I will alert Ratchet to teleport you back to the base. Ratchet, since you have bypassed all conventional entry points, you need not worry about triggering alarms. But do remember to avoid the patrolling guards. As Ratchet activated the land bridge, the three protagonists commenced their mission. After returning to the Decepticon warship, Inferno promptly met with Knockout and reported on the energy collector. Rayn was elated to see the arrival of Knockout and Inferno, as he had gained additional useful allies, and he needed to keep a close eye on Inferno. In the original narrative, Inferno had suffered greatly, having his eyes gouged out by Silas, his body dismantled by Black Widow, and his remains fused with Silas by the mech special forces, resulting in a rather tragic fate. Ultimately, he had become a zombie and had his spark extracted by Black Widow. Fear not, stick with me, and I will ensure you enjoy the finest pleasures. I will help you avenge your grievances. As for that little red spider, with Soundwave keeping watch, he won't stir up much trouble. Just a few minor antics, nothing too serious. If he were to break away and strike a deal with the Autobots, it would spell disaster for me. Isn't it delightful to have the supreme armor and red energy core at my disposal? Soon, Soundwave pinpointed the location of the energy collector. Inferno, that's it. Precisely. Rayn, you have done well, Soundwave. Establish the exact coordinates of the collector and activate the land bridge. Inferno, retrieve the collector. Inferno, at your command, my lord. Jack and his companions traversed the land bridge to the interior of the museum, with Jack operating the lift to approach the statue of the energy collector. The museum is under siege. Outside, Optimus Prime flashed his high beams, confirming the operation. Jack ascended in the lift, while Mickey adjusted the camera angle, capturing photographs to upload onto the camera. If it weren't for this modern technology, the task would remain unfulfilled. The security guard on duty noticed nothing amiss, and the trio managed to load the energy collector onto the lift. Once stabilized, Jack began to descend. Mickey, get ready to make our escape. Just then, the land bridge suddenly activated and Inferno emerged. Thank you, little pets. Inferno dashed back to the warship with the collector at incredible speed, startling Jack, Mickey, and Raph, who nearly leaped in fright. Meanwhile, outside, Optimus Prime swiftly transformed, poised for battle, concerned that Inferno might pose a threat to Jack and the others. However, when he observed that the dead fire had not harmed Jack and his companions, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted, allowing him to exhale in relief. Jack, why are there so many old sixes around? I am truly at my wit's end. Ultimately, this mission concluded in failure, and with no other recourse. They were compelled to retreat. Optimus Prime decisively commanded the ambulance to activate the land bridge, prioritizing the safe return of Jack and his group to the base. Security, where has my golden sphere gone? Meanwhile, Deadfire, brimming with excitement, returned to the Decepticon warship with the newly acquired Energon collector, presenting it to Rayn. Deadfire, you have performed exceptionally well, Rayn remarked with a nod of satisfaction. Deadfire, secretly pleased, wore a sly smile. Rayn, hee. Optimus Prime, you could never have anticipated that I would directly activate the land bridge to seize the collector. Haha. Chapter 27. Your friend, Black Widow, is now online. Since the conclusion of the Energon collector incident, everything seemed to revert to its former tranquility. However, This calm was merely superficial, as undercurrents of tension simmered beneath. In the boundless expanse of space, a golden sphere flickered with a faint glow amidst the darkness, traversing the cosmos at an astonishing speed, passing by the moon and hurtling directly toward Earth. As it pierced through the Earth's atmosphere, it generated intense friction with the air, emitting a dazzling brilliance akin to a shooting star. Ultimately, it crashed into a dense forest, carving a deep scar into the ground before coming to a halt. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The golden sphere was, in fact, a spacecraft from the planet Cybertron, and the radiant glow was a result of its violent interaction with the atmosphere, reminiscent of a meteor's descent to Earth. At that very moment, Arcee and Jack were nearby, surveying the underground energon deposits. They were wholly engrossed in their work, entirely oblivious to the thrilling adventure that awaited them. Jack, if only I had brought some insect repellent. The mosquitoes we encountered on this reconnaissance mission are as large as vampire bats, draining as much blood as they please. He complained while swatting at the mosquitoes. Arcee, you seem quite adept at outdoor activities, Jack. Jack, are you mocking my survival kit? Arcee, perhaps. Jack, while I may lack a metallic shell to ward off insect bites in the blink of an eye, I can whip up a quick meal of cheesy macaroni using my multifunctional folding knife and magnesium fire starter. Arcee, you have your tools, and I have mine. Just then, the scanner in Arcee's hand reacted. Arcee, that's strange. The ambulance's scanning results are highly accurate, but the underground energon deposits shouldn't yield such elevated readings. With that, Arcee advanced toward the signal's source, and shortly thereafter, the scanner emitted another alert, revealing the traces of the emergency landing of the spacecraft before them. Jack, what transpired? Arcee, an emergency landing. Stay behind me and proceed with caution. Arcee cautiously approached the downed spacecraft, observing intently. Jack, Autobots or Decepticons? Arcee, it's hard to say. Wait here. With unwavering resolve, Arcee raised her right hand, instantly transforming into a firearm. She advanced toward the spaceship with utmost vigilance, each step laden with caution. Once she ascertained that the surroundings posed no threat, she gracefully leaped inside the spacecraft to commence her investigation. Jack remained motionless, akin to a statue, his gaze fixated on the spaceship's entrance, his heart brimming with anxiety and trepidation. After a moment, Jack finally beheld Arcee emerging slowly from within the spacecraft. Her movements appeared somewhat labored, as she supported herself against the vessel, seemingly drained of all her strength. Arcee, Jack's voice trembled as he observed her countenance, a wave of profound unease washing over him. He hurried toward her to assess her condition. Arcee's eyes widened, filled with a tumultuous blend of fear and anger. Her body quivered slightly, as if she were battling her inner turmoil. Then, an indelible figure surfaced in her mind, Black Widow, the very assassin who had slain her ally, a specter she could never escape. Jack, Arcee, what troubles you? I have identified the ownership of this vessel. Arcee called for the base. I need to activate the land bridge immediately. Jack, wait. Why? Whose spacecraft is this? Base, do you copy? Damn it, the communication is down. This vessel must be emitting some high-frequency interference. Jack, Arcee, tell me what is wrong. Arcee, stay here. Jack. She turned and departed, as if resolved to confront something. Arcee advanced further, and in that moment, she discerned the imprints left by the Black Widow's arachnid limbs. Those marks were deeply etched into the ground, as if narrating tales of past anguish and fear. Arcee halted, her gaze fixed upon the traces for an extended duration, the dread within her beginning to proliferate. Memories of her capture by the Black Widow resurfaced, the helplessness, despair, and terror indelibly etched in her mind. The Black Widow's brutal methods had sown seeds of doubt within her regarding survival. Drawing a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure. Yet the fear clung to her like a shadow. She recalled being suspended, rendered immobile, the Black Widow's grotesque visage looming before her, extending a hand to cruelly pierce her own face, gratifying her sadistic inclinations. Down. Do not scrape the primer. Arcee. Regaining her senses, Arcee promptly transformed into a motorcycle. Get on. Though Jack was laden with inquiries, he suppressed them, mounting the bike and donning his safety helmet. Chapter 28. The Dual Beauties of Cybertron. As Jack settled in, Arcee propelled herself forward with the swiftness of a fighter jet. I wish I could ride too, Rayn remarked. Ah, Arcee, No, Jack exclaimed as Arcee leaped over the precipice ahead and came to a halt. Why are you driving so fast? Jack questioned. Calling the base, damn it. Arcee responded. Listen, I've faced peril before, Jack insisted. Wait here. What is it? Arcee demanded. This time I'm serious. Oof. First, you refused to communicate with me, and now you want to abandon me. Remember, I am your partner. No, Jack, you're still a child. You ventured here because this mission was supposed to be without risk. Do you understand? Upon finishing her words, Arcee transformed into her motorcycle form, racing towards the location of the spaceship wreckage. At that moment, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. She must thwart Black Widow. She understood all too well that if Black Widow discovered Jack alongside her, that merciless fiend would not hesitate to eliminate him. Thus, she needed to part ways with Jack while devising a means to eradicate this grave threat. However, Arcee overlooked the profound bond Jack held for her. Upon her arrival at the crash site, Jack was undeterred by the daunting cliff before him. His gaze was resolute, imbued with unwavering determination. If he could not leap across, he would descend to the base and then ascend to the opposite bank. With unwavering resolve, he set forth towards the bottom of the cliff. Meanwhile, Arcee uncovered traces of Black Widow's presence, transforming back into her robotic form to cautiously survey her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a tree grotesquely corroded by acid, undoubtedly the handiwork of Black Widow. Painful memories resurfaced in her mind. Delta Team, this is Arcee, requesting rendezvous coordinates. Do you copy? Arcee, you're lost again. Your sense of direction is truly abysmal. The comms crackled with the voice of Block. Your aim isn't any better, Block. If you were at the armory, you could deal with that sniper, and I wouldn't have to face the enemy alone in close quarters. From the sound of it, you should be out by now. Just wait, and I'll provide you with precise details of your location. Approximately half a kilometer north of the warehouse. Can you find me, partner? Trust me, Block. My navigational skills are exceptional. Suddenly, a frigid webbing struck her, binding her tightly against the remnants of a crumbled structure before she could react. She attempted to struggle, but her adversary offered no chance for reprieve. Another blow followed, striking her head with ferocity. Instantly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, becoming a captive of the enemy. At that moment, I could never have anticipated that this encounter would evolve into an indelible nightmare throughout my life, with the architect of this torment being none other than the Black Widow. When I finally regained consciousness, I discovered myself suspended high above the ground, my feet ensnared by silken threads. The terrifying Black Widow circled around me, her gaze mocking, as if she were admiring her own handiwork. Here, as a small piece of advice. Try to make yourself comfortable, for you shall remain here for a while, she said, a sly smile playing at the corners of her lips. Her voice, icy and demonic, sent chills down my spine. With a piercing scream, the Black Widow extended her razor-sharp fingers, mercilessly slicing across my cheek, leaving a deep gash. The potent acid on her fingertips inflicted unbearable agony, an incessant corrosive torment that relentlessly assailed me. As I recalled this harrowing moment, I snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath to steady my emotions, my gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. I understood then that I could no longer permit the Black Widow to inflict harm upon innocent lives. Action was imperative. Thus, I resolutely embarked on the path to eradicate the Black Widow. As time elapsed, the fearsome darkness of the forest gradually receded, giving way to the soft glow of dawn. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, bestowing warmth and light upon the entire woodland. However, this did not alter the Black Widow's resolve. She continued her relentless search for prey. At last, she identified her target, lurking in the shadows of the trees, her eyes glimmering with a sinister, violet hue, exuding both cunning and ferocity. Unlike ordinary Cybertronians, her eyes resembled the compound eyes of an insect, sending shivers down the spine. Peering through the crevice of a tent, the Black Widow spotted the humans within. A cruel smile graced her lips as she murmured, "My first local prey shall experience the sting of my venom." With elongated fingers, she spoke to herself, her voice brimming with pride and ruthlessness. Then, with agility, the Black Widow transformed into a colossal spider, her movements both graceful and lethal. Like a seasoned hunter, she approached the tent with meticulous care, each step imbued with patience and caution. Just as she was about to reach the tent, the Black Widow paused, gathering her strength in preparation for a lethal strike. Chapter 29. A Clash of Two Beauties. Just when the Black Widow believed victory was within her grasp, a swift object hurtled toward her. It was Arcee, arriving just in time. The two tumbled down the hillside together, and upon recognizing her as the once most thrilling quarry, the Black Widow felt a surge of excitement. They rolled down until Arcee collided with the cliff behind her, and it was only then that they separated. As the Black Widow regained her composure, she teased while approaching Arcee. Arcee, the universe is indeed small. It's far too small, Black Widow. Do you still harbor hatred for me? The war has been over for so many years. You should convey that to the Decepticons. I have chosen to fly solo now to indulge my new proclivities. Arcee recalled the numerous biological specimens she had seen aboard the crashing spacecraft. I have already witnessed your collection of souvenirs. One might say they are my trophies. I delight in gathering endangered species, although they cannot be deemed endangered until they encounter me. I've left a place for humanity as well. You are overly optimistic. After a brief respite, Arcee felt invigorated and stood, fixing her gaze on the Black Widow. Without hesitation, she lunged at her. The Black Widow attempted to resist, but Arcee's speed was overwhelming, and she swiftly brought the Black Widow to the ground. Yet, the Black Widow refused to relent. She suddenly extended her formidable spider legs, hurling Arcee into the air. Arcee executed agile flips in midair, landing gracefully and responding swiftly, her hands transforming into two sharp firearms, aimed relentlessly at the Black Widow. The Black Widow deftly evaded the bullets, utilizing two slender spruce trees as leverage. In a flash, she shot forth two strands of web, ensnaring Arcee's hands. However, Arcee remained unfazed, quickly regaining her composure and yanking the Black Widow down to the ground. The Black Widow attempted to rise, but Arcee denied her any respite, forcefully spreading the webbing apart, seizing the opportunity to draw forth her blades and successfully liberate herself. Arcee offered the Black Widow no time to react, closing in rapidly and firing continuously. The Black Widow finally adapted, launching a vigorous counterattack. With her exceptional combat prowess and agility, Arcee pressed forward, ultimately pinning the Black Widow beneath her foot. Just as Arcee prepared to finish the Black Widow off, she suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Jack had arrived. Seizing the moment, the Black Widow struck Arcee, binding her to the rocky outcrop with webbing. Black Widow. Hesitation leads to defeat. Ugh. Ah, Arcee. Jack exclaimed as he rushed toward Arcee. The Black Widow, noticing Jack's profound connection with Arcee as a human, displayed an expression of immense excitement. Arcee managed to carve a gap with her blade and, without hesitation, shot the Black Widow away, rendering her briefly unconscious. I told you to wait there. A partner does not abandon their comrade, Jack declared as he hurried to assist Arcee, attempting to tear away the webbing, though it proved largely ineffective. Listen clearly. You are not my partner. You are a burden. Arcee retorted harshly. I refuse to believe that. From your eyes, I see fear. Arcee, you have never been afraid. Arcee's expression morphed into one of trepidation, as painful memories surged within her mind. Do you know? Among the Autobots, your endurance is quite commendable, having endured countless torments. Arcee's eyes now reflected a profound desolation. In truth, I surmise that regardless of the methods I employ to torment you, you would not falter, am I correct? Upon noticing Arcee's fierce gaze fixed upon her, the Black Widow finally exhibited a reaction. I knew it. Her subordinates dragged in the panel, and Arcee's eyes widened in horror. The panel, the electromagnetic shackles activated, and the panel was slowly hoisted aloft. Alas, the only response to Arcee was the feeble groans of the panel. What have you done to him? I have yet to do anything, but tell me everything, or I believe you are a clever Autobot. And you should be able to imagine the fate that awaits the panel. I did not know the coordinates of the attack point. Seeing that the Black Widow remained unresponsive and was slowly advancing toward the panel, Arcee was engulfed in panic. I swear to the heavens, I speak the truth. Just wait and see. No, I beg you. Observing Arcee's expression, the Black Widow gleefully delivered a fatal blow to the panel. The panel. Chapter 30. The Black Widow is not my figurine. Startled back to reality, Arcee regained her composure. You were right, Jack. I am afraid. I fear losing you. Upon hearing this, Jack, who was busy weaving webs, was momentarily taken aback. Why is it that you can never keep your partner safe? We both know about the panel. Recently, I intercepted some Decepticon radio signals, which seem to suggest that the one who flew over the mountain has also been written off. The awakened Black Widow mocked Arcee, and upon seeing her distressed expression, she continued to unearth the deep scars within Arcee's heart. Sometimes, you truly must ask yourself if the fault lies within you. Arcee, do you understand? Jack, her interest does not lie with me. She hunts the species of various planets, and on Earth, her target is humanity, specifically you. Run. The Black Widow shot another strand of web toward Arcee, reinforcing her grip, and witnessing Jack's desperate flight, she decided to let her prey escape for a while. For that would be more entertaining. Thus, she approached Arcee, excitedly proclaiming, "So now I prefer to operate alone. It seems those close to you have such fleeting lives. Please do not misunderstand. I would relish extinguishing your spark right now, and I would ensure that you suffer immensely. Yet, the greater agony would be to have you witness me claiming your human friend as my trophy." With that, the Black Widow pursued Jack. "Arcee, Jack." Jack kept running, while the Black Widow ambled leisurely behind. "Well done, Jack. You made it more challenging for me." Meanwhile, Arcee was struggling incessantly. No, she did not wish to see the tragedy of the panel repeated. I could have saved him. I could have saved my partner. If only I could have delayed a little longer, the barrier would not have perished. The despondent Arcee reflects on the past with regret. "Jack, I am so sorry. I should not dwell on bygone events. I must courageously forge ahead." At that moment, with all her strength gathered, Arcee charged forward, transforming into a motorcycle, unleashing her full power to break free from the constraints of the web, ultimately liberating herself. Meanwhile, Jack sought refuge beneath a fallen tree. As the Black Widow's spider legs passed by, halting abruptly, soon followed by her menacing visage. "Hello, Jack." Jack quickly retreated, but the Black Widow shot a strand of webbing at him. Fortunately, he turned in time, narrowly avoiding doom. Seeing that the Black Widow had temporarily ceased her pursuit, he concealed himself behind a tree, armed only with a meager toolkit. What now? At that moment, the Black Widow had caught up, leaving him no choice but to flee. This is utterly unchallenging. I find such monotony unappealing. Soundwave. Since when can insects speak? Jack found himself inside the Black Widow's spacecraft, seeking temporary refuge. "Jack, where do you think you can escape to?" After a thorough search, the Black Widow entered the ship. "Would you like a tour? First, you must greet me. Do you see the empty seat? I hope you enjoy it. Your head will soon adorn it. Rayn, Black Widow, I hope you like it. I've saved you a spot at the Decepticons." At that moment, stealthily, Jack stepped into a puddle of sticky liquid outside the ship and focused intently. Super energy matter. An idea struck him. He hastily retrieved a flint and ignited a nearby branch. Hearing the commotion, the Black Widow swiftly dashed outside the ship, her speed rivaling that of Bear Grylls. Meanwhile, Jack had ignited the branch and hurled it into the leaking conduit of the spacecraft, igniting a fierce blaze. Witnessing the unfolding scene, the Black Widow's sultry voice, tinged with fury, called out, "Jack, Black Widow, my figurine!" The spacecraft erupted in an explosion, engulfing the Black Widow, while Jack was hurled away by the Shockwave. "Jack, that was worth it." As Jack gazed at the roaring flames, he took a brief respite before preparing to return to find Arcee. Suddenly, his foot became ensnared. The Black Widow was not dead. Seeing her ablaze atop the trees left Jack aghast, and then a strand of web shot forth, binding him to the tree behind him, rendering him powerless. The Black Widow approached Jack, poised to claim her victory. Suddenly, Arcee charged in, delivering a powerful punch that sent her flying, then dashed forward, unleashing her pent-up fury with a flurry of blows upon the recently battered Black Widow, who was defenseless. Finally, with a decisive kick, Arcee sent the Black Widow soaring several meters away, crashing into multiple trees, leaving her weakly sprawled on the ground. "Jack, are you all right?" Arcee hurried to assess Jack's condition, tearing away the webbing. "Of course. I have my toolkit." As the two exchanged smiles, a cacophony of noise erupted, signaling a disturbance. Mole-like creatures burrowing. Well, in truth, it was a colossal spider. Arcee swiftly opened fire, yet it managed to escape. The Black Widow. I shall settle the score with her later." Jack remarked. "The Black Widow is now trapped on Earth. I fear this may not bode well. I apologize for forcing you to confront my inner demons. You displayed remarkable courage today. Jack, truth be told, I too was engulfed by fear, primarily for your safety." Ambulance, Request to activate the land bridge. At that moment, a mosquito buzzed in, which Jack eradicated with a swift slap. I must keep my partner away from these oversized pests. Partner, you say? A junior partner. Nonetheless, you must heed my command. Chapter 31. The plague after the Black Widow concealed herself. An astonishing discovery was made at the Autobot base. Incredible. I have just pinpointed the exact location of the Decepticon warship. Optimus Prime inquired. How did you bypass their cloaking technology? I did not. Rather, while experimenting with variable frequency wavelengths, I stumbled upon it. It is certain their vessel has encountered some malfunctions, likely due to electromagnetic leakage. Excellent. Ambulance. I require a spark extractor. However, on the same frequency, there's a distress signal from an Autobot. Optimus Prime replied, Do not concern yourself with the Decepticons for now. There may be Autobots in peril. Ambulance. Gather the medical equipment. With the activation of the land bridge, Optimus Prime and Ambulance found themselves in a harsh, desolate wasteland. The winds howled fiercely and sand swirled about, obscuring vision. It was the dead of night, and the moonlight cast a faint glow upon the desert. Standing atop a sand dune, they gazed at the dilapidated vessel not far ahead. Optimus remarked solemnly, This appears to be an emergency landing. It must have been buried here for quite some time. Cautiously, he approached the ship, wielding his weapon to carve an entry, and together with Ambulance, they ventured inside. Ambulance suggested, if these beings were in sleep mode during their journey, perhaps there are survivors? He spoke with a hint of hope. However, as they delved deeper into the ship, it suddenly shook violently, as if on the verge of disintegration. They hurriedly braced themselves against the walls, attempting to maintain their balance. Realizing the vessel was perilously unstable, they could do little but wait for it to stabilize before proceeding. After a while, the trembling ceased, though the ship continued to creak ominously. They pressed onward, arriving at a closed door. Optimus pushed it open forcefully, and the sight that greeted them was staggering. The room was filled with the lifeless bodies of Autobots, their forms mangled, exuding a bizarre, infected energy. Optimus Prime and Ratchet remained silent, their hearts heavy with grief. They understood that their fallen comrades could not be brought back, yet they were resolute in their quest for the truth and vengeance for their lost allies. Optimus Prime declared, These Autobots did not perish in a crash. It was the virus that truly claimed their lives. He continued, This is a plague ship. Do not touch anything. Exercise caution. The virus may still be active. Alas, fate did not favor them, for the ship suddenly trembled. Just as Optimus regained his footing, a thunderous noise erupted above him. When he looked up, 2 droplets of virulent energy fell from the suspended corpses of Autobots, landing directly in his eyes. Ratchet exclaimed no. He hurriedly escorted Optimus back to the base for examination. The scanner revealed alarming results. The Cybertronian plague infects any energy being that comes into contact with it. Michaela pondered, How could there be a plague aboard the Autobot ship? Arcee responded, The passengers were infected. This virus has claimed millions of lives. Good news, starting next month. Daily updates of 4,000 words, 2 chapters. Chapter 32, What a spectacle. Have you ever witnessed such a thing? Ratchet explained, The Cybertronian plague is the result of a Decepticon bioweapons program, a masterpiece of Megatron. Jack questioned, Then we must have an antidote. There is no antidote, replied the weakened Optimus. Do not speak, Optimus. Conserve your strength. Jack insisted, Megatron would not fail to create an antidote. What if he himself becomes infected? The Partition interjected, How could Megatron possibly reveal the antidote to us? Ratchet proposed, However, we may be able to infiltrate the Decepticons database. So far, we can still locate their warship. Arcee instructed, Bumblebee, follow me. Ratchet urged, Arcee, please hurry and be cautious. Inside the Decepticon warship, the ground bridge activated and Arcee and Bumblebee arrived at an empty area. Arcee strategized. First, we must locate the laboratory. The two moved stealthily, and at that moment, they observed a figure emerging from a room, prompting them to slip inside quietly. Meanwhile, in a distant throne room, Rayn sat regally. Indeed, you did not misinterpret. Rayn often felt something was amiss, and he finally realized that as the Decepticon leader, he lacked even a throne. Thus, he directed Tidal Wave to design and create this seat of power. Clone Wave 1 was broadcasting a live feed of Arcee and Bumblebee. Rayn, very good. Arcee and Bumblebee, upon seeing the computer equipment before them, immediately set to work, having accessed the network. Meanwhile, back at the base, Optimus inquired, "Ratchet, have you been infected?" "No," came the reply. With a sigh of relief, Optimus attempted to rest further, though his right eye bore the severe effects of the infection, the virus continuing to spread. At that moment, Arcee's voice echoed, "I cannot locate the antidote." "Are you certain, Arcee?" "I have searched thoroughly and found nothing." "Let us search once more. There must have been an oversight." "Arcee, I have scoured the entire database." "Have you employed a redundant quantum algorithm?" "I do not require your instruction." "Do you think you're the only one concerned for Optimus Prime?" While Arcee desperately sought the cure outside, the Decepticons, led by Red Spider, the Fallen, and the Minions, had stealthily encircled them. Furthermore, the Fallen held the targeting staff entrusted to him by Rayn. Their inaction was solely to await the arrival of Rayn and his companions. Rayn, one must ensure absolute certainty in their endeavors. Time was of the essence. Rayn could not afford even a moment's delay. He, accompanied by Thunderclash and Soundwave, swiftly arrived at the scene, for this opportunity was crucial to his grand design. Meanwhile, Arcee and Bumblebee, utilizing their acute senses, detected an unusual disturbance. They wisely chose to conceal themselves, avoiding premature exposure of their whereabouts. For Optimus Prime could not wait any longer. After receiving the targeting staff from the Fallen, Rayn resolutely commanded the doors to be opened. The minions surged in like a tidal wave, while Rayn and his allies made their entrance last. Concealed in the shadows, Arcee and Bumblebee witnessed this unfolding scene. Fully aware that their presence had been compromised, they had anticipated such a discovery. Chapter 33, The Deal Yet. They were taken aback by how swiftly the enemy had perceived their existence. The two exchanged glances, acutely aware that a life-or-death struggle was inevitable. However, upon seeing the formidable array of foes behind Megatron, Thunderclash, Soundwave, Shockwave, Red Spider, the Fallen, and the Minions, they were engulfed by despair. Arcee, this is utterly unnecessary. Confronted with such a multitude of powerful adversaries, they were rendered utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Just as hesitation gripped them, Megatron's voice resonated. "Since you have arrived, why continue this childish game of hide and seek?" Upon hearing those words, Arcee and Bumblebee exchanged a resolute glance. Recognizing that if they could not save Optimus Prime, their only choice was to perish alongside Megatron. "Arcee, why didn't I prepare a backup energy source?" Without hesitation, they launched an assault on Rayn, hoping to break through the encirclement and confront Megatron in a final battle. Despite the daunting challenges before them, they pressed forward, determined to defend justice with their lives. Arcee and Bumblebee executed a coordinated maneuver, preparing to fire at Rayn from a distance, aiming to close the gap for a desperate fight. Alas, while their aspirations were noble, reality proved harsh. As soon as they emerged, Rayn immobilized them with the activated targeting staff. The grand battle they envisioned never materialized. The speechless Arcee, "Damn it, this again, you sly old fox. I truly am at a loss." Rayn approached Arcee and Bumblebee with great pride and joy, having already guessed the unfolding storyline. Although time had passed, it was undoubtedly the episode where Optimus Prime was infected. It remained unclear whether it was due to plot restoration or some other reason. But the battleship's electromagnetic field shielding was damaged, and the repair crew had yet to rectify it. This unfortunate circumstance led to the exposure of the battleship's location, enabling the Autobots to discover it. Thankfully, his foresight had been accurate. One could always rely on Soundwave. As he drew near, Rayn playfully pressed his face against Arcee's, his expression delightfully mischievous. He sauntered back and forth before them, declaring, "I am well aware of your purpose for being here." He halted, turned to face them, and revealed a sly grin. "I offer you a chance, little ones. Contact Ratchet and have him deliver the key to the power sphere." He lifted his hand and pinched Arcee's chin, his tone laced with menace. "In return, not only will I spare you, but I shall also grant you the cure you so desperately seek." Rayn continued, his smile growing ever more radiant. Upon hearing his words, not only was Starscream taken aback, but everyone else was equally astonished, their mouths agape. "What?" Starscream stammered, gazing incredulously at Rayn. The others expressed their surprise as well, but Rayn remained unfazed. "Enough. I have my plans. Obey my orders," he stated with a serious demeanor, his gaze unwavering. The group reluctantly nodded, acknowledging their compliance, As you command, Lord Megatron. Chapter 34. The keycard. Rayn smiled contentedly before releasing Arcee from her restraints. Arcee gazed at him incredulously and questioned, "How did you know we needed the cure for the Cybertronian plague? What reason do we have to trust you? What do you want a keycard for?" Her tone was laced with skepticism and caution. Rayn smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "Ha ha ha. These are matters you need not concern yourself with. And you have no alternatives. Cherish this opportunity. After all, should I desire it, you would be nothing more than a candle extinguished by a mere breath." His voice exuded immense confidence and authority. "Hurry and deliberate. Your time is limited." Rayn whispered closely to Arcee. As for Rayn, to be honest, being this tall makes it quite amusing to say things like this. With no other choice, Arcee reluctantly contacted Ratchet. "Ratchet, did you hear what Megatron just said?" "I heard it all, and I agree. This is our only hope," she replied. "Regardless of what Megatron intends to do with the Power Sphere's key, our immediate priority is to rescue Optimus Prime and you all. But can we truly trust? We have no choice, Arcee." "Indeed, the communication has concluded." Arcee sighed deeply. "Alas, we have consented to this transaction." "Excellent. Soundwave, select an appropriate venue for the exchange and send her the coordinates. Shockwave, you shall concoct the antidote for the Cybertronian plague." "As you command, my lord." Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Ratchet approached Optimus Prime's bedside. "Optimus, I heard you. We must ensure their safe return." Optimus spoke weakly, trembling as he retrieved the keycard. This keycard was quite sophisticated. It was typically the size of Transformer-S palm. Yet when Optimus selected Jack, its dimensions transformed to match Jack's hand. "This is the keycard to the Power Sphere." Ratchet gazed at the keycard Optimus offered, his heart laden with concern and trepidation. He understood that this was one of the Autobots' most sacred relics, intimately tied to the secrets of Energon, yet was now to be surrendered to the Decepticons. Nevertheless, for Optimus's sake and in the pursuit of rescuing their captured comrades, they were compelled to make this arduous decision. "I shall do my utmost to safeguard it and fulfill the mission," Ratchet vowed solemnly as he accepted the keycard. Optimus nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting trust and hope in Ratchet. He recognized the peril that lay ahead, yet they must face it with courage. Ratchet grasped the key to the Power Sphere tightly and turned to leave the room, determined to proceed alone to the designated location for the exchange. Before doing so, he needed to ensure every preparation was in place, hoping for successful completion of the task. Meanwhile, Jack, Mickey, and Raph were also enveloped in worry. Although they wished to assist Ratchet, this time they were truly powerless, left only to silently pray for his safe return. Simultaneously, Soundwave was meticulously selecting a fitting site for the transaction, discovering a vast, unoccupied area devoid of obstructions. This would afford both parties ample space to showcase their strength. Subsequently, he relayed the precise coordinates of this location to Arcee. Rayn nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. Now we simply await the completion of the antidote." A glimmer of anticipation and confidence shone in his eyes, seemingly brimming with belief in the transaction. Both parties diligently prepared for this life-and-death exchange. Yet the future remained shrouded in uncertainty, unpredictable in its unfolding. As time ticked away, everyone awaited anxiously. Finally, after a while, a soldier presented the completed antidote crafted by Shockwave. Megatron accepted the antidote, scrutinizing it closely. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he commanded Soundwave to activate the land bridge. Soon, Rayn and his companions traversed the land bridge to the transaction site, where Ratchet had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the vial resembling the antidote and the escorted Arcee and Bumblebee, the tension in his heart eased slightly. However, more perilous confrontations lie ahead. "You arrived quite early. Where's the key card?" asked Knockout. "I shall provide you with the key card, but first, I must ascertain the efficacy of the antidote. Of course, should this transaction falter, I can guarantee that the key card will vanish from existence." The siren of the ambulance echoed coldly and resolutely. "Very well. How do you intend to confirm this?" asked Rayn, pressing his handsome visage against the ambulance, his mischievous eyes observing the serious and vigilant demeanor of the vehicle. "I have brought an infected energy being to monitor the authenticity of the antidote," Knockout replied. "Hand him the antidote." Rayn waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to present the antidote to Knockout. As the minion delivered the antidote, Knockout infused it into the infected energy being, confirming its legitimacy. Subsequently, Knockout contacted the partition at their base, and as the land bridge opened behind him, the partition emerged, carrying the keycard. Once the partition received the antidote from Knockout, it promptly accelerated towards the base to rescue Optimus Prime, while the land bridge sealed shut. Rayn halted the impending assault from his minions. Rayn, look how terrified this fellow has become. Watching the partition depart safely, and reassured that Rayn would not ambush them, Knockout finally exhaled in relief. Gathering his courage, he approached Megatron and handed him the key card of the Matrix. Rayn meticulously examined the key card, confirming it matched his memories, his heart swelling with exhilaration. Splendid. His plan for empowerment had taken a significant leap forward. He gestured for his subordinates to release Arcee and Bumblebee. Soundwave activated the land bridge, and Rayn led his followers away. Knockout, excellent. We have successfully navigated yet another crisis that could have led to our team's annihilation. Knockout returned to the base alongside Arcee and Bumblebee. Back in the Decepticon warship, Rayn settled upon his throne, observing the hesitant expression of Starscream beside him. Starscream, do you have any questions? Rayn inquired, tapping the key card against the throne. Chapter 35, The Restoration of the Eye. Starscream bowed his head and spoke, Yes, my lord. I truly do not understand why we have had numerous opportunities to obliterate the Autobots, yet have chosen to spare them. The reason for my choice is simple. Both we Decepticons and the Autobots share a common enemy, Unicron, who is on the brink of resurrection. Unicron, Rayn's declaration astonished all present. Starscream exclaimed, But my lord, wasn't Unicron already defeated? Indeed, he was vanquished. However, since I merged with a shard of dark energon, I established a connection with him, and it was then I realized that Unicron is the core of this planet. Moreover, he is on the verge of awakening. Thus, he represents our greatest obstacle to resurrecting Cybertron, posing a far greater threat than the Autobots. Starscream, Master, do we have any means to eliminate the Universe Emperor? Rayn, we can only collaborate with the Autobots, relying on the power of the Allspark within Optimus Prime to lull the Universe Emperor back into slumber. Thunderquake, my lord. Is there no way to completely eradicate this menace? Rayn, of course. I have my methods. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Medic, Arcee, and Bumblebee have returned safely. Upon witnessing their return, the others in the base finally breathed a sigh of relief, as Optimus Prime had just administered the antidote and was in a much improved state. After Medic conducted a thorough examination of Optimus Prime, he felt reassured. Once Optimus confirmed the safe return of the trio, he finally allowed himself to rest. By the way, Medic, what do you think Megatron intends to do with the key to the Allspark? Arcee voiced her curiosity. The keycard grants access to the Allspark, which contains the wisdom of all leaders. Megatron might be aiming to acquire the knowledge of all Cybertronian leaders. Mickey, but would that not mean Megatron could become like Optimus Prime? Medic, that would be a delusion. Without the Allspark, how could he possibly harness such immense energy? Ravage, what if Megatron were to create one? Medic, that would be even more implausible. The Allspark was bestowed upon Optimus Prime by the Primus, our planet's creator. It cannot be artificially manufactured. Even if they possessed such extraordinary technology, they have never even laid hands on it. Furthermore, the key card can only be handled by leaders or those chosen by leaders, rendering it useless for Megatron. Mickey, yay, how splendid. It seems the Decepticons have gained nothing this time. Medic, I hope so, and I also hope Megatron harbors no deeper schemes. Thunderquake, my lord, there is still one matter that perplexes me. Speak freely. The key card for the Allspark can only be utilized by a leader. If we wish to use it to energize the Allspark, it may prove quite challenging. Moreover, the Allspark does not necessarily choose Thunderquake. He paused at this point. Zen, I was already aware of that. Rest assured, I have my plans. Rayn pondered. It cannot be. Did not the original story feature Jack? Why must it be Jack rather than anyone else? Vaguely recalling, in the original narrative, it was Optimus Prime who entrusted the key to Jack, who ultimately discovered the Allspark. It is simple. We shall let the plot unfold. Once Optimus loses his memory, I can easily manipulate him, and it will be straightforward. As for the matter of recognition, I have already devised a plan. Shockwave, take this key card back for research. Remember to safeguard it. When the time is right, I shall have great use for it. At your command, my lord. As time flowed on at this moment in the distant Autobot base. Ambulance, take your time getting up. The crowd erupted in cheers. Optimus Prime, oh, hooray. Long live Optimus Prime. Jack, fantastic. With the assistance of the ambulance, Optimus Prime rose, and the audience applauded joyously. Time flowed like a crystal-clear stream, drifting into the distance, never to return. On this day, the Decepticons detected a signal from an energy entity, and Sideswipe volunteered for the mission. Rayn, observing the young one, felt uneasy. After arranging a few personnel, he decided to allow him to proceed. Thus, the ensuing events unfolded. Sideswipe. Barrier, it seems fate has brought us together from afar. You are here for that energy entity signal as well, aren't you? Barrier. Indeed, Sideswipe. It appears fortune is on your side today. Upon finishing his statement, Barrier launched an attack against Sideswipe, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Where is your human sidekick? After I finish you, shall I pay her a visit? Sideswipe taunted Barrier. With a powerful charge, Barrier knocked Sideswipe down. Oh, the big guy has a surprisingly sensitive side. Barrier roared, swinging his iron fist toward that detestable face. Unfortunately, Sideswipe dodged with a swift sidestep, countering with a punch that landed squarely on Barrier's face. Barrier was sent flying by the force of the blow, landing on the ground. As Sideswipe approached to mock him, he was suddenly ambushed. A bullet shot towards him, releasing a potent surge of high-voltage electricity, rendering Sideswipe unconscious. Above, the Mech Special Forces helicopter continued to circle. Suddenly, Decepticon soldiers hidden nearby surged forth, bringing down the helicopter from the sky. Commander, they have reinforcements. Attention all units, cease attack and initiate Omega Protocol. After careful deliberation, Silas decisively ordered a retreat. Given Rayn's previous remarks regarding the Cosmic Emperor and the need for collaboration with the Autobots, he decided not to take any Autobots' lives for the time being. But that did not imply they could not be attacked. The squad leader, seizing the opportunity while Barrier lay unconscious, mercilessly pummeled him before contentedly dragging Sideswipe back to the warship, leaving Barrier, battered and bruised, lying on the cold ground. Marco. Oh, Mechi. You should respond with pineapple. Regaining his senses, Barrier sprang up, finding only the smoking wreckage of exploded helicopters around him. Mechi, have the ambulance teleport me back. Upon returning to the base, the ambulance examined Barrier's injuries before providing treatment. Welding. Engaging the enemy in one-on-one combat is a foolish endeavor, Optimus Prime admonished Barrier. Chapter 36, the most defiant of all, Barrier. Sideswipe ambushed me. I could have handled him. Ambulance, don't move. Mechi, that guy must have gotten a good beating from you, right? More or less. Mechi, you did not subdue him. I cannot recall. Accidentally fell. Mechi, when I regained consciousness, Deadlock had vanished. The ground was strewn with the wreckage of helicopters. I only remember the sound of helicopters, and it seemed there was Agent Fuller, along with the Decepticons, emerging to attack him. Fuller, that was not me, but I know who it was. Deadlock was ambushed. The ambulance located the transmission coordinates. This is where the partition can be found. Fuller, the Kamchatka Peninsula in eastern Russia. It has been a wasteland since the volcanic eruption there 20 years ago. According to intelligence, the Mecha Special Operations Team has been there today. Mechi, could be those technological fanatics? Ambulance, they're among the few who know we exist on Earth. Partition, they're certainly monitoring our movements. Mechi, why would they ambush Deadlock? Arcee, what does it have to do with us? Bumblebee, Partition, how amusing to be ambushed by humans. It seems I dealt him quite a blow. Mechi, hard to say. Fuller, it appears that Deadlock was ultimately rescued by the Decepticons. Fortunately, this Mecha Special Operations Team will stop at nothing for advanced technology. Optimus Prime, indeed, the Mecha Special Operations Team poses a significant threat. They are a common enemy to both Autobots and Decepticons. We must not allow the biotechnology of Cybertron to fall into their hands. Mechi, by the way, Partition, why do you think of Decepticons? It must be because I frightened them all, right? Exactly. Meanwhile, Deadlock was brought back to the warship by a minion, who reported a wave of intelligence before departing. Deadlock, however, remained sound asleep. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? A warship. Rayn, you're awake, Deadlock. Was I ambushed by Autobots? Quake, it was humans. What? It must be the Autobots lackeys. Since I won, I must eliminate them. Mirage. Intelligence from Soundwave indicates that a human organization called the Mecha Special Operations Team has targeted our biotechnology. Rayn, it's good to see you safe, Deadlock. Consider this a lesson. Next time, do not act alone. As for this grudge, once he loses value, I will have you shatter him into pieces. Deadlock, yes. Thank you, my lord. Meanwhile, Silas, although the test subject has escaped, we now possess weapons capable of subduing these mechanical life forms. Before long, this technology will belong to us. Thus, the curtain falls. Just kidding. Since the last failure of the Mecha Special Operations Team, several days have passed, and suddenly they detected a distress signal from the Decepticons. The dimly lit ambience of the jungle instilled a sense of trepidation as Sellers meticulously led his mechanized Special Operations Team forward, accompanied by 3 subordinates. Each member was fully equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry, specifically engineered to combat the Transformers, including advanced infrared devices. Their coordination was impeccable, moving in a synchronized manner with the hope of locating the source of a distress signal emitted by a Transformer. Sellers whispered, "Do not fire indiscriminately. We seek to capture one alive." At that moment, a spider-like Transformer stealthily emerged beside them. This Transformer moved with astonishing speed, swiftly maneuvering to their rear. The subordinates attempted to fire their weapons, but the Black Widow's agility rendered them ineffective. Rather than attacking immediately, she seemed to have a grander scheme in mind, deftly weaving through the trees and taunting Sellers and his team, attempting to lure them into her meticulously crafted trap. Once she was certain she had captivated their full attention, the Black Widow darted towards the valley below, where she had laid enormous webs. Utilizing his high-tech glasses, Sellers quickly pinpointed the prey's location and resolved to descend, instructing his team to maintain formation. With that, Sellers and his 3 subordinates leapt downwards, cautiously advancing through the vast spiderwebs. Suddenly, strands of silk descended from above, ensnaring all of his subordinates in a massive web, rendering them immobile and akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Observing their ineptitude, Sellers felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he searched for the assailant. Unfortunately, the Black Widow had already positioned herself above him, intent on denying Sellers any opportunity to retaliate. She snatched the weapon from his grasp, flinging the obstinate Sellers against the rocky wall behind him, swiftly binding him with strands of silk. "Excellent. A flawless hunt," the Black Widow proclaimed. Helplessly ensnared, Sellers could not free himself. The Black Widow approached him, tauntingly stating, "A wounded Decepticon emits a distress signal. Did the Mechanized Special Operations Team never consider this might be a trap?" Sellers replied calmly, "Next time, I shall be more vigilant." "Ha ha ha. Next time, the Decepticon is incessantly chattering about turning you into fragments. Once a Decepticon myself, I should relish in your dismemberment. However, an old acquaintance and her human accomplice ruined my spacecraft and left me injured. Thus, I must first settle accounts with them. Shall we strike a bargain? As you can see, there are places the Decepticon cannot reach that I can." Sellers inquired, "What sort of collaboration do you propose?" "Bring me Arcee. You are here to locate the Autobots, are you not? Once I deal with Arcee, I shall deliver her remains to you." Meanwhile, Arcee and Jack, blissfully unaware of the impending high-stakes confrontation, were engaged in cheerful conversation. At this moment, Jack was pushing Arcee, who had transformed into a motorcycle, back home. "Thank you for taking me home, Jack. You are truly considerate," she said. Jack replied, "I certainly do not wish to create any trouble." After parking Arcee beside his mother's white sedan, Jack began to walk towards home, preparing to open the garage door. Chapter 37, Is This Child Foolish? Jack's mother, who suffered from poor sleep, found it hard to comprehend his actions as he spoke while opening the garage door. Unbeknownst to him, his mother stood behind the door, arms crossed, with a demeanor that suggested she was ready to confront him. "What do you mean, Jack? This is the 3rd time you have ventured out during your grounding." "Mom," he protested, "your boss called to ask why you didn't go to work again, and your art history teacher emailed me, saying you often sleep during class." "That has only happened once or twice. Not frequently, Mom. Tell me the rumors are false, and that you haven't been racing with anyone outside." "I haven't." "Wait, where did you hear that from?" "News travels fast in a small town. I work in the emergency room, Jack, and I have seen those racers. I beg you, tell me you are not associating with those troublemakers." "What? No, my friends are all good people, I assure you. I allowed you to ride the motorcycle because you claim to be mature enough, but it seems that is not the case now." All right, Mom. I understand what you mean. Let us see if the absence of motorcycle distractions in the coming weeks will lead to any improvement. But, no buts. You are permitted to go nowhere except to school and work. If you wish to ride, You may ride a bicycle. Seeing Jack staring blankly at the bicycle, his mother added, I am serious. Do not let me catch that motorcycle leaving the garage. After saying this, she kissed Jack on the forehead. Now, hurry and take a shower, get to bed. I love you. After little Jane departed, Arcee teased, I will miss you. Don't worry. I will come to see you every day, Arcee. Oh, Jack, you seem to misunderstand. I want to be here every day. No, no, no. My mom said she was serious. My recent behavior has displeased her greatly. If you go out again, she will think I am purposefully upsetting her. Relax, Jack. Your mom will be working late. I will try to return before she gets home, but I cannot guarantee it. Since the events of last night, Jack felt helpless and could only travel by bicycle. Just as he was preparing to head home, his mother's call suddenly came through. Jack, Mom, tonight, do not order takeout. I am planning to return home and prepare a proper meal for my grounded son. Wow, you're cooking? That is fantastic. Hey, the car is faster than the bicycle. I'll get home as soon as possible. Jack, having ended the call, hurriedly reached out to Arcee. Answer the phone. Answer the phone, please. Thankfully, the call connected. Arcee, are you not in the garage? No, Jack, let us talk later. At that moment, Arcee was engaged in a combat mission. No, my mother is on her way home. If you don't return now, I'll be grounded for life, and you'll be sold as scrap by my mom. Arcee, feeling exasperated, turned to Bumblebee beside her. Bumblebee, can you handle this alone? With a buzzing sound, Bumblebee leaped into action, swiftly dispatching a soldier. Soldier, why not challenge high-tier players? It's truly unfair to attack us minors. I need an ambulance. I'm heading back. Having assessed the situation, Arcee immediately returned to base, hoping to arrive in time. Meanwhile, little Jane leisurely listened to music while driving. Jack, wishing he had 2 more legs, pedaled furiously on his bicycle, feeling as if his legs would give out, driven solely by the urgency to restrain his mother. Unfortunately, his efforts were futile, as little Jane had already arrived home. Still concerned, she opened the garage and took a look, only to find it empty. At that moment, Jack was still racing on his bike. Not only was the motorcycle missing, but even the bicycle had vanished. Infuriated, Jack reached home just in time to meet his mother. Jack, I can't believe you disregarded my instructions. Where's the motorcycle? As Jack pondered an excuse, he suddenly noticed the garage door behind his mother opening, and a brilliant idea struck him. What are you talking about? Isn't she in the garage? Jack reached into his mother's car and opened the garage door, revealing Arcee transformed into a motorcycle. Little Jane, what the hell? Little Jane asked, did you secretly return it, or did you ride it yourself? Well, do you really want to know, Mom? Just then, Arcee stepped forward. No, no, no. Jack had no choice but to forge ahead. Don't be scared. My motorcycle is actually an emotional mechanical life form from another planet, engaged in a secret war on Earth. His mother stared at him in bewilderment. Most of my time after school is spent with them. As he spoke, Jack pushed his bicycle over to Arcee. Jack, there's even more coolness. This isn't her true form. She is actually a gigantic robot that can transform into a motorcycle. Enough, Jack. Little Jane, this is it. The kid has lost it. Okay, Arcee, transform back now. His mother. The air suddenly thickened with tension. She's just shy. Arcee, hurry up. No need to hide anymore. You don't have to conceal it any longer. Mother, enough. Hurry and change back. Jack, exasperated, faced his mother who looked at him as if he were a fool, and lightly kicked Arcee. His mother was filled with concern. Son, I am deeply worried about your mental state. It seems, Jack, you are mingling with a group in a science fiction club. Am I right? I must return to work. We shall discuss this further upon my return. Little Jane believed that both she and her son should take a moment to calm down and consult a doctor. What if he has truly lost his mind? Perhaps he already has. Jack, thank you for your support, mate. Arcee, this isn't my fault. Don't forget. I know, it's a secret. Chapter 38. 2 women compete for Jack at this moment. No one was aware that hidden dangers were silently approaching. Meanwhile, at the Mecha Special Operations Base, Silas was communicating with the Black Widow. The large screen displayed footage of Jack near the Black Widow's ship. Although it was only a few seconds long, it captured Jack's handsome visage. Silas, the black box of your ship was severely damaged in the explosion, but our program managed to recover several frames of footage from the surveillance data. Black Widow, that's him. My Jack. Arcee, what do you mean you're Jack? He my. Silas, our facial recognition system will upload Jack's image online. This is a new protocol. We have found him. Black Widow, government database? Silas. Everything about Jack Darby can be found on social media. He is 16, resides in Nevada, and his mother, Little Jane, is a nurse. As night fell, Little Jane prepared to drive home. Perhaps I have been too harsh on Jack, but he lied. The only way for him to learn a lesson. However, just as Little Jane was muttering to herself and opening the car door, a black sedan suddenly stopped swiftly behind her. The door flung open. An masked assailant aimed a gun at Little Jane, who was instantly knocked unconscious. Little Jane, son, I want to be home tonight. Don't wait for me for dinner. After a while, once Jack had finished his errands, he rode his bicycle home and found Arcee in the garage. He inquired, Arcee, has my mom come home? I don't see her car. Arcee replied, I don't know. I came directly from the base. You have a package. Jack opened the package and emptied its contents. A communication device caught his eye, and shortly thereafter, Silas's voice emerged. Hello, Jack. Arcee immediately transformed, gasping, Silas. Jack, who is he? What is happening? Arcee, a villain. Jack, how do they know we are here? Silas, our understanding of your family may surpass your own. For instance, do you know where your mother is at this very moment? Jack, what are you saying? Silas, please do not misunderstand, Jack. We harbor no intention of harming her. In fact, we hope that you two can reunite at the earliest opportunity. Simply follow the coordinates displayed on the communicator, and it will guide you to my temporary base. Arcee immediately veered aside. An ambulance, Silas. I neglected to mention that our communicator not only disrupts signals, but also interferes with the brain. Should communication be severed, or if you attempt to contact other Autobots, Ms. Darby will. I do not wish to be held accountable for the final outcome. The technology to disrupt Autobot communications is evidently provided by Black Widow. With this, Silas fell silent, leaving Arcee no choice but to transform into a motorcycle and speed towards Silas's temporary base with Jack. Jack, filled with remorse, said, If anything happens to my mother because of me, Jack, they're only interested in me. Once they obtain what they desire, they will release your mother. Silas, who was eavesdropping, smirked slightly. Jack, and what about you? You are my family too. Arcee did not respond. She was determined to give her all, regardless of the circumstances. Soon, they arrived at Silas's temporary base. Just as Jack came to a halt, countless infrared beams targeted him, and Silas's smug expression was utterly nauseating. Jack, what should we do? Arcee charged through. With a burst of speed, they dashed through the encirclement and entered the warehouse, unaware that even greater surprises awaited them inside. Mother. Upon disembarking, Jack immediately searched for his mother-esque figure, but as he looked around, there was no one in sight. Looking for your mother? Taunted Black Widow from above the warehouse door. She is hanging around here. Black Widow, Arcee exclaimed in astonishment as she unveiled her disguise. Unfortunately, before she could make a move, Black Widow ensnared her with webbing. Black Widow, third soul technique, webbind. How could she be here? Jack was equally astonished. Black Widow descended from above, and Silas, along with his henchmen, surged forth. Save them. I beg you. They are human. You cannot allow Black Widow to. Arcee implored Silas. Silas, if we can harness a scientific marvel like you, the death of a few individuals is truly inconsequential. A soldier beside Silas shot at Arcee, rendering her unconscious. Arcee. Jack rushed to Arcee's side, calling out in anguish. Black Widow, once I deal with her, I will hand you over, I assure you. Silas, gentlemen. No sooner had he spoken than two henchmen snatched Jack's communicator and phone. The Black Widow pressed her face against Jack's and spoke, I am still studying humanity. But one thing is abundantly clear. You hold your family in the highest regard. Thus, the most exquisite form of revenge I can conceive is to make you witness your mother's demise at my hands. If you dare to harm my mother, I assure you. The Black Widow continued, You remember how passionately I adore the game, do you not? I shall grant you a chance to rescue your mother before midnight. As she spoke, her gaze flickered to the time displayed on the monitor behind Jack, 11:53:01. If you manage to save your mother, both of you may depart unscathed. What say you? Jack, seething with anger, retorted, What if I fail? The Black Widow replied, What do you think? Please, don't let her do this. Set us free. We won't tell anyone. Jack could only plead helplessly before the imposing Silas. Enough. Silas thrust Jack aside. Indeed, Jack. You have merely 6 minutes left. With that, Jack dashed out in search of his mother. Mom, Rayn, look at these two fools. They haven tea, yet fallen into my grasp. Just wait until I get my hands on them. Silas observed Jack on the surveillance feed, remarking, Chapter 39, A Turn of Events. Although we promised the Black Widow that she could deal with you personally, I have an inkling that she will turn our delightful collaboration into a treacherous affair. A villain's understanding of another villain, indeed a fitting match. Meanwhile, Arcee lay serenely on ground. Silas, we currently lack the means to transport her, one remarked. Then let's cut her into pieces and carry her away. With the clock ticking 11:58, 41, and Jack still unable to locate his mother, the Black Widow approached his vicinity, gesturing toward little Jane's location. Mom, Mom, Jack shouted as he ran, successfully rousing little Jane. Jack, how'd you get here? Who are these people? Why am I inside this thing? Of course, it is the Sci-Fi Club. Don't worry, Mom. I'm here to rescue you. The Black Widow chimed in gleefully. Jack, the robots are indeed real. I've completed the task on time. Jack exclaimed. Be not hasty, Jack. Your task is not merely to find your mother, but to free her. Now, sit back and relish this terrifying spectacle. The Black Widow remarked with amusement, shooting a web at Jack's right hand. The tremendous force propelled Jack backward, and with his right hand ensnared, he found himself unable to escape. Silas, observing everything unfold through the surveillance, commanded, Hasten, gentlemen. It matters not if we saw her to pieces. At this moment, the Mecha Special Operations team was fervently sawing through the web that ensnared Arcee. Meanwhile, the Black Widow, fixated on the thrashing Jack, remarked, Jack, she is your mother. How should I proceed with her demise? You must decide for her. Should it be 1,000 cuts or a myriad of slashes? Upon uttering these words, the Black Widow casually released a concocted venom, which corroded a hole into the steel plate beneath. Little Jane, filled with terror, exclaimed, No, no. Jack exerted every ounce of strength to free himself from the web's clutches, but his efforts proved largely futile. The Black Widow taunted, Jack, your mother awaits. Do not allow her to sway about. You monstrous fiend, cease this at once. At that moment, Arcee began to awaken, noticing that the Mecha Special Operations team had liberated her from the web, yet she chose to feign unconsciousness, biding her time. We can only take a portion of the components. We must extract the heart directly. One of her subordinates positioned a device against Arcee's chest, sensing the mechanical proximity, which caused Arcee to act. Rising, she effortlessly swatted the machine aside and launched an assault on the minions, sending several of them flying. Realizing the threat, her subordinates hastily opened fire on Arcee, though they lacked electric stun guns. In an instant, Arcee transformed into a motorcycle and sped away, intent on rescuing Jack and his mother while delivering a fierce blow to the Black Widow. Let her go. Regardless of the outcome, she is still ours, declared Silas. Meanwhile, the Black Widow remarked, Jack, if you lack a decision, let the lady choose. Ah, Mom. Sorta. The Black Widow reached out towards little Jane. No, no. Suddenly, Arcee, transformed into a motorcycle, surged down a slope, reverting to her original form just as she neared the Black Widow, roaring, Arcee, time to meet the parents. With a single punch, she sent the Black Widow flying. At this moment, Jack finally pried his hand free with a metal rod. Escaping his bonds, he hurried to his mother, pulling her up. Jack, your motorcycle, little Jane exclaimed. I can explain. Mom, wait, I've explained already. On the other side, tension escalated between Arcee and the Black Widow as they stood poised for battle. I knew the Mecha Special Operations team would not keep you restrained, the Black Widow proclaimed, launching an attack on Arcee. The two engaged in a fierce clash, battling from above to below and back again, the shifting environment failing to diminish their fighting spirit. However, Jack and his mother found themselves in peril as the platform suddenly plummeted at a 90-degree angle. Jack! Mom! Jack! The Black Widow sought to capitalize on the chaos, aiming to inflict further anguish upon Jack. Fortunately, Arcee arrived just in time to avert disaster. The two combatants continued their intense struggle, and in a moment of inadvertence, Jack's hand brushed against the control lever, causing a steady stream of cement to flow from behind into a trough. Jack observed the trajectory of the cement's flow. At this moment, Arcee and Black Widow were engaged in an intense battle, with Arcee ultimately gaining the upper hand, sending Black Widow tumbling into a rectangular pit filled with cement. Jack and Arcee exchanged a knowing glance, silently acknowledging their ensuing plan. Jack activated the control lever, while Arcee directed the pipeline towards the disoriented Black Widow lying in the trough. Instantly, A deluge of cement engulfed her. Black Widow, in agony, clawed her way out, her body gradually solidifying into a statue-like form encased in cement. "Commencel!" Arcee exclaimed. "Jack, I must save little Jane. Hold on, little Jane." Suddenly, a web shot forth, dragging Arcee to the ground, where she was ensnared, while the cement-masked Black Widow gleefully reveled in her triumph. Just as Black Widow prepared to finish off Arcee, 3 helicopters arrived overhead, piloted by Agent Fuller. "Aim for that 8-legged monster." The sudden onslaught bewildered Black Widow. Meanwhile, Silas, observing from the surveillance room, was equally perplexed. How did they find this place? Suddenly, Silas realized something, reaching into his pocket only to discover his phone was missing. It dawned on him that during Jack's desperate plea, he had stealthily pocketed the device. "Thank you, Agent Fuller. Had I known the Decepticons would show up, I would have summoned Optimus Prime. With so many people here tonight, I fear my mother may not handle it well." Noticing Black Widow's inaction, Fuller ceased the assault. Suddenly, Black Widow looked up, her eyes emitting 2 beams of green light, scanning the helicopter. Not this again. The helicopter's data was swiftly assimilated by Black Widow, who transformed into a helicopter and zoomed away. Chapter 40. "This seems like a mother-in-law relationship now," Arcee exclaimed, witnessing Black Widow's escape with sheer fury. This scene was also captured by Silas, who stood before the monitors. "So that's how it is. A genius." Upon finishing his thought, Silas snapped his fingers, extinguished the lights, and made a grand exit. Moonlight cascaded down, settling the dust, as the rescued little Jane wrapped herself in a blanket, with Jack sitting beside his mother, taking a moment to rest. At this juncture, Agent Fuller approached, earnestly proclaiming, "Mrs. Darby, I am Agent William Fuller, and I have something to tell you. Over the past few months, Jack has been interning with me at the agency." "Agent Fuller, my mother won't believe you," Jack retorted. "He's right," little Jane added. "Report." "Agent Fuller, let me guess, still no leads." The young agent nodded. "Ugh." Agent Fuller stormed off in frustration. At that moment, Arcee approached to meet her mother-in-law. "No, not Jack's mother. So, she is yours," little Jane quipped. "Motorcycles, guardian, Autobots, friends," Jack declared. "I am Arcee." She introduced herself. Little Jane stood up and solemnly responded, "Thank you, Arcee." The two exchanged a knowing smile. Jack remarked, "I promise to give you a ride." This was soon followed by a momentous encounter. The next day, under a cloudy sky, Jack rode with Arcee, while his mother sat behind him, her hands resting on his shoulders, enveloping the family in warmth. Upon entering the base, Jane gazed around, her eyes wide with astonishment at the colossal sci-fi club before her. Jack steered the vehicle to the heart of the base, where everyone was present: Optimus Prime, the ambulance, Bumblebee, and Arcee seated on the divider. "My mother will be shocked for 1,000 years." Jack exclaimed proudly, "Mom, this is my sci-fi club." Jane greeted with an awkward yet graceful smile. Thus, the story reached its conclusion, or so one might jest. A few days later, while the ambulance was operating within the base, it suddenly detected a grave issue. "Arcee, a vehicle is approaching." "Decepticon," Jane exclaimed. "You will never guess." After demonstrating some swift maneuvers, the ambulance transmitted real-time images to the computer, magnifying the view to reveal that the incoming vehicle was a white sedan. Jack sighed in resignation. "Mom, here we go again," Arcee replied, her concern palpable. Moments later, Jane arrived at the center of the base in her beloved car, her face beaming with joy as she stepped out. Darling. Under the guise of visiting her son, she was actually there to see Optimus Prime. Jack greeted, "Hey." Just as Jane finished speaking, she rushed over to envelop Jack in a warm embrace. "I finished early at the hospital today, so I came to see you." "So glad to see you, Doctor." "Arcee." The ambulance chimed in. "By the way, where is Optimus Prime?" "He has gone on a mission with Bumblebee." "I'm sorry to disappoint you," the ambulance replied, its gaze fixed on the control panel. "I even dressed up for the occasion." "Such is the allure of Optimus Prime." Jack, bewildered, responded, Mom." "Jack, what kind of international joke is this?" At that moment, a red area appeared on the control panel. How peculiar. Such a large magnetic flux is extraordinarily abnormal for any planet. Meanwhile, on Rayn's side, the sonar displayed the detected magnetic signals, proving the mobile display effective. The Red Spider ingratiated himself. "I believe I recognize this magnetic signal. My esteemed master. Magnetic gloves. It would be disastrous if this marvelous invention of the Decepticons fell into the hands of the Autobots." I will prepare the weapons at once, my lord. Deadlock declared. Rayn commanded, yes, Thunderquake. You will lead the team. Take the locking staff and guide Deadlock, the faceless one, and the others to retrieve the magnetic gloves. The Decepticons were on the move. Back at the Autobot base, the Divider had just welcomed Meichi and Laffy back to the base. Meichi, have you felt that immense centrifugal force? The partition is indeed wild. Suddenly, they spotted Xiao Zhan and Jack standing together, in utter astonishment. Mikey, I recall that this should be a secret location. Laffy, worry not, Mrs. Darby. We are securely fastened. That is indeed necessary. Laffy, hi. Meichi, how have you been lately? Quite well, what did you say? Before Jack could respond, Arcee interjected from his side. It's time to depart, Jack. Xiao Zhan, but I just arrived here. I brought sandwiches. Mother, I must assist Arcee in testing her tracking system now. Xiao Zhan, all right. Just be careful. Arcee, there is nothing to worry about. It is merely a routine test. Jack's assistance is still required. Arcee's eyes widened, twitching slightly. She was barely able to contain herself. The partition was taken aback by the scene. Ambulance. Partition, I need you to go on an external assignment to investigate an anomalous magnetic field fluctuation. I want to go too, Meichi exclaimed as she ran over, but was immediately halted by the partition. Partition, no, you stay here, Meichi. Ugh, Xiao Zhan, why don't you go with him? Someone thinks it could be dangerous. Xiao Zhan, is it any less perilous if Jack accompanies you? Mother, I have matters to attend to. Is it important? Arcee, your mother is only looking out for you, wait. Partition, I will accompany you. Jack, Arcee, Xiao Zhan, oh. What did I just say? Soon, the fire of death located the magnetic gloves within a rock through the scanner, and after a few strikes with a hammer, the magnetic gloves revealed their true form, which were handed over to Tianjun. Who's there? Just after receiving the magnetic gloves, Tianjun suddenly sensed footsteps nearby. The hidden Black Widow felt a chill run down her spine. She had come to seek the magnetic gloves as well, but upon seeing so many Decepticons, particularly led by the formidable Tianjun, she reconsidered. Initially intending to launch a surprise attack, she did not expect to be discovered. Tianjun and his companions immediately aimed at the rock where the Black Widow was concealed, when suddenly a sound of drilling emerged. The Black Widow locked her sights on the faceless man wielding the locking staff. At that moment, she was acutely aware that if she seized the locking staff, no one would stand a chance against her. The Black Widow abruptly emerged from the ground, climbing behind the faceless man, intending to drag him underground. Chapter 41. The fire of death takes revenge. Tianjun responded swiftly, grabbing the Black Widow and hurling her away. The faceless man, taken aback by the sudden ambush, was furious and immediately activated the locking staff. The Black Widow was thrown into disarray, and before she could regain her composure, she was ensnared by the emitted light, rendered incapable of resistance. Tianjun, I have heard of a traitor among the Decepticons. It must be you. Take her back and await the Master's judgment. The partition of the land bridge comforted Arcee. Do not be disheartened, Arcee. Jack's mother merely wishes to protect him. Oh, before she learned the truth, I've been safeguarding Jack for quite some time. Suddenly, one day, she comprehended the reality, and I became unnecessary. Honestly, is there any way we can prohibit her from coming to the base? Suddenly, Meichi's voice emerged. Meichi, how did you activate the land bridge? Wait, I have no desire to return to Jack's mother. I simply prefer the way things were. A consensus has been reached. Arcee concluded. Fine, let the ambulance accompany us. It is merely reconnaissance, after all. Wonderful. The seventh tune, exclaimed the partition. The partition extended its hand, and Meichi joyfully spoke. Seventh tune? With a sweeping gesture, the partition initiated an exhilarating rock melody, to which Arcee responded. Isn't this music too loud for reconnaissance? After the partition silenced the music, Meichi instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, letting out a mournful wail. At this moment, silence and lethality are essential, Arcee stated gravely. And the partition and Meichi could not suppress their laughter, leaving Arcee bewildered. What is going on? Silence and lethality are entirely different concepts on Earth. The partition remarked as it moved forward. Partition, let us conduct our reconnaissance properly. Arcee's eyes widened in confusion. I usually lead the way. I know. But Meichi prefers the front position. The partition replied, continuing onward. No matter where I am, I feel like a mere light bulb. Arcee hurried to catch up with the Partition and Mechi, who were examining the scanner. It appeared that the magnetic field fluctuations reported by the ambulance originated from upon witnessing the scene before them. The duo immediately crouched down and concealed themselves. It was the Decepticons. This squad of Decepticons was led by Thundercracker, accompanied by Blight, Mirage, and numerous Decepticon minions, currently traversing the land bridge back. Black Widow had been captured and was being detained, and Mirage held a targeting staff, making it evident that engaging in combat at this moment would be an unwise choice. At this juncture, Arcee fervently wished to eliminate Black Widow, while the Partition particularly desired to take down Blight and Mirage. For now, they had no choice but to allow the Decepticons to depart, leaving Arcee and the Partition grinding their teeth in frustration. Ambulance, activate the land bridge. Subsequently, Arcee and the Partition returned to the base. What did you discover? Was there any indication of what caused this? When we arrived, we saw the Decepticons. Thundercracker and Blight had taken Black Widow. It appears the Decepticons are quite interested in that object. And that imposter, I will surely smash him. This suggests that it is likely the magnetic gloves. They appear deceptively simple, yet are an exceedingly fearsome weapon. If these gloves fall into Megatron's hands, with the press of a button, he could easily cast us aside, and we may never be able to combat him again. Ravage, instantaneous force field. Worse still, he could crush us into scrap metal with those gloves. Arcee, and they also possess the locking staff. The future appears bleak. The atmosphere among the group was somber, and Little Jean seized the opportunity to speak with Arcee. Arcee, I feel it is imperative that we have a conversation. Indeed, we ought to discuss matters, Arcee replied. I am particularly concerned, especially today, as you encounter the Decepticons. Little Jean, I understand your feelings. However, today was meant for reconnaissance. Had it been a battle, I would have immediately ordered Mickey to return to base. I will not allow her penchant for thrill-seeking to endanger her life. Little Jean fell into deep contemplation. Arcee, I believe I owe you an apology. Really? Arcee replied. In my heart, Jack has always remained a child. I am quite close to him, especially after his father departed. I suppose I struggle to accept the changes life has brought. I always knew it would happen eventually, but I never anticipated he would distance himself from me because of a girl like you. Arcee, in terms of our discomfort with change, we are quite alike. The two opened their hearts to one another, finally reaching a mutual understanding. Jack now had two mothers. Thunder brought spoils back to the warship. My lord, look what we have brought for you. At that moment, Black Widow had been released from her lock but was handcuffed and escorted. Rayn, upon seeing Black Widow captured, was astonished. It appeared that this very incident had prompted her return to the Decepticons in the original story. Long time no see, Black Widow. Lord Megatron. How shall I put it? It is a pleasure to see you, Black Widow replied with a face of resignation and self-mockery. I am equally delighted to see you. Would you like to know what fate befalls traitors? My lord, I deeply regret my previous misguided decision to leave the Decepticons. I implore you to allow me the chance to serve you once more. Please grant me an opportunity for redemption. Excellent. I happen to have a significant task that is perfectly suited for you. Lock her down, chameleon. What? Before she could utter another word, Black Widow was restrained once more. She sensed that her situation was dire, yet she found herself unable to resist. Deadlock, I have another crucial assignment for you. My lord, please instruct me. I will accomplish the task, even at the cost of my life. It is not to that extent. I want you to remove her 8 spider legs and place her in stasis, never to awaken again. I wish to demonstrate to all what becomes of traitors. Black Widow, this is it. This operation will leave me a mere shadow of my former self. Upon hearing this, Deadlock's eyes widened in shock. His mouth slightly agape as he gasped. Yet he quickly regained his composure, resolutely responding, understood. The surrounding individuals displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly Red Spider, whose legs felt as though they might buckle. None anticipated that Rayn would issue such a brutal command. Deadlock promptly signaled to his 2 subordinates to carefully lift Black Widow and escort her toward the surgical room, preparing to execute the task at hand. At that moment, Rayn suddenly interjected, "By the way, I advise against the use of any medicinal assistance." Chapter 42. The despairing Black Widow understood, my lord. Deathfire gasped, once again taken aback by Rayn's cruelty. However, had Rayn been privy to Deathfire's current thoughts, he would have undoubtedly retorted without restraint. Everything I am doing is in service of your vengeance. Take solace in that. You have no inkling of what this wicked woman is capable of. Rayn's decision was entirely predicated on the understanding that the Black Widow was a thorny rose, incapable of loyalty. In the face of the Black Widow and the mechanical insect army, Rayn decisively opted for the latter. Thus, placing the Black Widow into a stasis chamber as a mere figurine was the most prudent choice. Having Deathfire dismantle the Black Widow's spider legs would not only serve as retribution, but also significantly diminish her combat prowess. Once Deathfire completed this task, he would seek out Shockwave to analyze the Black Widow, mastering her abilities before nullifying her control over the mechanical insects. This would effectively eliminate the looming threat. Although he would ensure that the catastrophe of Zombie Silas would not transpire, one could never be too cautious. Before long, Deathfire and the others arrived at the surgical room, where they found Knockdown already present, saving Deathfire the trouble of searching. Knockdown, Lord Megatron has commanded me to remove this traitor's spider legs without the aid of drugs. You have experience in dismantling. Do you have any methods to ensure she endures the process without succumbing to death? Oh, the traitor. While I too find this quite cruel, it is Lord Megatron's command, and I must comply. We simply need to block her pain receptors to ensure she does not perish, Knockdown replied. However, that would render the experience rather dull, would it not? The intention is to make certain everyone is aware of the traitor's fate. She must not be afforded any easy end. You may proceed. If she cannot withstand it, I will handle the aftermath. A mischievous grin spread across Knockdown's face as he spoke, reaching out to pinch the Black Widow's cheek. I shall take great pleasure in tormenting you, my lovely. He concluded with a gentle pat on her cheek, as if admiring an exquisite work of art. Bound by the immobilization device, the Black Widow could only watch in despair and terror as these events unfolded. Yet for her, the nightmare was merely beginning. Deathfire flipped the Black Widow onto her back and secured her to the operating table. This arrangement not only facilitated the process, but ensured that even if the immobilization device was deactivated, she would remain firmly restrained and unable to move an inch. Knockdown stood by, smugly offering guidance to Deathfire, as he certainly did not wish for his meticulously maintained paint to be tarnished. Thus, Deathfire seized the cutting machine and, without hesitation, began severing the connections between the Black Widow's 8 spider legs and her body. As the machine roared to life, a cacophony erupted, accompanied by showers of sparks. The Black Widow, ensnared by the immobilization device, felt an excruciating pain penetrate her back, reaching all the way to her brain. However, she found herself utterly powerless to resist, unable even to emit a cry of anguish. This unending torment consumed the Black Widow's mind, filling her with an inexhaustible hatred for the Decepticons. Should she ever escape, she vowed to make the Decepticons pay a grievous price, particularly that detestable Megatron. She yearned to make them experience the agony of being torn asunder. Reduced to mere scrap metal, the operations proceeded with remarkable efficiency, and in a short span, the Black Widow's 8 spider legs were entirely disassembled. Prior to this, she had succumbed to the excruciating pain and lost consciousness. Why must the Master resort to such measures? Why not simply execute this traitor? Who knows? Perhaps Lord Megatron relishes this form of torment. Let's not forget that a clone Autobot is imprisoned aboard the warship. The Master has forbidden us from interrogating it. You make a valid point. The surgery concluded, yet the Black Widow's nightmare was merely beginning. Without hesitation, Rayn commanded his subordinates to bring the Black Widow to Shockwave. Thus, she was thrust into a new cycle of horror. Shortly thereafter, in Shockwave's laboratory, Rayn engaged in dialogue with Shockwave, introducing the Black Widow as the former traitor. She possesses a unique ability to control mechanical insects. I require you to conduct an in-depth study of this power and render her devoid of it. Understood, Shockwave replied. Rayn added, however, do not damage her excessively. I still have use for her. Yes, my lord, Shockwave responded respectfully. At that moment, the unconscious Black Widow remained oblivious to the fate that awaited her. Once a formidable and astute elite, she had now been reduced to a prisoner, deprived even of the chance for redemption. Her destiny irrevocably altered. She could no longer contend with Rayn. All that remained for the Black Widow were her venom and webs as weapons. More tragically, she was compelled to coexist with her own clone nemesis, both reduced to mere playthings of Rayn. Henceforth, her freedom was stripped away, leaving her to obey Rayn's commands. After detailing everything to Shockwave, Rayn turned and departed, leaving Shockwave to embark on his study of the Black Widow. As he scrutinized her, excitement surged within him. In that moment, he finally grasped the profound intentions and thoughtful strategies of his master. Why, when they discovered the mechanical insect army, did the master opt to deploy troops for surveillance and subsequently arrange for tarantulas to establish a shielding device? It was all for the sake of the Black Widow. The Master's decisions were astoundingly ingenious, perfectly logical. In the past, he had often questioned the Master's orders, deeming them devoid of reason. But now he realized that such thoughts were merely the product of his own superficial understanding. The Master truly was unparalleled. With a heart full of joy, Rayn set off on his return journey, elated. Today is truly a day of fortuitous fortune. Not only have I acquired the magnetic gloves, but I have also successfully captured the formidable Black Widow. After all, this woman is undeniably terrifying. She is ruthless and merciless, possessing the ability to control mechanical insects. In the original narrative, her relentless pursuit of Jack and her collaboration with Silas were indeed chilling. Such a beautiful villainess should be dealt with personally. Moreover, she would never pledge allegiance to anyone. Only by holding her firmly can I ensure my own peace of mind. Now that I have obtained both figurines I desired, I can await the moment when I will fully harness the power of the energy gem. It is truly exhilarating. Chapter 43. The Energy Storage Canister, Another Tranquil Day. As usual, I sat upon my throne when Soundwave arrived to report the energy signal he had detected. Following analysis by our specialists, we confirmed that this is a data storage canister from the golden age of Cybertron. Its rarity is astounding, and it had long been launched into the cosmos by the Autobots. Finding it truly evokes a sense of wonder. How small the universe is. I instantly recognized this as part of the narrative surrounding the synthesis of Super Energon. I vividly recall how Ratchet utilized a semi-finished Super Energon to transform into a harbinger of doom. His combat prowess surged dramatically, allowing him to strike down Megatron and fiercely confront Optimus Prime. Quite impressive, an epic enhancement indeed. However, such a crucial data storage canister was ultimately released twice due to Meichi's recklessness, resulting in its complete loss. I was left speechless as I witnessed her chase excitement onto the battlefield. A battlefield, no less. Moreover, it was the war of the Cybertronians. Most importantly, she twice released the data contained within. The first time could be overlooked, but the second instance, she failed to learn from her mistakes and nearly jeopardized the data panel. Did she not understand the scarcity of Autobot's Super Energon? Optimus had already taken action, yet she foolishly took the data panel out on its own. What made her believe she could awaken it? If it were possible, Optimus and the others would have done so long ago. She was playing with fire, having caused such a significant disaster. If not for the portion of the data that the panel had retained, we would have lost everything. Ratchet, too, had to inject himself with the Super Energon out of desperation. It was akin to administering a stimulant, and he ultimately faced dire consequences at the hands of Megatron. I cannot allow her to mishandle such vital data storage canisters any longer. Therefore, I immediately dispatched Thundercracker and others to seize the canister. With the locking staff and magnetic gloves at our disposal, victory is assured. If one possesses divine artifacts, they ought to be utilized. What purpose do they serve if left to collect dust? Within the Autobot base, Meichi and the data panel were engrossed in watching television. As monstrous trucks ruthlessly crushed a multitude of cars, Meichi cheered with excitement, while the data panel shielded its eyes, unable to bear the brutality. It was simply too cruel. Cool. This is exhilarating. Television. No one can stop the world's most ferocious mechanical beasts. Ambulance. Could you possibly lower the volume a bit? Ambulance. Come quickly to see the racing exhibition that Meichi took me to last week. Meichi. I captured numerous photographs on my phone. Such barbarism to sacrifice so many innocent vehicles merely for human amusement. The ambulance lamented. Partition and Meichi. Indeed, ambulance. You were supposed to be on duty with Optimus Prime. He does not require my assistance, seeking ancient educational toys instead. The ancient educational toys you refer to are the data storage canisters of Cybertron. The ambulance swiftly switched the television to information about the data canisters and began to elaborate. Partition and Meichi. Hi. The ambulance continued. No one knows the vast amount of information they conceal. Numerous such canisters were constructed during the Golden Age. Each one recorded a wealth of knowledge about Cybertron, including star maps, medicine, and ancient mythology. After the outbreak of war, these canisters were hidden in various corners of the galaxy to prevent them from falling into the hands of the Decepticons. Yet now, we're detecting signals from them here on Earth, which means Mechi could no longer bear it. I'm feeling dizzy. Partition, quickly switch back. I want to see the grand battle. The ambulance activated the ground bridge. Just as the ambulance was about to speak, Optimus Prime's voice suddenly resonated, neglecting to address the situation regarding the canisters. As the ground bridge activated, Optimus and the others soon returned to the base, their expressions revealing a profound sense of disappointment. It was evident that the data canisters had been seized by the Decepticons. Another mission had failed. This was not due to the Autobots' lack of effort, intelligence, or strategy. It was solely because of inadequate equipment, insufficient personnel, and scarce resources. Faced with such formidable adversaries, everyone felt powerless and disheartened. However, they did not surrender, but instead pressed onward. Yet, a series of failures made them all acutely aware that victory was slipping further from their grasp. The ambulance had been tirelessly attempting to devise a weapon capable of countering the locking rod, yet success eluded him. Furthermore, the magnetic gloves had unfortunately fallen into the hands of the Decepticons, exacerbating their predicament. Not only that, the Decepticons boasted ample manpower and resources, along with an array of advanced weaponry and warships, while the Autobots found themselves ensnared by a lack of super energy and other essential resources. Now, the Autobots faced unprecedented challenges. Fortunately, they remained unaware of the significance of the information contained within the data canisters. Thus, their absence did not evoke excessive anguish. However, had the Autobots realized that this knowledge could alter their destinies, the loss would have been deeply heart-wrenching. Despite this, the Autobots resolved to continue their journey in search of new opportunities and hope. After all, as long as one does not relinquish hope, there exists the potential to triumph over adversity. On another note, the data storage canister brought back by Shockwave elicited great joy in Rayn. Indeed, with the synthesis of the super energy entities, it would be akin to possessing the Midas touch, a truly lucrative endeavor. Subsequently, Rayn entrusted the data storage canister to Shockwave for further arrangements. Since acquiring the super energy entity extractor, the Red Spider had harnessed it to amass a substantial quantity of super energy entity mines, which were beyond the reach of human extraction. The more, the better. Perhaps it was due to the previous incident involving Black Widow that the Red Spider had been particularly diligent in his mining efforts. After all, having disarmed Black Widow without anesthetics and subsequently placing her in Shockwave's laboratory had certainly instilled a sense of caution in him. It was entirely reasonable to frighten this lad. Indeed, a lesson well learned. As for that ruthless and cunning woman, Black Widow, the situation was manageable. She remained alive and remarkably resilient, exuding an allure akin to Arcee. A promising future lay ahead. Chapter 44. The Celestial Alignment, the Covenant of Cybertron prophesies that when 47 celestial bodies align, an eternal conflict shall commence in a world forged from chaos, where the weak shall forever perish in the shadows of the rising darkness. Arcee, is it not supposed to rain fire from the heavens? Medic, one would presume so. Is that not how the apocalypse unfolds? Barrier, I say it is all mere nonsense. Medic, I had always believed the prophecy referred to our planet, but it appears that is not the case. Cybertron has already met its demise. Optimus Prime, it is highly plausible that the focus is on Earth, given the calamities Megatron has wrought upon this place. Oh, although I have known of this prophecy for many years, I never took it seriously, Barrier quipped. Arcee, why bring this up now? Optimus Prime, because the prophecy of the 47 celestial bodies aligning is on the verge of manifesting. Medic, and it seems to point directly towards Earth. Is this merely a coincidence? Barrier asked incredulously. Arcee, how long do we have? At most a few days. Optimus Prime, regardless of whether this prophecy holds any truth, my concern lies with those who believe in it and may act upon it. The Decepticons have been fervently harvesting super energy entity mines as if intent on monopolizing all of Earth's resources. Beyond this, there has been little large-scale activity, which has left the Autobots in a state of unease. At this rate, they would either perish on the battlefield or succumb to starvation. In the original narrative, at least there were semi-finished super energy entities to alleviate the depletion of resources, but now there is nothing. Megatron need not even lift a finger to achieve his strategic objectives, and his true intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Particularly after obtaining the key card for the magical sphere, various signs indicate the grand ambitions of Megatron, as the Decepticons continue to grow increasingly formidable. As night falls upon the Autobot base, our three protagonists are diligently operating the computer with the intent of locating and erasing the compromising photographs of Bumblebee. Jack exclaims, "No way. Those balloons are the work of a child." Wait, Bumblebee truly shines in the spotlight. Mickey responds, "There's nothing we can do. A superstar is bound to attract unwelcome attention." Ratchet interjects, "Hold on. What's going on here?" Raph explains, "Someone has posted a photo of Bumblebee on a Supernatural Events website, but fret not. We already rectified the situation. Look." We replaced Bumblebee with an alien cat saying, "Take me home." The trio is momentarily taken aback, and Mickey, astonished, remarks, "Ratchet, you laughed." Jack adds, "Hey Optimus, would you like to see something amusing?" Optimus replies, "No, thank you." Arcee comments, "Please don't mind him. He is always like this." Bulkhead states, "I've never seen him laugh, cry, or lose his composure. I've known Optimus for many years, and while he is indeed adept at controlling his emotions, wasn't he always like this before he became Optimus Prime?" Raph, perplexed, asks Ratchet, "Was Optimus different before?" On Cybertron, no one is born great. Greatness is earned through strength. Mickey inquires, "How is he different? Did he tell jokes?" Ratchet replies, "No. Back then, Optimus was more like Jack." "What? I'm nothing like Optimus." Jack protests. In this delightful atmosphere, they can truly relax. Meanwhile, far away on the Decepticon warship, Rayn senses a disturbance. A volcano erupts, heralding the imminent awakening of the Cosmic Emperor. This ancient being has a significant influence over him. Soundwave had reported that soon, 47 planets would unite, and darkness would rise. Rayn constantly feels the presence of the Cosmic Emperor's thoughts, an inexplicable yearning to submit to him, an impulse deeply rooted in his very blood, impossible to suppress. As visions of the volcano guide him toward it, Rayn understands that this sensation is due to the dark energy entity within him, surging like a tidal wave. As if urging, "Master, awaken soon." He manages to temporarily stifle this feeling, yet he knows he must excavate the dark energy entity. Through his senses, Rayn successfully locates the volcano in his mind. As the dark energy entity begins to erupt, he intends to collect a portion of it. It may prove useful in the future. The closer he approaches the volcano, the stronger his connection to the Cosmic Emperor becomes. Megatron, just wait. When the opportunity arises, I shall not hesitate to challenge you. As time progresses, the 47 planets align. At the volcano's mouth, the sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, thunder and lightning crackle, and an endless torrent of dark energy rains upon the earth. Rayn commands the Red Spider to extract a third of the cargo holds dark energy. The Red Spider resists, for in such an environment, anyone other than Rayn weakens the longer they remain. The Red Spider promptly commenced the mining operations, yearning to escape this cursed place as swiftly as possible. Given that Rayn had previously mentioned it, the Decepticons were not particularly astonished by the bizarre eruption of the dark energy entity. After all, who knows whether it might be a manifestation of the Cosmic Emperor's affliction. However, Rayn himself was not faring well. He felt an unusual exhilaration coursing through him, as if he were imbued with boundless power, eagerly desiring to engage Optimus Prime in a fierce battle, one that would last for 300 rounds. This exhilarating sensation was unprecedented, leaving him somewhat bewildered. At that moment, Rayn's eyes had transformed into a deep violet, with numerous purple veins surfacing on his body, presenting a rather terrifying visage. The uninformed might mistakenly believe that Rayn was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the dark energy entity. As the Decepticon miners toiled under the onslaught of the dark energy entity, an ambulance suddenly detected irregularities in the area. Consequently, Optimus Prime and his companions resolved to traverse the land bridge to investigate the situation. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were taken aback. Countless energy entities were erupting ceaselessly from the volcano's mouth. One particular energy entity even struck the partition, causing the group to gradually weaken in such an environment. Meanwhile, the Decepticon mining team continued their labor, tragically confronting the overwhelming tide of dark energy entities. Why was the blood of the Cosmic Emperor erupting from the Earth? Optimus Prime, You must return immediately. Before anyone could react, the urgent voice of the ambulance rang out. Chapter 45. Volcanic eruption as the land bridge was activated. Optimus Prime and his team hastily retreated, needing to ascertain the cause of such a prolific eruption of Cosmic Emperor's blood. The Red Spider organized all miners to cut the dark energy entity and transport it back to the warship. Once the quantity reached the required standard, he ordered an immediate withdrawal. The remaining processing could be conducted aboard the warship, for no one could endure working in such an environment. At the Autobot base, all personnel were in position. The Decepticons had uncovered a substantial amount of dark energy entities. Arcee, a whole volcano. Partition, how could there be so much? Ambulance. The issue is not merely the volume of Cosmic Emperor's blood, but what exactly they intend to do with these dark energy entities. Mika, did the Decepticons kill Emperor Taro, that horn old man? And he was covered in fur? Ambulance. He is an ancient demon of the Cosmic Emperor. His blood solidified into fossilized forms, resulting in what we refer to as dark energy entities, or so the legend goes. Jack, what kind of creature is this Cosmic Emperor you speak of? Mika, some kind of monster that hides in closets to scare people, like in ghost stories. No, Jack. The Cosmic Emperor once truly existed. In other words, I firmly believe he was real. At that moment, Jack's phone rang. It was little Jane calling. Outside, the world was descending into chaos. Little Jane, having seen the news, learned that numerous earthquakes were occurring simultaneously in various locations, and she was deeply concerned for Jack's safety. Thus, she called to confirm his well-being. Subsequently, by activating the land bridge, little Jane arrived at the base to check on her cherished one, whom she could never stop worrying about. Before long, Agent Fuller reached out to the base. Optimus Prime, did you receive my message? I heard you, Agent Fuller. Have you seen the news? It seems like the heavens are acting strangely. Volcanic eruptions, I'm aware of that. And what about the earthquakes? 7 major quakes occurred simultaneously with the volcanic activity, all with identical magnitudes. They spread across different tectonic plates around the globe, theoretically unrelated. Yet the issue remains that they all transpired at the same time, did they not? At that juncture, Mikey interjected, "Look, there is more good news." The television reported. The storm intensity is unprecedented in this region. Tsunamis threaten the Canadian coastline, and thunderstorms are rampant across the Gobi Desert. Meanwhile, electromagnetic anomalies are disrupting power grids in major cities. These bizarre global phenomena have led many to speculate on what might follow. Don't tell me the Decepticons have created a weather machine, Fuller exclaimed. The likelihood of that is slim, Ambulance retorted. I believe that the sudden emergence of so many dark energy entities cannot possibly be mere coincidence. Ambulance continued to monitor the bizarre data arising from Earth's unusual occurrences. Just as calm returned to the base, the television broadcasted an update. The leaders of various nations have classified these peculiar climate phenomena as a global emergency. The Cosmic Emperor remarked, I merely need to intervene slightly, and you will reach your limits. Little Jane added, globally, scientists believe that these phenomena are somehow connected to the ongoing planetary alignment. At that moment, Agent Fuller also arrived at the base to inquire about the situation. What have you discovered? I hope you are not going to tell me something like, Ms. Darby, I never expected you. Hello, Agent Fuller. We have learned that, akin to the magma ejected from volcanic eruptions, the epicenters of these earthquakes lie deep within the Earth's crust, precisely at the core. Earthquakes do not originate from there, do they? Fuller questioned. Very faint tremors, rhythmic and stable, almost as if. Ambulance gazed at the displayed frequencies, instantly associating them with something extraordinary. Oh, my goodness. If I were to convert these data points into an audio file, it would be... What? What is it? Fuller asked. Listen, as the surroundings fell into silence. The heartbeat of the Cybertronians resonated in everyone's ears, causing a palpable tension among the crowd. The heartbeat of the Cybertronians. How could this be possible? A heartbeat signifies the flow of blood, yet there is no blood within the Earth's core, except for the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. The astute Rafi conjured an exceptionally bizarre answer. Meichi interjected, wait a moment, are you suggesting that something resides beneath us, at the very center of the Earth? Optimus Prime replied, I fear that the composition of the Earth's core is not, as your science posits, magma, but rather a dark super-energetic entity. Ratchet added, if what we hear is indeed a heartbeat, then it implies that the Cosmic Emperor is the rising darkness foretold in prophecy. Fuller queried, then how do we prevent this entity from emerging. I believe that may prove impossible, came the response. Little Jean questioned, but how could a living being exist within our core? Optimus Prime elaborated, this entity is unlike anything you have ever encountered, before the origins of all things. There existed the primordial celestial and the cosmic emperor. The former embodied creation, while the latter represented destruction. They battled for millennia, each experiencing victory and defeat, with the scales of triumph often swaying uncertainly until the first leader of the Autobots was created, namely, the 13 Apostles. It was only after this that the primordial celestial ultimately vanquished the cosmic emperor and exiled him. The primordial celestial fused with our planet's core, utilizing the wellspring of fire to create life, while the cosmic emperor faded into obscurity until now. Fuller proposed, perhaps we could locate this emperor and drill a hole into the core to obliterate him? Agent Fuller, Ratchet cautioned, I do not believe the cosmic emperor resides within the Earth, but rather, over time and through the effects of gravity, celestial debris has gradually accumulated around him. So he essentially formed the Earth itself, concluded Ratchet. Arcee added, his awakening is due to the magnetic forces caused by the planetary alignment. Jack pondered, what will happen now that the cosmic emperor has awakened from his eons-long slumber? Chapter 46, The Apostles Mechi exclaimed, yes. Will he stretch and obliterate the Earth into ashes? The group fell silent, the atmosphere thickening as Little Jean finally remarked, you don't really know, do you? I suspect the existence of the cosmic emperor has transcended physical form, and now we must devise a method to ensure that his terrifying power never fully awakens. The fate of your planet hinges on this moment. In Rayn's mind, visions of the cosmic emperor's resurrection flashed, heralding the Earth's destruction. He understood that it was time to venture out and seek collaboration with Optimus Prime. Before doing so, Rayn made his intentions clear. He would return with a memory-impaired Optimus Prime, and everyone was to act convincingly. Soundwave was to maintain awareness of his coordinates, and should any news arise from the core, the land bridge should be activated without delay. Having spoken all this, Rayn embarked on a quest to locate Brother Pillar. Optimus Prime was also striving for cosmic peace, having arrived at the epicenter of a recent earthquake to conduct reconnaissance. The findings at this epicenter aligned with those from other seismic locations, revealing a landscape rich in mineral deposits. Fowler inquired, what does this signify? Medic elucidated, the natural metallic veins on your planet are extensions of the cosmic emperor, essentially his limbs. Little Jane remarked, so he truly stretched out, which is why these earthquakes occurred. Medic responded, Optimus, I have detected a significant surge in the spark activity of the cosmic emperor as he gradually awakens. Even without the original narrative scene of Megatron's submission, the cosmic emperor still senses the faint essence of the primordial supreme, the apostle. Rest assured, Medic, I will exercise utmost caution. The visage of the cosmic emperor emerged from the rock, facing Optimus Prime, undeniably formidable. Clone, do you recognize me? The attendant of the primordial supreme. Optimus Prime declared, Dark, evil god, you are the cosmic emperor. Indeed, from this moment, you shall refer to me as your annihilator, the cosmic emperor. With the delusional embodiment of the cosmic emperor fully formed, it immediately lunged at Optimus Prime. Witnessing this, Optimus switched to dual blades for defense. Yet he was reluctant to engage in conflict with the cosmic emperor. After a series of evasive maneuvers, he implored, I beseech you to heed my words, esteemed cosmic emperor. The apostle of the primordial supreme queried, what counsel do you wish to impart? What I have to say is not for my own sake, but for the planet formed by your essence and the beings upon it, as humanity relies on you as their pillar of life. However, your resurrection will only cause the species known as humanity to cease evolving, leading directly to their annihilation. The cosmic emperor retorted, you speak of this so-called human species as if they are my descendants? Cosmic emperor, what nonsense! They dig at me daily, yet I have yet to utter a word. And you have spoken first. Optimus affirmed, indeed, merely parasites. They shall experience the wrath of the cosmic emperor. But first, I must deal with you. Upon uttering this, the cosmic emperor unleashed a torrent of electrical attacks upon Optimus Prime, who was caught off guard and sent crashing to the ground. In my absence, these apostles have grown so weak. Thus, you are doomed. Every life must eventually meet its end. However, it should not be today. Optimus Prime retaliated with a relentless barrage of fire, obliterating the embodiment of the cosmic emperor. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the ground trembled, countless clones began to coalesce, far superior to an army of the undead. You are mistaken, foolish apostle. Today is indeed the day. For although the Cosmic Emperor is but one, we are all the Cosmic Emperor. Medic interjected. Optimus, have you noticed any further signs of the Cosmic Emperor's activity? Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor embodies the essence of power, and you, my final apostle, are destined for a path of demise. His voice echoed within the base, signaling dire circumstances. We must depart immediately. No, it is futile to confront the Cosmic Emperor with brute force. He seeks my ambulance, and I must bear this battle alone. Optimus Prime declared resolutely, closing his visor and charging towards the Cosmic Emperor, shattering many of the rock avatars that surged toward him. Yet these avatars were endless, and despite Optimus Prime's formidable strength, he could not withstand the overwhelming sea of the Cosmic Emperor's minions. Soon, he found himself ensnared by the avatars, and just as the Cosmic Emperor prepared to eliminate him, the ground bridge activated, and Arcee and her comrades arrived for rescue. The tide of battle shifted in an instant, and the Autobots swiftly dispatched the majority of the avatars, regrouping together. Did the ambulance fail to relay my orders? Return to base. Before they could respond, the Cosmic Emperor ominously proclaimed, even summoning reinforcements will not avert your annihilation. Surrender now. Arcee interjected. Optimus, his target is you. It is you who should return to the base. These avatars of the Cosmic Emperor can locate me anywhere. Even with the base's shield, I can only temporarily conceal my position. I cannot endanger you all. The Divider. Then let us lead the charge for you. Just this once. Optimus, hear me. If you encounter any misfortune, Earth may also be doomed. The ambulance urged hastily. Very well then. Arcee, let us proceed. With a unified spirit, they advanced relentlessly. Countless avatars surged forth, intent on eradicating the Autobots, but such attempts proved futile. They fought their way out of the canyon, where the avatars were fewer, and just as they thought themselves safe, a colossal avatar materialized ahead. Its enormity threatened to annihilate the Autobots with a single stomp, forcing them to revert from vehicle mode. Meanwhile, Rayn observed with excitement. Wow, this is an unprecedented figure. Buzzing sound. Optimus Prime. No, this is not the Cosmic Emperor himself. It is merely a replica he has conjured. The Divider. If we cannot defeat the Cosmic Emperor and cannot shake him off, what shall we do? Our only recourse is to eliminate as many of his avatars as possible until we discover a mutually beneficial solution to vanquish him without jeopardizing this planet. With that, the Autobots charged towards the massive avatar of the Cosmic Emperor, but their efforts were evidently in vain. Chapter 47. The First Alliance of Autobots and Decepticons. The artillery fire striking the avatar felt like mere tickles, utterly ineffective, while the Cosmic Emperor effortlessly dispatched the Divider and Bumblebee with a single blow, sending them hurtling through the air without a chance to evade, crashing harshly to the ground. The two were propelled over 100 meters by the overwhelming force. And soon after, Arcee suffered a similar fate. At last, the Cosmic Emperor descended fiercely upon the ground, sending colossal boulders soaring like raindrops, pinning Optimus Prime down and rendering him immobile. The Cosmic Emperor, brimming with pride, prepared to stride forth and crush Optimus Prime into a mere disk of iron. Meanwhile, Rayn, who was observing this thrilling battle, felt an insatiable yearning for action. However, it was time for the protagonist to make his entrance. Rayn swiftly transformed into a fighter jet and soared above the head of the Cosmic Emperor's avatar. The Cosmic Emperor proclaimed, I am the sovereign of this world as past and future. As for the present, all apostles shall become relics of the past. Arcee, sensing the urgency as Optimus Prime was on the brink of being turned into a disk and returning to the source of the Matrix, exclaimed, No. Just as this is about to happen, the protagonist arrives. Rayn rapidly flew to the vicinity of the Cosmic Emperor's avatar's head and unleashed a barrage of fire. Piercing through it, the disoriented avatar collapsed, leaving all the Autobots present in a state of shock. Buzzing filled the air. Arcee declared it wasn't me. The panel echoed. Nor was it I. Ambulance. What is happening? It was me. Rayn stood atop the wreckage of the avatar, his back to the others, exuding an air of bravado before approaching Optimus Prime. The panel exclaimed, Megatron. The individuals at the base were equally astonished. Mickey remarked, the leader of the Decepticons is here too. He has allied with the Cosmic Emperor. Ambulin, aware of the Decepticons' extraction of Dark Energon, responded, "Hold your conclusions." Megatron just saved Optimus Prime's life. Rayn extended his right hand towards Optimus Prime, who was slowly freeing himself. After a moment of shock, Optimus chose to reach out as well. "It has been a long time, Optimus," Rayn said. "I have a proposal." The Cosmic Emperor? Indeed, he is on the verge of a complete awakening, and at that moment, Earth will face utter annihilation, while the revival of Cybertron will be relegated to mere history. Ambulance scoffed, "Preposterous. The Cosmic Emperor is the embodiment of evil. Megatron will not conspire with him. Is he here to assist us? Such a proud individual as Megatron would never allow anyone else to rule this planet." Rayn laughed heartily. "You are correct. Since I am here, I shall be the future master of this planet." The panel retorted, "You command a Decepticon army. Why seek us out? To defeat the Cosmic Emperor. We must rely on Optimus Prime's strength. We can collaborate." The panel added, "It seems we have no need for you." Rayn countered, "Quite the opposite. Though Optimus is the only one capable of defeating the Cosmic Emperor, it is I, merged with the Dark Energon, who possess the ability to lead you to him." Optimus, do you believe that the feud between the Decepticons and Autobots truly matters before the Cosmic Emperor is vanquished? Feuds will always remain feuds. Ambulin retorted angrily, as the unfortunate control panel received a punch. "Optimus Prime, if the Autobots and Decepticons were to reconcile, how long do you believe such peace would endure?" Rayn, "Oh, that's simple. If you all heed my advice, war would be rendered obsolete, and all issues would be resolved." "Are you daydreaming? What happens after we vanquish our common foe? Conquer the world. What else is there to do? Am I to conquer you?" "Rayn, I hope you will indulge me for a while longer." "He is not entirely a hypocrite," Arcee remarked, speechless. "Ratchet, this is merely his scheme to use us. We shall not allow you to succeed." Rayn, "Very well. Soon, the Decepticons shall be upon the moon, witnessing the grand spectacle of Earth's explosion, a sight rarely beheld in a lifetime. Barrier, even if we consent to the Cosmic Emperor being at the Earth's core, how do we reach him? By driving there? Optimus Prime, it appears we have but one option." Ratchet, "I absolutely disagree. Transmitting blindly into the interior of a living entity via a land bridge? That is utterly impossible. Furthermore, being directly exposed to numerous dark energy entities is far too perilous. You do not possess the immunity to him that Megatron does. Rayn, if you cannot even accomplish this, what use are you? Look at Soundwave, and then at yourself. Perhaps the issue lies within your own lack of effort. In critical moments, you still depend on me." "Yes, you." Megatron. Rayn unleashed a barrage of words, effectively breaching Ratchet's defenses. "Optimus Prime, can you provide the precise coordinates of the Cosmic Emperor?" Rayn, "As long as we can reach the core, I have the capability to lead you to the Cosmic Emperor's Chamber of Sparks. Then we can extinguish his spark." Arcee, "Optimus, even if we survive the journey there, how can we thwart the Cosmic Emperor? We need the energy gem." Fowler in the base. "What is that?" Ratchet explained. "It is a pure energy vessel, containing the collective wisdom of all the apostles." Jack, "Do we still have time to search for it? Where will Optimus find this energy gem?" Ratchet, "Optimus does not need to seek it. It resides within him." Optimus Prime, "By releasing the power of the energy gem into the spark of the Cosmic Emperor, it ought to induce him into a prolonged slumber." Mika, "Wait. If everything proceeds smoothly, the Cosmic Emperor will still remain below." Jack, "Indeed. Can we extract him?" Raffi elaborated. "He does not dwell within the core, Jack. He is the core itself." Raffi was absolutely correct. Damaging your core would disrupt the magnetic poles, triggering the cataclysmic disasters we are striving to avoid. Regrettably, the Cosmic Emperor is the seed of your planet, both in the past and in the future, eternally. At that moment, the stones beside Rayn began to roll, as a new manifestation was on the verge of materializing. Barrier, another one is coming. Ratchet, quickly activate the land bridge. Arcee suddenly realized, wait, we actually opened the entrance to our base in front of Megatron. Cider, seriously, do you think he would risk his life to save us? Rayn, haha, you all go discuss it. I'll handle things here, and you will agree. Chapter 48. The first visit to the base having given his instructions, Rayn immediately transformed into a fighter jet to strike the face of the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime walked at the back, casting a deep, resolute glance before returning to the base. Medic, I understand that special circumstances require special handling. But bringing Megatron here is risky. Little Jane, he is your enemy. Do you really intend to invite the wolf into your fold? We will closely monitor him. As soon as the moment for transportation arrives, he must leave without a second's delay. Fuller, if the location of the base is exposed, the Decepticons will surely attack. By using the land bridge to bring him over, he will remain unaware of our coordinates. Jack, Optimus, if your energy cube is released, will it harm you? Optimus, until now, the power within the energy cube has never been utilized for such purposes. Jack, but you know what the consequences could be, don't you? For me, if it means saving all humanity, I will act without hesitation. I have no other choice. But you do have a choice. Cider, I never considered saving all humanity, but I am willing to do so for Mikiri. Arcee, for Jack. Buzz. Thus, everyone had made their decision regarding their next steps. Meanwhile, Rayn was amusingly toying with the Cosmic Emperor. Although the 3 avatars of the Cosmic Emperor were indeed massive, this posed a challenge for the Autobots, while Rayn, who could fly, was treated like a mere pet. However, it was evident that the Cosmic Emperor had learned from the last encounter. This time, his head was even more fortified. Rayn understood that he merely needed to stall for time, for it would not be long before Optimus would come to his aid. Megatron, we are about to transport you. I knew you would agree, Optimus. As the land bridge activated, Rayn flew to the entrance, sauntering in with an air of cool confidence, while the avatars behind him were nothing more than turtles. This is unfair. I've never even seen him. Why must he hide? Mikiri complained as she was forced into hiding. I am in charge here. Everyone concealed themselves. Rayn slowly entered the base, greeted by Optimus Prime at the forefront, while the Autobots behind him assumed a defensive stance, ready to fire. Your place is rather shabby. It's in ruins. Jack and the others, hidden, secretly glared at Rayn, wishing to confront him. Optimus, Medic, obtained the coordinates of the target location for Megatron. Rayn relayed the pre-established coordinates to Medic, and with the coordinates locked in, they embarked on their journey to the Earth's core. After you, Arcee said warily to Rayn. As you wish. Rayn leisurely took the lead towards the land bridge, as if he were not heading into a battlefield rife with the specter of death, but rather embarking on a delightful vacation. What's the fuss? If we're to perish, let us ascend directly. Moreover, is there not Optimus Prime to rely upon? Subsequently, everyone turned back, gazing affectionately at their companions, whom they could never truly abandon, as they solemnly made their way to the land bridge. Oh, the sight before them was nothing short of magnificent, an expanse of metal adorned with intricate purple patterns. This was the very interior of the Cosmic Emperor's body. Enveloped in this environment, one could not help but feel minuscule, akin to a mere cell in the presence of such grandeur. Guided by Rayn, the group began their journey towards the Cosmic Emperor's chamber of ignition. Arcee, how long until the Cosmic Emperor realizes we are here? He has known for quite some time. Cherish this moment of tranquility while it lasts. With that, Rayn pressed onward, yet unbeknownst to them, the eye at the pinnacle of their traversed area began to stir. Thus, the group continued towards their destination, when suddenly, Rayn was beset by a piercing headache. Images of a shattered Earth, a doomed planet, and the imposing visage of the Cosmic Emperor filled his mind, causing him great distress. Our time is running short. Arcee, how can we be certain the Cosmic Emperor is not leading us into a trap? Optimus Prime, indeed, we cannot know. Everyone had no choice but to pursue this path, as it was the only option available to them. Yet, they remained oblivious to the presence of mechanical life, forms stirring behind them. The news from the base was equally grim. The thunder and lightning outside showed no sign of abating, and the skies were shrouded in ominous clouds. Television. Currently, over 60 volcanoes are erupting worldwide, and snowfall in the city of Sandalwood has reached a staggering 15 centimeters. Scientists are still brainstorming, debating whether these unprecedented natural disasters are connected to the planetary alignment phenomenon. Just then, the television lost signal entirely. Little Jean, wouldn't you like to play a game? Clearly, attempts to lighten the mood had become outdated. Fuller, I've had enough. Little Jean, the entire world has spiraled out of control. How can I stand idly by? Ambulance, but what can you accomplish by stepping outside now? Rayn, if he were well, would surely declare. Deliver the vehicle form to the Cosmic Emperor? Anything will do. Get in touch with my colleagues and devise a plan to eliminate that fiend. Ambulance. But even Optimus Prime cannot defeat him. Fuller, you mean Optimus Prime and Megatron, right? I understand you dislike this arrangement, Agent Fuller. No one here is fond of it. But if they could join forces once more, Jack. Wait. Again. Laffy. Megatron was once an Autobot. Mechi. Optimus Prime was once a Decepticon. Neither is true. Long ago, on the planet Cybertron, as the Golden Age was drawing to a close, Optimus Prime and Megatron were not yet sworn enemies. Do you recall my mention of Optimus Prime not always being a leader? In fact, he was not even known as Optimus Prime. He was once a humble archivist at the Iron Fortress archives, bearing the name Orion Pax. The more he learned about the history of Cybertron, the more he grew disillusioned by the rampant corruption among the ruling elite and deeply troubled by the inequitable treatment of Cybertronians. Before long, Orion Pax was profoundly inspired by the words and ideals of a gladiator who proclaimed himself as Megatronus, one of the 13 primes. Megatronus vowed to challenge the ruling class of Cybertron, demanding equal treatment for all Cybertronians. Chapter 49, Ratchet's Chronicle. This gladiator-turned-reformer quickly garnered a loyal following. With Soundwave at the forefront, Orion Pax initially followed Megatronus, who almost became his mentor. However, as Megatronus transitioned from the arena to the political arena, he deemed the name Megatron more fitting for himself. Shortly thereafter, Megatron presented his vision for a just society before the High Council. At that moment, his true nature began to reveal itself. He advocated for the use of violent means to dismantle the old order and demanded to be appointed as the next leader by the High Council. Nonetheless, Orion Pax firmly believed that justice could not be established through violence, and ultimately, his arguments swayed the hearts of the High Council. For the first time during the Golden Age of Cybertron, someone had qualified to become a leader. However, to attain this honor, one must acquire the legendary Allspark. As Megatron's ambitions faltered, he harbored resentment and, disregarding the High Council's decision, declared himself the leader. He subsequently rallied his followers into an army known as the Decepticons, declaring war against all opponents. The Decepticons swore to claim the Allspark for themselves, no matter its location. Ultimately, war ravaged the planet Cybertron and even poisoned its core. In desperation, Orion Pax ventured to the core, hoping to reverse the toxic effects, only to find himself facing our creator, Primus himself. Sensing Orion Pax's inherent goodness, the weakened Primus bestowed the Allspark upon him. Thus, amidst the astonishment of others and his own humility, Orion Pax transformed into Optimus Prime, the last Prime. Mika, so, Optimus Prime has obtained the Allspark from Cybertron and is now ready to release it into the core. Jack, how can we prevent Megatron from claiming the Allspark for himself this time? Ratchet, for now, we can only hope that he himself does not wish for this planet's destruction, as he has not yet conquered it. However, we must never underestimate the leader of the Decepticons. Meanwhile, the group on their journey to the core is drawing near. The spark of the Cosmic Emperor resides here. Arcee, after you. Alas, just wait. I shall soon lure away your beloved leader, and then you will have your moment of sorrow. At that moment, the partition suddenly wobbled, nearly causing a fainting spell, revealing the profound effect of the dark energy on them. Buzzing the partition. I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy. Arcee, the dark energy is beginning to affect you. Steady yourself, partition. Just then, Rayn sensed it. He is prepared to cleanse us. No sooner had he spoken than countless grotesque creatures resembling octopuses surged forth, launching an assault on everyone. Partition, what are those? Optimus Prime, we have entered the body of the Cosmic Emperor, so logically, these should be some form of antibodies. Everyone switched to their firearms and began firing, but there were too many of these creatures to contend with. It was an endless barrage. Arcee even found herself on the next platform. Of course, Rayn was merely coasting along, having rarely engaged directly, as he had always delegated tasks to his subordinates. However, if there were only a few monsters, they would indeed be challenging to defeat. Now, with so many monsters around, it was merely a game of chance. A few stragglers approached, and with a swift strike, they were dispatched, far easier to handle than the rocky doppelgangers. At that moment, the partition began to falter, swaying precariously, and nearly fell. Fortunately, he grasped the last thread of fate with his right hand, or else he would surely have shattered. Bumblebee, witnessing this, rushed to catch the partition before he plummeted. But alas, he was too heavy to lift, utterly immovable. Let go, Bumblebee, or I shall drag you down with me. Optimus Prime and Rayn were engrossed in battle. For Rayn, these minor adversaries were manageable, but if they were to face the likes of the Skyward Charge, it would be a different ordeal altogether. Let go, child. Arcee, partition. Just as Bumblebee struggled to hold on, a massive hand seized the partition. It was Optimus Prime. You cannot fall. As he spoke, he single-handedly lifted the portly partition to safety, and the group pressed onward, determined not to be delayed further. Arcee. Realizing the urgency, Arcee activated her boost, nimbly leaping onto a flying creature, taking control, and landing on the platform where Optimus Prime stood. Yet the battle raged on, with an increasing number of foes. Rayn was struck again, though fortunately, the injury was not severe. Suddenly, the voice of the Cosmic Emperor echoed in Rayn's mind. Megatron, follow my command and eliminate the Apostles. Ah, here it comes again. That old fool's voice was driving Rayn to the brink of madness. Just as he felt himself teetering on the edge, Optimus Prime's voice reached his ears. Megatron. At that moment, regaining his composure, Rayn noticed the imminent danger behind Optimus Prime and promptly pushed him down, shattering the monstrous threat. The matrix of leadership resides within. Hurry, he exclaimed as he hurried forward. The torment he had endured was about to reach its conclusion. How can we gain entry? Simple. Allow me to take charge. Rayn responded, channeling the energy within his chest towards the door sensor, which swiftly opened before him. Without a backward glance, Rayn stepped inside, eager to leave this wretched place without delay. Transformers, I implore you to hold off these assailants for as long as possible. With that, Optimus Prime made his way towards the Matrix chamber. Hold the line, comrades. For Optimus Prime, they declared resolutely. Soon, Optimus reached the Matrix chamber, where Rayn awaited him. Optimus, the remainder is in your hands, Rayn stated. As Optimus approached the Matrix, the overwhelming power of the Universe Emperor began to take its toll, with swirling ribbons of energy inflicting discomfort upon the duo. Megatron, I command you to obliterate the Apostles. The manipulated Rayn unsheathed his blade, slowly advancing toward Optimus, raising his right hand to strike. Chapter 50. World Peace. In this dire moment, the blade hovering above Optimus suddenly halted. It was Rayn, desperately resisting the Universe Emperor's control. He felt akin to a person who knew they were on the verge of heat stroke, yet struggled to endure. Ultimately, Rayn managed to restrain his rebellious right hand with his left. You old fool, call for your father. Soon, the mental storm overwhelmed Rayn, allowing the Universe Emperor to seize control of his body. Meanwhile, Optimus was suffering in the midst of this pure, dark energy environment, having just endured an attack. He summoned every ounce of strength, drawing upon the power of the Matrix. As its bearer, I call upon you. You cannot defeat me, apostle of the primordial being. I have transcended physical form, wielding only my will to plunge the world into infinite chaos. As long as I draw breath, you shall not prevail. Let the power of the Matrix illuminate our darkest hour. With that, as Optimus unleashed the Matrix's energy, the Universe Emperor let out a furious roar of defiance. Ultimately, the two pure energies clashed. The Universe Emperor's spark trembled erratically before extinguishing completely, leading to his return to slumber due to his own verbose nature. Outside, the monsters attacking the Transformers lost control, crashing to the ground, allowing the weary warriors a moment to rest their exhausted bodies. In the world beyond, the volcanoes ceased their eruptions, tornadoes dissipated, tsunamis receded, storm clouds vanished, and the sky finally cleared, heralding a return to peace. The Autobots base had just endured a tremor, and the crowd was relieved to see the shaking subside. Little Jane exclaimed, there might still be aftershocks. Jack pondered, could it be? The ambulance responded, I believe so. At that moment, the base successfully detected several signals, suggesting that Optimus Prime and his team had indeed triumphed. Cheers of jubilation erupted among the crowd. Fuller, in a surge of excitement, embraced little Jane, leaving Jack momentarily bewildered, plagued by an unsettling premonition. Meanwhile, Soundwave from the Decepticons detected his leader's signal and promptly activated the ground bridge to welcome him home. Rayn, regaining his composure as the headache subsided, thought to himself, what a rare relief. Everything has come to an end. Now it's my time to perform. At that moment, Optimus Prime, having just released the power of the Energon, was enveloped in smoke, indicating that all was not well. Rayn hastily stored away the blades that had been switched out by Unicron and approached Optimus, ready to commence his act. Shockwave, where are we? He inquired. You have finally awakened. Orion. Huh? You don't remember? Rayn continued. Old friend, we just emerged from a fierce battle, and the enemy is rapidly approaching. We must retreat immediately. As he coaxed Optimus, suddenly the door was shattered, and the Seekers stormed in. Optimus, are you all right? One of them asked. Why does he call me Optimus? Orion questioned. What have you done to him? Arcee demanded. Who are they? Just then, the ground bridge activated behind them, arriving just in time. The enemy is closing in. You must retreat. Orion, I will cover your escape. Upon hearing Rayn's words, Optimus dashed toward the ground bridge, but hesitated at the last moment, casting a glance back. Even as he saw Bumblebee's heartbroken gaze, Optimus chose to depart. Rayn, witnessing the success of their plan, fired a few more shots before retreating as well. With their departure, the remaining three were left in a state of confusion and heartache, frozen in place. Within the base, the ambulance activated the ground bridge while Jack and others awaited the return of their heroic leader. Arcee, I'm so worried. Seekers, Bumblebee, are you all right? The ambulance inquired. But what about Optimus? Could he be dead? No, Arcee interjected. But he looked at us as if he didn't recognize us, not even knowing his own name. The Seeker exclaimed. It appears that when Optimus released the Energon, he lost not only the combined command of all leaders, but also his memories. The ambulance concluded. That doesn't make sense. Optimus knows Megatron. Arcee insisted. They are as familiar as best friends. The Seeker added. If Optimus cannot recall his name, perhaps it is because he had yet to be bestowed with the title of Autobot leader at that time. Fuller exclaimed. What? Jack responded. Mechi, what do you mean? The power of Energon is no longer within Optimus Prime. Thus, it is highly probable that he may revert to his former self, the historical archivist Orion Pax. Xiaojin, are you suggesting this is a psychological matter? Fuller, are you implying that Optimus now believes himself to be a librarian or even a Decepticon? Ambulance, being a Decepticon is merely a choice, Agent Fuller. However, I personally believe that Optimus would never make such a choice, regardless of the circumstances. Divider, if he has allied with the Decepticons. Arcee, it must be because Megatron is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Orion Pax may currently be somewhat disoriented, but I believe that deep down, he will always be an Autobot. We must locate him to clarify the situation. Fuller, wait a moment. I have a chip implanted in my backside. The government knows precisely where I've had my lamb skewers. Yet you cannot track Optimus. His signal vanished after heading towards the Earth's core, but we must strive to find him. Only then do we have hope of restoring Optimus' memories of leadership. Mechi, how can we restore Optimus's memories? We can only rely on the power of the magical orb to aid him. Divider, the key card for that thing has long since fallen into Megatron's hands. Does he possess the ability to foresee the future? Arcee, moreover, even if we find Optimus and acquire the key card, how do we reach Cybertron? I understand our current predicament is quite dire, which is why we must locate Optimus first to proceed with our plans. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, as everyone felt as though the sky was falling, Rayn had already returned to the warship with the amnesiac Optimus Prime. Chapter 51, The Great Deceiver. At this moment, Rayn wished to announce grandly, "Welcome back, Lord Megatron." Those welcoming Rayn's return, including Thundercracker, were not surprised to see Optimus Prime behind him, as Rayn had specifically mentioned it before leaving. However, despite their preparation, the sight of Optimus standing before them felt peculiar. After years of battle, suddenly having the enemy leader join their ranks was undoubtedly challenging to adapt to. The amnesiac Optimus, sensing the scrutiny of the others, felt a strange disquiet. Suddenly, Rayn began his performance. Orion, I have finally rescued you. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Megatron, what on earth has happened? Where am I? So much has transpired during your amnesiac period. The root of it all is that nefarious medic, ambulance. This individual is shrouded in darkness, utterly deranged, stealthily establishing a terrifying organization known as the Autobots. He harbors ambitions of ruling Cybertron, declaring war on all dissenters. Thus, an unending conflict erupted. To counter the dreadful medic and his formidable army, I founded the Decepticons, striving to prevent the war from spiraling further out of control. However, the medic proved to be overwhelmingly powerful, leading us to retreat continually until we were forced to abandon our homeland. Starscream, your storytelling skills are quite remarkable. I almost believed you. Yet, The war ultimately poisoned the very essence of Cybertron. I loathe my own impotence. In the end, Cybertron could not escape its doomed fate. What? Cybertron has perished. At that moment, Soundwave displayed the devastating imagery of Cybertron's destruction. Optimus Prime, confronted with this sight, was left seething with rage. I can scarcely fathom the horrifying deeds the medic is capable of. Indeed, this harbinger of doom will stop at nothing for power, causing us to lose our cherished home. As the atmosphere became increasingly charged, Rayn continued to weave his tale. Ultimately, we had no choice but to relocate to a resource-rich planet known as Earth, continuing our battle against the terror wrought by the Medics organization. However, I never anticipated that they would seize you, leading to your current amnesia. They even sought to recruit you, in your forgetful state, into their malevolent ranks. Their audacity knows no bounds. Fortunately, none of that transpired. Now you have returned, old friend. From this moment forth, our fortunes will surely improve. I believe that with unwavering determination and unity, we shall vanquish the evil Autobots and resurrect Cybertron. Optimus Prime, I have a question, Megatron. Why are we called Decepticons? Do you not find it melodious? Would you prefer flying cats? Rayn's response left Optimus momentarily speechless. Well, Megatron, you are weary and in need of rest. We shall address the remaining matters later. I solemnly vow, in the name of my spark, to put an end to the Medic's heinous crimes. Indeed, everything shall improve. Take Orion down to rest. Shockwave, my lord, are you truly at ease allowing a former Autobot leader to remain with us? Shockwave, we must rely on Optimus Prime to decrypt the Iron Fortress database. Only then can we uncover the means to resurrect Cybertron. Is there truly a way to revive Cybertron within? Of course, otherwise, why would I go to such lengths? Rayn's revelation illuminated the faces of all. It signified that they would soon be returning home. As Optimus Prime was taken away to rest, the subsequent plans were set to commence swiftly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Rayn assigned Optimus to the task of unlocking the Iron Fortress database without any guards, although he strategically placed Optimus' workstation adjacent to the Energon storage facility, where he stationed heavy security to avert any unforeseen complications that might trouble him. As for the historical data, Soundwave had already encrypted it, so there was no concern that Optimus would uncover anything. How is the unlocking of the Iron Fortress database progressing, Orion? I fear I may be somewhat out of practice. I have only managed to decrypt 3 pieces of information. What do these 3 pieces pertain to? They are records left by the Autobot archivists during the war. I have lost that portion of my memory. Currently, all I know is that they are coordinates corresponding to 3 locations on this planet. I speculate that these locations conceal spacecraft launched from Cybertron, preserving some form of artifacts. Rayn replied, Indeed, these artifacts are of paramount importance to us. My greatest concern is that a type of weapons of mass destruction may be hidden here for future use. Therefore, Orion, we absolutely cannot allow such items to fall into the hands of those deranged demons. I can only hope that within lies something capable of resurrecting Cybertron. This way, we can rebuild our planet and find a way to restore your memory. I am grateful for your assistance. Orion, keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Yes, I shall strive to do my best. With that, Rayn departed from Optimus's workstation, as it was time for him to initiate the next phase of his plan. Upon returning, he seated himself upon his throne and prepared to assign tasks to Shockwave, signaling the commencement of the ensuing strategy. Shockwave, I have a crucial mission for you. Master, your servant is ever ready to obey. I need you to extract the Energon from Optimus' body without his knowledge and utilize the primordial essence to clone his current self. There is no need for you to inquire. I have it all arranged. Understood. Within a day, Rayn remained oblivious to how Shockwave orchestrated the task. But as Optimus remained unaware, Rayn felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, Rayn was preparing to clone the amnesiac Optimus Prime. Following the usual procedures, the last primordial essence was employed. A surge of sparks accompanied by a flash of lightning materialized, and the amnesiac Optimus was cloned. At that moment, he was still in a state of confusion, and before he could inquire, Rayn immobilized him with a locking staff. Chapter 52. The Enchanted Sphere. Rayn chose this course of action with the intention of restoring the clone's memory and ultimately presenting him to the Autobots during the climactic battle, assigning him to fulfill the original's mission. There was no recourse. The Cosmic Emperor was a bug in the system, and once the primordial celestial was resurrected, this ancient being would undoubtedly regain control. In case of contingencies, creating a clone of Optimus Prime is indeed an excellent choice, especially since the original remains here, leaving the Autobots unsuspecting. "My lord, why must we clone Optimus Prime?" asked Thunderclash. "You will understand in due time. This is vital for the realization of my forthcoming plan and the key to utterly defeating the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor is not truly gone. He merely slumbers temporarily. Once we resurrect the planet Cybertron, he will sense it and come to annihilate it, while I will serve as his puppet. Now, quickly incapacitate him. I have grand designs." Following his command, Thunderclash delivered a powerful blow, rendering Optimus Prime unconscious. The operation proceeded smoothly, and Optimus fell into a deep slumber, precisely as Rayn had intended. With the birth of the amnesiac clone of Optimus Prime, Rayn's plan officially commenced. He aimed to return with this unconscious clone to Cybertron, armed with a keycard to locate the fabled power sphere and actualize his ambitions. However, before embarking, Rayn needed to make meticulous preparations. First, he enlisted the help of his two capable subordinates, Deadlock and Mirage, and equipped himself with two artifacts, magnetic gloves and a locking staff. These tools would safeguard them against the assaults of the Iron Eater, ensuring the safety of their journey. Additionally, Rayn commanded a squad of Decepticon minions to transport the amnesiac clone of Optimus Prime and other crucial items. Among these, the most significant were the previously cloned energy gem and the keycard acquired in earlier dealings, both essential for Rayn's scheme. Before departing, Rayn specifically instructed Soundwave to closely monitor Optimus Prime, ensuring that the database was completely purged to prevent losing this precious asset. Despite having encrypted the database, Rayn remained uneasy. What if it were decrypted? Consequently, Soundwave's subsequent mission was to comprehensively modify all historical data to align with a fabricated narrative concocted by Rayn, rendering it more complete and detailed. This way, the opportunity for Optimus Prime to uncover the truth would be entirely eliminated, allowing Rayn to breathe easier. With a dazzling flash of light, the space bridge successfully activated, enabling Rayn and his team to traverse to the planet Cybertron. Upon setting foot on this alien terrain, Rayn was profoundly struck by the desolation before him. The entire planet was strewn with ruins, and the debris was a haunting sight. However, Rayn suddenly recognized a significant issue. The corpses here had not been transformed into zombies by Megatron, as depicted in the original narrative, ultimately leading to their destruction. This indicated that these remnants had persisted on Cybertron. Should the Cosmic Emperor arrive here, he would resurrect the corpses of the entire planet, thereby acquiring an army of the undead. Wouldn't that render him invincible? How could they possibly contend with that? Upon reflecting on this, Rayn could not help but lament. How could I have overlooked this? It appears I must find an opportunity to dispose of these remnants. Subsequently, Rayn commenced the execution of his plan. He placed the key card in the hand of the cloned Optimus Prime and instructed his subordinates to rotate it a full circle. As anticipated, only Optimus Prime could trigger the response from the key card. In that moment, the key card emanated a mysterious and solemn glow. The fiery spirit excitedly pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "Could it be that the magical orb resides in our capital, Kalen?" Indeed, it is quite possible. Soundwave, activate the space bridge to Kalen. Given the excessive cargo the team was carrying, utilizing the space bridge was the simplest solution. True to Rayn's usual approach, he naturally opted for the least labor-intensive method. After all, for one who relishes idleness, sitting is preferable to standing, and lying down is preferable to sitting. Thus, when faced with such a situation, he unhesitatingly chose the space bridge, leading everyone to the capital of Kalen. Upon arrival, the group was immediately awestruck by the sight before them. At the entrance stood a colossal and majestic statue, a likeness of Megatron, which appeared so lifelike that it seemed to proclaim Megatron's authority and power to the world. Suddenly, a mechanical insect was awakened. This was the very creature from the original tale that had attacked Arcee and ultimately fell prey to the Shatterbug, a rather unfortunate fate, yet this creature was quite formidable. By enlisting it, the task of transporting Optimus Prime would become considerably easier, as the robust mechanical insect effortlessly lifted Optimus Prime in a princess carry. Advancing forward with the group, as they ventured into the city's interior, a vast circular plaza came into view, surrounded by towering buildings and bustling streets. Just as they marveled at the grandeur of the city, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Soon after, a deafening roar echoed as the earth split open, causing objects in the distance to tumble. The sudden upheaval caught the transporting mechanical insect off guard, inadvertently toppling Optimus Prime to the ground in a most undignified manner. Fortunately, no one was injured. Shortly thereafter, a massive structure began to rise slowly from the earth. Indeed, this was the entrance to the magical orb. Incredible! The magical orb is truly hidden here, exclaimed the fiery spirit. Now let us focus on the task at hand and proceed swiftly. As the group drew near, the entrance detected the presence of the key card and opened automatically, allowing Rayn and his companions to advance towards their destination. Once inside, the door closed behind them, and they began their descent into the depths, where traces of the Shatterbugs feasting were evident all around. One such creature, having spotted the group, stealthily scurried away to inform the main force, clearly unnoticed by Rayn and his companions. Before long, they reached their destination. At the end of the corridor lay a vast circular platform, where the object of Rayn's desire awaited. We have arrived, but on the way, I discovered signs of the presence of iron-eating worms. Ah, the iron-eating worms. Chim-Yin-Ku, truly, you are remarkable, my lord, unafraid even of the iron-eating worms. Indeed, activate the locking staff and magnetic gloves ahead of time, and be prepared for defense. Safety is paramount. Understood. Chapter 53. Acquiring the energy gem, Deadfire promptly activated his magnetic gloves, while Chim-Yin-Ku engaged the locking staff, and the others switched to range firepower. They anxiously surveyed their surroundings, tempted to flee at the sight of these terrifying creatures. After all, they were iron-eating worms. Yet, witnessing their lord's unwavering demeanor, they steeled themselves to confront their inner panic, though it proved of little use. One careless move could leave them utterly obliterated. Soon after, Rayn inserted the key card of the magical orb into the center, which glowed with a blue light. The platform began to move backward and stopped after a moment. Rayn immediately disembarked, recalling that this apparatus would ultimately rise. Indeed, it did stand upright, and a sphere emerged from behind, surrounded by several luminous rings that emitted blinding light. Everyone was captivated by this unprecedented spectacle as data streamed into the keycard. The iron-eating worms. At that moment, a nearby soldier spotted the deadly creatures and shouted in fear. Those who regained their composure swiftly prepared for defense, realizing the worms had detected them, baring their teeth as they approached. Chim-Yin-Ku employed the locking staff to immobilize several iron-eating worms, while the soldiers opened fire. Deadfire quickly aimed his activated magnetic gloves at the approaching threats. As the gloves reached maximum power, several worms that had nearly closed and were drawn toward the magnetic force, forming a mass of iron. With the increasing number of iron-eating worms coalescing, the iron mass grew larger, significantly enhancing the group's sense of security. Iron-eating worm, we are doomed. This time, we've bitten off more than we can chew. Some attempted to retreat, but it was futile. The formidable magnetic force swiftly gathered them all together. Ultimately, Deadfire used the magnetic gloves to compress them into scrap metal, successfully annihilating the iron-eating worms. Soldier, hooray! We are saved. Well done, Deadfire. Ha, my lord. This is merely my duty. Rayn, witnessing the immense number of iron-eating worms, felt underprepared, but he was relieved that Deadfire had proved immensely capable, flattening them all. With the threat of the iron-eating worms vanquished, the group could finally relax and admire the breathtaking scenery before them as the key card completed its download. Rayn was the first to approach the energy gem he had cloned, ready to infuse it with this vast energy as the key card emitted a beam of light. Soon, the cloned energy gem radiated a divine glow. It was finally complete. Rayn produced the dark super energy entity he had prepared in advance and approached the energy treasure. In this world, one's decisions often bear little significance. Since you do not choose me, I shall transform you into my likeness. We are one and the same, Rayn proclaimed with pride. At this moment, he was acutely aware that the culmination of his long-term scheming hinged upon this singular act, and success was imperative. Without hesitation, Rayn inserted the dark super energy entity into the energy treasure, initiating a fusion that elevated their essence. Almost immediately, the energy treasure emanated a violet energy aura. The once sacred radiance of the cloned energy treasure had irrevocably transformed into a purple glow, it could never revert to its original state. Rayn felt an instantaneous connection established between himself and the energy treasure, followed by a sensation of impending fusion with it. His chest opened, revealing a purple spark of light that mirrored the glow radiating from the energy treasure. As the energy treasure ascended and merged into Rayn's being, the memories and wisdom of all leaders flowed into his mind, particularly their combat experiences. At that moment, Rayn felt he had achieved a complete transcendence. This scheme had unfolded seamlessly, and he was no longer the inexperienced individual devoid of significant combat prowess. The enhancement provided by the energy treasure was nothing short of transformative. "Congratulations, Master! You have acquired the power of the energy treasure," Deadfire exclaimed. "Congratulations, Master!" echoed the minions. The next step was to restore the memory of this cloned Optimus Prime and integrate him among the Autobots, allowing him to keep them company and bring them joy. The Autobots would never suspect that their true leader was firmly within his grasp. With this thought, a subtle smile of triumph graced Rayn's lips. He picked up the crucial keycard and, following the previously established procedures, continued to charge it. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long it had been. Until at last, the keycard was fully charged. Without hesitation, Rayn transmitted the immense energy contained within it into the body of the cloned Optimus Prime. As the energy surged, the clone instantly radiated renewed vitality and vigor, as if the true Optimus Prime had been reborn. However, Deadfire, standing nearby, was overcome with confusion. "Master, why must we help him restore his memory?" Rayn turned to Deadfire, a profound understanding flashing in his eyes. "I comprehend your bewilderment, yet you must realize that the universe overlord will one day resurrect. At that time, he will once again exert control over me, and this cloned Optimus Prime will play a pivotal role." "What? The universe overlord will rise again?" Deadfire exclaimed in astonishment. Rayn nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed. Once the universe overlord senses the revival of the primordial celestial, he will stop at nothing to annihilate him. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly for any upheavals that may arise in the future." "Understood." With the successful completion of this mission, Rayn and his companions returned through the space bridge. Not only did Rayn acquire the power of the energy gem, but he also arranged for a decoy of Optimus Prime to continue fulfilling his mission, while the original would remain here to work. Additionally, there was a mechanical insect. Since Black Widow had already been rendered ineffective, Rayn was unperturbed by the possibility of it being controlled. The few that emerged early on were formidable, whereas those that followed were less impressive, as this entity possesses various tiers of strength. Lately, time had become exceedingly busy. First, it was the Cosmic Emperor, and then the Energy Gem. It was high time to awaken that swarm of mechanical insects. With them at his disposal, he could indeed claim invincibility. However, for the moment, he decided to hand over this clone of Optimus Prime to the Autobots, allowing it to replace the original and provide him with some amusement. "Rayn, Thundercracker, my lord, do you have any commands?" Thundercracker respectfully inquired. Chapter 54. Awaken the Mechanical Insect Legion. I need you to dispose of the clone of Optimus Prime I brought back and return it to the Autobots. He is an essential element in my upcoming plan to defeat the Cosmic Emperor. Understood, my lord. By the way, install a few extremely discreet tracking devices on him to mislead the Autobots. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Thundercracker swiftly set to work, executing his task with diligence. For the installation of the tracking devices, he decided to delegate the task to Knockout. Demonstrating his professional capabilities, Knockout efficiently installed several trackers in no time, ensuring they were concealed to the point of being nearly undetectable. Subsequently, they transported the clone of Optimus Prime via land bridge to the designated location and discarded it, allowing the Autobots to retrieve it. Meanwhile, the real Optimus Prime remained at the base, serving Rayn. Concurrently, Ratchet detected the life signal of Optimus Prime and was filled with exhilaration. After further confirmation and inspection to ensure there were no ambushes or traps, he brought Optimus Prime back to the base. Upon arrival, Ratchet conducted a comprehensive scan of Optimus Prime. Ultimately, he discovered the hidden tracking device, but aside from that, no other anomalies were found. As Optimus Prime gradually regained consciousness, Arcee, Bumblebee, Bulkhead, Ratchet, and Jack observed him closely, monitoring his reactions and worrying about potential issues. However, after a period of observation, they found no unusual circumstances. Optimus Prime felt a sense of memory loss, yet the group breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing their previous concerns had been unfounded, Optimus Prime appeared to be perfectly normal, unharmed or affected in any way. Consequently, everyone finally felt reassured, believing that Optimus Prime had fully recovered. The ambulance found the actions of the Decepticons to be rather amusing, as they naively believed that a few covert tracking devices could outsmart it. How laughable that they even worried about how to rescue Optimus Prime. Now, the enemy had delivered themselves right to their doorstep. However, one point remained perplexing to all. Why did the Decepticons wish to restore Optimus Prime's memory? This question, it seemed, could only be answered by Megatron. Surely he would not be so benevolent. Just as the Autobots rejoiced, believing that the crisis had been averted, Rayn was not idle. He was orchestrating a grander scheme to awaken the army of mechanical insects. Leading the loyal Soundwave, Rayn traversed the land bridge to the location of the Mechanical Insect Legion. There, a jamming device had long been set up to prevent the awakening of so many mechanical insects from being detected by the Autobots, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles and losses. As Soundwave emitted a special frequency, the dormant mechanical insects began to awaken gradually. In no time, all the mechanical insects had risen from their slumber, flying around Rayn and kneeling before him in absolute submission. In unison, they declared, "Esteemed Master, we await your command." Rayn nodded in satisfaction and, echoing Megatron's former words, inquired, "Now among you, who is the fiercest?" In terms of ferocity, nothing rivaled the mechanical insects, but if you were to choose one, it would be me, Hardshell. Stepping forward, Hardshell addressed Rayn directly. "Excellent, Hardshell. You shall henceforth command the mechanical insects. Thank you for your recognition, my lord. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your grand ambitions. Soundwave, activate the land bridge and ensure their accommodation." As the land bridge was activated, the legion of mechanical insects surged forth like a tide, proceeding in an orderly manner towards the designated chambers. This army of mechanical insects was a well-trained force, acting swiftly and methodically. Observing this vast legion filled Rayn with a profound sense of confidence. With them, my power will grow exponentially. With a mechanical insect army securely stationed, Rayn and Soundwave returned to the warship with satisfaction. However, Rayn did not allow himself to relax due to the successful execution of his plan. On the contrary, he immediately prepared to embark on the next critical mission, albeit with a brief respite to visit the chamber where Black Widow and Arcee were imprisoned. By the time Shockwave had successfully completed his task, Black Widow had been rendered entirely incapacitated, having lost her spider legs and the ability to control the mechanical insects. Her hatred for Rayn had reached an unprecedented level. Nevertheless, Rayn deemed her no longer a threat and decided to confine her alongside Arcee. Both were tightly bound by iron chains and immobilized with locking staves. This double assurance provided Rayn with peace of mind, allowing him to confidently secure them together. Standing in that peculiar chamber, Rayn gazed upon the imprisoned Arcee and Black Widow, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This was not merely due to his success in capturing them, but rather because he had fulfilled his dream of collecting, as he admired his meticulously curated figurines. A proud smile crept across his face. With the narrative reaching this juncture, it was time to initiate his next scheme. Optimus Prime, or rather, the clone of Optimus Prime, is truly in my possession. Oh, clone of Optimus Prime, please do not let me down. Ha ha! With this thought in mind, Rayn returned to his throne and began orchestrating his subsequent plans. Soundwave, promptly locate the position of Silas within the mech special ops team. I have grand intentions for him. Before long, Soundwave pinpointed Silas's location and presented it to Rayn. Excellent. Thundercracker, I command you to arrange for the remains of the Autobots we previously dispatched, along with a piece of Energon, to be transported across the land bridge to their base vicinity. Thundercracker quipped, "So, you intend to use my corpse in such a manner?" Acknowledging Lord Rayn's directive, Thundercracker complied, though he harbored doubts about the rationale behind his master's orders. Despite his internal uncertainties, Thundercracker remained faithfully obedient. Recognizing that this task was remarkably straightforward, merely prepare the items and transport them across the land bridge. Once all arrangements were finalized, Thundercracker returned to Rayn and voiced his concerns. "Why, my lord, would you entrust the Autobots' remains to such insignificant humans? Moreover, they have previously dealt with the likes of Deadlock." Chapter 55, Cleansing Cybertron, Rayn smiled slightly and replied, "Thundercracker, do not underestimate this human known as Silas. He is not only ambitious, but also possesses keen intellect and strategy." He continued to elucidate, "Do you not find it intriguing that these seemingly trivial elements could effortlessly cultivate a formidable adversary for the Autobots?" Thundercracker's eyes widened in disbelief as he queried, "What? Do these humans truly possess such capabilities?" Rayn laughed heartily, brimming with confidence. "Let's await the outcome, Thundercracker." As the land bridge activated, the equipment within Silas's mech special ops team immediately detected an anomaly. Sensing something amiss, Silas resolved to lead his team personally to investigate. Upon their arrival at the scene, they discovered the very transformers they had long coveted as research subjects. Observing the Autobot insignia on Thundercracker in his current peculiar state, Silas's mind raced with realization. This must be a Decepticon plot. The Decepticons evidently aimed to utilize him as a pawn to eliminate the Autobots. However, Silas was unconcerned by these machinations. He would not squander this golden opportunity that lay before him. Furthermore, the remuneration for this task was exceptionally enticing, enough to relieve him from the burdensome search for prey. Silas swiftly mobilized the transport troops from the base, bringing back the complete remains of the fallen from the mountains, along with a nearby chunk of super energy matter. Eager to delve into this treasure, Silas impatiently prompted the Mecha Special Forces to commence their research. He intended to scrutinize every component, leaving no detail overlooked. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Autobot base remained oblivious to the immense catastrophe that loomed on the horizon. After executing a series of arrangements, Rayn hastened to the workshop of the amnesiac Optimus Prime. With the Autobot's memory lost, he now required more attention and care. Rayn sought to alleviate his loneliness, instilling in him the noble aspiration of reconstructing the planet Cybertron. It was imperative that Optimus understood that every action taken was for the sake of Cybertron, and that his current endeavors were directed towards unearthing the sacred relic that would revive their homeworld from the depths of the Iron Fortress database. Upon arriving at Optimus's workshop, Rayn engaged in casual inquiries, such as, "How have you been lately? Are you adjusting well? Do not overexert yourself with work. Prioritize your health. We shall revive Cybertron and establish a realm of peace and stability, devoid of war." Rayn's heartfelt words profoundly resonated within the amnesiac Optimus, fortifying his resolve. After successfully influencing Optimus, Rayn departed, but he still had a crucial task at hand: to dispose of the remains on Cybertron. Converting these corpses into zombies using dark super energy matter and subsequently obliterating them was the optimal choice. He had no intention of utilizing them to dominate Earth. Should they remain, the Cosmic Overlord would inevitably seize control upon awakening, leading to dire consequences. Returning to his throne, Rayn initiated the mission for Tidal Wave. Tidal Wave. "I have an important task for you. My lord, please proceed." Through the connection established with the Cosmic Overlord, Rayn foresaw that upon the resurrection of the primordial celestial, the Cosmic Overlord would also awaken. At that point, he would resurrect all the remains of Cybertron, forming his undead army. We must act preemptively to destroy them. Therefore, we need to utilize the dark super energy matter to resurrect them, which I will control, and then transport them via the space bridge to a location where they can be utterly annihilated. I understand, my lord. Perhaps we can use the space bridge to send them all to the planet of the Crimson Flame and incinerate them, thus eradicating any future threat. Tidal Wave quickly devised a subsequent solution and promptly set the plan into motion. He swiftly issued commands to the Decepticons under his command, instructing them to prepare for the impending challenge. Meanwhile, Rayn issued a command to utilize the substantial dark energy mass previously retrieved, activating the space bridge via Soundwaves and directing it towards the planet Cybertron. With Rayn's order, the team commenced their task, pushing the immense dark energy mass onto the space bridge, which resembled a colossal purple gemstone radiating an enigmatic and formidable aura. As this dark energy mass traversed the space bridge, it descended upon Cybertron like a violet meteor, plummeting rapidly towards the planet's surface. Instantly, a powerful purple pulse swept across Cybertron at an astonishing velocity. The entire planet was enveloped in a network of purple veins, resembling a vast web encompassing its entirety. The once dormant corpses began to stir, their bodies flickering with eerie luminescence, and their grotesque faces bore expressions filled with insatiable malice, as if intent on obliterating all in their path. These once-deceased Transformers had now transformed into a terrifying army of undead, their numbers vast and fearsome. Rayn felt the force of the dark energy mass surging within him, acutely aware of his burgeoning strength. His eyes gradually morphed into a profound shade of purple, imbued with a sense of malevolence and authority. With the preliminary task accomplished, Rayn issued another command: Soundwave, reactivate the space bridge, targeting the planet Ignis. Upon receiving the order, Soundwave promptly initiated the space bridge, and with a blinding flash of light, a passage connecting Cybertron and Ignis materialized. Rayn commanded the entire undead army to traverse the space bridge, arriving on Ignis. The environment of Ignis was exceptionally harsh, characterized by extreme heat, high pressure, and searing magma, forming a unique landscape. All arriving undead faced imminent incineration within the extreme temperatures, yet they remained mere puppets, resolutely advancing toward their objective under Rayn as control. Soon, they began to melt. The sheer number of the undead army consumed considerable time, and as the last of the undead soldiers surged through the space bridge, it closed behind them. Ignis would ultimately annihilate the entire undead horde, rendering them beyond the control of the Cosmic Emperor, while the grotesque remains would be left for Shockwave to handle, destined to be utilized for the cloning of the monstrous remains. Chapter 56. The battle plan. With Rayn having meticulously crafted his strategic blueprint, he could now commence the search for the Iron Fortress relic decrypted by Optimus Prime. Rayn divided his forces into 3 groups to initiate the quest for the relic, confident in the adequacy of his manpower. The first group, led by Quake and Deadlock, was equipped with magnetic gloves for excavation at the initial coordinates. The second group, under the leadership of Knockout and the Faceless One, set forth to seek out the next location. The third coordinate was to be pursued by Rayn, accompanied by Soundwave and Tarantulas, while the remaining clones of Soundwave stayed behind to safeguard their base. In the vicinity of Tianjin, they successfully pinpointed the coordinates, yet regrettably, this location lay deep underground. Faced with this predicament, they had no choice but to employ drilling equipment for excavation. However, fate proved uncooperative, despite the relentless efforts of their subordinates. The Iron Fortress relic remained elusive. As time passed, Tianjin and Sihua began to meticulously oversee the progress of their subordinates. With the soil above gradually diminishing, the Autobots finally detected a signal. Yet, there were not 1 but 3 signals, prompting Optimus Prime to split their forces. He and Ratchet formed one team, while Arcee and the others ventured to investigate the other 2 coordinates. Bumblebee remained at the base, prepared for any eventuality. Optimus Prime issued a crucial directive. Should they encounter adversaries, their first priority must be to contact the base before engaging in combat. Before long, atop a distant hill, Optimus Prime and Ratchet lay in wait, poised for action. Ratchet, his tone tense, exclaimed, "It's Tianjin and Sihua." Optimus Prime, contemplatively nodding, replied, "It appears you have detected the signal frequency of the ancient Autobots, likely because it has been unearthed." Ratchet continued, "Our reinforcements should be arriving shortly." Optimus Prime furrowed his brow, pondering, what could the Decepticons have excavated? I fear we cannot afford to wait any longer. At that moment, the troops had unearthed the Iron Fortress relic and brought the metallic container before Tianjin and Sihua. Tianjin opened the lid, revealing its contents, and was taken aback. "Tianjin, I cannot permit you to steal the Autobots relic." Optimus Prime and Ratchet rushed in, weapons drawn. "Optimus Prime, we meet again. Is this the Autobots relic you spoke of?" Tianjin, upon seeing Optimus Prime, mischievously lifted the spark extractor from his grasp. Ratchet, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "That can't be." The spark extractor. Upon seeing the spark extractor, Optimus understood that acquiring it today was paramount. "Soundwave, activate the land bridge," Tianjin commanded, handing the spark extractor to Sihua before drawing a Gatling gun from behind him and opening fire on Optimus and his team, prompting the troops to join the fray. A fierce battle ensued. While Optimus and his allies could usually dodge gunfire, the Gatling gun offered no such mercy. They swiftly took cover, and Sihua seized the opportunity to activate his magnetic gloves. Just as the conflict escalated, Bumblebee arrived via the land bridge, but unfortunately, his timing was far from fortuitous. Sihua had already primed his magnetic gloves, directing them towards the trio, The powerful magnetism drew Optimus, Ratchet, and Bumblebee together. Seeing the three ensnared by the magnetic gloves, Tianjin ordered an immediate retreat, starting with the troops, while Sihua continued to restrain the three with his magnetic grip. Finally, after the successful retreat of all the warriors, Thunderquake and Deadfire contentedly returned home with the seed extractor and magnetic gloves. In the end, only 3 Autobots remained standing together, having just been tossed about by Deadfire's magnetic gloves, and it took a while for them to regain their composure. Meanwhile, Overthrow and Chameleon Leader, leading their team, discovered a cave where the Iron Fortress artifact was hidden, which proved to be easier to locate than Thunderquake's group. They soon found it, though they were unaware of its nature. Nonetheless, they were certain it would be recognized by their superiors. At that moment, the scanner was actively seeking the source of a signal. The signal was coming from that direction. It was approaching me, and swiftly at that. Suddenly, the vehicle form of Overthrow passed by the scanner, who prepared to pursue, only to be attacked by Chameleon Leader from the cave with a targeting staff. Here it comes again. Unforgettable, completely inescapable. The scanner could no longer recall how many times it had been ambushed by this contraption. It was always the same. Couldn't they exhibit some martial ethics? Soon after, Chameleon Leader emerged, and upon seeing the Decepticon disguised as a jack, the scanner clenched its teeth in frustration. Yet at that moment, held in place, the scanner was like a fish on a cutting board. It could neither strike back nor even defend itself. As the scanner was restrained, Overthrow returned, mocking the scanner and saying, "Chameleon Leader, how should we deal with this hefty fellow? Deadfire might prefer you to handle it." Overthrow jested while poking the scanner's small head with a finger. "I suggest we leave him half dead. After all, we are quite benevolent, aren't we? I concur, let them come. I shall not be so uncouth." "Excellent idea. Summon them to warmly greet our esteemed guest." With the order given, the minions surrounded the scanner, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks with unrestrained ferocity. The poor scanner couldn't even utter a cry, and soon the minions grew weary. Overthrow then called for Soundwave to activate the land bridge, taking the artifact back to their warship. The scene was left with the battered scanner, while Chameleon Leader, before departing, kindly released the scanner from its restraints. On the side of Rayn, surrounded by endless mountains and snow, it was unclear if they were in the Himalayas. Who could say? After confirming the precise location of the item, the minions began to excavate. The artifact was not buried very deep. Soon, it revealed a corner, and upon seeing it, Rayn immediately recognized it as the artifact, the hammer of the Celestial Champion, a legendary relic from the original story. It was used by Megatron to forge the Dark Star Sword, and Optimus Prime used it to repair the Star Sword, upgrading the land bridge into a space bridge. Ultimately, it even saved Optimus Prime's life and elevated him to the Celestial Optimus Prime, matching Megatron in height. It could certainly be described as an outrageously powerful artifact. Upon discovering the sacred artifact, it was surprisingly devoid of any Autobots to disrupt the moment. Regrettably, despite my efforts to entertain a multitude of companions, none arrived, which was truly unfortunate. As Soundwave activated the ground bridge, Rayn led the team back to the warship. At that moment, Arcee had only just managed to ascend. The mountain was exceedingly steep, and she had suffered the consequences of her inability to fly. Chapter 57. The Sacred Artifact. Just then, Arcee glimpsed Rayn departing with Starscream and Soundwave, along with a considerable force. She caught sight of a golden hammer, but alas, it had already been taken away. With no choice left, Arcee contacted the base, and shortly thereafter, Jack and the others activated the ground bridge. As the Autobots were all out on missions, the base was entrusted to their care. Arcee felt disheartened, observing the Decepticons thriving while she felt powerless, plunging deeper into despair regarding the war. Upon returning to the base, she suddenly spotted a battered Sideswipe, who noticed Arcee as well. She rushed over to assess his injuries. Sideswipe had only recently returned to the base, and when Mika saw his wounds, she was filled with sorrow. However, Sideswipe was resilient. His injuries were not severe, primarily superficial. Had the assailant been the original Megatron and Sideswipe the one struck, the outcome would have been drastically different. "Sideswipe, you wretched Decepticon." I'm fine, Arcee. Just a minor injury. I was caught off guard. Otherwise, I could have taken them all down." At that moment, Optimus Prime's voice emerged from the communication system, calling for the activation of the ground bridge to return to the base. As the ground bridge opened, Optimus, Ratchet, and Bumblebee entered in an unexpected manner that astonished everyone in the base. The three were inexplicably stuck together, relying on Optimus to guide them through. This chaotic scene left all present in utter shock. Ratchet explained that the magnetic gloves had caused this adhesive effect, binding them together like magnets. They merely needed to wait for the magnetism to dissipate. A straightforward solution, yet easier said than done. The trio found themselves quite hindered in their movements. However, the priority was intelligence. Once they found a comfortable position, they began to share their discoveries. Ratchet, we detected the signal frequency of ancient Autobots, but it actually belongs to the Decepticons' Allspark extractor. Sideswipe, the Allspark extractor. It can extract the sparks of all beings within its range. Alas, unfortunately, due to the magnetic gloves in Deadlock's possession, it ultimately fell into the hands of the Decepticons. Arcee, we can only hope that when we encounter it next, we can destroy it immediately. By the way, why do we detect the Autobot signal when the device belongs to the Decepticons? Optimus, the ancient signal frequency we detected is the Iron Fortress return beacon. Arcee, then why was there an Autobot locator installed? Optimus Prime, during the war, the most advanced weapons of the Decepticons were seized and securely stored within the vault beneath the Iron Fortress. Divider, you served as the archivist there. The Iron Fortress once stood as a cultural hub and a stronghold, and Megatron plundered it during the weakest moments of the Autobot forces. It is quite plausible that, when the fortress was anticipated to fall to enemy troops, these weapons were launched into outer space to prevent them from falling into Decepticon hands. Ambulance, clearly, the installation of a beacon is a precautionary measure to safeguard against the nefarious intentions of individuals seeking to locate the weapons. Divider, utterly futile. Ambulance, Divider, have you made any discoveries on your end? I reached the coordinates swiftly, but suddenly I was ambushed by the imposters lurking nearby and was taken down. I fought fiercely against them, and those wretched Decepticon soldiers. I shattered countless of them, yet they ultimately fled and I sustained injuries. Did you see what they uncovered? It must have been relocated beforehand. I never laid eyes on it. Yes, that's it. Arcee. By the time I arrived, Megatron and his faction had already departed. But I did see a magnificent golden hammer. Optimus Prime. That hammer is likely a sacred artifact belonging to the 13 Primes. Divider. Is that truly the case? Arcee, in disbelief, asked, wasn't it said to be a destructive device of the Decepticons? It is not inconceivable, aside from the confiscated destructive weapons. Any significant items stored within the Iron Fortress vault could also have been launched into outer space. Nothing is more critical than the Hammer of the Primes. It possesses a wondrous power, capable of forging raw materials into living mechanical constructs. Divider. So, you mean to say we could forge any weapon we can imagine? Arcee, if Megatron acquires it, the Hammer of the Primes could prove immensely useful in our hands, but in Megatron's possession, I think we need not worry at all. Ambulance. Indeed, the Hammer of the Primes is meant solely for leaders, and as for Megatron, let us not even go there. Within the Decepticon warship, all the spoils are gathered here. The Energon extractor, the shield generator, the Hammer of the Primes. This truly is a bountiful harvest, especially the Hammer of the Primes. A genuine artifact. At that time, Rayn had entrusted it to his subordinates and had yet to attempt using it himself. Now, it is time to see if he can wield it. Rayn grasped the handle of the Hammer of the Primes, and at that moment, it sprang to life, surrounded by crackling energy. Indeed, possessing the power of the Energon treasure is unparalleled. Having the Hammer of the Primes opens a radiant future. It would be ideal to undergo an upgrade myself, just like in the original tale, where Optimus Prime upgraded to vanquish Megatron. I can hardly imagine how magnificent I would be then. Everyone, congratulations, my lord. Upon witnessing that the leader had become available, the defeated posed a question. My lord, what exactly is the purpose of this device? Although Rayn was aware that it was a shield generator after acquiring the energy treasure, he refrained from revealing this information directly. Instead, he discharged a shot towards the shield generator held by the defeated, who swiftly crossed his arms to shield himself. Suddenly, the device in his hands activated, generating a shield that successfully deflected Rayn's attack. Now do you comprehend its function? Yes. Enough. Place these items in the storage room under strict supervision. When the smoke clears, we shall gather these artifacts and distribute them uniformly. After all, that brat feels as at home among the Decepticons as he does anywhere else. We must remain vigilant. Chapter 58. The arrival of the Decepticon wings. Since the conclusion of the last Decepticon operation, they had remained unusually quiet, allowing the Autobots to enjoy a few peaceful days. However, this tranquility was shattered tonight as Agent Fuller's voice pierced the silence, clearly signaling troubling news. Optimus Prime, what in the world are your subordinates up to? We had an agreement to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Optimus replied, I sincerely apologize, Agent Fuller, but all Autobots are present. None are missing. But tell me, why have I received reports of two colossal figures engaged in combat 20 miles outside Omaha? Those are Decepticons. Medic explained. They have been increasingly active lately. There may be infighting among them, as Megatron seems unable to control his subordinates. I just arrived on the scene. Take a look. As the screen shifted and zoomed in, the Autobots finally discerned the true identities of the combatants. One bore a striking resemblance to Thundercracker, albeit with notable differences. That is odd. The paint doesn't team match. It can't be Thundercracker, as he rarely undertakes missions alone, pondered the panel member. Moreover, who is he fighting against? As the view adjusted, the ship of Jack's appeared, with Jack positioned nearby. Medic gasped, my heavens, it's indeed one of ours. Jack! Huh! The old trickster has returned. The panel member joyfully clapped his hands in front of Bumblebee and Medic, inadvertently causing the unprepared Arcee to be caught in the crossfire. Ugh! Annoying people with no sense of boundaries. Agent Fuller interjected. Even if the Grandmaster himself has returned, we must regain control of the situation before it makes the evening news. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Decepticon Wings and Jack was intensely underway, with both engaged in a fierce exchange of long-range fire. You have nowhere to flee. Decepticon, Jack declared. Strategically retreating, Decepticon Wings found himself pursued by Jack, but Fuller was hot on their trail as well. Fuller, I am Agent Fuller. Before he could finish his words, the Jack raised his weapon and opened fire. The sudden barrage left Fuller momentarily dazed, prompting him to evade. Stop, fool. I am on your side. Seizing the opportunity, Hailwing aimed his firearm at the Jack, who, caught off guard, was struck by 2 bullets and sent flying, sustaining an injury to his arm. Fuller quickly retaliated, directing fire towards Hailwing, who temporarily withdrew. Just as the Jack regained his footing, the sound of the land bridge activating reached his ears. I knew you would come, he exclaimed joyfully. Soon, Optimus Prime arrived with Arcee, Bumblebee, and the barricade to provide support, swiftly dispersing upon their arrival. Hailwing immediately opened fire on the approaching Optimus Prime and the barricade. As they counterattacked, Hailwing continued to retreat. Old Jack, the barricade approached to assess the situation. Ugh, the wound on the Jack's arm throbbed painfully. Observing the overwhelming reinforcements, Hailwing realized the tide had turned against him and sought an opportunity to withdraw. However, with the spacecraft destroyed, his situation was dire. Noticing 2 individuals had moved towards the Jack, Hailwing sensed his chance and sprinted away, intending to rendezvous with his brother. Arcee and Bumblebee persistently pursued Hailwing, inflicting a few shots, but Hailwing's tough exterior mitigated the damage. At that moment, he spotted an aircraft overhead, Agent Fuller's transport. Hailwing couldn't help but exclaim, allies. Just in time. With that, he unleashed a beam of green light from his eyes, scanning the data within the fighter piloted by Fuller. Ah, here we go again, Fuller exclaimed, flustered and enraged. Relying on Fuller, the esteemed Decepticon, Hailwing attained vehicle mode, finally able to retreat from the battlefield. After successfully scanning, Hailwing took a few steps back to gain momentum for transformation, with a fuel station nearby. No, don't run. The Jack, noticing Hailwing's attempt to escape, hastened after him, firing as he pursued. Jack! Optimus Prime interjected, having spotted the fuel station. Old Jack, no. Alas, it was too late. The Jack's shots missed Hailwing and struck the fuel station instead. With a resounding explosion, the entire fuel station erupted, while Hailwing had transformed into a fighter jet and soared away. Did Hailwing plant a bomb here? The Jack questioned in confusion. Hailwing. At that moment, the barricade and others learned the Decepticon's name was Hailwing. Actually, you got yourself into this mess, Arcee remarked. That's called a fuel station, akin to a super energy depot, not an ideal place for gunfire. Alas, the Decepticon escaped. The Jack lamented, preparing to flee. However, after taking a few steps, Optimus Prime blocked his path. Jack, we cannot act recklessly here. On this planet, all your actions must adhere to my command. Optimus Prime denied him the opportunity to flee, bringing Jolt back to the base, where he would receive a thorough reprimand. Upon their return, Ratchet began to treat the wounds on Jolt's arm. Be gentle, Doctor. My arm, Ratchet retorted. If you continue to squirm, I'm afraid you may lose it entirely. Jolt apologized, saying, Commander, I regret the indiscriminate firing. It shall not happen again. However, I did chase Starscream across 100 light years to reach this point. The panel interjected, I assumed you were off on an interstellar voyage in search of fellow refugees. Indeed, I found an old comrade. Who? Exclaimed the panel in surprise. Waves. Oh, that old Thorn, how is he? Jolt replied, not well. He was utterly obliterated in the explosion. The panel's heart sank, overwhelmed with sorrow. Optimus Prime stated, it was Starscream. Jolt continued, my ship, the Hammer, received a signal from Waves several light years away, and we managed to establish contact, arranging to meet in the Daroma system. However, Starscream undoubtedly intercepted our communication, as he located Waves first. At that moment, I was quite close to Waves and saw the bomb beneath his ship, but before I could warn him, it detonated. The close-range explosion was intended to eliminate both of us, but fortunately, the Hammer withstood the blast. Chapter 59. Return of the Decepticons. I detected Starscream's ionic trail, traversing through numerous star systems before ultimately tracking him down. He led me to this planet. Quite a coincidence, wouldn't you agree? Optimus Prime responded. I am aware of this Starscream. He serves as the captain of the search team, displaying unwavering loyalty to the Decepticon cause, much like his twin brother Shockwave. Without a doubt, Starscream has come to Earth to pledge his allegiance to his sole master. Jolt remarked, I wish him well. His days are numbered. Optimus Prime cautioned. This planet teems with life. Any offensive we mount against the Decepticons must be meticulously planned and executed collectively to avoid jeopardizing the safety of humanity on Earth. Jolt protested. Are you implying we cannot take any action? You, the one who recklessly fired. Your indiscretions nearly exposed us. At that moment, Agent Fowler approached, angrily reprimanding Jolt. Exposed? Jolt was bewildered by the unfamiliar term. The panel interjected. We must conceal our identities, old friend. You must assume an Earth vehicle form to venture outside. That ship you downed is not of this planet. I went to great lengths to remove it. You must discipline your subordinate, Optimus Prime. Discipline him well. Listen here. Young man, I am not some subordinate of Optimus Prime. Jolt retorted before storming off in anger. I shall speak with him, if you consent. The panel began before hastily adding, of course. Fowler commented, it seems this newcomer is somewhat resistant to authority. Optimus Prime. They both previously served in the Thunder Rescue Team, a unit that operated independently of the conventional command structure, acting autonomously. Fowler. The Men in Black. They undertook missions that others dared not, with many never returning. The Divider found old Jack, who was acutely aware of Jack's current distress, and began to counsel him. Listen, old Jack, even if not for humanity. We cannot engage in battle now. We are far too few. Roadbuster, Blazemaster, Knockout, Whirl, and Splash have all fallen. This is precisely my point. The Thunder Rescue Team and the remaining Autobots are dwindling. However, if we follow Optimus Prime, we might still have a chance to bring this to an end. I see Optimus as merely a dreamer. When it comes to actual conflict, he would not dare to wade into these murky waters. Oh. You simply do not understand Optimus. I am proud to have joined the Thunder Rescue Team, but I have come to realize that Optimus is indeed the chosen one. All right, I understand now. While the Divider and Jack were engaged in conversation, the recently retreated Skyquake had already flown to a mountainous region, casually selecting a landing spot. He produced a flip phone resembling a Shura armor summoner, a device of considerable sophistication, capable not only of remote detonations, but also serving multiple other purposes. At that moment, its primary function was that of a portable beacon. Skyquake activated the device, which began to emit a continuous red beam into the sky, allowing the Decepticons to detect his location. Time passed, and eventually, a Decepticon warship approached. Upon sighting it, Skyquake swiftly transformed into a fighter jet and entered the ship. Upon his entry, he arrived at the command room, where Rayn and Thunderclash awaited his arrival. Rayn had always held a fondness for Skyquake, while Thunderclash was overjoyed to see his brother return at last. Although Skyquake longed to reminisce with his brother, he recognized that more pressing matters required attention, and there would be ample time for that later. Kneeling before Rayn, Skyquake declared, Lord Megatron, I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Rise, Skyquake. Welcome to our ranks. Since you arrived in haste, your brother Thunderclash will now guide you through the usual protocols, and you may also catch up. Thank you, my lord. Thunderclash then accompanied Skyquake away, leaving only Rayn, Soundwave, and a few station soldiers. Skyquake's arrival bolstered the Decepticons, enhancing their power, much to Rayn's delight, as he held deep affection for the two brothers. However, the narrative within the original work was tragically grim. Thunderclash, isolated and unsupported, ultimately fell in battle. His corpse later transformed into a zombie by Black Arachnia, unable to find peace in death. Upon learning the truth, Skyquake sought vengeance for his brother, but failed miserably, ultimately falling victim to Megatron's treachery, suffering a grievous wound to his chest, and perishing on the spot. Fortunately, the presence of my own existence has prevented these tragedies from occurring. Under my leadership, the Decepticons have grown increasingly powerful, boasting a multitude of formidable warriors and intellectuals. Notable figures include Thundercracker, Skywarp, Soundwave, Shockwave, Dead End, Knockout, and Hardtop, among others. We also possess a plethora of divine artifacts, such as the Locking Staff, Magnetic Gloves, Spark Extractor, Shield Generator, and a Hammer of Cybertron. Moreover, the space bridge from the original narrative, which has been repeatedly constructed and destroyed, is nothing short of a colossal waste of time, energy, and resources. I feel immensely powerful. Apart from the Cosmic Emperor, I might as well be invincible in this realm. Not only have I successfully amassed the figurines I long desired, but I have also managed to persuade Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, to become my subordinate, working under my command. This is an unexpected delight. I never anticipated that events would progress so smoothly, and it fills me with exhilaration. Going forward, I merely need to engage with the Autobots effortlessly to secure victory. The situation has become exceedingly favorable for me. The Autobots currently cannot access the Iron Fortress database, which signifies they cannot obtain the artifacts ahead of me. Consequently, I need not fret about them competing with me for these relics. I can patiently await the unfolding of the narrative. Everything is thus within my control, and victory is within reach. I must remember to acquire the phase shifter and wear it constantly, lest the smoke screen attempt to steal it. That would be an enormous loss. With this thought, I felt a tightening in my chest, resolute in my determination to safeguard this treasure, ensuring that no one seizes the opportunity to take it from me. Soon, I will acquire the ultimate key, resurrect the planet Cybertron, defeat the Cosmic Emperor, and ascend to true leadership. This goal seems tantalizingly close, filling me with anticipation and motivation. What shall I do then? Chapter 60. The water poured by Optimus Prime is truly filthy. After all, my lifespan is extensive. A monotonous existence devoid of excitement would be dreadfully tedious. I fell into contemplation, pondering the possibilities of the future. Perhaps I will explore more planets or continue to pursue my interests, savoring the pleasures of life. Regardless, the future is brimming with infinite possibilities, instilling within me a sense of eager anticipation. My mind raced with dreams of a beautiful future. I firmly believe that with perseverance, I can achieve all my aspirations and become a great leader. As time passed, I remained engrossed in searching for the coordinates of the artifacts deciphered by Optimus Prime. For these treasures are indeed extraordinary. A phase shifter alone grants the smoke screen the ability to traverse freely, and the supreme armor is an invincible existence. Naturally, the more of these wonders, the better. However, I did not foresee that Silas and his mech special operations team would be so formidable. They are quietly presenting a grand gift to the Autobots. On a tranquil night, Agent Fuller drove toward the checkpoint. Upon his arrival, the Sentinel soldiers confirmed his identity and promptly saluted. At ease, soldier, Fuller replied, before navigating his vehicle through the checkpoint and proceeding towards his destination. Unbeknownst to him, peril had silently descended. Soon to emerge was the groundbreaking creation of the Mecha Special Operations Team, the Dark Optimus Prime. This formidable behemoth, crafted by the Mecha Special Operations Team, boasted a completely black exterior, devoid of any paint, presenting a remarkably worn appearance, hence earning its moniker. Meanwhile, Fuller, feeling a tinge of boredom, decided to turn on the car's music system, humming along to the rhythm in a state of leisurely enjoyment, blissfully unaware of his lack of vocal talent. Suddenly, a large truck behind him activated its high beams, rudely flooding Fuller's face with blinding light. "Get lost, you fool!" Fuller exclaimed, maneuvering his vehicle to the side, yet the truck made no attempt to overtake him. Instead, it barreled straight towards him. With a jolt, Fuller nearly lost control, the car teetering dangerously as it swerved forward, fortunately regaining stability after spinning twice. "This is no accident. Someone is out to get me." Just then, the truck that had come to a halt suddenly roared back to life. Despite the discomfort in his eyes, Fuller squinted through the glaring lights and spotted the Autobot insignia on the truck. Optimus Prime. In a flash, Agent Fuller began reversing, deftly maneuvering his vehicle to face the opposite direction, hastily fleeing for his life. "Optimus Prime, have you lost your mind?" he shouted, but the pursuing truck offered no response, relentlessly tailing him as if driven by a deep-seated vendetta. As Fuller pressed the accelerator, desperately escaping, at the base, Jack and his companions were engrossed in remote-controlled car racing, with Arcee cheering them on, reveling in the peaceful moments of life. The trio of miniature race cars zipped around the track, with Rafi's yellow car leading, closely followed by the yellow and blue racer. Come on, shouted Meichi, excitement bubbling in her voice. "Buzz, buzz, buzz," chimed the announcer. "Only one lap to go," Arcee encouraged. Go, Meichi exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "Wow, Rafi, you're amazing." Amidst their spirited competition, the sound of Fuller's anxious voice crackled through. "Optimus Prime, can you hear me?" The ambulance replied, "I'm sorry, Agent Fuller, but Optimus Prime is not here at the moment." "That confirms my suspicion. He is intent on sending me off the road," Fuller retorted. "You won't believe it. Come see for yourselves." At that moment, the dark Optimus Prime relentlessly pursued Fuller's vehicle, and they found themselves on a vast bridge where dark Optimus Prime had changed lanes and caught up with Fuller. With a thunderous crash, dark Optimus Prime slammed Fuller against the guardrail, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. Fulker found himself ensnared in a dire predicament that seemed to stretch on endlessly, with the menacing dark Optimus temporarily retreating. However, his vehicle had spiraled out of control, careening dangerously close to the precipice, with half of it teetering over the edge of a 100-meter drop. In a frantic bid for survival, Fulker hastily attempted to reverse. Quickly back. But alas, fate was not on his side. Before he could escape, the dark Optimus, remotely controlled by Silas, approached from behind and nudged him gently. "Oh no, Optimus!" Just as Fulker was on the verge of plummeting into the abyss, a distant land bridge activated, and Arcee, Bumblebee, in the vehicle form of the barricade, rushed towards him. Bumblebee, the swiftest among them, arrived just in time to revert from vehicle form, seizing Fulker's car with one hand while grasping the bridge with the other. Arcee and the barricade soon joined, transforming as well, but in that moment, Silas' dark Optimus fled the scene. "It certainly resembles Optimus. Optimus would never retreat," Arcee cautioned, transforming back into motorcycle form to pursue him. The barricade approached, intending to hoist Bumblebee up, when suddenly, the car held by Bumblebee succumbed to the pressure and broke apart, plummeting downwards. Without hesitation, the barricade leapt from above, landing with greater speed than Fulker's vehicle due to his greater weight. He quickly steadied himself, arms outstretched, successfully catching Fulker's car. "Are you all right?" he inquired with concern. "Just a moment, soldier." However, before Fulker could utter more words, he was inadvertently knocked unconscious by the suddenly deployed airbag, leaving the seasoned agent, who had braved numerous dangers, incapacitated by a mere safety feature. While Fulker managed to evade danger, Arcee found herself in a perilous situation, having pursued the dark Optimus to a desolate area. The night was engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible, compelling Arcee to halt and scrutinize her surroundings. She was acutely aware that the perpetrator lurked somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the distant roar of a truck echoed ominously, accompanied by blinding headlights as it barreled toward her with astonishing speed. Arcee barely had time to react before she was violently struck, losing consciousness. In her fading thoughts, she could only recall that familiar silhouette. Chapter 61. The sky fell after mining. Ambulance. "All right, just focus on the light." "What? Oh, don't make it feel like an interrogation." Arcee snapped back to reality, eager to escape the dismal examination room. "Arcee, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but I can't believe Optimus ambushed me," Arcee lamented, her heart heavy with disappointment. "Didn't I tell you?" Fulker interjected. "It's impossible. The ambulance placed unwavering trust in Optimus Prime, though the words spoken were deemed impossible to believe. Arcee stated, "I witnessed it firsthand." While Jack expressed his confusion, why would Optimus kill Agent Fowler? Ratchet speculated, perhaps Optimus has transformed into another Decepticon? Mickey suggested, or he has been masquerading as a good Samaritan all along. Fowler cautioned, regardless of the reason, if Optimus has truly turned to villainy, we are in serious trouble. The absurdity of the situation left the ambulance feeling quite perplexed. He realized it was imperative to take action lest their conversation devolve further. I will now check Optimus's signal location. He is certainly not near the incident site. Look, he has returned, the ambulance announced. The group awaited Optimus's arrival, eager for his explanation. It was evident that throughout this instance of defamation, only the ambulance maintained faith in Optimus. Before long, Optimus returned to the base. Upon reverting from vehicle form, he was met with the collective gaze of his comrades, creating an unusually tense atmosphere. As he approached, Bulkhead and Bumblebee instinctively stepped back. Sensing the strangeness in the air, he chose to dispel the awkwardness. Is something amiss? Realizing their inquiry was misdirected, Arcee and Bulkhead exchanged glances before reframing their question. Where have you been? Bulkhead added, we have been unable to reach you. Optimus replied, I was indeed outside of our communication range, and prepared to turn and retrieve the Energon cube he had so painstakingly located. Don't move. Before he could elaborate, Arcee, Bumblebee, and Bulkhead drew their weapons, aiming them at Optimus, while Fowler swiftly shielded Jack and the others behind him. I was at an underground Energon mine. This revelation left Arcee and the others in a state of confusion. Jack quickly interjected, Enough. Can't you see he's one of us? Reluctantly, Arcee and the others lowered their weapons, feeling a surge of guilt along with numerous unanswered questions. Optimus, equally astonished, felt as though the sky had fallen. His expression bore a hint of grievance, having ventured out for sustenance only to return to such a predicament. We sincerely apologize, Fowler interjected. Do not blame them, Optimus. I was attacked tonight by someone who bore a striking resemblance to you. He attempted to kill me on the highway. Meanwhile, within the base, as the others continued their discussion, Silas had already commenced his next move, remotely controlling the dark Optimus Prime, guiding him towards the Auden military base. Stop, shouted a soldier, but the vehicle did not halt, nearly colliding with him. Fortunately, the soldier managed to evade the impending disaster. Otherwise, he could have been eligible for a death benefit. After forcibly breaching the checkpoint, the dark Optimus Prime wreaked havoc on several helicopters at the Auden military base. Observing the convoy in pursuit, he lured them into an open area. Soon, the military surrounded the dark Optimus Prime. This is a military-restricted area. The individuals inside the vehicle disembark immediately. Failure to comply will result in gunfire. Two soldiers, armed with rifles, cautiously approach the driver's side, opening the door and aiming their weapons inside, only to be met with an empty cabin, leaving them utterly perplexed. Suddenly, the dark Optimus Prime disengaged from his vehicle form and began to transform, though it was evident that this transformation was rather sluggish. I am Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots, and I bring you a message, declared the dark Optimus Prime, before drawing a long-range weapon and launching an assault on the military, igniting the flames of war. The overwhelming firepower caught the soldiers off guard. At the Autobot base, Agent Fowler's phone rang unexpectedly. Fowler here. This cannot be. I swear on the stars and stripes of my underwear. That is definitely not Optimus Prime. After hanging up, Fowler promptly informed everyone of the dire situation. The Aiden military base was under attack, allegedly by Optimus Prime. Is it a truck? Jack inquired. Indeed. The room was filled with astonished faces as the battle raged fiercely at the military base. Fire! Fire! Soon, as the soldiers struggled to maintain their defense, a land bridge activated, and Optimus Prime led the Autobots to provide support. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Silas swiftly transformed into a truck and departed the Aiden military base, leaving the Autobots under suspicion from the military. There, he has reinforcements. Continue firing. At that moment, helicopters arrived to assist, and the soldiers within immediately opened fire upon seeing several figures. Autobots, return to base. We must not harm any humans. Optimus Prime instantly halted the retaliation of his comrades and ordered a retreat, warning that otherwise they would find themselves in an irreparable situation. The newly arrived Autobots had no choice but to hastily retreat back across the land bridge. Shortly thereafter, General Baze called Fowler, who could only explain helplessly. General Baze, Optimus did not attack me. We were together when the alarm sounded. Yes, the Autobots did indeed come to your base, but only after the attack had commenced. Understand? Sir, Jack interjected. What is the situation? All military personnel have been given orders to shoot on sight at any Autobots. Jack exclaimed in disbelief. You must be joking. They are innocent. Ratchet insisted. Optimus has been framed. Optimus Prime cautioned. What concerns me most is that this order will change nothing. These imposters will undoubtedly pose a grave threat to humanity. Fowler added, 30 feet tall and capable of transforming. Indeed, those malevolent beings have succeeded in their research. Ratchet confirmed. It is them. Optimus Prime seethed with rage, as the actions of the mechanized Special Operations Team had thoroughly incensed him. Chapter 62. The triple kill of Silas. At this moment, Silas had returned to his base, controlling the Dark Optimus Prime. Minion, Commander, are there issues with parallax and reaction time? Silas, the remote control interface is absolutely flawless, whether for vehicles or humanoid forms. Meanwhile, a discussion was underway at the base. Medic, we know that the Mech Special Operations Team previously attempted to abduct Deadfire but failed. Arcee, they even intended to dismantle me. Mickey, but if they were unsuccessful, how do they manage it? Jack, perhaps the Decepticons assisted them? Optimus, given Megatron's character, he would likely disdain collaboration with humans. Raffi, then, it is highly probable they acquired the corpses of the Decepticons who perished in battle for research purposes. Agent Fuller, that shouldn't be the case. Our cleanup efforts are thorough. Minion, regardless, the Mech Special Operations Team has succeeded. Mickey, they have created a counterfeit Optimus Prime. Fuller, what should we do? Where can we find their base? Optimus, there is no need for concern. Although the Mech Special Operations Team has gained insight into our biological traits, Medic, they may not have mastered our technology. For without a land bridge, this imitation Optimus Prime can only rely on vehicle mode for transportation. Arcee, the base of the Mech Special Operations Team is likely situated near the incident site. Fuller, then what are we waiting for? Let us depart and dismantle their stronghold. Optimus, Agent Fuller, I believe confronting them directly may not be the wisest choice. The military is actively searching for you, and venturing out to gather intelligence is equally unwise. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not change into vehicle mode. Agent Fuller remained silent, as this was the only feasible course of action. Optimus made detailed arrangements concerning the vicinity of the incident site. Each individual was assigned to a different area, determined to locate the base of the Mech Special Operations Team. However, the area was vast, and as night fell, they had yet to find any clues. Minion, not even a sparrow in sight. Arcee, it's deserted everywhere. Just as Bumblebee was about to report, he suddenly spotted a large base ahead, buzzing incessantly. Optimus, Bumblebee, continue reconnaissance, proceed with caution, and do not act rashly. We shall regroup shortly. Bumblebee reduced his speed, carefully observing the surroundings while awaiting the arrival of the others. Yet, how could the base of the Mech Special Operations Team lack surveillance? Bumblebee's actions had long been monitored by Silas, who was fully aware of his movements. The Autobots truly are persistent. It is time they faced some hardship. As Silas began to take control, the eyes of Dark Optimus Prime glowed with a yellow light. His movements slightly stiff. At this moment, Bumblebee was cautiously scouting the base of the Mecha Special Operations Team, completely unaware of the impending danger. The sudden call of his name startled Bumblebee, prompting him to draw his weapon, just as the dark version of Optimus Prime approached. Heightened vigilance was essential, for Pretender could emerge at any moment. Buzzing sounds filled the air. What do you wish to convey? Bumblebee swiftly recognized the imposter and commenced firing, though the damage inflicted was evidently minimal. The Dark Optimus Prime quickly closed the distance, and Bumblebee, disadvantaged by his height, was unable to strike a decisive blow. A few powerful punches sent Bumblebee flying. Bumblebee was out. Silas claimed first blood. In no time, Optimus Prime, Arcee, and the barricade arrived at the Mecha Special Operations Team's base. Did Bumblebee receive the message? Arcee inquired. Split up. Be wary of anything resembling me. Following Optimus Prime's warning, the trio commenced their separate searches. Silas was the first to locate the barricade, while the Dark Optimus Prime stealthily approached from behind. The barricade cautiously turned to inspect, finding nothing amiss. However, as he turned back, the dark Optimus Prime lunged at him from behind. The barricade immediately retaliated, engaging in a fierce Hollywood-style brawl of punches. Ultimately, the barricade heroically fell. The barricade was out. Silas achieved a double kill. Next came Arcee, who, armed with exceptional reconnaissance skills and a graceful, petite form, navigated various positions. Unfortunately, the sound of distant gunfire erupted from behind her. Thus, Arcee was out. Silas secured a triple kill. Regrettably, Silas made a fatal error by failing to deliver the finishing blow. Meanwhile, within the base, the medic mused if I could decipher the frequency Silas employs for remote control, I should be able to pinpoint his exact location. Remote control. Surely, you don't believe they possess the capability to create a fully autonomous robot, replied Raph. I had hoped Silas was nestled within the robot's belly, allowing the barricade to simply deliver a punch. Oh, Mickey was truly the epitome of drama. I've deciphered the frequency. Then let's activate the land bridge. Agent Fuller interjected. Optimus Prime specifically instructed me not to involve you in this matter for your safety. Listen, I have no desire to tangle with robots, but this involves humanity. You may not have noticed, but I happen to be a trained individual with governmental ties. Mickey chimed in indeed. Silas even collided with his car. Personal vendetta. As Agent Fuller prepared for action within the base, only Optimus Prime remained at Silas's base, as the others had already been eliminated. Upon rounding a corner, Optimus Prime discovered that the dark Optimus Prime awaited him. Optimus Prime, we meet again. The deception ends here. Silas. With those words, the two engaged in a fierce battle, the intensity palpable. The subsequent scene, I leave to your imagination. Not far away, Agent Fuller traversed the land bridge, beset by a profound sense of dizziness, exclaiming, "The breakfast I had at flight school is about to make a reappearance." Suddenly, the sounds of combat reached his ears. Optimus Prime and his dark counterpart were locked in a climactic confrontation. Just as Fuller began to observe, his phone rang. Chapter 63. The Fall of Dark Optimus Prime Agent Fuller. The remote signal is emanating from a building 100 meters due north of your position. At this moment, activate the Iron Fortress locator beacon. Understood. Has something occurred? No worries. Fouille. I'll leave the rest to you. Without hesitation, Agent Fuller pinpointed his location and stealthily began his infiltration. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime steadfastly faced the imposter, resolutely lifting his foot and delivering a powerful kick. The counterfeit figure flew like a severed kite, soaring towards the pipes behind him, culminating in a thunderous explosion. Soldiers stationed atop Silas's rooftop observed intently through their binoculars. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped the soldier on the shoulder. Confused, he turned, only to be met by a corpulent middle-aged man swinging a fist the size of a sandbag, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards him. In an instant, he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Agent Fuller continued his silent descent from above, moving with grace and caution. At that moment, Silas was wholly engrossed in directing Dark Optimus Prime in a fierce duel. My robot possesses your strength, speed, and firepower, Silas proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with confidence. No sooner had he spoken than he switched to long-range fire mode, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets upon Optimus Prime. However, Optimus nimbly dodged to the side, evading the lethal projectiles aimed at his torso. With astonishing speed and agility, Optimus closed the distance to Dark Optimus Prime in the blink of an eye. He leaped, attempting to tackle his dark counterpart, but Dark Optimus swiftly countered, deftly escaping Optimus's grasp. Combined with my combat training, we achieve a flawless fusion of man and machine, Silas boasted, continuing his relentless assault on Optimus. Having gained no advantage, he climbed toward the pipes behind him, reaching the rooftop. Optimus followed suit, and as Silas awaited his ascent, they both drew their blades, the atmosphere brimming with tension. After several exchanges, the two began to engage in a contest of strength with their blades. Optimus aimed for Dark Optimus's head, but the latter deftly evaded the strike. The Dark Optimus Prime thrust his blade into Optimus Prime's abdomen, causing him to widen his eyes in excruciating pain. Yet, the most significant distinction between us is that my body does not perceive pain. After a moment of taunting, Sellers pushed deeper. This is merely the beginning. Imagine an entire battalion of transformable robots. No one could withstand the resurrected Mecha Special Operations Team. Dream on. Agent Fuller, Seeing is believing. As Celes spoke, he descended from the control console, allowing Agent Fuller a moment of respite for Optimus Prime. I am about to interrupt your little video game. With that, Fuller charged at Celes, intent on settling both old and new scores. But Celes deftly dodged, countering with an elbow strike. Fuller found himself on the ground, and, astonishingly, neither of them wielded a firearm. Exhibiting a sense of martial ethics, Celes patiently awaited Fuller to rise, which played right into Fuller's hands. After all, his primary goal was to buy time for Optimus Prime, so he continued to divert Celes's attention. Have you served in the military? In the Special Forces, how about you? As Celes spoke, he lunged at Fuller, underestimating the now bulky agent, who evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch to Celes's abdomen. Army Rangers. They exchanged banter while engaging in combat. How long has it been since your retirement? Though a bit out of shape, I never intended to obliterate you. Soon, however, Fuller found himself outmatched by Celes, who executed a series of spinning kicks that sent him sprawling on the ground, with 3 minions seizing the opportunity to surround him. If only I could buy Optimus Prime a moment longer. Celes finally realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly turned to dart toward the control console. But it was already too late. Optimus Prime rose from the ground, his eyes ignited with fury, and he clenched his fists, launching a ferocious blow aimed at the dark Optimus Prime's head. Despite Celes's desperate efforts to intercept the strike, his strength was no match for Optimus Prime's. The impact of Optimus Prime's fist reverberated as it struck the dark Optimus Prime's head, sending Celes staggering back. Yet he did not relent, continuing to shield the dark Optimus Prime. However, Optimus Prime's wrath remained unabated as he unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. Celes struggled to defend himself, unable to withstand the onslaught. Optimus Prime's fists rained down upon the dark Optimus Prime, each blow delivering tremendous force. Celes was driven back, ultimately retreating to the vicinity of the control console. No. The dark Optimus Prime was knocked to the ground, but Optimus Prime did not cease. He leaped forward, charging at the dark Optimus Prime with astonishing speed, fueled by an overwhelming tide of anger and determination. His gaze was resolute, as if he intended to unleash all his fury upon his adversary. Meanwhile, Celes frantically worked the control console, but his efforts were destined to be in vain. Suddenly, he noticed a gaping hole in the ceiling above him. He looked up and beheld the ominous dark Colossus descending from the heavens, hurtling directly toward him. No! Celes screamed in terror, realizing he could not escape this impending doom. The massive form of the dark Colossus crashed down upon him, and the control panel, with a thunderous roar, obliterating everything in its path. Celes's defiant cry was abruptly silenced, and the entire space fell into an eerie silence. As Celes and the control panel were annihilated, the orange-yellow glow in the Colossus's eyes gradually dimmed until it vanished completely. The once mighty adversary had ceased to exist, while Optimus stood there, breathing heavily, a hint of fatigue mingled with satisfaction on his face. Agent Fuller. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters echoed from a distance. Fuller cheerfully remarked, "That's our people. I suggest you return to base. I'll handle things up here." For once, Optimus smiled. A rare and healing sight. Yet he did not depart immediately. He needed to locate Bumblebee and the others to bring them back to the base. Soon, everything settled, and by the following morning, Mechi jested, "How does it feel to be knocked around by someone who resembles Optimus?" Chapter 64. The 5 Artifacts Divider. Oh, Arcee. Truly unforgettable. At that moment, Optimus stood there while the medics were treating his wounds with a welding torch. The question lingered. After the mech's special operations team became leaderless, would they resort to misdeeds? Fuller found the situation perplexing. They had scoured the ruins thoroughly, yet found not a single trace of Celes. As Fuller finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the gathered individuals. They all understood that the matter was far from resolved. Alas, one could only hope such events would not repeat. At this very moment, within the clandestine base of the mech's special operations team, the severely injured Celes was rescued by his loyal aide, who was conducting an assessment of his injuries. The damage to his internal organs was severe, rendering conventional medical methods ineffective. Fortunately, the mech's special operations team was anything but conventional. With that, the group turned their attention to the artifact they had suspended on the wall. During the time the Autobots were occupied with Celes, Rayn had successfully obtained the coordinates of the 5 artifacts, recently decrypted by Orion. However, during Orion's amnesiac period, Rayn had not been idle. he frequently visited Orion, providing him with special care. He had even seized an opportunity to activate the Hammer of the Stars in Orion's presence. When Orion witnessed Rayn successfully wielding the hammer, he was filled with astonishment and disbelief. With this factor in play, combined with the frequent dreams of Cybertron that Rayn had been instilling in Orion, the narrative unfolded further. This instilled in Orion a profound sense of trust and reverence towards Rayn, simultaneously igniting within him a more fervent motivation to work. Aware that opportunities are fleeting, Rayn promptly dispatched his subordinates to seek these precious sacred artifacts without hesitation. After all, the more treasures one possesses, the better. No one would ever disdain an abundance of sacred relics. After a lengthy wait, good news finally arrived. The formidable Hyee first reported that he had successfully led his team to discover a supreme divine armor, which greatly pleased Rayn. Soon after, the resonance wave gun was returned by Soundwave, crafted to perfection. Following that, Knockout and Deadened reported via their communication devices that they had found a toxic energy entity, which Rayn promptly ordered them to destroy without delay. Meanwhile, Tianjun, leading his team, located a phase shifter in the New York subway, a remarkable specialized weapon. Rayn was exceedingly satisfied with this outcome, opting to don this exquisite treasure immediately, unwilling to part with it. Not long after, Rayn received news from the enigmatic Master of Faces, who proclaimed he had unearthed the Star Sword. Ah, splendid work! The Star Sword. It was evident that his relentless efforts had paid off. With the emergence of this individual, Optimus Prime would surely be drawn to the scent. Rayn hastily traversed the land bridge to the scene. Upon witnessing the Star Sword embedded in its pedestal, Rayn understood that only a true leader could extract it, and the moment to unveil his true prowess had arrived. Approaching the Star Sword, he slowly raised his hand, emanating a formidable aura that rendered the atmosphere tense as the onlookers fixed their grave gazes upon him. What transpired next was destined to be etched in history, and no one wished to miss a single detail. As Rayn grasped the Star Sword, a miraculous reaction indeed occurred. The sword radiated a divine glow, stirring exhilaration among all present. Suddenly, this surge of energy vehemently resisted Rayn, causing his hand to experience an intense sting, darkening in hue. The dark energy within him began to surge, inducing considerable discomfort. This unforeseen turn of events bewildered not only Rayn, but also the others in attendance. What a ridiculous spectacle! He could activate the Hammer of the Titans, yet failed to gain the Star Sword's acknowledgement, despite the fact that the Star Sword was forged from the very hammer itself. Moreover, it dared to resist him. Why? By what right? In the original narrative, it never treated Megatron in such a manner. Why was he subjected to this disdain? Very well, if that is the case, do not blame me for forcibly taking you home. At this moment, Rayn had formulated a plan. During the last quest for sacred artifacts, it was established through reports that the Autobots could detect these relics. However, it seemed that their burial had rendered the direct location undetectable. Soon, Optimus Prime and his companions would undoubtedly catch wind of the situation. Choosing to wait patiently for the rabbit to approach is indeed the most effortless and effective strategy. Therefore, Rayn arranged for Thunderquake and instructed his subordinates to bring the supreme divine armor and the locking staff. As the phase shifter was constantly worn by Rayn, there was no need to transport it. He designated the Red Spider and Knockout to stage a facade, creating an illusion of guarding the Star Sword. There was a rationale behind their selection. Thunderquake and his crew would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end, leaving no room for retreat. However, the two he chose were different, making them the most suitable candidates to execute the plan. When the Autobots arrived, they would feign a counterattack, retreating across the land bridge. Ultimately, just when the Autobots believed they were safe and drew the Star Sword, Rayn would swiftly subdue them with the locking staff. With the assistance of the supreme divine armor and the phase shifter, the task would be exceedingly easy. Although Thunderquake and his team were apprehensive and wished to assist, Rayn declined their help, reveling in his current invincibility. Yet, he felt a pang of loneliness, yearning for Optimus Prime and his companions to arrive sooner. As time ticked away, Rayn could hardly fathom that night had fallen. The flowers had wilted, and Optimus Prime and his team still had not arrived, which nearly drove him to despair. The very reason he chose to take matters into his own hands was to witness the expression on Optimus Prime's face as he snatched the Star Sword, freshly acquired, right before him at the land bridge's entrance. At that moment, the prize would be stolen from under his nose, leaving him helpless to intervene. Rayn could scarcely imagine the joy that would swell within him. It would be utterly delightful. He could not help but chuckle, his laughter echoing through the valley as if mocking the enemies ensnared in his elaborate scheme. Yet, here he was, as night descended, and they still had not arrived. It was as if he were missing out on something truly exhilarating. Rayn silently cursed, his face betraying a flicker of dissatisfaction and disappointment. It was hard to imagine that a Decepticon leader, utilizing a phase shifter to hide among the stones while awaiting the opposing faction's leader, could fall asleep in such a manner. Chapter 65. Optimus Prime breaks through, his eyes gradually closed, surrendering to slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned absorbing the entirety of the universe Emperor's power, ultimately reigning supreme over the cosmos, with all adversaries beneath his feet, becoming an invincible entity. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Ratchet noticed that the previously ignored Iron Fortress positioning beacon had not vanished. This was peculiar. The Decepticons could not possibly be moving at such a sluggish pace. Frowning, a wave of unease washed over him. The Iron Fortress beacon could very well be a trap set by Megatron, or perhaps they lacked the capability to extract the sacred artifact. Ratchet pondered in silence, sensing the situation was growing increasingly complex. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to investigate further. He brought this matter to Optimus Prime's attention, and after some deliberation, they resolved to scout the situation. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement. Consequently, the Autobots prepared to embark on their journey to the location of the Iron Fortress beacon. Unbeknownst to them, this entire scenario was a meticulously orchestrated trap set by Rayn, who had calculated the timing perfectly, awaiting the Autobots' arrival. Before the Autobots could regain their full strength, they were already stepping into Rayn's snare. With the activation of the land bridge, Optimus Prime led the Autobots to the coordinates of the Star Sword, although they were still some distance away from its precise location. This cautious approach was wise. Lacking familiarity with the specific circumstances on site, it was prudent to scout from a distance first. Indeed, they found Red Spider and Knockout guarding the area, and upon seeing the sword's hilt, the Autobots finally grasped why the beacon had remained active throughout the night. The Decepticons were utterly incapable of extracting it, for it was a weapon reserved for their leader, beyond the grasp of others. Arcee exclaimed, "Yes, the Star Sword." Optimus replied, "No wonder the Decepticons did not take this sacred relic. The Star Sword is a legendary weapon crafted by the 13 Primes, possessing the power of the Energon." Arcee added, "It's no surprise that Megatron did not take it. He is not the leader." Scoop remarked, In the end, it has worked in our favor. They did not carry the sacred relics they had previously obtained, which was highly unusual. It was likely that an ambush awaited them nearby. Otherwise, Megatron would have gone to great lengths to secure the Star Sword. The humming of the sword resonated, emphasizing its critical importance. "We require the power of the Star Sword," Optimus declared. "Scoop and I will launch a frontal assault to draw their fire. Bumblebee and Arcee, you are agile. Encircle them from the flanks, but proceed with caution." "Understood." Autobots, attack. In swift order, Optimus Prime led Scoop in a frontal assault, while Thundercracker and Skywarp immediately began their counterattack, followed closely by Bumblebee and Arcee flanking from the sides. Red Spider feigned a vulnerability, allowing himself to be hit by a shot, and pretended to suffer grievously before contacting Soundwave to activate the land bridge and command a retreat. "Lord Megatron will not let you escape," Red Spider taunted as he departed. As Red Spider and Knockout retreated through the land bridge, the Autobots remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for potential ambushes. Rayn stealthily extended his head, a somewhat lecherous expression on his face, as he awaited Optimus Prime to extract the Star Sword. Soon, the Star Sword would be his. "Since you refused to choose me, I shall make you choose me." Once assured that there were no hidden ambushes, Optimus approached the Star Sword's location and withdrew it from its resting place. Scoop jested. Has Megatron's mind rusted? With so many at his disposal, he chooses to rely on Red Spider. It's truly laughable. Arcee, it is prudent for us to exercise caution. Perhaps Megatron and his cohorts are lurking nearby, awaiting the moment we extract the Star Sword to seize it. Then I shall make him regret it by leaving him searching for his teeth. Rayn, all right, if I don't find someone to leave you in tatters, I shall change my surname. While the group conversed, their vigilance remained intact. Optimus Prime grasped the Star Sword, which indeed responded with a divine radiance. As he drew forth the sword, The absence of ambush brought a fleeting joy of victory to the collective, prompting reflections on past tribulations. Each encounter with the Decepticons had culminated in defeat, but this time, success was theirs. Before they could even celebrate, the targeting beam of the locking staff surged towards them, prompting Optimus to unleash a wave of blue sword energy. What transpired next left all in astonishment. The energy passed through Rayn's form without inflicting harm, an occurrence far too abrupt to comprehend. Despite their instincts to evade or retaliate, facing the seemingly invulnerable Rayn rendered their efforts futile. Once the plan reached fruition, Rayn, in a fit of hubris, approached Optimus, intent on wresting the star sword from his grip. Although he was not attacked by the sword this time, he felt the dark energy gem within him stir once more, as if yearning for a connection while simultaneously repelling him. A most peculiar sensation. Upon contacting Thunderclash, he and Skywing swiftly arrived via the land bridge. Thunderclash, secure the Star Sword, and ensure that you keep an eye on that rotund fellow. Receiving the Star Sword from Rayn, Thunderclash noted that the tumult within Rayn's dark energy ceased its tumultuous dance. The dark energy coursing through his veins became less agitated. Yet Rayn felt an insistent itch in his heart, as though the Star Sword was teasing him. However, such trivial matters were inconsequential to Rayn. As the minions delivered another thrashing to the partition, Rayn commanded a retreat, positioning himself at the rear. Once all had entered, he lingered at the land bridge's entrance, subsequently disabling their targeting systems, and with a mocking tone remarked, "Optimus Prime, thank you for your contributions to the Decepticon cause." Megatron, Optimus immediately pursued Rayn, unleashing fire upon him. However, Rayn remained steadfast, adorned in his supreme armor and utilizing the phase shifter. In the end, the Autobots could only watch helplessly as the Star Sword was snatched away by the Decepticons, marking the final straw that broke Optimus's resolve. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. To lose something once obtained is far more agonizing than never having possessed it at all. Rayn's audacious maneuver had utterly shattered Optimus's defenses. Chapter 66. The most reliable Titanium Master, with Rayn claiming Optimus Prime's Star Sword. This victory once again belonged to the Decepticons. Soon, Rayn returned to the warship with Tianjun and others. Yet he was acutely aware that this was not a moment for celebrating victory. The peculiar reaction of the Star Sword filled him with unease. Initially, it had attempted to attack him, and after being extracted by Optimus Prime, it seemed intent on conveying some form of message. Rayn understood that all these anomalies stemmed from the dark energy gem within him. "Tianjun, hand me the Star Sword," Rayn commanded with a serious expression. "At your command, my lord," Tianjun replied without hesitation, passing the Star Sword to Rayn. As soon as the Star Sword fell into his grasp, it exhibited further irregularities. Rayn felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, his eyes instantly turning purple, while the Star Sword radiated a divine light. "My lord, what has happened? Can you hear my voice?" Tianjun inquired anxiously. "Do not worry. It is attempting to communicate with me and convey some vital information." Rayn endeavored to remain calm, striving to comprehend this mysterious force. At that moment, it felt as if Rayn's consciousness was transported to a unique realm. The surroundings were pitch black, save for a transformer composed of holy light, illuminating the endless darkness. This figure certainly resembled an elder. Rayn recognized him as Master Titanium. Suddenly, he spoke. "I wish we could meet under better circumstances, but I fear that Fortress Maximus may not withstand the Decepticons' next assault." Rayn replied, "It is quite all right. I do not mind at all. If you can hear my words, it confirms that you have successfully acquired the Star Sword. I believe you have surmised why these Cybertronian relics and Decepticon weaponry have ended up in this remote world. I sent them there, not only to prevent them from falling into Megatron's hands, but also so that they could be of use to you, something you may have already known. The Cybertronian Covenant records not only the past, but also the future. Though I cannot fathom its mysteries, I have gleaned foreboding tidings. The records of the Covenant prophesy that you, Optimus Prime, shall venture to a small yet profoundly significant planet where a crucial battle against the Decepticons will unfold." The Cosmic Emperor lamented, "Born so small, I am sorry. I possess no knowledge of the war's status or outcome. I merely hope that these ancient Cybertronian relics will assist the Autobots when the need arises. Most importantly, shortly, I shall launch the final relic, which will be the most vital and powerful of all. As Master Titanium concluded, the connection established with Rayn abruptly severed. Rayn could not help but reflect. Experience truly holds wisdom. This old man is remarkable. Tianjin asked, "My lord, how are you faring?" "I am well, but I have received crucial intelligence. The remaining 4 sets of coordinates are the key ultimate divine keys to resurrecting Cybertron. The resurgence of Cybertron. Indeed, we shall soon return home." "Master, how shall we utilize this key to resurrect our planet?" asked Tianjin. "We must gather all 4 ultimate divine keys, and through them, locate the ultimate divine lock to restore our world. However, this is not the time for celebration. We must collect all 4 keys without fail." Swiftly, Rayn arranged for his subordinates to secure the Star Sword and then sought out his capable assistant, Orion, to share this splendid news. Meanwhile, the Autobots returned to their base, where Ratchet and Jack noticed the dejected expressions of their comrades, sensing something was amiss. What has happened now? Did Megatron steal the relic again? The Partition sighed in resignation. Alas, this time it is worse. Megatron has taken the Star Sword. The Star Sword. Arcee's voice seethed with unrestrained fury. Moreover, we assisted in extracting it. Megatron, he was hiding among the stones, exclaimed Mickey. Hiding among the stones. How did he manage that? Arcee sighed and clarified. He also acquired other Iron Fortress relics, such as the Phase Shifter and the Supreme Divine Armor. Buzzing filled the air. Bumblebee means that Megatron could not have taken the Star Sword by himself, so he lay in wait, explained Ratchet. This scoundrel is utterly despicable. If he possesses any courage, he should confront the Partition one-on-one. I would crush him, declared Jack. By the way, what is this Star Sword that Megatron has seized? Ratchet, weighed down by the gravity of the situation yet patient, explained. The Star Sword is a legendary weapon crafted for the leader by the 13 Apostles, embodying immense divine power. This power is formidable. Should Optimus obtain it, it could very well reverse our current disadvantage. Yet, it has ultimately fallen into Megatron's hands. Moreover, he has acquired the Phase Shifter, which allowed him to conceal himself within the stones, along with the impenetrable Supreme Divine Armor. The atmosphere grew somber, as Optimus felt disheartened by Rayn's audacious maneuver. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and encouraged his comrades. Do not lose heart. Although the Star Sword has been taken by Megatron, we have fought valiantly without it before. Regardless of what the future holds, unity and perseverance will fortify us. Elsewhere, aboard the Decepticon warship, Rayn had arrived at Orion's workshop. Orion, I have just received splendid news. Would you care to take a guess? Splendid news? Have you discovered a method to resurrect Cybertron? Rayn was not surprised by Orion's response, as he had consistently imparted his grand vision of reviving Cybertron and the ensuing plans for equality. Thus, Rayn proclaimed, "Congratulations on your correct answer. What? Truly, you have discovered the means to resurrect our planet. Indeed, among the 5 sacred artifacts unearthed during this excavation, we found the Star Sword, which resonated with the energy gem within me, conveying a crucial piece of information." Chapter 67. The Colossal Menace Plan. Rayn. The coordinates for the final 4 sets of sacred artifacts from the Iron Fortress can revive the planet Cybertron, the most powerful artifact. The ultimate divine key. Once we gather these 4 keys, we can locate and manipulate the ultimate divine lock to resurrect Cybertron. I am confident that if we continue down this path, it won't be long before we can restore our former homeland. The next steps depend entirely on you, Orin. Orin, indeed, I shall exert my utmost effort to decode these 4 sets of coordinates with the utmost urgency. Ah, my old friend, all our endeavors are for the sake of rebuilding our home. Rayn patted Orin on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Orin nodded with determination, signaling his commitment to the task. Rayn gazed at Orin, filled with trust and anticipation, knowing that Orin, a highly capable archivist, would undoubtedly accomplish this mission. After inquiring about Orin's well-being, Rayn took his leave. Upon exiting Orin's workshop, Rayn promptly proceeded to Shockwave's laboratory to check on the progress of the project, Thundercracker. Before long, Rayn arrived at Shockwave's lab. As he entered, he beheld the enormous incubation chamber. Within it, Thundercracker lay in repose, awaiting further adjustment from Shockwave. Rayn approached the chamber, scrutinizing Thundercracker. Even from a distance, its colossal form evoked a sense of foreboding. After this period of cultivation, it would not be long before Thundercracker was complete. Shockwave, Lord Megatron. The Colossal Menace project is progressing smoothly and will soon be ready. If this endeavor concludes successfully, we can proceed with the mass production of Colossal Menace replicas. Rayn, well done, Shockwave. However, through the original entity, we observe that regardless of whether through cloning or other means, any life form that emerges will possess a degree of self-awareness. Shockwave, your conclusion is indeed accurate, Lord Megatron. Rayn, thus, once they become aware of their strength, capable of effortlessly overpowering their masters, it will spell disaster for us Decepticons. And they may even evolve the ability to assume humanoid forms. Shockwave, such a scenario is logical, Lord Megatron, as transformation is a fundamental ability of all Cybertronian life. Yet, no documentation has ever been found indicating that Colossal Menace evolved to the point of transformation, as they perished during the Great Cataclysm. Rayn, thus, we require a safeguard to ensure that the clones recognize the Decepticons as their benefactors and masters. We must employ every conceivable method to guarantee their unwavering loyalty, or I could directly manipulate their very existence. Soundwave. Lord Megatron, perhaps there exists a technology that could fulfill your requirements. Rayn, pray enlighten me. Soundwave. Through my extensive research on synthetic energy entities, I have discovered that it is a crucial element in the production of the native material, Carterium, a synthetic metal. Rayn, and what purpose does it serve? Soundwave. I could utilize it to create a synthetic titanium alloy. This alloy could be fashioned into energy cores akin to those of Energon, which I could simultaneously produce alongside the creation of the formidable clones. Thus, I could exploit its homogeneous characteristics to devise an energy transfer device reminiscent of the Magic Sphere keycard, allowing us to transmit our compiled directives directly into their energy cores. This would enable us to inscribe our commands into their subconscious, ensuring their absolute fidelity. Moreover, based on my comprehensive studies of Black Widow, I could incorporate a control chip bearing genetic markings into the energy core. In due course, I shall implant the master chip within your being, Lord Megatron, thus granting you direct control over them. However, since the colossal clones possess a level of intelligence surpassing that of mechanical insects, frequent control might arouse their autonomous awareness. Therefore, I propose to install an additional controller within the energy core capable of igniting the internal spark, which would also be operated via your control chip, ensuring total security. Rayn, your plan is commendable, Soundwave. This way, I shall command a legion of loyal and manageable colossal clones. Soundwave, there is one more matter I must report to you. Lord Megatron. Rayn, speak freely. Soundwave, the energy core cannot influence the existing colossal clones, as they are not derived from Energon. They must be created simultaneously with the clones. Retrofitting them later would pose significant challenges in connecting with the neural system of the brain, potentially inflicting irreversible damage on the clones. Rayn, no matter. I shall take it upon myself to tame them. The rest, I entrust entirely to you. Soundwave, as you command, Lord Megatron. Having received a satisfactory response, Rayn departed from Soundwave's laboratory, knowing that he would soon command a formidable army of colossal clones. Shortly thereafter, Rayn returned to his throne. Yet his strategic ambitions did not cease. He promptly summoned the previously cloned Soundwave units 1 and 2. With a grave expression, Rayn declared, Soundwave, I have a most critical mission for the two of you. You must immediately proceed to the planet Cybertron and seek out a location abundant with the remains of colossal clones. This is the key to our future victory over the Cosmic Emperor. Should the Cosmic Emperor locate and resurrect them, a formidable and sinister army of undead will utterly obliterate us. As the words left my lips, Soundwave 1 and 2 nodded in understanding, swiftly traversing the space bridge towards Cybertron to commence the search for the remains of the colossal monstrosities. Once these remains are discovered, I shall entrust them entirely to Shockwave for the extraction of Cybertronian nucleic acid, leaving no trace behind. In doing so, Rayn would gain an abundance of monstrous replicas. However, Rayn does not require an excessive number of these replicas. The paramount concern is to ensure that the Cosmic Emperor does not acquire these remains. After all, they represent the fruits of my laborious efforts. Should they fall into the hands of that undead army, the anguish would be unbearable. Chapter 68. The arrival of Smokescreen since the last incident. Rayn found himself at a loss for activities. Suddenly one day, Soundwave detected the signal from the Decepticon escape pod, and Rayn realized that Smokescreen had made his entrance. It was time to take action. Without hesitation, Rayn grasped the targeting staff and led the likes of Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Dead End on their quest to seize the ultimate key. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, since Rayn had pilfered Optimus Prime's Star Sword, they had not detected the Iron Fortress positioning beacon. Today, Bumblebee was photographed by a passerby, and Raph was employing his exceptional hacking skills to help eliminate the evidence. Raph quickly located the image. Removing Bumblebee and replacing him with a dancing monkey seemed like a delightful idea. Jack exclaimed joyfully, "The tap-dancing monkey returns." Buzz, Ratchet remarked. Subsequently, they saw Bumblebee's image circulating wildly on the internet, which was far from a favorable development. Jack, astonished, queried, "Wait, what is that?" Raph instantly recognized it, responding, "It's the escape pod from Cybertron." Arcee expressed her concern. "Is it in Earth's atmosphere? Is it Autobot or Decepticon?" Ratchet lamented, "Unfortunately, the image quality is too poor to determine." After a moment of contemplation, Optimus Prime resolved, "Regardless, it merits investigation." Arcee cautioned, "It could be a trap. We've experienced such before." Nevertheless, Optimus Prime believed that we must not disregard any opportunity where Autobots might require assistance, thus commanding, "Ratchet, take your medical kit." The group promptly mobilized, preparing to traverse the land bridge to investigate this mysterious escape pod. All Autobots were deployed, and upon reaching the crash site of the escape pod, a chaotic scene unfolded before their eyes. Energon spilled like a river, and the escape pod had sustained a significant breach. The team advanced towards the spacecraft for inspection. NRC wiped the dust off the pod's insignia. Optimus Prime declared, "This is the Decepticon escape pod." Arcee observed, "It appears they have all vacated the pod." At that moment, before anyone could react, a familiar beam shot towards them, a locking ray that had ensnared the Autobots countless times before. Just as they began to respond, they found themselves immobilized. It was Rayn, accompanied by the Decepticons, who had arrived at the scene. Rayn commanded, "Thundercracker, maintain vigilance." He then approached Optimus Prime, mockingly declaring, "Ha! Optimus, you Autobots truly never learn. Once again, you find yourselves defeated." Suddenly, distant gunfire erupted, indicating that the target of their operation had appeared, the owner of the escape pod. Smokescreen, along with the vital ultimate key that resided within him. This young one was remarkably swift. Thundercracker and Skywarp exchanged glances and transformed into fighter jets, swiftly reaching Smokescreen's side, where the Decepticons encircled him. With no place to hide, Smokescreen was cornered. Rayn seized the opportunity to immobilize him with the locking staff. Approaching Smokescreen, Rayn activated the phase shifter he always carried. He plunged his hand into Smokescreen's chest, quickly locating the ultimate key. With a firm grasp, he extracted it from Smokescreen's body. Successfully securing the ultimate key, the operation had proceeded exceedingly well, and it was time to return. A wave of desolation washed over Smokescreen as he realized escape was impossible. Awakening for the first time, engaging in a genuine battle with the Decepticons, only to be so thoroughly defeated, was disheartening. Yet, he steeled himself for what lay ahead. However, what had Rayn just extracted from his body? The locking staff from Ironhide and the phase shifter were now in Megatron's possession. Had all the sacred artifacts from Ironhide, along with the confiscated Decepticon weaponry, fallen into their hands? Smokescreen's mind swirled with confusion as he pondered why the enemy had suddenly ceased their assault. Yet, these questions might remain forever unanswered, for he realized he was trapped in a dire situation, with little hope of contemplating these matters further. Then, unexpectedly, the Decepticons began to retreat, crossing the land bridge to leave the battlefield. Smokescreen was taken aback, bewildered by their decision. Before departing, Megatron even released the Autobots from their immobilization, leaving Smokescreen perplexed, unable to comprehend why the Decepticons had abandoned their attack. Did they harbor some other scheme? Or were they merely withdrawing temporarily to await a more opportune moment to strike again? Smokescreen could not discern the truth. Regardless, he knew he must restore his strength swiftly to join his fellow Autobots in facing any impending crises. He regrouped with his companions, fully aware that this defeat had doused their spirits with a cold splash of reality. Silence enveloped the room, casting a heavy atmosphere. At that moment, Smokescreen beheld the towering figure of Optimus Prime, igniting a spark of excitement within his recently battered heart. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "I can hardly believe it. You are Optimus Prime." "He is truly Optimus Prime," Of course, came a nonchalant reply from Arcee. Yes, indeed, it is he, added Ratchet with a hint of despondency. Buzz, what is your name, soldier? Inquired Optimus Prime. Immediately, Smokescreen saluted. I am Smokescreen, sir. Welcome to Earth, Smokescreen. Optimus extended his right hand, resembling a bridge, ready to engage in a handshake. I am thrilled to fight alongside you. Smokescreen responded eagerly. What shall we do now? We cannot simply escort him back to the base, Ratchet lamented. Arcee interjected. What if he is an undercover operative? Optimus Prime pondered deeply before noticing the arm insignia on Smokescreen's arm, cautiously stating, by your appearance, it seems you were trained in the Cybertron Elite Guard. Indeed, but when I joined, it resembled a rookie training camp, lacking even a proper graduation ceremony, replied Smokescreen. That was during the war, Arcee remarked. I merely wished to be a soldier, fighting for ideals. However, I was ultimately assigned to the Iron Fortress Guard, Smokescreen confessed. Why did it have to be the archives? Ratchet reminded. Chapter 69. The Red Energy Entity Optimus. Do you not find the situation rather suspicious? Smokescreen, what was your role in the Iron Fortress? Ratchet probed. In the final days of that war, I was tasked with protecting Master Titanium, Smokescreen explained. Optimus, receiving news of a possible mentor, expressed mild surprise. You once served under Master Titanium. At first, it was quite dull, guarding an old man and unable to engage in battle with the Decepticons, Smokescreen admitted, sensing the tension. He quickly added, but I apologize. Master Titanium is a wonderful teacher and a true friend. He was the one who persuaded the High Council to appoint you as leader. Ratchet, activate the ground bridge. Optimus commanded. Arcee, taken aback, exclaimed, what? Just like that, you agree to let him join us. Optimus clarified, if my mentor entrusted him with this information, he must perceive Smokescreen as a trustworthy individual. As the ground bridge activated, the group returned to the base, though the others remained somewhat wary of Smokescreen. Upon seeing new Autobots arrive, Mickey was ecstatic, exclaiming, since Jack's arrived, we haven't had any newcomers. What is your story, Smokescreen? Where do you hail from? How'd you get here? How many weapons are you concealing? Hey, interjected Ratchet. Mickey's enthusiastic demeanor irked Ratchet, while Smokescreen found himself bewildered by the barrage of questions. Is this what we are meant to protect, these life forms? Are they all like this? He inquired. Thank heavens, they are not. Ratchet replied. However, I too share her curiosity. How exactly did you arrive on Earth? Arcee interjected. It must be the escape pod from the Decepticons. Do you not trust me? How difficult it is to please. At that time, the primary battlefield was at least 20 kilometers away from the Iron Fortress archives, rendering the area relatively tranquil. However, the situation soon took a dramatic turn. The Decepticons launched a large-scale assault, obliterating our last line of defense surrounding the Iron Fortress. Ultimately, I was left to confront them alone, my blood surging with excitement, as it was my first opportunity to engage the enemy in genuine combat and prove myself. But suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and I became a prisoner of the Decepticons. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself tossed aboard a transport ship. I managed to outsmart the guard and leaped into an escape pod, only to discover it was a long-distance pod that induced stasis. When I awoke, I crashed to the ground. What a rude awakening. Ratchet remarked, the Decepticons must have detected the escape pod signal to follow us. Arcee replied, no wonder they threw such a grand welcome. Yet, there remains a question. What exactly did Megatron extract from you? Bulkhead added, indeed, it seems he specifically sought that item. Smokescreen commented, oh that. I am quite uncertain, and I am curious as well. Why did something suddenly appear within my body? Optimus Prime pondered. Megatron has been collecting the relics of the Iron Fortress. This is likely connected to the Iron Fortress relics. I surmise that all Autobot relics and Decepticon weaponry that appeared on Earth may have been launched by Master Titanium. It is plausible that, given the circumstances at the time, Master Titanium had no opportunity to launch the final relic. Considering you lost consciousness, it is highly likely that Master Titanium concealed the last relic within you. Smokescreen exclaimed, so I wasn't just knocked out by the explosion. Ratchet continued. Then Megatron decrypted the Iron Fortress database and located this relic. Bulkhead interjected. Does that mean Megatron has acquired all the Iron Fortress relics? Arcee lamented, and their devastating weaponry. Our future appears bleak. Optimus Prime voiced a troubling thought. Smokescreen. Do you know what became of Master Titanium after the fall of the Iron Fortress? Smokescreen replied, I wish I did. I have not seen him since. Smokescreen, listen. Optimus advised, suggest you take some time to acclimate to this new environment. Perhaps you could begin by touring the base. Mika, cheerful, said absolutely. Bulkhead quickly added, Jack is our Gold Star tour guide here. Thus, Jack led the newly arrived Smokescreen on a tour of the base. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Starscream was idly browsing the human internet at the control panel. Displeased by a plethora of useless information, he scoffed, foolish humans, they call this the information superhighway. 1 trillion bytes of data, and not a shred of usefulness. Having been relegated to the periphery of political power, devoid of any opportunity for merit. It seemed that Megatron had all but forgotten him. A wave of despondency washed over him as he lamented his fate. However, the thought of the synthetic energy core lifted his spirits slightly. With his convenient synthetic energy source, he no longer needed to tirelessly command his subordinates to mine, thereby conserving considerable effort and spending his days in idleness. In that moment, he yearned for a chance to achieve greatness and reclaim his position at the center of power. Suddenly, his attention was captivated by a small monkey dancing playfully. The creature's comical antics elicited a hearty laugh from him, momentarily alleviating his worries. Observing its joyful movements, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, some things are indeed quite amusing, ha ha ha." To his surprise, the next image brought him exhilaration. What is this? Ha ha ha. The ignorant Earthlings have no idea what they have discovered. The red energy core? His eyes widened in astonishment as a surge of excitement coursed through him. Indeed, this was an exceedingly rare energy core. He quickly realized that this presented a unique opportunity. Megatron would surely be interested in such a precious item. If he could present it to Megatron, it would be a monumental achievement. Without hesitation, he turned and set off to find Starscream, eager to report this significant discovery. His heart brimmed with anticipation, believing that this revelation could very well alter his standing within the Decepticons and restore him to Megatron's favor and trust. No matter what, it was certainly an improvement over his current predicament. Unbeknownst to him, Starscream had already learned of this promising news. Chapter 70. The speed enhancer Starscream promptly ordered Soundwave to ascertain the precise location of the red energy core, discovering that it had been transported to the port. He immediately dispatched Thundercracker, Skywarp, and Barricade, instructing them to lead a squad of soldiers to seize the red energy core. To ensure the success of their mission, he equipped them with a locking staff, shield generator, and magnetic gloves. Starscream was confident that Thundercracker and the others would successfully retrieve the red energy core unscathed. This stroke of fortune was largely thanks to Soundwave. Although Starscream had initially sent Soundwave 1 and 2 to Cybertron to search for the massive Predacon remains, he could not overlook the special consideration afforded to Starscream. Thus, when Starscream first discovered the red energy core, Soundwave, who was not online at the time, received the news through surveillance of Starscream and reported it to Starscream. Soon, Starscream arrived before him, eagerly sharing his good news. "Lord Megatron, I have excellent news to report." Starscream responded, "Oh, Starscream, you wouldn't be referring to the red energy core, would you?" Starscream was taken aback. "My lord, how did you know?" Soundwave had just discovered it. "I've already dispatched Thundercracker and the others." Rayn encouraged, "Red Spider, your determination brings me joy. Continue your efforts, and we shall soon witness the revival of Cybertron." Feeling somewhat intimidated by Rayn, Red Spider hastily replied, "Yes, Lord Megatron, I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go." Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Rafi, operating a computer, had uncovered crucial intelligence regarding the red energy entity. "Hey, everyone, come and see," exclaimed Rafi as he projected the image onto the Autobot's monitor. "Please tell me it's not another Bumblebee sighting," said Ratchet, incredulity evident in his tone. "Red energy entity," Optimus Prime noted. Ratchet, with astonishment, inquired, "Here on Earth?" Rafi, puzzled, asked, "What is a red energy entity?" Ratchet explained, "It is an exceedingly rare and unstable super energy entity that, when refined into fuel, can grant extraordinary agility. We must instruct Agent Furlot to evacuate everyone at the excavation site. For if we can discover it, so too can others." At that moment, Smokescreen returned, rubbing his hands in anticipation. "Give the order. Let's teach the Decepticons a lesson. Considering your limited experience on site, I believe you require additional training before undertaking this mission," Optimus Prime advised. Smokescreen, slightly defiant, replied, "With all due respect, Optimus. Moreover, we Autobots must operate clandestinely on this planet. Thus you need to acquire an Earth vehicle form," Arcee added. "This will assist you in maintaining a low profile, albeit it may feel somewhat restrictive." Smokescreen confidently declared, "If it's wheels, that's no trouble at all." Thus, Jack took Smokescreen to seek a suitable vehicle form. After a thorough search and comparison, Smokescreen ultimately chose a sleek sports car as his new vehicle form. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime led the other Autobots to the location of the red energy entity, accessing it via a land bridge. However, upon arrival, they discovered that Thundercracker and his associates had already arrived ahead of them. At that moment, Deadlock was carefully using magnetic gloves to lower a metal container that housed the red energy entity from a height. He proceeded with utmost caution to avoid any unnecessary mishaps. Just then, the commotion caused by Optimus Prime and his team's arrival caught the attention of Thundercracker. Skywarp swiftly reacted, manipulating the shield generator to erect a sturdy barrier against the Autobots, preventing their advance. Skywarp pressed forward, forcing the Autobots to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Deadlock successfully placed the red energy entity safely on the ground. Thundercracker immediately contacted Soundwave aboard their warship to relay the situation. Subsequently, the land bridge activated, and the Decepticon minions swiftly transported the red energy entity back to the warship, after which Thundercracker and his team retreated. The reason they repeatedly spared the Autobots was that Rayn had previously stated on the battleship that, although Optimus Prime and his companions were indeed our adversaries, considering their potential future role in the struggle against the Cosmic Overlord, it was decided to refrain from annihilating them for the time being. Instead, they chose to grant them a reprieve, preserving a glimmer of hope. In doing so, they could later harness the Autobots to combat the Cosmic Overlord, a fortuitous opportunity indeed. With the successful retrieval of the Crimson Energy Core aboard the battleship, this mission was finally accomplished. Gazing at the substantial block of red energy before him, Rayn felt an immense joy. He had already devised a plan to maximize the utility of this Crimson Energy Core to realize its full potential. Since merging with the Dark Energy Gem, the wisdom, or rather, the memories, of past leaders have bestowed upon Rayn significant enhancements. These invaluable experiences encompassed not only combat techniques, but also a wealth of scientific knowledge across various domains. Now, Rayn intended to utilize the Crimson Energy Core as raw material, wielding the power of the hammer of the celestial hero to forge it into a divine artifact. Just as the Dark Energy Core had proven useful, transforming it into the Dark Star Sword would represent an entirely different concept. Thus, Rayn commanded his subordinates to extract a portion of the Crimson Energy Core and place it upon a specially designed platform. Subsequently, he personally seized the hammer of the celestial hero. As the hammer sensed the aura of the energy gem emanating from Rayn, it was instantly activated, radiating energy in a dazzling display. With fervor, Rayn swung the hammer of the celestial hero with all his might, striking the Crimson Energy Core fiercely. Under the sacred power of the hammer, the Crimson Energy Core gradually began to take shape as Rayn envisioned. Tianjin and Haijian widened their eyes in astonishment, marveling at the extraordinary spectacle before them. They had never conceived that such a miraculous operation could exist. As time passed, Rayn ultimately completed the forging of the artifact. He had long since decided on the name for this creation, the Speed Enhancer. The meticulously crafted Speed Enhancer bore a resemblance to the Phase Displacer. Rayn donned the Speed Enhancer upon his arm and simultaneously activated both the Phase Displacer and the Speed Enhancer. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. Upon activation of the Speed Enhancer, Rayn was astounded to discover that everything around him appeared to move at an excruciatingly slow pace, as if everyone had transformed into sluggish turtles. Yet he was capable of sprinting at astonishing speed, darting through space like a bolt of lightning. Even more astonishing was the fact that, with the assistance of the Phase Displacer, Rayn could effortlessly traverse any obstacles without hindrance. This marvelous sensation enveloped Rayn, intoxicating him with its allure. Resolute in his decision, Rayn vowed that, unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, these two divine artifacts would remain by his side, never to be relinquished. Witnessing the formidable power of the Speed Enhancer, Tianjin and the others were filled with awe and reverence. They began to realize that the artifact in Rayn's possession might bring them unexpected surprises and assistance. Rayn carefully stored the remaining red energy entity for future use, as such a thing was indeed exceedingly rare. Thus, following this battle for the red energy entity, a relative peace settled between the Decepticons and the Autobots. However, on a tranquil night at the base of the Mecha Special Operations Team, the soldiers were nearing the end of their tasks. As the last power cable was connected by a soldier, the operator pressed the activation button, and the super energy entity began to flow slowly into the synthetic body of Silas. Instantly, the surface of Silas began to shimmer with brilliant electrical currents, resembling a dazzling star. The electricity intensified, as if it sought to illuminate the entire space. Soon, the injection of the super energy entity was successfully completed, and silence enveloped the scene. Moments later, an unexpected occurrence took place. Silas's eyes suddenly radiated a dazzling yellow light, like two resplendent pearls. At that moment, all members of the Mecha Special Operations Team understood that the experiment had succeeded. Silas had finally been saved. Yet, they were unaware that they were about to face a tremendous disaster. As Silas regained consciousness, he looked at his subordinates, now appearing diminutive, with a sense of bewilderment. He seemed not to have fully grasped what had transpired. Just then, Silas's aide spoke up. "Welcome back." The voice revealed a hint of excitement and anticipation. Silas blinked. Finally regaining his senses, he took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within his body. Silas slowly raised his right hand, gazing at the metallic and powerful palm before him, astonished as he questioned, "What have you done to me?" "We merely did what was necessary to save you, Silas," came the reply. Silas's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at his own body, murmuring, "I have become one of them." Indeed, this was the perfect result of the Mecha Special Operations Team's biotechnological experiment. Your brain has completely fused with the nervous and skeletal systems of the body donor. The aide explained. Silas looked down at his new body, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he exclaimed, "This is truly the perfect amalgamation of man and machine. Simply magnificent. I am grateful for all your efforts and sacrifices." However, at that moment, Silas abruptly turned and approached his subordinates, coldly stating, "But now I may be better suited to be among those giants." With that, Silas swiftly switched to long-range weaponry and without hesitation opened fire on his once loyal subordinates, mercilessly killing them one by one. After completing this grim task, Silas began to execute the plan that resided in his heart. Immediately, Silas transformed into a vehicle and proceeded towards the military-restricted zone to reclaim what belonged to him, subsequently joining the Decepticons. Unbeknownst to Silas, however, Rayn had no need for his satellite, and his fate was soon to reach its conclusion. Before long, Silas arrived at the entrance of the military base housing the Damocles satellite, where a sentinel approached for verification. Silas lowered his car window and announced, "Colonel Leland Bishop." Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Jack was on the phone with Raph. "You must be joking. Raph, can you believe you're stuck at home, doing homework?" "Indeed. I submitted the wrong assignment and flunked a few tests," Raph lamented. "For him, a score of 99 is considered a failure," chimed in Mickey. "I might have spent too long at the base," Raph confessed. "Raph, I hope you're not on the phone in there." No, Mom," Raph quickly clarified. "Please say hi to Bumblebee for me. I doubt I'll return until my grades improve." After briefly updating Jack and the others, Raph resumed his studies. At that moment, aboard the Decepticon warship, Soundwave detected a life signal from the once-fallen Flyover Mountain, previously claimed by Dreadwing. Rayn realized that this was the work of the Mecha Special Operations Team. They must have merged Silas with Flyover Mountain to revive him. Unfortunately, these loyal subordinates ultimately met their demise at the hands of the very one they served, a tragic end indeed. "Lord, is this not the Autobot we once discarded? Was he not already dead? Could it be that the humans revived him?" Thunderquake questioned. "That is impossible, Hightower. Bring him to me. He may still prove useful," commanded Megatron. "As you wish, Lord Megatron." Soon, Hightower traversed the land bridge Soundwave had activated and made his way to Silas' location. Back at the Autobot base, Ratchet was taken aback. "How is this possible? Ratchet, what has happened?" Smokescreen inquired. "The signal from Flyover Mountain has reactivated." The Divider was equally astonished. "This cannot be. Who is Flyover Mountain?" No one wished to revisit that painful past, yet this unusual occurrence warranted thorough investigation. "Divider, Optimus, and the others have yet to return. You and Smokescreen should scout the situation while I prepare the medical bay, Ratchet instructed. Soon, Divider and Smokescreen made their way via the land bridge to Silas' location. At that moment, Silas had successfully located his satellite and was extracting it from its concealed position. Suddenly, the land bridge activated without warning, and Hightower led a group into the scene. Just as Hightower was about to speak, he froze upon seeing Flyover Mountain, who appeared disheveled, particularly his face, which looked exceptionally haggard. His eyes glowed with a yellow luminescence, and though he had once sustained a fatal injury to his chest, he was now fully repaired. Silas was the first to shatter the silence, stating, "I believe Megatron will find this quite intriguing." Upon concluding his statement, he raised the box in his hand. He then added, "Very well, take me to meet your leader." Chapter 72. The relentless fury against Silas. Thus, the formidable winged creature escorted Silas back, with Silas leading the way, clutching the satellite, while the others trailed behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Just as the group was about to depart, the land bridge activated, revealing a partition and a smoke screen, allowing them only a fleeting glimpse of the Decepticon's retreating silhouette. The scene was chaotic, the partition was at a loss, and they could only return in a haze of confusion to report the situation. Smokescreen, too, learned of the unfortunate plight of Overdrive, his heart heavy with sorrow and ire. Soon, everyone gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, Agent Fuller entered, bearing new tidings. Fuller spoke gravely at 16:30. An individual pilfered a satellite from a high-security military zone, and the surveillance footage indicates that Overdrive was present at the scene. This revelation left everyone astounded. Arcee, in disbelief, inquired, could it be that Overdrive is still alive? With a furrowed brow, Smokescreen expressed doubt. Could this be a ploy by Megatron? Optimus Prime pondered momentarily before responding. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Fuller continued. It appears that Overdrive entered the base in vehicle form, and there was another individual in the car. He whispered, "I can hazard a guess as to who that might be." Optimus Prime interjected, "The stolen satellite is part of the Damocles project, a creation of Silas. I suspect Colonel Bishop wishes to reclaim his property." Agent Fuller conjectured. The group fell into contemplation, recognizing the escalating complexity of the situation, with Overdrive's fate remaining shrouded in mystery. "Buzz, buzz, buzz," the partition remarked solemnly. "I had thought Silas had been reduced to mere pulp." Agent Fuller nodded in agreement. "So did I." Ambulance interjected. "Are you suggesting that Silas and his mech special operations team, along with Overdrive, have all defected to the Decepticons? Preposterous. I refuse to believe it." Arcee insisted. "We must unravel this matter." Agent Fuller, resigned, continued, "The Damocles is an exceedingly powerful particle laser cannon, capable of slicing the Pentagon in half as effortlessly as cutting a cake. If mounted on a geosynchronous satellite, it would be even more formidable. This terrifying weapon originally belonged to Megatron, but has now fallen into the hands of the Decepticons. Although the Decepticons possessed the satellite, it remained useless without the activation code. The sole copy of this code was securely stored on a server at the headquarters in Colorado. Thus, it was imperative that we prevent the Decepticons from acquiring the password." With Optimus Prime as command, the Autobots promptly set forth across the land bridge. Meanwhile, in another timeline, Silas and the winged creature arrived aboard the Decepticon warship, facing Megatron. Rayn beheld the dismal exterior of the mech, his stomach churning at the sight. The special operations team of mechs certainly lacked any semblance of finesse. Unable to restrain himself, Rayn exclaimed, "That contraption is truly repulsive." However, Silas remained unfazed, continuing with his introduction. "Lord Megatron, my name is Silas, officially known as the Symbiotic Enhanced Autonomous Control Lifeform. I bring forth a suggestion. Do not overlook a certain advantage that has allowed Optimus Prime to dominate on Earth." At that moment, a wave of laughter erupted from the surrounding Decepticon warriors, their amusement at Silas's performance palpable. This reaction left Silas bewildered and disconcerted. Rayn regarded Silas with a cryptic smile before declaring, "Silas, I comprehend your intentions. In fact, I have a significant task for you to undertake. Shortly, you shall accompany me to a particular location." Taken aback, Silas had not anticipated that his scheme would be uncovered by Rayn. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. Rayn had prepared meticulously, having summoned Scourge in advance, and used Soundwave positioning to locate the coordinates of the previous transaction with the Autobots. Once Celes boarded the battleship, Rayn resolved to personally escort him to the designated site, ensuring not only the successful execution of the task, but also to extract the last remnants of Celes' value. Soundwave. Activate the land bridge. Hein commandit. As the land bridge activated, he led the way, with Celes closely following, while Scourge trailed behind Celes as per Rayn's prior instructions. Celes vaguely sensed that Scourge, the very one he had once ambushed, was now in their company, with only the three of them en route to their destination. A foreboding sense stirred within the naturally suspicious Celes, yet he had no choice but to adapt to the unfolding situation. Before long, they arrived at the site where Rayn had previously traded for the keycard to the magical orb with the Autobots. Suddenly halting, Rayn turned to face Celes, his gaze penetrating, and said with a hint of amusement, "Celes, I now grant you an opportunity. Should you succeed in this task, a grand reward awaits you." Without allowing Celes a moment to respond, he swiftly directed Scourge. "Scourge, your chance has come. Execute him with utmost speed. Should you fail, prepare to toil in the mines for eternity." Horrified, Celes protested vehemently. "What? No, Lord Megatron. I am here to serve you. I have even brought you the Damocles satellite." However, Rayn dismissed his pleas, interrupting, "Ha! Serve me? Celes, you are hardly worthy. Perhaps in your next life." The sinister figure of Deathfire stood by, eagerly rubbing his hands together, his eyes glinting with a ferocious light, ready to rend to pieces the one who had once ambushed him. Attempting to probe into the secrets of his very being, Deathfire had no intention of sparing Celes easily, although he had previously shown him leniency. The circumstances this time were entirely different. After all, had it not been for Lord Megatron's timely intervention, it could very well have been he who now lay in such a pitiful state. At that moment, Rayn abruptly interrupted Deathfire's reverie, urging, "Hurry up and strike. Deathfire, do you truly intend to mine?" Upon hearing this, Deathfire hesitated no longer. He swiftly deployed his shoulder cannon and fired mercilessly at Celes. Celes had no time to react before the sudden barrage sent him flying. However, Deathfire did not cease his assault. He immediately switched his weapon to an enormous hammer and brought it crashing down towards the still recovering Celes. Chapter 73. The demise of Celes with a resounding crash. Celes was once again forcefully struck to the ground. Deathfire seized the opportunity to mount him, raining down blows with the hammer upon the head of the fallen Celes. Due to the interconnectedness of their nervous systems, every strike and pang of agony endured by Celes was transmitted in its entirety to his consciousness. This time, he finally experienced true pain. "Ah, no, Megatron, I am here to serve you. You cannot do this, no, no, no." Celes cried out in excruciating anguish. Yet Deathfire showed no signs of mercy. As the torment escalated, Celes soon succumbed to the overwhelming pain and lost consciousness. Witnessing this, Rayn cautioned Deathfire extract his spark. Leave no room for future threats. Heeding Rayn's command, Deathfire sprang into action. He raised his hammer and began to strike fiercely at Celes' chest, each blow accompanied by the clanging of metal and the showering of sparks. Before long, the silhouette of Celes, hidden within the fallen figure, gradually became discernible. Deathfire relentlessly continued his assault, forcibly separating Celes from a body. At last, with a decisive swing, he extinguished Celes' life, eradicating this malevolent entity from the world forever. Rayn commenced communication with Soundwave. "Soundwave, activate the land bridge." Just then, the distant land bridge illuminated, with Arcee leading the charge, followed closely by the others. Hastening to the scene, upon spotting Deathfire atop the fallen Celes, Arcee's fury ignited to its zenith, and she lunged at Deathfire, seeking vengeance. At that moment, the land bridge opened, serving as a means to retrieve Rayn. Without hesitation, Rayn activated the speed booster, grasped Deathfire, and swiftly departed the scene. Rayn, as planned, had succeeded. The value of Celes had been entirely extracted. He had successfully completed the task entrusted to him by Rayn. As Arcee hurriedly approached to assess the condition of Skyfire, her heart sank upon witnessing the scene before her. The other Autobots gathered around, their faces etched with sorrow as they beheld the battered and broken form of Skyfire. Most striking of all was the presence of Silas, embedded within Skyfire's very being. At last, the truth of the event lay bare for all to see. Ultimately, the partition angrily extracted Silas from Skyfire's body. With heavy hearts, the Autobots held a funeral for their fallen comrade. Meanwhile, Rayn and Heatwave, having just returned to the warship, appeared unusually jubilant. Heatwave had finally avenged his grievances, and Rayn had witnessed the moment of retribution firsthand. This time, he had rectified the regrets of his youth, allowing Heatwave to exact his revenge. Good news followed swiftly. Soundwave 1 reported that he had located the position of the grotesque remains on Cybertron. This revelation meant that Rayn could proceed with his next plans. Rayn sought out Shockwave to share this auspicious news and to check on the progress of Starscream. Soon, Rayn arrived at Shockwave's laboratory and inquired about the status. "Shockwave, how is Starscream's progress?" Shockwave replied, "Lord Megatron, the preparation protocols are complete, and we are ready to awaken him at any moment." Chapter 74. Starscream. Rayn exclaimed with delight, "You have done exceptionally well, Shockwave. I have more good news to share with you. Soundwave 1 has detected numerous grotesque remains on Cybertron. Henceforth, I command you to establish a base on Cybertron." Rayn continued, "Shockwave, you will be responsible for extracting all remains from the Cybertronian nucleic acid. The process must be swift. Once the task is completed, store them away. And when the time is right, I shall instruct you to initiate mass replication. For now, activate Starscream." Shockwave respectfully replied, "As you command, Lord Megatron." He briskly approached the control panel, skillfully manipulating the controls. As a machinery whirred to life, the yellow liquid within the petri dish began to slowly release. As moments ticked by, Starscream finally opened his eyes. Instinct compelled him to struggle, and in an instant, the glass casing shattered, heralding the successful birth of Starscream. Once he freed himself from the constraints of the glass, he curiously surveyed his surroundings, as if everything were a marvel to him. He then crawled before Rayn and Shockwave, casting a shadow over them with his immense form. The innate aura of a king radiated from Starscream, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. Rayn instinctively took a step forward, smiling as he addressed Starscream. "Welcome to this world, Starscream." Starscream gazed at Rayn with his large eyes, a hint of confusion evident within their depths. Rayn gently caressed the head of Chong Yun-Xiao, endeavoring to convey his friendship. "From this moment forth, you shall become one of us. You possess formidable power, and I shall instruct you in how to wield it." Rayn's voice was deep and resolute. Chong Yun-Xiao let out a low growl, seemingly responding to Rayn's words. Rayn turned to Shockwave and said, "Shockwave, you shall now take charge of the tasks I assigned to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach Sentinel." "At your command, Lord Megatron," Shockwave replied, promptly contacting Soundwave to gather information about the situation, preparing for the forthcoming assignments. Meanwhile, Rayn was not idle. Recognizing that the space here was too confined for Chong Yun-Xiao, he contacted Soundwave to initiate a land bridge. Rayn led Chong Yun-Xiao to the deck of the warship, intending to treat him as he did the amnesiac Optimus Prime. Rayn turned to face Chong Yun-Xiao, his gaze filled with sincerity and deep emotion, as if he were expressing his longing to a long-lost friend. His voice resonated with a rich timbre, tinged with a hint of sadness, as he slowly spoke. "Chong Yun-Xiao, I hope you will come to cherish this name. I can only imagine the multitude of questions that must swirl within your mind." Rayn's words swept over Chong Yun-Xiao like a gentle breeze, captivating his previously bewildered spirit, and curiosity sparked in his eyes. He gazed quietly at Rayn, awaiting the continuation of his discourse. Rayn nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he continued. "You are of the fearsome species from the planet Cybertron. Regrettably, during that dreadful cataclysm, your kind vanished from existence. However, through Shockwave, I have extracted Cybertronian nucleic acid from the remains of your ancestors and successfully brought you into being. You are now the sole surviving member of your species." As he spoke, Rayn paused momentarily, casting a compassionate glance at Chong Yun-Xiao, as if to comfort him against sorrow. Then, with renewed determination, he stated, "But please believe me, I shall endeavor to assist your kind in regaining their rightful place in this world. It is merely a matter of time, and it requires our collective effort." Rayn's gaze was resolute and brimming with conviction, underscoring the daunting nature of this aspiration. Yet he was steadfast in his belief that unity would lead to its fruition, exuding an infectious zeal. "Moreover, you possess the same transformative abilities as we do. In the days to come, I encourage you to delve deep into the history of Cybertron and swiftly master the art of transformation," Rayn urged. hopeful that Chong Yunxiao would adapt quickly and unleash his potential. I eagerly anticipate your growth, Chong Yunxiao. Rayn concluded with an excited roar, subsequently raising his right hand, allowing Chong Yunxiao to sense his intentions. Gently bending down, Rayn lowered his head and placed his hand on the head of Chong Yunxiao, tenderly caressing it. He continued, Chong Yunxiao, your next task is to master the ability to transform into human form as swiftly as possible. His words conveyed a profound belief in Chong Yunxiao's capability to accomplish this task, and he pledged his unwavering support for his growth. Feeling the weight of Rayn's expectations and trust, Chong Yunxiao was filled with a powerful motivation. He understood clearly that he bore a significant responsibility, not only to fight for his own future, but also to contribute to the revival of his entire race. He raised his head, his gaze resolute, expressing gratitude to Rayn and promising to give his utmost effort. Rayn smiled warmly at Chong Yunxiao, brimming with confidence in this young warrior. At that moment, he added, in the future, I intend to entrust you with the position of commander of the formidable army. Upon hearing this, Chong Yunxiao was overwhelmed with excitement, tilting his head towards the sky. He then let out 3 thunderous roars, the sound seemingly piercing through the clouds and reaching the heavens. Subsequently, his immense body slowly crouched down, extending his neck towards Rayn, inviting him to climb onto his back. A surge of uncontrollable exhilaration welled up within Rayn as he unhesitatingly ascended onto Chong Yunxiao's back. Once settled, Chong Yunxiao gradually stood upright, and Rayn felt as though he were perched upon the shoulders of a giant, gazing down upon the entire world. We shall soon conquer this world entirely, Rayn proclaimed, raising his arms high towards the sky, his voice infused with ambition and confidence, as if he could already envision the triumph of the future. Chong Yunxiao took great strides, unfurling his vast wings, and soared into the distance with Rayn. Their silhouettes gradually faded from view, leaving behind a tranquil sky, as Rayn rode Chong Yunxiao through the heavens. He reveled in the rush of the wind and the drift of the clouds. He was filled with exhilaration, having long dreamed of one day possessing such a magnificent steed. And now that wish had finally come to fruition. Indeed, when they first emerged, they were as pure and unblemished as a blank canvas, ready to be freely drawn upon and shaped. This method truly proved effective, fostering an unwavering loyalty in Chong Yunxiao, who became his most steadfast companion. Chapter 76. The exceptional and joyous moments are always fleeting. After Rayn joyfully soared through the skies on Chong Yunxiao, he finally returned to the deck. He settled Chong Yunxiao comfortably and taught him how to use a computer to access learning materials before turning towards Orange Studio. He wished to pay a visit to this old friend and also to see the progress of his work. With a light step and a cheerful heart, Rayn soon arrived at the entrance of Orange Studio. As the door slowly opened, Rayn inquired, Old pal, how is the decryption work on the Iron Fortress database progressing? Olean, Megatron, your arrival is most timely. I have successfully decrypted the final set of coordinates. Upon hearing this news, Rayn exclaimed with elation, That's splendid. This brings us one step closer to resurrecting Cybertron. Olean smiled faintly, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment for completing this critical task. However, at that moment, all the coordinates displayed on the monitor abruptly vanished. In their stead emerged a hazy image, which had just begun to form and had yet to fully reveal the full nature of the smoke. Yet, Rayn instantly recognized it as the fog. Olean remarked, Perhaps this set of coordinates has undergone a second encryption. Let us not concern ourselves with it. Instead, let us observe the unfolding situation. Rayn wore a mysterious smile as he stepped forward, seemingly awaiting something. It's that foggy fellow, he feigned confusion. Meanwhile, the image on the monitor gradually became clearer, slowly unveiling the entirety of the fog. This scene left Olean somewhat bewildered, as he had no understanding of what this so-called fog truly was. It seems this is the final artifact concealed within him, Rayn suddenly stated, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation, feigning indifference. Rest assured, Olean, this individual is not a nefarious villain. I shall not bring harm to him. Rayn looked at Olean, his tone resolute. Olean nodded, yet his heart remained heavy with doubt and unease. He was uncertain why Rayn held this individual in such high regard, nor did he know if this person could genuinely assist them in resurrecting Cybertron. At that moment, Rayn rose, approached Olean, and patted him on the shoulder. My friend, from here on out, await the good news of our resurrection of Cybertron. Rayn said with a smile, a glint of cunning passing through his eyes. Having spoken, Rayn swiftly turned and departed, hastening back to his throne to commence his plans for rebuilding Cybertron. Soon, Rayn arrived at his destination, where he promptly summoned all his subordinates and issued commands. Thundercracker, you are in charge of leading the team to the first set of coordinates to seek the ultimate divine lock, Rayn declared solemnly. Skywarp, the second set of coordinates is entrusted to you. Soundwave, you are responsible for the third set, Rayn continued. You may allocate personnel as you see fit, but you must carry the artifacts. Regardless of the challenges you encounter, you must secure these final 3 keys. They are our sole hope for resurrecting Cybertron, Rayn emphasized. The others promptly accepted their orders and departed, leaving only Rayn seated upon his throne, quietly contemplating the next steps in his strategic plan. Understood, Lord Megatron. Chapter 77, Gathering the Keys. Once Rayn had arranged all matters, Thundercracker instructed Deadlock to don magnetic gloves and accompany Skywarp on his mission. Simultaneously, he entrusted the supreme armor to Skywarp, ensuring his peace of mind regarding his deputy. The situation had taken a rather unusual turn. Due to the displacement caused by the Shockwave, he was compelled to seek a new aid, yet he never considered the Red Spider. Ultimately, he chose the Faceless One as his assistant and entrusted him with the locking staff. As for Thunderquake himself, he carried the shield generator. Subsequently, they commenced their respective missions by activating the land bridge through Soundwaves. The once bustling warehouse now stood eerily quiet, with only Soundwave remaining. He quietly donned the Resonance Wave blaster on his arm and activated the land bridge, setting forth alone towards his mission destination. Unlike the others, Soundwave required no minions. He was sufficient in his solitude. Thunderquake and his companions traversed the land bridge, arriving near a pyramid in ancient Egypt. They employed scanners to detect the source of signals and successfully entered the pyramid's interior. The corridors within the pyramid soared to the heavens, entirely unsuitable for human dimensions, yet spacious enough for 2 individuals to walk side by side. Surprisingly, there were no anticipated mechanisms, traps, or secret weapons to be found. Apart from the dimness, the corridor exuded an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Eventually, guided by the scanner, Thunderquake and the Faceless One discerned a mural depicting the ultimate god key. This mural was situated on a protruding wall, distinctly different from the surrounding areas. Thunderquake decisively commanded 2 soldiers to remove the stone, and after considerable effort, the long-hidden ultimate god key was finally unveiled to the light of day. This is it, without a doubt, Thunderquake exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with joy. The ultimate god key he held bore an exact resemblance to the one Rayn had previously retrieved from within the smokescreen. It seems our operation has proceeded quite smoothly, Commander, the Faceless One remarked, allowing a breath of relief to escape him. Meanwhile, in another location, Havoc and Inferno had also located another ultimate god key, achieving success in their mission as well. Among the 3 teams searching for the ultimate god keys, Soundwave was the first to discover one, closely followed by Havoc's team. The last to return were Thunderquake and his group, who approached Megatron with steady strides. Every face radiated satisfaction and confidence, clearly indicating the mission's resounding success. Rayn observed them, nodding in approval, highly commending their performance. At last, all 4 ultimate god keys had been gathered. They appeared unremarkable, yet their rusted surfaces seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Rayn gripped the key tightly in his hand, feeling the immense power it contained, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that the opportunity to resurrect the planet Cybertron was now within reach. A triumphant smile spread across Rayn's face as he muttered to himself, "Soon, I shall become the new master of Cybertron, ruling this universe." At that moment, Deadfire curiously inquired, "My lord, having discovered these 4 keys, how shall we employ them to resurrect the planet Cybertron?" Chapter 78, The Ultimate Divine Lock. Rayn turned to Deadfire, a confident smile illuminating his face as he explained, "It is not difficult to comprehend. Next, we must harness the power of these 4 keys to locate the legendary Ultimate Divine Lock." He paused briefly before continuing, "Once we successfully find the Ultimate Divine Lock, we shall wield its formidable power to revive Cybertron." As soon as he finished speaking, Rayn turned his gaze firmly towards Thunderquake and issued a command. "Thunderquake, Dispatch someone to the warehouse immediately to retrieve that key and bring it here. He added, once the key arrives, I shall instruct you on its use. Excitement flickered in Thunderquake's eyes as he respectfully replied, at once, Lord Megatron. He swiftly turned and commanded the nearby soldiers to head to the storeroom to fetch the key. Before long, a soldier returned with the final key, carefully presenting it to Rayn. Accepting the key with a beaming expression, Rayn proclaimed, behold, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. He held a key in each hand and gradually combined them. In an instant, the two keys emitted a faint glow, seemingly revealing the mysterious power they contained. The onlookers soon realized that this was indeed the method of resolution, a revelation they had never anticipated. Following Rayn's gesture, he and Thunderquake each took a key and inserted them simultaneously. The moment the keys were inserted, they morphed, projecting an image of the entirety of Cybertron above them. The red icon of the ultimate divine lock stood out prominently, and upon seeing the hope of saving their homeworld so close at hand, the crowd erupted in joy. Thunderquake observed the projected map and remarked, it appears the coordinates of the ultimate divine lock are deeply concealed within the Rust Sea. Now, let us attend to business. Rayn commanded from the warship's command room. Soundwave, activate the space bridge according to the coordinates above. Thunderquake, I entrust this command to you. Skyfire, Soundwave, you shall accompany me in the quest for the ultimate divine lock. At your command, Lord Megatron. As Soundwave activated the space bridge, Rayn led Skyfire and Soundwave through it, arriving in the Rust Sea of Cybertron. The Rust Sea was a desolate expanse on Cybertron, littered with corroded metal and abandoned structures. They searched the area diligently, hoping to swiftly uncover the whereabouts of the ultimate divine lock. Before long, they stumbled upon an area devoid of any buildings, where a pedestal stood, roughly the height of Rayn's leg. Rayn recognized instantly that this was the fabled ultimate divine lock. It sat there, solitary and forsaken, surrounded by desolation as if forgotten by time itself. It is hard to fathom that such a diminutive object could be the sacred artifact capable of resurrecting the planet Cybertron. A sense of anticipation and exhilaration filled Rayn's heart, for he understood that this miraculous relic, which could mend all, was now entirely his. He brushed away the dust from the ultimate divine lock, revealing the emblem of the Autobots beneath. A joyful laughter erupted from him, echoing across the rusting sea. Ha ha ha, it is mine now, Rayn murmured to himself. At that moment, the four keys resonated in unison, radiating a brilliant white light. Chapter 79, Restoration of Cybertron. They appeared to be imbued with life, as the ultimate divine lock sensed the presence of the ultimate divine keys and began to stir. The lock emanated a sacred glow, its energy coursing through the veins of the earth, gradually spreading underground, accompanied by a continuous vibration, for colossal structures suddenly rose from the surroundings. They ascended slowly while simultaneously transforming. Ultimately, a massive circular formation emerged above the heads of the onlookers, an immense source of energy gathering incessantly within the ring. In comparison to this grand edifice, the crowd appeared diminutive, and the breathtaking scene left them in awe. It bore striking resemblance to the magical sphere. Through information received from Master Titanium, Rayn elaborated, the ultimate divine lock serves as the conduit, ultimately connecting to the All-Spark. Now insert the keys. With Rayn's command, the others eagerly inserted their keys into the keyhole of the ultimate divine lock. As the keys were placed, a warm yellow light instantly ignited, revealing a complex and enigmatic control system above the lock. Subsequently, the immense structures around them seemed to awaken, with currents of electricity coursing from their bases to their heights. This underscored that the ultimate divine lock had entered a standby state, ready to activate and reconstruct the planet Cybertron. Rayn selected the coordinates for the Iron Fortress archive and pressed the activation button. In an instant, a tremendous beam of energy erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, surging with boundless might toward the Iron Fortress archive. The archive, long reduced to ruins, began to be restored under the onslaught of this powerful and sacred force. As the energy surged, the debris scattered around the Iron Fortress archive, which had been dislodged by the explosion, began to coalesce toward the main structure as if drawn by a magnet. Finally, when the energy emissions ceased, a brand new Iron Fortress archive unveiled itself before the astonished crowd. It radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if freshly constructed. In stark contrast to the surrounding ruins, this newly restored archive stood out prominently, forming a striking juxtaposition. Rayn could not help but exclaim, "My heavens!" His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the sight before him. "By my Cybertron!" exclaimed the small soldier. Rayn cast a fleeting glance at him, causing the young soldier to stand at attention, his comical actions eliciting a suppressed chuckle from Rayn, despite his awareness of the formidable power of the ultimate divine lock. Witnessing such a scene unfold before him left him momentarily stunned. Rayn promptly commanded, "Havoc, you shall take charge here from now on. Remember, your priority is to reconstruct all the remnants of Cybertron S structures. As for our core, primordial deity, if we were to resurrect him, the Cosmic Emperor would likewise awaken. Until I devise a means to contend with him, we shall bide our time. However, rest assured, that day shall not be far off. Our homeland is on the brink of revival." Havoc responded with palpable excitement. "Understood, Lord Megatron. Indeed, let us proceed. Soundwave, activate the space bridge and head to Shockwave's base." Rayn intended to inspect Shockwave's facility as well. As the space bridge materialized, Rayn and Soundwave embarked, leaving the ultimate divine lock in the capable hands of Havoc and his team. After all, the reconstruction of an entire planet was a monumental task. Upon arriving, Rayn was awestruck by the sight before him. It was indeed a testament to Shockwave's prowess as a top-tier scientist. Chapter 80. The Cybertronian Colossal Clone Center before them loomed a vast base, meticulously crafted under Shockwave's direct supervision, its grand scale nothing short of astonishing. Within this facility, an array of formidable cloning vats were artfully arranged, resembling a steel forest. Amidst this metallic thicket, countless soldiers diligently toiled, their roles distinctly defined as they advanced the project. Mechanical insects were primarily tasked with transporting the colossal skeletons, each individual engrossed in their specific duties, rendering the entire scene remarkably orderly. The progress of the project had reached significant milestones, and it could be stated with confidence that, should Rayn so desire, this base could effortlessly produce thousands, even tens of thousands of powerful colossal armies. Such strength would instill fear in any adversary. The scale of this endeavor was immense, reliant on the concerted efforts of numerous personnel and resources. All these accomplishments were attributable to Shockwave's ingenuity and relentless dedication. Rayn and Soundwave approached the workspace where Shockwave was engrossed in his tasks, showing no signs of fatigue. Upon noticing Rayn's arrival, Shockwave paused his work to report on the project's progress. "Lord Megatron, I am pleased to announce that my research has yielded significant success. Utilizing Cybertronian nucleic acid, combined with synthetic energy entities as foundational components, I have made adjustments and improvements. I have successfully developed these 2 colossal clones as experimental subjects, within whom I have implanted energy cores. With the calibrated master chip, I can perfectly control their thoughts and actions, even enabling self-destruction. This is, to date, the most flawless colossal clone we have ever engineered." As a resonance wave approached a small chip protected by an energy shield, it began to explain, "This is the master chip that can control the formidable behemoths. My lord, you may test this device." The resonance wave retrieved an object resembling a helmet, affixed the master chip onto it, and handed it to Rayn. Filled with curiosity about the capabilities of this intriguing gadget, Rayn eagerly donned the helmet. Upon wearing it, Rayn sensed a connection between his mind and the master chip. Remarkably, he could perceive the 2 colossal beasts created by the resonance wave's experiments in the distance. They were none other than Tianbao and Xiantai. This was quite impressive. Rayn discovered that not only could he sense them, but he could also impose psychological suggestions upon them. The memories imprinted in the energy core made them unquestioningly loyal to him, as if stamped with a mental seal. Astonishingly, he could directly influence their thoughts. But that was not the most outrageous aspect. The most extraordinary revelation was that Rayn could control their actions in battle. This was somewhat akin to the remote-controlled Optimus Prime that Silas played with, yet the number of controllable entities was significantly reduced. However, there were many of them. If one was damaged, another could easily take its place. Furthermore, there was a self-destruct mechanism hidden within their energy cores, akin to a backup power source, allowing for mutual destruction. Rayn's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but admire the resonance wave. This fellow was truly extraordinary. This device felt like a cheat code. and now it was in his possession. How marvelous! Chapter 81. The source of the ember. With a gleeful expression, Rayn exclaimed, "You have done exceptionally well, Resonance Wave." He then added with an air of mystery, "Of course, my visit here is not solely to inspect the project under your purview. I have an even better piece of news to share with you. Would you care to take a guess?" Upon hearing this, the Resonance Wave articulated its recent discovery. "My lord, the good news you wish to convey must be related to the immense unknown energy my device has just detected." Rayn nodded and smiled, replying, "Indeed, as you surmise, we have located the ultimate divine lock in the Rust Sea. It serves as a conduit, linking us to the source of the ember." Pausing for effect, Rayn continued, "With this energy, we can restore damaged buildings and facilities, and of course the primordial celestial venerable. In merely a few seconds, it can rejuvenate the Iron Fortress archive, once reduced to ruins, back to its former glory." As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Rayn's eyes as he slowly said, "I believe it won't be long before we can completely reconstruct the planet Cybertron." Finally, Rayn patted the Resonance Wave on the shoulder and smiled. "Now, you're the chief overseer of the Cybertron reconstruction project. If you find some leisure time, you might consider visiting for a study. It could possibly inspire you with fresh ideas and insights." In truth, Rayn's purpose for being here today extends beyond merely assessing the progress of the project overseen by Shockwave. He seeks to investigate the ultimate God lock through him. After all, this eminent scientist possesses formidable research capabilities, and should he lend his assistance, Shockwave could very well unveil further surprises. At present, everything unfolds precisely as Rayn anticipated. What remains now is to locate the spark source, the wellspring of life on the planet Cybertron. Regarding this matter, Rayn believes that relying on Optimus Prime is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries with Shockwave, Rayn instructed Soundwave to activate the space bridge and return to the Decepticon warship station far on Earth. Rayn could hardly contain his excitement as he shared the splendid news with Thundercracker. "Thundercracker, we have successfully located the ultimate godlock. Henceforth, it will be up to Skywarp to oversee the reconstruction of Cybertron. However, if we aspire to restore Cybertron to its former glory, we are still missing a crucial element." Thundercracker, perplexed, inquired, "Oh, what are we still lacking?" Rayn replied, "The spark source that nurtures life on Cybertron. Without it, Cybertron shall never return to its previous state." Thundercracker nodded, realizing that he had overlooked this vital detail. He understood that to revive Cybertron's erstwhile splendor, the spark source must first be found, allowing Cybertron to once again foster life. Yet, we once conducted extensive searches and never uncovered its trace. Rayn continued, "You need not worry about that. The reason we cannot find it is that Optimus Prime launched it into outer space to conceal it." At this point, Rayn turned away, his imposing figure bearing an air of profound weariness and solitude. With a wistful tone, he remarked, "Our former home is on the brink of revival. Perhaps the war between the Decepticons and Autobots should finally come to an end." How swiftly time passes. Chapter 82. The full army strikes. Rayn then declared, "Thundercracker, prepare yourself. It is time for us to mobilize the entire army." His voice resonated with confidence and determination. "This time, our objective is to capture all Autobots alive, bringing a fulfilling conclusion to this conflict." Rayn's gaze was resolute. He had made up his mind that it was high time for the Autobots to experience the terror of the Decepticons. Thundercracker arranged the distribution of the artifacts, ensuring each one maximizes its potential effect. Rayn spoke with a serious and decisive tone. "I will await your assembly on the deck." Having said this, Rayn proceeded towards the deck, with Soundwave trailing behind him, a trace of pride illuminating his face. Their figures gradually faded from view, leaving Thundercracker to oversee the arrangements. Upon reaching the deck of the battleship, Chong Yunxiao, resting on the ground, noticed the arrival of its master. It immediately sprang to its feet, its massive form radiating an imposing aura. Chong Yunxiao approached Rayn and lowered itself, awaiting his command. Rayn, understanding the unspoken signal, gracefully mounted Chong Yunxiao, his movements exuding elegance and charm. He gently patted its back, indicating that it was time to take flight. Chong Yunxiao let out a deep roar, unfurling its wings and soaring into the sky with Rayn atop its back, where he felt the exhilarating rush of wind against his ears. His heart raced with anticipation for the impending battle. Piloting Chongyan Shao, Rayn ascended to a high platform, a vantage point akin to that of a grand parade, offering a sweeping view of the entire assembly below. Soon, Tianjun gathered his troops, who stood in perfect formation, a sight to behold. Leading the charge were formidable figures such as Tianjun, Soundwave, Red Spider, Deadfire, and Thousand Faces, flanked by a legion of Decepticon foot soldiers. Each warrior was well equipped, their spirits high, their eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve, as if aflame with an inner fire, ready to embrace the forthcoming confrontation. In stark contrast, another squad comprised of hard-shelled mechanical insects loomed. Their bodies, encased in tough exoskeletons, shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, though still substantial in humanoid form. Only a fraction had made it to this venue. However, all mechanical insects within the confines of the ship had long since entered a state of readiness, awaiting the activation of the land bridge. At that moment, they would surge forth like a tidal wave, delivering a tremendous surprise to the Autobots. Standing at the forefront of the ranks, Rayn gazed upon the awe-inspiring spectacle before him, a swell of ambition igniting within his heart. He reflected on the correctness of his choices, marveling at the strength of their assembly. How could they possibly fail? Suppressing his inner excitement, he inhaled deeply and commenced his speech. Decepticons, the revival of Cybertron is within our grasp. We have traversed a long and arduous journey, enduring countless hardships and setbacks. Yet now victory is in sight. His voice resonated with passion and power, echoing throughout the space. Today, we shall decisively vanquish the Autobots, locate the Allspark, and rebuild Cybertron. Let us inscribe our legend with courage and strength. As Rayn concluded his rousing address, a chorus of cheers and shouts erupted from the crowd. The Decepticons brandished their weapons, showcasing their strength and determination. They understood that this battle would determine their futures and the fate of Cybertron. Chapter 83. Destruction of a land bridge. Standing upon the high platform, Rayn surveyed the meticulously arranged army below with an air of superiority. In Rayn's eyes shimmered confidence and authority. Previously, he had instructed Soundwave to monitor Agent Fuller's movements, as well as those of Jack and his companions. Soundwave delivered impressively, swiftly uncovering the location of the Autobots base, situated just outside Jasper, Nevada. This revelation greatly facilitated Rayn's plans, as he began to assertively orchestrate the combat mission he had meticulously devised. With a resolute and decisive tone, Rayn declared, "We have pinpointed the coordinates of the Autobots base. I will be the first to utilize the phase shifter to demolish the land bridge, thereby preventing their escape. Deadlock, you are to employ the magnetic gloves to create an opening in the Autobots base. Thunder, you shall lead the team, compressing their combat space as much as possible to ensure no Autobot escapes. We must capture all Autobot alive. There are only 6 of them, so do not let me down. Soundwave 2, you are responsible for coordinating the transport of the mechanical insects aboard the warship." Finally, Rayn emphasized, "This is a crucial strategic directive for our resurgence on Cybertron and for vanquishing the Unicron." His voice resonated with determination and a sense of mission. The atmosphere was tense and solemn as the soldiers listened intently to Rayn's orders, fully aware of the gravity of this operation. At last, Rayn signaled Soundwave to activate the land bridge. As it opened, he firmly commanded Decepticons advance. Leading the charge on his vehicle, Rayn crossed the land bridge, closely followed by the Decepticon army as they launched their assault on the Autobot base. Soundwave 2 initiated the land bridge on the opposite side. Within the vessel, all the prepared mechanical insects, upon witnessing the land bridge's activation, orderly surged across it towards the Autobot stronghold, their movements reminiscent of a well-practiced routine. Upon crossing the land bridge, Rayn unhesitatingly activated the phase shifter and speed enhancer on his wrist. These 2 artifacts augmented Rayn's power, and his vehicle, too, benefited from their might. Empowered by these formidable tools, Rayn and his vehicle seemed to be imbued with the essence of a mythical rabbit, granting them unmatched speed. With this advantage, they darted through the space, instantaneously infiltrating the depths of the Autobot base. Rayn ruthlessly employed his hand cannon to shatter the control panel of the land bridge. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He then turned his gaze towards the base's computer systems and other seemingly vital equipment, methodically obliterating them with his hand cannon. He intended to deliver a monumental surprise to Optimus Prime and his comrades. After executing this series of actions, Rayn departed, satisfied, riding away on his vehicle. Meanwhile, the Autobots, just regaining their composure, found themselves engulfed in chaos. They could only glimpse a massive silhouette swiftly passing by, followed by the catastrophic destruction of all their equipment. Optimus Prime and his comrades stood in stunned silence, gazing upon the wreckage that was once their base. It was too late to arm themselves now. Never had they anticipated encountering such an absurd situation. Yet, Optimus understood that this calamity was undoubtedly linked to the Decepticons. Chapter 84, Dumplings. With a grave expression, Optimus promptly issued a command. All Autobots, heed my call. Enter combat mode and prepare for the impending confrontation. Smoke, visibly astonished, queried, "What on earth was that just now?" Barrier furrowed his brow, his tone filled with confusion. "I have no idea. It was too swift to discern." Arcee nodded in agreement, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. "Vroom, vroom, vroom." The ambulance, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Regardless of what that was, it is certainly connected to the Decepticons. Our base's location has been utterly compromised." He paused, then continued, "Worse still, the land bridge is currently irreparable. If the Decepticons choose to attack now, we are doomed." The ambulance further reminded everyone, moreover, all equipment within the base has been destroyed, leaving us completely ignorant of the situation outside. At that moment, a violent tremor shook the base, as if the very fabric of space was about to collapse. The architect of this chaos was undoubtedly the one wielding the magnetic gauntlet, Scourge. Given the vastness of the Autobot base, the gauntlet's effects needed to manifest gradually. Scourge decided to target the roof, the very spot where Agent Fowler often stationed aircraft. With the gauntlet at full power, the platform began to detach from the base, as radiant golden sunlight gradually illuminated the Autobots below. Ultimately, Scourge flung the massive platform far away, completely exposing the top of the Autobot base. Optimus and his companions were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but he quickly regained his composure and commanded everyone to retreat into the tunnel. He understood that if they fell back to the storage room, the Autobots' final chance for escape would be irrevocably lost. However, the Decepticon assault was merely the beginning. The sky was thick with mechanical insects, swarming like locusts, inducing a sense of dread with their mere presence. Additionally, patrol fleets hovered above, armed with formidable firepower, ensuring that no one would elude their grasp. On the ground, Decepticons surrounded the base, sealing it off entirely, not even allowing a fly to escape. As Scourge tore open the base's entrance, Rayn commanded, "Flank them from both sides." His voice was resolute and commanding. Rayn, mounted on Cloudjumper, surged ahead, but due to his size, he dismounted from Cloudjumper. At that moment, Cloudjumper abruptly shifted out of his humanoid form, trailing closely behind Rayn. Tianjun and Hardshell, accompanied by their troops, followed closely behind, but were momentarily struck by a flicker of apprehension upon witnessing the transformed Chang Yangxiu. Nevertheless, given the tense circumstances, Rayn paid no heed to their unease, and thus they exchanged little conversation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the supreme divine armor donned by Red Spider, along with the locking staff wielded by the Faceless One and the magnetic gloves in the hands of Deadfire, led the charge through the great gates. They were all elite members of the Decepticons, and with the sacred artifacts in their possession, their power was formidable beyond compare. The situation at hand was exceedingly clear. The Autobots had no choice but to burrow underground to escape. Optimus Prime felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he surveyed the dire circumstances. Alas, their numbers were woefully insufficient for a concentrated breakout. The base tunnel had but a single exit, which was now besieged by Decepticons, leaving them with no avenue for escape. The Autobots found themselves facing an unprecedented crisis. Chapter 85. The Art of Banter, however, Rayn granted them no respite. With a mere glance, he signaled to the Faceless One, who immediately understood the unspoken command. Rayn deliberately drew Optimus Prime's attention, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "It's been a long time, Optimus. I've missed you dearly." Just as Prime was about to respond, Rayn interrupted him. At that moment, the Faceless One unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at Optimus and his companions without hesitation. Arcee, quick to react, brandished her weapon in a valiant attempt to counter the overwhelming assault. Regrettably, her efforts proved futile, as the seemingly invincible Red Spider, clad in the supreme divine armor, thwarted her attack. The locking staff lived up to its reputation, its immense power rendering the Autobots immobile in an instant. Witnessing the successful execution of their plan, Rayn's excitement bubbled forth as he triumphantly commanded, "Excellent. Bring them all back to the warship." As the sonic wave activated the land bridge, the troops methodically retreated into the confines of the warship. With the last minion's evacuation, this foregone conclusion of a battle came to an end, leaving the ground strewn with debris and remnants. Only the remnants of the Autobots base remained, a testament to both its former glory and its present ruin. With the Autobots securely imprisoned, Rayn set his sights on the next phase of his plan. Utilizing the space bridge, he transported the Decepticon warship back to Cybertron. Subsequently, he personally escorted Optimus Prime, for Rayn's forthcoming strategy was inextricably linked to the Autobot leader. He commanded the minions to carry Optimus across the land bridge, leading them to a newly reconstructed area. Here, Skywing arrived and was taken aback upon seeing the bound Optimus Prime. Nevertheless, he first expressed his delight by reporting to Rayn the current progress of their endeavors. Cybertron was vast, and now the essential structures had been restored. Rayn nodded in satisfaction before dismissing everyone, leaving only himself and Optimus Prime amidst the remnants of their ambitions. Rayn grasped the locking rod and released Optimus Prime from his immobilization. Finally free from restraint, Optimus was able to stretch his limbs and alleviate the aches that had accumulated throughout his body. Rayn commenced his verbal maneuver. "Optimus, it has been far too long." He continued, "I have summoned you here because I bear splendid news. Look around you." Optimus, taken aback by Rayn's invitation, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he beheld the familiar structures in the distance. It was as if he had been transported back to the dawn of war, and a tumult of emotions surged within him. The future of Cybertron seemed to beckon him. Noticing the impact of his words, Rayn proceeded, "We have discovered the ultimate divine lock, which possesses the power to resurrect Cybertron. Alas, without the Allspark to nurture life, we have been unable to restore the former splendor of our planet." Optimus inquired, "So, you seek from me the location of the Allspark?" "Indeed, but do not hastily refuse." "Optimus, the opportunity to rebuild Cybertron lies before us. Moreover, I assure you that under the rule of the Decepticons, every Cybertronian citizen will be treated with absolute equality. You too can live peacefully and securely on this planet." Chapter 86. Cooperation. Rayn continued, "Of course, you may also choose Earth and continue your existence there." His tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. "My old friend, to be frank, I have had countless opportunities to bring an end to you, to conclude this conflict entirely. However, upon my awakening, I realized we are all mechanical beings, each endowed with our own emotions and dreams. Thus, there should be an opportunity for reconciliation between the Decepticons and Autobots. Einspoke ernest ellipsilon." After his declaration, Rayn extended his right hand, strong yet exuding warmth and friendliness. His gaze was firmly fixed on Optimus, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. Optimus fell silent for a moment, lost in contemplation. He reminisced about the myriad moments of his past, the fierce confrontations with Megatron. Through the haze of memories, the figure of Megatron had become indistinct. Perhaps, as Rayn suggested, he truly had changed, and it was time to end this ceaseless war. Ultimately, Optimus chose to trust Rayn, reaching out to shake hands in reconciliation. Rayn smiled as he gently clasped Optimus's hand. This simple gesture would be etched into the annals of Cybertron's history. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. All eyes were riveted on Optimus and Megatron. The fierce battle had finally concluded, and the war between Autobots and Decepticons had been definitively resolved. With the signing of the peace accord, Rayn offered Optimus a sweet gesture. "My old friend, to demonstrate my sincerity, I can restore the voice of your scout." The words struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the tranquility of the sky, leaving Optimus Prime in a state of utter astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Rayn, his once calm heart now stirred by a ripple of emotion. After enduring countless years, the relationship among the Autobots had transcended mere hierarchy, evolving into that of a family. Soon, Rayn's subordinates brought forth the remaining Autobots. Upon being released from their restraints, regarded Rayn with a mixture of confusion. No one could fathom his true intentions, yet Rayn remained unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes. Standing upon the platform, he commenced an exhilarating speech, recounting the historic collaboration and envisioning a promising future. The audience below was ignited with fervor, their cheers erupting in waves. Upon the conclusion of Rayn's address, he unhesitatingly harnessed the power of the ultimate godlock to fully restore Bumblebee's voice modulator. Bumblebee, brimming with excitement, was nearly poised to leap, finally able to speak normally. Optimus Prime and the other Autobots wore expressions of heartfelt joy, genuinely elated for Bumblebee. This moment was suffused with elation and hope as everyone reveled in the triumph. Bumblebee, with his melodious voice, shared in the joy with his companions. The wariness towards Rayn gradually diminished, for he was already a fish on the chopping block. Even without Rayn's cooperation, he could locate the Allspark through a cortical psychic link. To demonstrate his sincerity, Rayn arranged for the remaining Autobots, along with Soundwave, to guard the ultimate godlock. All awaited news from Rayn and Optimus Prime. As Rayn, Optimus Prime, and Soundwave boarded the spacecraft, they traversed the space bridge towards the Scorpius constellation, one of the most perilous stellar systems in the galaxy. Meanwhile, Rayn, concealed from the Autobots' view, harbored a glimmer of cunning triumph in his eyes. His true plan was finally set in motion. Chapter 87. Rayn's True Scheme Through the Space Bridge. The three successfully arrived at their destination. The moment they set foot in this place, Rayn sensed the presence of the Allspark, though not with warmth, but with a sense of aversion. This feeling stemmed from the dark energy gem within him, which exhibited a certain repulsion towards the Allspark. At this juncture, Optimus Prime spoke. The Allspark is composed of pure energy, designed to be contained and projected into the depths of space. Master Titanium created a vessel capable of extracting it from the cosmos, and we must locate this indestructible container. Rayn understood that the moment to act had arrived. Leave the rest to me. With that declaration, Rayn soared from the spacecraft, utilizing the repulsive reaction of the dark energy gem within him to precisely pinpoint the location of the Allspark. However, at that moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. A plasma storm surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. Although Rayn evaded the meteorite, unlike in the original narrative, he realized that in order to depart with this individual, he must relinquish the vehicle form. However, he lacked the aerial craft of the original prodigy, Optimus Prime. Rayn felt slightly reckless, but then a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He possessed both the phase shifter and the speed enhancer. How could he have overlooked that? Returning to the spaceship would now be a trivial matter. Once he activated these two remarkable devices, Rayn instantly transported himself and the Allspark back to the ship. This maneuver reminded Optimus Prime of the time when the base's land bridge was damaged. The operation was strikingly similar. After acquiring the Allspark, Soundwave promptly activated the space bridge, allowing the ship to successfully depart from the perilous region. Upon returning to Cybertron, the trio descended from the ship, Allspark in hand. Rayn resolved to formally commence the revival ceremony for Cybertron the following day. With all arrangements in place, Rayn clandestinely summoned Shockwave and Soundwave to unveil his true intentions. Rayn, Shockwave, you must comprehend the purpose behind all my actions. After a moment's contemplation, Shockwave replied, for the sake of the Cosmic Emperor? Precisely. Henceforth, I will discreetly assign you both to my genuine plan. My lord, please elaborate. Shockwave will stop at nothing to fulfill the task. Excellent. I indeed did not misjudge you. Tomorrow, upon the revival of the primordial Shockwave, the Cosmic Emperor shall awaken as well. Shortly, I shall return to Earth via the space bridge, allowing the Cosmic Emperor to possess my being. Following the revival of Cybertron, under the guise of my disappearance, suspend the Allspark as release task, and ensure that the Autobots safeguard the Allspark. Subsequently, when I return to Cybertron, possessed by the Cosmic Emperor, you must thwart him. Shockwave, your paramount duty is to pierce my Allspark with the Starsaber. Shockwave, taken aback, exclaimed, What? But my lord, fear not. Shockwave, I shall not perish. Remember, regardless of whether I return to normal, you must pierce my Allspark with the Starsaber. This is integral to the plan. Afterward, Soundwave, you will activate the land bridge to return me to the warship and place the pre-prepared thrust hammer in my hand. Chapter 88. The Cosmic Emperor finally, Shockwave. You will announce to the Autobots the news of my demise, ensuring that the ship we piloted today is parked at the Allspark well. They should not linger here. If the Autobots wish to leave Cybertron, Let them depart. Of course, you need not worry about Optimus Prime leading them back. At this point, Rayn flashed a sinister smile. Very well, Shockwave and Soundwave. The forthcoming tasks are entrusted to you. Soundwave, activate the space bridge. Tianjun, though perplexed by Rayn's scheme, maintained his respect and replied, "As you command, Lord Megatron." With the activation of the space bridge by Soundwave, Rayn arrived on Earth. Next, he awaited the embodiment of the Cosmic Emperor, ready to embrace the enhancements that would come from such a union, envisioning a more imposing stature and accelerated flight speed, all of which stirred his excitement. Coupled with the amplification from the Hammer of the Chosen, he could hardly fathom the transformation that awaited him. His anticipation was palpable. As time passed, the Autobots and Decepticons commenced their pivotal operations. With a command from Tianjun, the ultimate divine lock was activated, unleashing a massive energy beam aimed directly at the core of Cybertron. A sacred blue luminescence began to radiate outward from the planet's heart. Ultimately, Cybertron emitted a divine blue glow, signifying its successful resurrection. Just as Optimus Prime was poised to proceed with the next steps, a soldier approached with urgent news. Rayn had exhibited anomalous behavior, enveloped in dark purple luminescence and terrifying dark purple veins, before vanishing. This unforeseen event forced an abrupt halt to the crucial ceremony. Following Rayn's strategy, Tianjun ordered the Autobots to safeguard the Allspark and prepared the entire army for potential conflict with the Cosmic Emperor. He also retrieved the Star Saber, ready to deploy it if absolutely necessary, intending to entrust it to Optimus Prime when the time came. Meanwhile, on the far reaches of Earth, Rayn was suddenly engulfed in darkness, entering a realm of consciousness where he heard the ancient voice of the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron, raffiné de surprise, déclaring. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed Cosmic Emperor. Upon witnessing the full visage of the Cosmic Emperor, he felt as insignificant as an ant in comparison. I have suffered greatly since I was ensnared by amnesia, leading to the extinguishing of your spark. This foolish Autobot merely caused my physical form to enter a slumber. However, when I sensed my old adversary awakening in the distant cosmos, my energy form was roused from its dreams. A sinister grin crept across Rayn's face as he continued. It appears that after being betrayed by those wretched beings, they have indeed succeeded in restoring Cybertron, a planet I once destroyed with my own hands. His teeth clenched in anger and resentment. Yet, I shall not allow them to prevail. I must fulfill the unfinished mission from eons ago, and for that, I require a suitable vessel for my anti-Allspark. With unwavering determination sparkling in his eyes, Rayn envisioned the day of his triumph. It is my privilege to serve you. Great Cosmic Emperor, truly it is an honor. Chapter 89. Rayn's upgrade. Rayn respectfully bowed his head, expressing his willingness to serve the Cosmic Emperor. However, deep within his heart, Rayn secretly plotted. Just wait. Once you fall into my grasp, I shall make you experience the true extent of my power. Were it not for the fear of suffering. He gritted his teeth, revealing the boundless fury within him. Henceforth, your corporeal form shall serve as a mere instrument of my will, devoid of any room for resistance. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor was cold and merciless, and his eyes suddenly flashed with a violet luminescence. With the emergence of this light, Rayn's body underwent a remarkable transformation. He felt a powerful force surge within him, his physique becoming more robust, his muscles defined, as if they contained limitless strength. Simultaneously, he discovered that the dark energy reservoir within him had undergone a qualitative change. It stored dark energy, now remarkably pure and even more potent. Moreover, during this process, Rayn sensed a deeper connection forming between his dark energy reservoir and the Cosmic Emperor. With delight, Rayn realized that he now possessed greater power, capable of harnessing this energy to forge an array of weapons to confront various combat scenarios. He reveled in this newfound capability, a wave of anticipation and confidence swelling within him for the future. As the enhancement concluded, mysterious and resplendent dark purple lines gradually emerged on the surface of Rayn's body, endowing him with an extraordinary aura. Not only that, but certain areas of his body were also covered with a layer of rock-like, resilient skin, exuding an appearance akin to indomitable stone armor, instilling an unparalleled sense of intimidation. Thus, through the meticulous transformation and enhancement orchestrated by the Cosmic Emperor, a brand new version was born, an imposing incarnation of the Titan Emperor. Immediately thereafter, the Cosmic Emperor seamlessly morphed into a newly designed fighter jet, its sleek lines and sharp contours captivating all who beheld it. Subsequently, it soared towards the distant Cybertron planet with astonishing speed, akin to a blazing meteor streaking across the sky. Rayn witnessed this spectacle, his heart brimming with shock and awe. The formidable technology before him was precisely what he required, and he exclaimed in admiration, "A superluminal space drive." A hint of pride graced the Cosmic Emperor's visage as he replied, "This is merely one of the many upgrades I have implemented to facilitate your limited material forms journey to Cybertron." As the Cosmic Emperor sped towards the Cybertron planet at an incredible velocity, the Tremor had completed all preparations. Aside from leaving the Cloud Piercer on standby aboard the warship, the Shockwave and his team were diligently engaged in the grotesque replication project. Employing advanced technological means, they endeavored to replicate more formidable grotesque warriors to bolster their combat prowess. Meanwhile, virtually all available forces have been summoned to this location, clad in uniform battle attire and equipped with various artifacts, standing resolute and prepared. In every individual's gaze, there resided an unwavering determination, as if they were fully prepared to confront any challenge that may arise. Before departing, Rayn entrusted his long-worn phase shifter and speed enhancer, which he had reluctantly removed, to Tianjin. On the other side stood Optimus Prime, leading the Autobots, who were closest to the well of the Allspark. Chapter 90. The Terrifying Army of the Universe Emperor. Following Rayn's instructions, Tianjin meticulously handed over the Allspark to the Autobots, urging them to safeguard it with utmost care. Not far away, a spaceship lay quietly docked. It was the very vessel that Rayn and Optimus Prime had once traversed together. Within its confines rested a plethora of super-energy entities, patiently awaiting their moment of activation. Meanwhile, the warship tirelessly searched for Rayn's coordinates, yet its efforts yielded naught. At that moment, Rayn, having undergone meticulous modifications and upgrades at the hands of the Universe Emperor, sped towards the planet Cybertron at an astonishing velocity. The speed of the faster-than-light space drive was indeed remarkable, and Rayn silently rejoiced at the correctness of his decision. This acceleration represented a qualitative leap, and he yearned to explore the other enhanced functionalities. As time progressed, every moment felt exceedingly prolonged. At last, the Universe Emperor successfully arrived at Cybertron, guided by his acute sensitivity to the anti-Allspark, leading him directly to the well of the Allspark that connected to the heart of the Primus. When the Universe Emperor descended upon the surface, his presence left all onlookers in stunned silence, as if they were witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Although the speed unmistakably belonged to Rayn, his form had undergone a transformation, radiating an aura distinctly different from his usual self. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Universe Emperor recorded in Cybertronian history, instilling a chilling dread that coursed through the spines of all present. At that moment, Tianjin alerted the crowd, exclaiming, "The Master is now under the control of the Universe Emperor." His voice was laced with urgency and trepidation, as if he sensed the impending peril. Decepticons, attack. With this command, the Decepticons, who had been momentarily bewildered, swiftly sprang into action, launching themselves at the Universe Emperor. They unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks, striving to thwart his advance. However, the Universe Emperor remained undeterred by their onslaught, revealing an even greater power. It became evident that the dark energy core within Rayn allowed the Universe Emperor to harness a more abundant and purer source of primal energy. This augmentation endowed the Universe Emperor with an extraordinary strength, rendering him nearly invincible. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power into the earth, triggering a violent tremor. He then began to wield an astonishing ability, utilizing the dark super-energy entities along with the metallic elements embedded within the ground. Utilizing the genetic code within Rayn, a formidable legion of Megatrons was successfully replicated. Countless Megatron duplicates emerged from the earth, leaving everyone astounded and utterly at a loss. The Red Spider exclaimed, "How is this possible?" This astonishing turn of events instantly thickened the atmosphere with tension, prompting collective awe at the unimaginable might of the Cosmic Emperor. Observing the situation, Thunderquake promptly made a decision, instructing his subordinates to transfer the Star Sword to Optimus Prime. Simultaneously, The Cosmic Emperor ruthlessly commanded the Megatron Legion to launch an immediate assault on the gathered crowd. Confronted with this imminent threat, everyone had no choice but to muster their full strength in preparation for the harrowing battle ahead. Chapter 91. Defeating the Cosmic Emperor in this fierce confrontation. The entire might of Cybertron was engaged in a desperate struggle against the Cosmic Emperor. Yet, the Emperor's aim remained undeterred by the presence of those around him. Countless Megatron replicas surged toward the Allspark well, intent on obliterating Cybertron in one fell swoop. As the onlookers helplessly witnessed the unfolding catastrophe, despair filled their hearts. However, at this critical moment, Soundwave intervened. A space bridge materialized, instantly transporting all the Megatron duplicates racing toward the Allspark well to Earth. Meanwhile, the remaining Megatron replicas, under the influence of the lockdown, magnetic gauntlets, and resonance wave blaster, began to retreat in disarray. After witnessing Soundwave's brilliant maneuver, the Cosmic Emperor resolved to eliminate this threat first. Intensifying his energy input, even more colossal Megatron duplicates emerged like mushrooms after rain. Although Optimus Prime was capable of unleashing sword energy to decimate these replicas in swathes, such a method could not endure indefinitely. Faced with the dire urgency of survival, he swiftly conceived the only viable plan, to channel the Allspark into his energy reservoir. He then turned to Thunderquake and declared, "Have your troops cover me. I possess a means to counter the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime, take this." Thunderquake shouted, activating the speed enhancer and racing toward Optimus Prime with astonishing swiftness. He handed over the phase shifter he clutched tightly in his hand. Optimus Prime understood immediately, seizing the extraordinary device without hesitation and donning it. Subsequently, he grasped the Allspark container firmly and strode purposefully toward the Cosmic Emperor. The Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unprepared for Optimus Prime's approach in such a manner. Yet, this was not the end. Thunderquake did not relent. He activated the speed enhancer, deftly unsheathing the star sword that Optimus had driven into the ground and, like a bolt of lightning, dashed toward the Cosmic Emperor's rear. Thunderquake mercilessly plunged the star sword deep into the Cosmic Emperor's Allspark. Red Spider, how is this possible? Without granting the Cosmic Emperor a moment to react, Optimus Prime instantly appeared before him, and the colossal container was thrust directly into his face. As the Cosmic Emperor was ensnared within the container, the absence of his energy support resulted in the immediate self-destruction of all the Decepticon clones present. Simultaneously, Soundwave, who had been vigilantly monitoring Rayn's condition, promptly activated the land bridge. Two prearranged minions swiftly emerged, carefully lifting Rayn and hastily returning to the medical bay of the warship. Earthquake followed closely behind. Optimus Prime intended to accompany them, but the land bridge had already shut down. Earthquake promptly placed the long-prepared star hammer into Rayn's palm. Soundwave also activated the land bridge to join them, just as the star hammer was awakened, sensing the flickering spark of Rayn on the verge of extinguishment. The star hammer unleashed its energy, radiating a divine luminescence. Rayn's form was further upgraded, his once silver exterior transformed into a brilliant silver hue. The once rocky sections, enhanced by the Cosmic Emperor, now gleamed with a golden sheen. Coupled with accents of deep purple stripes, Rayn's new form exuded both charm and authority. Following this enhancement, Rayn appeared even more striking. This transformation also signified the complete resolution of the Cosmic Emperor's crisis. Chapter 92. Optimus Prime's resolve. Optimus Prime had long been prepared, summoning all Autobots to commence arrangements for his future. To better safeguard the matrix of leadership and subdue the cosmic Earth, I must now release the contents of the container. Bumblebee, release it where? To the Energon Vault. Thus my life source must merge with that of every other individual. Ratchet, in disbelief, asked, "You mean to say, you wish to integrate with the Matrix?" Smokescreen interjected, "If that is the case, you must. If the Matrix is not returned to the well, Cybertron shall forever remain incapable of nurturing new life, which is not the outcome I desire. My mission must be fulfilled." Ratchet replied, "Optimus, does this mean that not only have I failed to save your life, but I will also lose the one I respect and care for the most?" Bulkhead reassured, "We have saved the planet. There must be a way to save you." Arcee suggested, "With the power sphere, Megatron must have done this before." Bumblebee remained silent, knowing this was a long-held aspiration of Optimus Prime. From this moment forth, The Energon Vault would be replaced by the Matrix, rendering it irreparable and unable to be inherited. Yet, it would serve as a milestone marking our farewell to the Age of Leaders. Thereafter, leadership would no longer be measured by the Energon Vault. In my view, each of you possesses the potential to lead, much like Megatron does now. Optimus Prime reflected with a hint of melancholy. Every individual possesses the inherent right to redemption. To my brethren, I implore you to persist in your pursuit of justice. Bumblebee declares, leave the quest for world peace to us. Please do not mourn my departure. For to me, it signifies not an end, but a new beginning. All that needed to be said has been articulated. Optimus Prime departs, seeking to reconnect with Soundwave through the means of a land bridge, intent on visiting an old friend. He arrives at the location of Shockwave and Soundwave. While Rayn has opted for a strategic disappearance, a final plan of his own. Shockwave, what is the current state of Megatron? Optimus Prime inquires anxiously. Shockwave, with a heavy heart, responds, my lord, he has perished. Although Optimus had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality, the reality of the news conjured a tumult of emotions, leaving him with an indescribable sense of sorrow and helplessness. How could this be? Ever since his encounter with the dark energy entity, it seemed that such an outcome had been anticipated. My lord had once advised me that in the face of any unforeseen circumstances, I must spare no effort to resurrect the planet Cybertron. Shockwave sorrowfully conveys. Optimus Prime listens in silence, a wave of grief swelling within him. Megatron has always been their adversary, a formidable force, yet he was not always so. Now that the opportunity had finally arisen, the news of his demise brought a tinge of despondency to Optimus. Shockwave, we cannot allow Megatron's sacrifice to be in vain. We must fulfill his last wish, Optimus asserts with unwavering resolve. Shockwave nods in agreement, understanding that only by realizing Rayn's desire can they grant him peace. Chapter 93. The resurrection of Cybertron with the Cosmic Emperor thoroughly vanquished, Shockwave and Optimus Prime stood aloft, delivering an impassioned address to the Transformers assembled below. They conveyed that while the enemy had been defeated, the war was far from over. They must continue to fight, safeguarding Earth and the entire universe. Unity and collective effort were essential to forge a brighter world. In conclusion, Soundwave activated the land bridge, and Optimus prepared to journey to the core of Cybertron, where he would release the Allspark. This act signified that Optimus would merge with the Allspark, yet it was a necessary sacrifice. Only in this manner could Cybertron be rejuvenated, reclaiming its status as the sanctuary for the Transformers. The cloned Optimus Prime had fulfilled the mission entrusted to him by Rayn. He was a valiant warrior who had exerted tremendous effort to protect Earth and humanity. At last, he could find rest. As vibrant beams of light erupted from the Allspark well, Cybertron was fully revived. This once barren planet now brimmed with vitality and vigor, giving birth to a multitude of Transformers. It was a breathtaking spectacle, eliciting jubilant cheers from all. At this moment, Rayn stood upon the bridge of the warship, gazing at the transforming visage of Cybertron in the distance. He could not help but exclaim, I never imagined we would truly accomplish this. With that, he beckoned Olean to his side, saying, come and witness this. It is the sacred moment we have long cherished. Olean gazed at the scene before him, his heart awash with myriad emotions. He recalled his former self, a time when he possessed no memories and was oblivious to everything around him. Yet now he stood here, witnessing this historic juncture. Ever since the Iron Fortress archives had been restored, Rayn had appointed him as an archivist, allowing him to contribute to the very cause he loved after aiding the Decepticons in decoding all the coordinates of the Iron Fortress relics. This existence suited Olean well, for he could continue to lend his efforts to a passion that had become an integral part of him. However, upon meeting Rayn again, he noticed subtle changes in his appearance. What have you experienced during my absence? How have you transformed in this manner? Olean inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Rayn smiled and replied, this is the result of 2 upgrades I underwent by fortunate chance. It has rendered me even more formidable. Olean gazed in astonishment, unaware of when Rayn had made these modifications. He could only recall being deeply engrossed in his work at the archives, as if isolated from the outside world. Nevertheless, when Olean beheld the complete revival of Cybertron, his heart surged with indescribable exhilaration. He understood that this moment would be eternally etched in his memory. As Cybertron awakened, The entire universe reverberated with its resurgence. This once-destroyed planet now pulsated with vibrant life. The history of Cybertron was poised to commence a new chapter. No longer a desolate wasteland, but a realm brimming with hope and promise. All of this was made possible through the unwavering determination of Rayn, Optimus Prime, Thunderclash, and all the Transformers, who, with their courage and intellect, crafted this miracle. In the days that followed, Cybertron regained its former splendor. Chapter 94. The Opportunity to Return Home. They harnessed their wisdom and strength to create even more advanced technologies, transforming Cybertron into a radiant gem within the cosmos. In this grand transformation, Olean played a vital role, employing his knowledge and experience to assist the Decepticons in achieving numerous strategic objectives. The saga of Cybertron continued to unfold, while Rayn and Olean would persist in penning their own illustrious narrative. In the capital, Rayn's statue stood resplendent and dignified. From that moment forth, Cybertron would become the homeland of the Transformers, who would continue to inhabit and safeguard this beautiful land. On the planet Cybertron, various distinct races have carved out their own niches for existence, whether it be Autobots or Decepticons, or even mechanical insects and colossal monstrosities. They all find solace and prosperity here. To ensure absolute dominion over the monstrous clones, Rayn commanded Shockwave to implant the controlling chip within his own being. Thus, even in the face of unforeseen events, he could respond with poise. Furthermore, Rayn deemed it unnecessary to activate the entirety of these formidable clones, opting to awaken only a fraction of them. It is worth noting that the number of these monstrous replicas is quite substantial, should they all be activated. The spectacle would indeed be breathtaking. As for the arrogant tyrant, the Cosmic Emperor, Rayn had devised an astute plan. He ordered his subordinates to prepare an exceptionally sturdy container, nearly impervious to external forces. Subsequently, Rayn meticulously orchestrated the deployment of Soundwave 1 and 2, transporting the Cosmic Emperor to the threshold of the primordial Supreme Being's core, where they simultaneously activated 2 land bridges in close proximity. As the 2 bridges began to merge, the Cosmic Emperor vanished from his original location. Thus, the Cosmic Emperor was eternally ensnared within the Shadow Realm. Though he could gaze upon the nearby Cybertron, he would never be able to obliterate it. Tragically, no one could liberate him, rendering this a cruel punishment that plunged the Cosmic Emperor into an abyss of despair and solitude. With all of this accomplished, Rayn finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, this was only the beginning. As time passed, Rayn, during a moment of respite, discovered a cerulean fragment within his consciousness. As Rayn's spiritual essence drew near, it surprisingly merged with him. Immediately thereafter, a torrent of memories surged into Rayn's mind. It was the recollection of a system that had been obliterated, one that had sought to bring itself into this world, but had vastly overestimated its own capabilities upon its inception. Due to insufficient fortune, compounded by various circumstances, this entity was shattered, leaving Rayn to seize the opportunity. The genesis of the system bore significant ties to the cinematic and literary works of the human realm. There existed an exceedingly rare possibility that it could emerge as a bridge between the human world and the realm of fiction. It could bond with characters from novels, absorbing their fortunes, or align with the souls of the recently departed. Depending on the bonds formed, it could empower its host, while simultaneously drawing upon the fortunes of the world. The system would absorb these fortunes to foster its own growth, akin to how Transformers consume energy. Once it amassed a fortune of 100,000, it could enact a traversal. Crossing from the fictional world to the human realm required a fortune of 10,000, but returning demanded an outrageous 100,000. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. The most vital revelation was that Rayn could finally return home. Chapter 95. All is concluded when Rayn discovered the means to return home. His emotions surged like the vast ocean, a tide of exhilaration flooding his heart. Though he stood as the leader of Cybertron, wielding unparalleled authority and surrounded by a cadre of exquisite and striking female Transformers, none of these could satiate the profound yearning that resided within him. His nostalgia for his homeland blazed like an unquenchable fire, relentlessly consuming his spirit. This emotional void could not be filled by any measure of power or glory. Moreover, the system possessed a miraculous realm capable of enhancing levels through the infusion of fortune. Faced with such alluring prospects, Rayn resolutely resolved to harness the system's power to return to his homeland. The essence of this fortuitous power could be succinctly described as a fusion of fate and destiny. Those blessed with greater fortune would find opportunities raining upon them, augmenting their strength. However, the system could directly siphon the fortune of those deemed children of fortune, provided they had been vanquished. With a clear target in mind, the Cosmic Emperor, Rayn, driven by unwavering determination, traversed the space bridge to the heart of Earth. This very locale had once been the battleground where he fought alongside Optimus Prime against Malevolence. Returning to this familiar ground evoked a torrent of memories and an ineffable longing within him. It was here that Rayn and Optimus Prime extinguished the spark of the Cosmic Emperor in the very chamber that housed it. Taking a deep breath, Rayn activated the system interface and pressed the energy absorption button. Instantly, a formidable torrent of energy surged forth from the Cosmic Emperor's spark chamber, coursing through him and into the system. The magnitude of this energy was so immense that it nearly suffocated him. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, guiding the energy into the system with unwavering resolve. As time elapsed, Rayn felt his power augmenting incessantly, particularly his vast essence. Merely acquiring a fraction of this essence rendered him extraordinarily formidable, let alone the entirety of it. However, Rayn was not blinded by avarice. He was acutely aware that excessive absorption of the Cosmic Emperor's energy could wreak havoc upon the Earth. Thus, upon amassing approximately 20 billion units of fortune value within his system, he ceased the absorption and fortified the system space to its maximum capacity. Content with the fruits of his endeavor, Rayn departed the Cosmic Emperor's spark chamber. Although he had not fully absorbed the Cosmic Emperor's energy, this adventure had proven remarkably rewarding. He held steadfast in his belief that, given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly become an invincible force. Finally, Rayn stored all the formidable replicants within the confines of the system space. Prior to this, they had thoroughly mastered all the primary technologies of Cybertron, including land bridges, space bridges, and the creation of synthetic superenergy bodies. Ultimately, Rayn leveraged the power of fortune to replicate all the useful sacred artifacts. After entrusting everything to Thunderquake, Rayn found a moment to depart from this world. Should any insurmountable challenges arise, he could always utilize the magic sphere to restore Olean's memories. Rayn felt an unwavering sense of confidence in them. Following yet another traversal, Rayn awoke at his desk, the computer still displaying the chapters of the novel he had meticulously crafted. It was precisely midnight, the perfect moment to publish his work. As he clicked send, Rayn felt a twinge of bewilderment. During this summer vacation, everything he had experienced felt akin to a vivid dream. Yet, the monstrous army within the system's space incessantly reminded him. All that had transpired was undeniably real. With a devilish grin, Rayn began Chapter 1. The title was Devoured by Paimon. Following the cataclysmic event at the Autobot base, Agent Fuller was the first to receive the shocking news. His heart was instantly consumed by anxiety, akin to a raging inferno that could not be quelled. Without a moment's hesitation, Agent Fuller sprang into action. He urgently summoned and organized a formidable support team, racing towards the scene of the disaster. Along the way, he incessantly urged his team to quicken their pace, with only one thought in his mind: to reach there as swiftly as possible. However, upon their arrival, everyone was struck dumb by the horrific scene before them. The once majestic, impregnable Autobot base had been reduced to a mere wasteland. Crumbling walls and shattered beams were strewn about, swaying precariously in the fierce winds, as if they could collapse at any moment. The ruins resembled a desolate city, eerily silent and chilling to the bone. With heavy steps, Agent Fuller ventured into the wreckage, his expression gravely somber. Gazing upon the devastation, he understood deeply that a vast conspiracy and an unprecedented crisis lurked behind this calamity. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Jack, Mickey, and Raffi, three children bound by a deep friendship with the Autobots, waited eagerly at their designated meeting spot for their Autobot companions. They animatedly recounted their previous adventures, imagining the thrilling escapades that awaited them this time. As seconds turned into minutes, the streets remained eerily empty, devoid of the familiar Autobot figures. The children began to feel uneasy, anxiety creeping onto their youthful faces. What was happening? Why had they not yet arrived? Mickey couldn't help but murmur, "Don't fret. Perhaps they are simply delayed by unforeseen circumstances," Jack reassured them, though he too felt a twinge of uncertainty within. The phone remained silent, and the three of them could faintly sense something amiss. Raffi clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles of his trembling fingers turning pale from the exertion. His gaze, akin to two burning flames, steadfastly fixed upon the horizon, as he murmured repeatedly, "I believe Bumblebee will surely come." Although his voice was low, the conviction within it was as unyielding as steel. As time quietly flowed by, the children's spirits grew increasingly heavier. An ominous premonition loomed over them like a dark cloud, gradually enveloping their hearts. Nonetheless, despite this, they remained unwilling to relinquish their faint glimmer of hope, firmly believing that their Autobot friends would eventually appear before them. Days slipped away, and the initial unease in the children's hearts gradually fermented into profound despair. Each time the phone rang unexpectedly, its crisp tone would instantly capture their attention, igniting their hopes. Yet, when an unfamiliar voice echoed from the receiver, those hopes would swiftly dissolve like bubbles. The same scenario unfolded with each melodic chime of the doorbell. Whenever that familiar melody graced their ears, the children would rush to the door, only to be met with disappointment and solitude. Gradually, it seemed they were being compelled to accept the harsh reality. Perhaps their beloved Autobot companions had perished in that dreadful incident of base destruction. The once joyous and surprising memories now felt like a sharp blade, mercilessly piercing their fragile souls. On the surface, life appeared to have returned to its routine. The school still echoed with the cheerful laughter of children, and the teacher's voice rose and fell in the classroom. At home, parents continued their chatter, and siblings engaged in their playful banter, with the mundane rhythms of daily life continuing unabated. Yet deep within, these children understood that an irreplaceable part of their existence was forever lost, and no effort could restore it to its former state. Until one tranquil evening, as the school bell rang, students poured out of the gates, merging into the bustling crowd. The sunset, like a generous painter, gently brushed its golden hues across the streets, transforming everything around into a dazzling golden vista. The children, heads bowed as usual, walked briskly past the familiar corner. However, in that seemingly ordinary moment, a low, familiar roar of an engine suddenly shattered the tranquility. The sound erupted like thunder, breaking through the air and causing everyone to pause, gazing upward in astonishment. Approaching them was a uniquely designed car, its sleek lines gliding gracefully closer. Beneath the warm and affectionate glow of the setting sun, the car radiated a series of gentle beams, as though it were a messenger from a fantastical realm. Standing beside the vehicle were the esteemed Agent Fuller and Little Jane, both adorned with expressions of contentment, their eyes reflecting concern and anticipation for the children. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to suspend, leaving only the mysteriously luminous automobile, the smiling Fuller, Jane, and the children with faces aglow with wonder. Soon after, an uncontrollable wave of joy and excitement surged through each child's heart like a tidal wave, propelling them forward as if enchanted. With every step imbued with strength and yearning, they sought to unleash the pent-up longing and affection accumulated since their last farewell. Their eyes sparkled with rekindled hope, a brilliance bright enough to illuminate all the unknown paths ahead. Chapter 2. The Dawn of Cybertron, standing atop the pinnacle of darkness. Thunderquake gazed into the distance, memories of the past unfurling before him. What? Teacher, are you truly leaving? Thunderquake stammered, his eyes widening, lips quivering, his voice brimming with astonishment and reluctance. He fixed his gaze upon Rayn, as if his steadfastness could persuade him to stay. Rayn lifted his head slightly, casting his eyes toward the smoke-veiled sky, which still hinted at a glimmer of hope. After a moment of silence, he regarded Thunderquake with a gentle expression, speaking softly. The road ahead for Cybertron is long and arduous. Though the ultimate divine lock has mended Cybertron's external wounds, that alone is insufficient. What will truly breathe new life into it is our governance, our attitude towards every citizen of Cybertron. We must prioritize them, listen to their voices, meet their needs, and provide them with equality and opportunity. Only then can Cybertron possess a genuine future. Rayn's voice was calm, yet infused with power, each word resonating within Thunderquake like a hammer striking his heart. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Rayn resolutely turned and departed with firm strides. His silhouette diminished in Thunderquake's sight until it vanished into the endless desolation. In that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within Thunderquake. Disappointment, confusion, helplessness, all intertwining. Yet beneath these feelings, a seed named responsibility began to take root and sprout. In the days following Rayn's departure, Thunderquake faced challenges beyond imagination. Cybertron lay in disarray, various factions stirring beneath the surface, and the populace was rife with anxiety and trepidation about the future. Questions regarding his capability as a new leader arose incessantly. Nevertheless, Thunderquake remained undaunted by these adversities. Recalling Rayn's exhortation and the eager eyes of Cybertron citizens, he resolved to prove himself through action. He began to immerse himself in the community, engaging in dialogue with citizens from various social strata and professions. He ventured into dilapidated neighborhoods, listening to the populace's grievances regarding the scarcity of essential goods and the dire living conditions. He entered factory workshops to comprehend the workers' dissatisfaction with unequal job opportunities and excessive labor demands. He visited schools and research institutions, empathizing with scholars who faced obstacles in knowledge transmission and the scarcity of research resources. Each interaction deepened Tianjun's understanding of the challenges confronting Cybertron, reinforcing his resolve for reform. Alongside Ha-E and others, they engaged in fervent discussions day and night, formulating a series of management policies centered on the welfare of the citizens. Economically, they redistributed resources, supported industries devastated by war, encouraged the growth of innovative enterprises, and provided more job opportunities for the populace. In education, they increased investment in schools and educational institutions, nurturing a new generation of technological talents and cultural inheritors. Regarding social welfare, they established a comprehensive support system to ensure that every citizen would receive timely assistance and support in times of illness, old age, or hardship. The implementation of these policies was fraught with challenges, facing strong resistance and opposition from entrenched powers. They incited public discontent, creating chaos and destruction. Yet, Tianjun remained undaunted, leading his team to confront the opposing forces time and again, dispelling public doubts through facts and actions. As time progressed, Cybertron underwent a profound transformation. In research institutions, a stream of innovative technological achievements emerged, propelling Cybertron's technological prowess to new heights. The lives of the citizens improved significantly, their faces adorned with smiles of happiness and contentment. At that moment, standing atop the pinnacle of darkness, Tianjun reflected on the myriad experiences along his journey, his heart filled with emotions. He knew he had not disappointed his mentor's expectations. Under his stewardship, Cybertron was finally making significant strides toward a hopeful and beautiful future. He would continue to safeguard this land, ensuring that his mentor's vision endured in Cybertron perpetually. Perhaps it was precisely such a Cybertron that his mentor had envisioned from the very beginning. Chapter 4. The Zeroing Plan. Although Rayn had departed from the world of Transformers, his system space still housed millions of formidable Predacons. This had always been the power Rayn yearned for, and it had now come to fruition. His aspirations transcended merely possessing a mighty army. He sought unification and the eradication of those he deemed pests in Japan. Before leaving the Transformers universe, Rayn took far more than just the Predacon Legion. He also acquired numerous advanced technological achievements and a plethora of infrastructure, all of which would serve as vital tools in realizing his ambitions. As Rayn led the Predacons to establish their base, the first achievement was the construction of a space bridge. The space bridge shall serve as their conduit across the interstellar expanse, linking disparate worlds. On a tranquil night, Rayn resolved to initiate his reset plan. Positioned at the command platform in the heart of the base, his fingertips glided across the frigid holographic display. Within the subdimensional rifts of the system's space, millions of monstrous energy signals flickered like pulsating stars, coalescing into a near-immense sea of light. These iron behemoths lay in wait within the dimensional crevices, their titanium scales reflecting a ghostly azure luminescence, while their robust tail vertebrae occasionally swept through the void, stirring minute ripples in the fabric of space. This was the ultimate power he had extracted from the Transformers world, a fervent obsession that had propelled him forward through 6 years of midnight reveries. The energy readings remained stable, all units on standby. Rayn's voice reverberated in the cavernous command room, as the screens on the walls scrolled through the technological blueprints stripped from Cybertron. The metallic-hued schematics intertwined formulas for spatial folding technology and parameters for energy shields, alongside heaps of nano-repair devices and antimatter furnaces dismantled from the industrial sectors of Cybertron. These were the spoils he had forcibly packed away during his exodus. The molten conduits in the base's lower levels continued to hum, liquid metal coursing through electromagnetic tracks, shaping the final load-bearing column of the space bridge. On the purplish-black frame of the portal, energy patterns gradually illuminated with the flow of current, resembling a colossal serpent on the brink of awakening. 3 days prior, when the core components of the space bridge were embedded into the foundation, Rayn had personally touched those coldly glowing alloys. The tremor felt beneath his fingertips recalled the first time he beheld the fearsome scene in the Transformers world. Back then, these fierce beasts were tearing apart Decepticon starships, their wing membranes vibrating with a roar capable of shattering asteroids. And now, they were the blades at his command. Coordinates locked. Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, Kyushu. Rayn magnified the map of the Japanese archipelago displayed in holography, the outlines of the 4 main islands appearing distinctly illuminated in blue light. Tokyo Bay on Honshu was marked with a red box, indicating the area of highest population density. Next to Sapporo in Hokkaido, a yellow warning light flickered, signaling that the permafrost zone required specialized demolition tactics. He raised his hand and drew 4 straight lines on the screen, segmenting the fearsome legion into 4 clusters, with the tactical panels for each cluster instantly displaying the corresponding city distributions, structural integrity, and estimated resistance values for the islands. This data was sourced from the satellite network he had deployed globally, even detailing the thickness of load-bearing walls in specific residential buildings. Advanced by region, leaving no survivors. The moment Rayn pressed the confirmation button, the command room's lights abruptly shifted to a crimson hue. The energy output of the space bridge surged to its zenith, the purplish-black portal suddenly expanding to a width of 100 meters, with crackling energy flows at the edges, resembling a rift tearing through reality. The first colossal beast surged forth from the rift, its 30-meter wingspan eclipsing the base's searchlights. Its crimson optical lens locked onto Hokkaido, emitting a roar that shattered glass. The energy core at its neck illuminated, and the countdown for the antimatter bomb's fuse commenced. Its companions poured out like a tide of darkness, the sound of their membranous wings beating the air, coalescing into a thunderous storm that rolled across the night sky. At 2 in the morning in Hokkaido, delicate snowflakes drifted through the snowy night of Sapporo. The izakaya in the central district glowed with warm yellow light, as Ichiro Sato raised his cup, only to be startled by the sudden spiderweb of cracks forming across the window. In an instant, a massive head of the beast smashed through the wall, its crocodilian jaws snapping open and shut, droplets of energy fluid cascading from its fangs, which scorched holes into the tatami mats. Before the scream could escape his throat, titanium claws swept through, collapsing the entire building as if it were a crushed soda can, the reinforced concrete yielding like brittle cookies beneath the beast's sheer force. The assault on Honshu commenced with Tokyo Tower. 3 colossal creatures simultaneously unleashed streams of plasma, the blinding beams resembling the sword of divine judgment, instantly melting the iconic structure into molten iron. The neon lights of Ginza shattered under the intense glare, glass fragments raining down like a torrential storm, while pedestrians crossing the street barely had time to cry out before being hurled away by the ensuing shockwave. The sonic weapons wielded by the colossal beasts could shatter bones, and the fleeing figures transformed into a blurry haze of flesh mid-air, splattering onto the searing asphalt. The devastation on Shikoku was marked by a precision that bordered on cruelty. The ground forces of the colossal beasts advanced along the coastline of the Seto Inland Sea, their energy cannon strikes meticulously adhering to coordinates marked by satellites. The century-old shrine in Tokushima City collapsed amid the explosions, its vermilion torii gate crushed beneath the beast's foot, while the wooden structures of the shrine twisted and carbonized in the plasma flames. Even the ancient pine tree in the courtyard was severed in half, its resin instantly evaporating in the searing heat. Kagoshima's Sakurajima volcano became the most formidable battleground. One colossal beast tasked with cleansing Kagoshima was splashed on its left wing by suddenly erupting magma, Its energy shield rippled under the extreme temperature, yet spared its steel body from harm. It let out a thunderous roar, and the missile bay at its tail opened abruptly, unleashing 12 napalm bombs, trailing fiery orange tails into the volcano's mouth. Following the muffled explosions, the gushing magma abruptly halted, and the entire volcano seemed to collapse as if its innards had been siphoned away. Amid the swirling dust, the beast shook off the volcanic ash clinging to its scales and continued its advance toward the next target. By the fourth day of the war, the snow in Hokkaido had turned a grim shade of gray. The colossal beast's mind-clearing robots navigated the ruins of Sapporo, their mechanical arms equipped with biological sensors capable of detecting even minute traces of blood and flesh. As the final signal source was locked within the subterranean air raid shelter, the three monstrous entities simultaneously unleashed their antimatter bombs. In an instant, that area was plunged into absolute void, with the shelter and the underlying rock strata completely obliterated, leaving only a funnel-shaped pit plunging 100 meters deep, its edges still shimmering with the remnants of spatial distortion. At dawn on the seventh day, the waters of Tokyo Bay began to surge into the ruins. Once a bustling metropolis, it now lay in ruins, with twisted steel and solidified lava remaining as the only testament to modern civilization. The debris of skyscrapers jutted awkwardly into the seawater, resembling a cadre of colossal beasts in their death throes. Rayn stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the command center, observing the holographic screen where the last red dot, a biological signal, faded away in Kumamoto City on Kyushu Island. The ancient city walls have been reduced to rubble under the bombardment of plasma cannons, leaving not a single intact brick. All targets have been eliminated, intoned the mechanical adjutant, its electronic voice crackling with static. Biological signals on all four main islands have reached zero, with a 100 structural damage rate. Terrain alteration aligns with expected parameters. Rayn raised his hand to deactivate the screen, and the lights in the command room gradually brightened, illuminating a smile that bordered on cold cruelty at the corners of his lips. Outside, the energy glow of the space bridge was dimming, as the accomplished behemoths began their return to the system's realm. Their armored scales still smeared with unclean blood and concrete debris, yet this did nothing to diminish their chilling aura. In the distance, the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, as the morning rays penetrated the base's energy shield, casting mottled patterns of light upon the ground. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and burning metal, mingling with the briny tang of seawater, creating an odd atmosphere, the essence of a world reborn. Rayn approached the control panel and pressed the button for the base's ascent. The entire steel fortress began to rise slowly, the land below shrinking gradually, revealing the reshaped contours of the Earth as remolded by the colossal entities. What were once islands now resembled the gnawed bones of titanic beasts, their fragmented remnants bobbing in the sea. The world has been cleansed, he murmured, his fingertips brushing over the engravings on the command desk that bore the oath he had inscribed upon his arrival in the Transformers realm. Now, the first objective had been fulfilled. Ahead lay vaster expanses awaiting his purging. As for the lost lives and civilizations, they were but sand washed away in the river of history, scarcely worthy of mention. After the cleansing of Japan, the victorious banner was planted upon the summit of Mount Fuji,